Early in the morning, Lu Lin vaguely heard some movement, rolled over and glanced toward the room, only to see a person with a bare upper body, two full round mounds swaying as she walked toward the bathroom. Huh, those curves are so pale. No, they're huge. Lu Lin instantly became more alert. He wondered if he was having a spring dream, yet he could actually realize within the dream that he was dreaming. Was this the so-called lucid dream? Overjoyed, Lu Lin abruptly sat up straight and grabbed the girl's hand. Come on, let's have some fun. Yet the next second his hand was flung away. The girl, still groggy, mumbled, Lao-san, cut it out. Huh? What did she just call me? Lao-san? Only my roommates call me that. Why would this girl call me Lao-san? He had just woken up, his mind still half asleep, a tangle of doubts swirling in his head, logic clashing and failing to line up. Then all of a sudden a bolt of realization exploded through his mind like lightning. This was his roommate. A cold sweat broke out all over Lu Lin. He snapped, fully awake in an instant. Looking more closely, he realized that the half-naked girl's facial features actually resembled their dorm boss a bit. Then he noticed the hairstyle and the tattoo running from the left side of her chest up to her upper arm. It was exactly the same as Boss Hee-Yuan's. Damn it. Lu Lin stared, eyes bulging, his mind a complete mess. He leaned back against the wall, stunned into speechless silence for a long time. Only after Boss slipped into the bathroom did Lu Lin come to his senses, as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly touched his own body. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, nothing extra had appeared on his upper body, and nothing was missing down below. Just as he was gasping for breath in sheer relief, a soul-piercing scream suddenly tore out from the bathroom. Aya! The shriek was so sharp and high-pitched it completely lost any trace of gender. The scream also drew complaints from other dorm rooms. Who the hell is howling at the crack of dawn? The screaming inside the bathroom cut off abruptly. Then Lu Lin saw Boss Hee-Yuan rush back into the dorm, her two soft mounds bouncing as she ran. Her face, no, his face, was deathly pale with terror, eyes glassy and unfocused. Boss stared fixedly at Lu Lin on the lower bunk. Delu, am I dreaming? The sensation in his hand had been incredible, too real, which only made Boss's expression even more despairing. This wasn't a dream. Lu Lin was also completely dumbstruck. What on earth was going on? Their back and forth quickly woke the others in the dorm. The hot-tempered second, rubbing his eyes, sat up on the bed beside Lu Lin and glared at them. What are you two lunatics doing? Can't a guy get some sleep? Lu Lin fell silent. Boss also fell silent. Second suddenly sensed that something was off. Why were those two staring at him like that? And wait, who was that chick standing at the door? Damn, a girl got into our dorm. The conservative Hans second yanked his blanket up to cover his chest, about to shout, when he suddenly sensed something else was wrong. Huh, why do my pecs feel bigger? He lowered his head. His already sizable chest now bulged as if it had swollen overnight. He jerked his head up in shock and locked eyes with Boss. Hee-Yuan stood at the door, her expression a complicated mess. In the end, she still nodded. I'm gonna lose it. Second looked on the verge of tears. He jabbed a finger at Lu Lin. Why hasn't he changed? How would I know? Boss stepped onto Lu Lin's bed frame and quickly climbed up toward the top bunk of fourth. Ruan Wen. Fourth, wake up, damn it. The fourth on the top bunk was already almost awake. He glanced at the girl, leaning over his bed, frowned, and sensed something was wrong. Before he could speak, Boss blurted, I'm Hee-Yuan, don't shout. Everyone in our dorm except Lao-san has turned into a girl. Huh. Fourth thought this girl must be crazy. Boss was desperate. Why don't you feel your chest and see if it's gotten bigger? Fourth had just woken up, and at Boss's blunt suggestion, he subconsciously reached up to feel. Afterward, he was even more confused. Nope. What? Boss, agitated, shoved a hand straight under Fourth's blanket. Fourth jolted in fright and shot upright, hugging himself. Who are you, you lunatic? I'm calling the dorm supervisor. Before he could yell any louder, Boss said with a complicated look, feel yourself again. Huh? What kind of nonsense was this? Yet Boss's expression was so genuine that Fourth, as if compelled by some unseen force, reached down once more. Then he froze. After a brief, deathly silence, Fourth sucked in a huge breath, ready to unleash a world-shattering scream. But Boss was quicker, clapping a hand over his mouth. Shoo. How could this be something you just shouted to the world? If others found out, how were they supposed to face anyone again? But Fourth swiftly pried Boss's hand away, eyes blazing, his delicate, now pretty face flushing red with fury. Who mutilated me? I'll fight them to the death. Climbing up from the lower bunk, Lu Lin said quietly, you're probably not mutilated. You're just a little too well off now. Fourth stared blankly. Since you're so young and already have your own airplane runway, Lu Lin added. Fourth was at a total loss for words. At that moment, Boss jumped down from the bed, quickly locked the dorm door, and yanked all the curtains shut. Light seeped in only through tiny gaps, plunging the room into a dim, hazy gloom, the atmosphere suddenly turning suggestive, especially with Boss leaning against the balcony door, panting hard. The sight made Lu Lin's blood rush straight downward. Boss, oblivious to all that, steadied himself and said, brothers, don't panic. Let's sort out what's going on here. Lu Lin pulled his blanket over his lower body. What's there to sort out? The four of us in this dorm. 3 have turned into girls. That line struck straight at their defenses. Boss collapsed to the floor all at once. Like hell I'd know. But why? What am I supposed to do with all the girls on my contacts list? Beside Lu Lin, second Han Li slapped himself across the face. A vivid red handprint quickly blossomed on his wheat-colored cheek. So it really wasn't a dream. But why on earth had this happened? Fourth on the upper bunk was comparatively much calmer. She climbed down, picked up Boss's mirror, and studied herself for a moment, then pulled open the waistband of her underwear to take a look. So this is what a girl looks like. Boss was speechless. Second was speechless. Lu Lin was speechless. As soon as Fourth opened her mouth, Lu Lin was completely thrown. Is this really what you're focusing on right now, eh? And wasn't she a little too composed? Fourth, however, set down the mirror and asked, has it already happened? The others nodded. Fourth continued, so this isn't a dream, right? And it's not some prank show, right? Everyone kept nodding. After all, no show team would dare to literally erase someone's manhood just for ratings, and on top of that throw in a full package gender swap. Maybe in Thailand you could pull that off. But this was domestic. Fourth spread her hands. So, does obsessing over how we turned into girls even matter anymore? That shouldn't be our top priority. The other beasts in the dorm fell into thoughtful silence. After a moment, Lu Lin rubbed his chin as a foggy enlightenment dawned on his face. I get it now. The three newly minted beauties of his dorm immediately turned their gaze to him. The most urgent thing, Lu Lin declared, is for you to let me have a good time first. As soon as those words fell, everyone else in the dorm froze in astonishment. Then the eldest, flushed with anger and embarrassment, snapped, get him. Without another word, Han II, who was closest, lunged forward and wrapped an arm around Lu Lin's neck in a chokehold. Damn, that was tight. Being suddenly pulled into the soft warmth of a girl's body pressing close against him, Lu Lin felt both excited and uncomfortable. He slapped at Second's arm and cried out, Second, you're pushing up against me. You're pushing up against me. Han II stared dumbfounded. Inwardly, she cursed. She'd already had her weapon confiscated. What was she supposed to be pushing him with? Realizing what he meant, she only tightened her grip even more. Now it was truly unbearable. Lu Lin patted at Han II's arm, his voice growing weak as he pleaded for mercy. Bro. I was wrong, let go, I really can't breathe. Only then did Han II finally release him with a resentful huff. She had no desire to go from newly turned woman to accidental murderer in a single morning. Lu Lin rubbed his neck and gulped in air. Second, you really were hiding your true strength. You can squeeze that hard. Han Li's expression darkened. Lu Third clearly hadn't been beaten enough today. Cracking her knuckles, she prepared to pounce on him again and give this idiot a proper lesson. Lu Lin shrank back, edging toward the corner of the wall in fright. Bro, I was wrong, don't be impulsive. Let's listen to Fourth's analysis, okay? Fourth is the important one here. Ruan the Fourth, hearing that, suddenly interjected in a cool tone, I'm not that important. Lu Lin was speechless. This scheming bastard. The three in the dorm watched with wide eyes as Lu Lin got rammed into once more. Only after that did Ruan the Fourth finally say unhurriedly, all right, I'll say a few words. As he spoke, he hopped up to sit on his own desk. Continuing to live on campus will definitely be difficult now. The key issue is that we can't keep staying in this dorm. Of course we can apply to live off campus. Besides, we're already in our third year. We'll soon be looking for internships and jobs, so we won't be spending that much time at school anyway. The others nodded at that. Going off campus wasn't much of a problem now. At this stage, quite a few students were no longer living in the dorms. Especially a lot of the girls. As for exams and the like, as long as they paid attention to their clothes and how they presented themselves, it wouldn't be a big issue. If Zhu Yingtai could disguise herself as a man to pursue her studies back, then how much easier would it be in modern society? In modern society, forget women disguising themselves as men. Half the time, when men dress up as women, you can't even tell. They had seen plenty of jokes online. Someone arranged a date with an incredible beauty from the internet, but after taking a shower, she refused to let him turn on the lights and immediately insisted on doing it from behind. He got caught up in the moment, and only when he reached back and grabbed hold did he discover, damn, it was actually bigger than his own. And now look at them. Their cross-dressing had gone straight to the final level. Their very bodies had been swapped out. Yet up until yesterday, they had all been diehard straight guys. Thinking of this, the three bros in the dorm, no, the three sis, fell into instant depression. Lu Lin tried hard to keep a straight face. He had been professionally trained. No matter how funny it was, he would not laugh. Unless he really couldn't hold it in. The three beautiful girls had no time to bother with him at the moment. The eldest Hiyu sighed in melancholy. Then we'll have to rent a place off campus. For 4 people to live together, they would need at least a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room. Renting something that big in the provincial capital would not be cheap. Rubbing at her chest with a conflicted mix of enjoyment and pain, the eldest murmured, I've still got a bit over 20,000 yuan. What about you guys? Second also rubbed at her chest. Damn it, I've only got a bit over 2,000. Fourth reached up, then realized there was nothing to rub. I've got a bit over 5,000. Then the 3 beautiful girls turned their gazes toward Lu Lin. Lu Lin looked baffled. Wait, I have to go off campus with you too. Why? He could still live in the dorm, okay? He still had his gun, okay? He was still perfectly qualified to stay in the dorm. He was still fully armed, thank you very much. Fourth picked up his rimless glasses from the desk, put them on, and lifted his head. The morning light hit the lenses and reflected a sheet of cold pale white. You're the only one in the dorm who hasn't changed. That's obviously suspicious. I told you this world couldn't be that simple. I just didn't expect a supernatural incident to happen to us. And in this form of all things. So in the end, the clown was me all along. Lu Lin's heart gave a jolt. He thought it's over. Was his identity as a transmigrator finally about to be exposed? He decided to make a bold confession. Tilting his head back to look at the ceiling, he spoke in a low, solemn voice. Since you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I'm a transmigrator. I'm the main character. You. A loud smack cut him off before he could finish. Han II had slapped him on the back of the head and sent the rest of his words straight back down his throat. Han II snapped impatiently. You a transmigrator. The main character. You've read way too many web novels. I'm the one true, godly savior of the world, if you ask me. After roasting Lu Lin, Han II turned her fire on forth. And you? What are you doing acting all crazy at a time like this? Ruan Wen was not only a top student, but also an enthusiast of the occult. Back in university, he had even set up a club for paranormal research, which was later disbanded by the school for going too far. Forth bristled. Then how do you explain what's happened to us? Are you going to tell me the three of us were all intersex and suddenly molted into girls overnight? Intersex people, also called hermaphrodites, have both male and female reproductive systems. There had been a news story about a male student who discovered something was off with his body during college. Diagnosis revealed that he actually had both male and female reproductive systems. For the sake of his health, he was forced to choose one, and in the end he chose to become a woman. They had even discussed that piece of news together in the dorm back then. Who would have thought it would now be coming true for them in this way? Utterly absurd. Left speechless, Han II opened her mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. There was simply no reasonable explanation for this. She scratched her head in agitation. Ruan IV, glasses on, wore a stern, solemn expression. The door to true supernatural events has finally opened to me, though it came at the price of sacrificing myself. But don't worry. I will definitely find the root cause of all this and turn us back into men. Lao Han, don't you want that? Han II fell silent. She clawed at her hair again. Of course I want that. Right, Lao? Lao He Yu, what's wrong with you? She glanced up and saw He Yuan leaning against the balcony rail, arms folded across her chest, her face filled with melancholy, and her eyes empty, lost in thought. The scene, annoyingly enough, was actually rather beautiful. It was just a pity that she used to be a man, and a very, very scummy one at that. He, the eldest, let out a long sigh, desolate and forlorn. I really didn't expect my fish pond to get blown up like this. Lu Lin added quietly, twisting the knife. It's not that your fish pond got blown up. It's that the Neptune got his tail cut off. He, the eldest, fell silent. Han II fell silent. The scheming fourth murmured, more like gutted. He, the eldest, was on the verge of breaking down. He was completely, utterly emotionally wrecked. He shot Lu Lin and Ruan IV a glare, then forced himself to perk up a little and comforted himself aloud. It's fine, it's fine. Worst case, I'll just build a new fish pond. I'm the man destined to become a female Neptune. Ruan IV calmly added another twist of the blade. There's a bit of an ethical paradox in there, you know. The others stared wordlessly. He, the eldest, sank back into depression. Lu Lin chimed in as well. Lao He, think it over carefully. He Yuan frowned. He was curious what kind of nonsense Lu Lin was about to spout this time. Lu Lin said, just think about it, a key that can open countless locks and a lock that can be opened by countless keys. Are they the same thing? The eldest suddenly curled her lips into a wicked, unrestrained smile. You're thinking too small, Delu. Your mindset is far too narrow. A woman who toys with men using only her body. Could you really call that a scumbag woman? A true scumbag woman only needed to send a single voice message. Little brother, are you there? To make men willingly throw away their lives for her. And that was merely the beginner level. Swaying her fair, voluptuous body, the eldest said lazily, that's why I said, you people know nothing of the world of Neptune. Lu Lin fell silent. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this person was actually kind of enjoying all of this. It is said that a man remains a boy until death, meaning that regardless of how old a man appears, the boy within him will always be drawn to an 18-year-old girl. Well, an older sister type is fine too. Alright, in fact, as long as they are beautiful, age is not an issue. Isn't Grandma Sue and Aunt Shue the dream lovers of many young boys? But judging by the current situation, does Big Brother, he have a scheming woman in his heart? In the face of the crowd's strange gazes, Big Brother, he shrugged, saying, life is like being a girl in India. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Everyone. This metaphor is both vicious and vivid. Lu Lin was almost convinced. But old Ruan Wen once again added a sharp remark. Do you think incidents of sexual assault are as popular as in Tokyo? Why is violence called violence? Because it is usually accompanied by brutality. In fact, if you don't scream too much, the assailant might get unhappy and give you a few punches on the head. After old Four's lecture, Big Brother, he impatiently said, go away, I'm too lazy to deal with you. He then leaned closer to Lu Lin, saying, Big Donkey, don't you have any thoughts now that we look so good? As he spoke, he playfully flicked his finger on Lu Lin's chest. Lu Lin immediately felt goosebumps all over. Then he kicked Big Brother he away. Stay away from me. Big brother he. She got up from the ground, her gaze filled with resentment. Don't you know how to cherish beauty? This guy is way too straightforward. Lu Lin shook off the goosebumps on his body. Just stop it. Although he previously joked about wanting his dorm buddies to indulge him, that was just a joke. If it really came down to it, would you be able to handle it? Lu Lin's gaze swept across the three beasts in the dormitory. Actually, the members of room 404 were quite good-looking originally, and sometimes when they walked together on campus, they could make some fujoshi girls' legs tremble with excitement. After the gender swap, their looks and charm seemed to have risen several levels. Big brother he who is 179 meters tall was already handsome and had particularly attractive features. After the gender swap, she became a stunning beauty with fair skin and long legs. Not only is her face pretty, but her figure is also perfectly proportioned. Full where it should be full and slim where it should be slim, making her irresistibly charming. Someone like her doesn't even need makeup. Even wearing denim shorts and a plain white t-shirt to a nightclub, she would undoubtedly be the center of attention. If Lu Lin had not known her before, upon seeing her, he would definitely have made a move out of respect. But now, the past big brother he and the current big brother, he seemed to be overlapping like a bug in the program, leaving him unable to act. As for the other two, Han Air used to be a sporty handsome guy, but now he has turned into a sporty beauty with sun-kissed skin exuding wildness and vitality. His once rough skin has become smooth and shiny with a flat abdomen that leads down to his deep triangle, making one unable to resist wanting to touch. No, to caress. And touching once more. Moreover, Han Air has an advantage that the other two cannot match. She has facial cleanser. As for Wan Si, he used to be quite good-looking and delicate, but he was just a bit short. Being a little over 170 meters tall seems small in the average 180 meter 404. Now after the gender swap, his previous disadvantage in height has instead become an advantage. A girl over 170 meters tall is still quite rare in everyday life. Oh, Wan Si has still got some disadvantages after the gender swap. She is a little Red Riding Hood. Looking around at the brothers who used to bathe and relieve themselves together, Lu Lin felt a mix of emotions. This situation is simply more bizarre than his time travel. At least such scenarios are rarely depicted in web novels. It's naturally more bizarre when it's rare. Seeing Lu Lin's conflicted expression, big brother, he leaned back against the balcony and coldly laughed. What are you thinking? Do you think I want you to make a move on me? Wake up. My worth has changed. Who can just make a move? No, I wasn't someone who could just sleep with any girl back then either. That is indeed true. This guy used to often reply to girls with my schedule is full, I'm busy. Sometimes he even thought about pushing the beasts in the dormitory out to help him share the burden. People like them who are serious would definitely just say no, stop. Big brother, he leaned against the window, lazily saying, I'm asking you this to find out if you still have feelings for her. Upon hearing this, the other two looked over as well. Lu Lin's face twitched. He didn't expect that these three beasts were still thinking about this matter. Her name is Wang Kuku. She is his close friend whom he met in high school. Later, the two of them were accepted into the provincial capital's art university and both chose music performance as their major. Although they were not in the same class, they often hung out together. To outsiders, they looked like a couple, but those who knew them well understood that they both regarded each other as their dad in daily life. In fact, Lu Lin liked Wang Kuku, but he was quite timid in matters of the heart. Unable to grasp Wang Kuku's feelings, he had always been afraid to break the ice, fearing that he might not even be able to maintain their friendship. Later, under the encouragement of the three beasts in the dormitory, Lu Lin composed a song for Wang Kuku titled, In the Prime of Our Youth. Upon receiving it, Wang Kuku didn't think much and sang it directly, then posted it on her short video app. To her surprise, this original song actually became a hit. In just a week, it garnered over 20 million views with more than 100,000 likes and over 70,000 comments. As a result, Wang Kuku was noticed by Xinhua Entertainment and signed an artist contract. After that, Lu Lin and Wang Kuku grew further apart, with one still living a steady life in school studying, while Wang Kuku began spending long periods away from school for training at Xinhua Entertainment, recording videos daily to maintain her popularity, and later participating in a music talent show arranged by the company, gaining a large following. One could say that Wang Kuku had a great start to her career. Under such circumstances, Lu Lin and Wang Kuku naturally had less contact. At first, they chatted on WeChat about their lives, but soon they realized their circles had diverged. They often found themselves running out of things to say and could only make small talk. Eventually, Wang Kuku's chat box in WeChat no longer lit up with red dots. The special notification sound that Lu Lin set became futile. A young man's sincere feelings for a girl came to nothing. In this, no one played tricks, no one betrayed. It was simply due to the different paths of life that they grew apart. The name Lu Lin might only be mentioned years later when Wang Kuku participates in some variety show reminiscing in the prime of our youth. And then she would gain another wave of fans. For this, Lu Lin was heartbroken for a long time, feeling as if he had lost his appetite for food and tea, withering away day by day. Yet he didn't allow anyone in the dormitory to contact Wang Kuku, saying that she was in her rising career phase and shouldn't be troubled. At that time, big brother, he was frustrated, I didn't expect you, Big Donkey, to be such a love-struck fool. Why don't you just change your name to Big Dog from now on? Yet no matter what, Lu Lin chose to ignore it. Later, after suffering from a high fever and serious illness, he suddenly became more open-minded. Thus Lu Lin said nonchalantly, I have no feelings left. Big brother, he laughed upon hearing this. I haven't even mentioned who it is yet. Lu Lin. Damn it, I was careless. Lu Lin pinched his brow, feeling as if 1,000 grass mud horses were rushing through his mind, spitting in his face. After suffering a serious illness, he had gained a wealth of information in his mind, as if experiencing a lifetime in a single night, making him suddenly realize that it was not worth sinking into a relationship that ended before it even began, so he truly let go. The reason he answered without thinking was that in all his life experiences, this was the one thing that was deeply etched in his memory. Seeing Lu Lin like this, He Yuan swaggered over and sat beside him. I understand your feelings. Who would want to be a player if they hadn't been hurt before? Lu Lin. No, let me explain. He Yuan continued, but for men there are two things that are most important in life. One is money and the other is women. Ren Kiki didn't do anything wrong to you, it's just that your fates have diverged. We really can't hold her back, but we can make ourselves better. Big Donkey, you can create lyrics and music like the youth of classmates, so you can definitely create other pieces as well. Besides, with us, are you afraid you won't be able to soar? The fact that Wang Kiki became popular is indeed due to her talent, but doesn't that also involve your contribution, Big Donkey? As long as you come up with another hit song, your identity as a hit lyricist will be solidified. At that time, won't you be able to be with Wang Kiki again? He Yuan's persuasive words were both logical and emotional. But the more Lu Lin listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was confused. Wait, are you trying to freeload off my lyrics? He Yuan straightened up. How can that be called freeloading? At worst, I'll let you call me Dad. That's showing respect, not freeloading. Lu Lin withdrew his gaze from He Yuan. Can you stop moving around? I'm feeling dizzy. He Yuan. I've been triggered. Directly triggered. The ever-silent Ruan Laosi snickered, or you can call him Granny He. He Yuan was instantly depressed. This old four has a sharp tongue. Lu Lin took the opportunity to wave his hand. Let's handle the matter at hand first. But He Yuan was insistent, wrapping his arms around Lu Lin and wailing, Big Donkey, you just right. I also want to be famous. Am I any less than Wang Kiki in terms of looks? If she can be famous, why can't I? Besides, we need money. Seriously, if you help me get famous, I'll do anything. He even bumped into someone. Foul play. This scene made Lu Lin feel a ticklish sensation, like a little kitten scratching his heart. But thinking of the times he had shared a toilet and smoked with this guy, Lu Lin found it hard to accept. He pushed He Yuan away and kicked him. Get lost. Wow. This made him feel a sense of pride. When have we ever been so tough with girls? He Yuan lay on the ground like a snake, striking a seductive pose mimicking the demeanor of Maggie Chung from Green Snake. Oh, you like this vibe, huh? Damn. This not only disgusted Lu Lin, but also irritated Lao Er and Lao Si. The irritable Han Lao Er jumped over and sat on He Yuan, punching him. Take that. Take that. Ruan Lao Si watched with excitement. Slap him. Harder. Yes, this scum should be punished. Lu Lin. Ruan Lao Si, what's your problem? After being beaten, He Yuan calmed down a lot. Afterward, they quickly packed their things, put on oversized hoodies and duck-billed caps, and prepared to leave the dormitory. Without bras, they didn't dare to walk fast. Ruan Lao Si was still fine, but when He Yuan and Han Lao Er started running, their loose hoodies couldn't hide the bouncing of their fleshy bodies. So before they could leave the dormitory, an urgent task was added before finding a place to stay, buying underwear. After leaving the campus without incident, they rushed into the nearest mall. Seeing the girls coming and going in the lingerie store, the three newly transformed girls felt timid. Lu Lin stood behind them, puzzled. Let's go in. He Yuan, Han Lao Er, Ruan Lao Si. Having grown up, when have the three of them ever entered a women's lingerie store? In the end, He Yuan pulled Lu Lin. You go in with us. Lu Lin, what is wrong with you all? Aren't you all girls now and still afraid to enter a women's lingerie store? Lu Lin glanced at the lingerie store, those pieces of lingerie. In all sorts of flashy styles compared to men's briefs or boxers, women's lingerie was simply on another level. The key was that those flashy underwear just worn by the models made Lu Lin blush and feel shy. He truly couldn't imagine what it would be like to see those clothes on the girls. So Lu Lin also shrank back. No, you go ahead. However, He Yuan didn't listen at all, and he yelled for Han Lao Er to pull Lu Lin inside. It was as if they could gain courage through Lu Lin's visible resistance. Once inside the lingerie store, the female salesperson was astonished. While they had seen boys accompany their girlfriends to buy lingerie, before they had never seen boys accompany three girls to buy lingerie. Moreover, they were three girls dressed in men's clothing. Good heavens! They directly exclaimed. So they couldn't help but size up Lu Lin. Lu Lin was bewildered. What does Lao He mean by that? Can you please clarify your identity? What does it mean for a woman like you to ask me to come over to the fitting room to change undergarments? Are you trying to play games with me? Lu Lin felt very awkward, his face flushed red. The female sales assistant waiting not far away chuckled at the sight, finding this boy unexpectedly shy. How cute. To stimulate sales, the female sales assistant took the opportunity to approach Lu Lin and whispered, Sir, our fitting rooms are quite spacious, and the sofas are very comfortable. Lu Lin was taken aback. He looked at her in astonishment. The sales assistant maintained her smile and added, but the sound insulation isn't very good, so you need to keep it down a bit. Lu Lin was at a loss. What does that look of encouragement in your eyes mean? Lu Lin was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Lao He was getting anxious, waving his hand more urgently. Come over. Lu Lin found himself caught in a dilemma, his body moving involuntarily toward Lao He, who pulled him into the fitting room. He was quite annoyed. What are you dawdling about? Are you interested in that beauty? Lu Lin rolled his eyes. Do you not realize your current identity at all? Lao He, however, was unfazed. Given our relationship over the years, what is there to be afraid of? Lu Lin retorted. Even if you were my biological parent, you should avoid suspicion at this point. Lao He was left speechless. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Lu Lin and turned his back to take off the loose outer garment. The fair and beautifully contoured skin of his back was instantly revealed. Lu Lin stole a glance, his gaze sliding down that beautiful spine, landing on the delicate curves above the waist. Wow, goodness! Lu Lin exclaimed in awe. Such a beautiful back, it would be a shame not to be a model for it. Of course, not doing a couple of cupping treatments would be an even greater loss, the kind done with the mouth. Just having glanced a couple of times made Lu Lin feel somewhat breathless. Lao He shifted uncomfortably. Why are you breathing so heavily? It felt oddly ticklish. Lu Lin's heart tightened, and he immediately held his breath and took a step back. Why did you ask me to come in? Lao Yuan replied. Can you help me fasten the button at the back? I can't do it myself. Lu Lin was taken aback. Is that all? He scoffed. Didn't you boast in the past that you could unhook a girl's undergarments with one hand? Now you can't even fasten one. Lao He retorted irritably. Unhooking is not the same as fastening. Lu Lin glanced over. Indeed, but you could fasten it from the front and then turn it around to wear it. But since I'm already here. Lu Lin raised his hand ready to help Lao He fasten it. Lao He exhaled, deeply suppressing his voice as he moaned. Can't you be gentler? You're hurting me. Lu Lin was also anxious. This is too tight. How about changing to a different one? Lao He said, all right, let's change to this one. Outside the fitting room, the beautiful sales assistant stood at a distance ready to assist at any moment, mainly worried that too much noise inside would disturb other customers' shopping experience. So she stood there prepared to cough a couple of times as a reminder. Fortunately, the two inside were quite restrained. From her current position, the sounds she could hear weren't very loud. Oh, just the occasional phrases like too tight and let's change made her face flush. Lu Lin and Lao He did not realize they were being misunderstood by the pretty sales assistant outside, and they were trying on piece after piece inside. As Lao He prepared to change into another piece, Lu Lin grew impatient. Isn't that enough? Lao He, still enjoying himself, replied, don't rush, just wait a moment. While trying on, she said, I used to find it boring accompanying girls shopping. Trying on those clothes seemed pointless, but unexpectedly, I really want to do it myself now. Different styles of undergarments can evoke different charms when worn. For instance, this piece that Lao He is wearing now. After admiring herself, she turned around and showcased her graceful figure, asking, how does it look? Lu Lin tilted his head back, feeling a heat in his nostrils. He gave a thumbs up. Very impressive. This piece indeed looked great, simple, yet sexy, perfectly accentuating Lao He's well-defined chest. But Lu Lin tilted his head and asked, are you sure you want this one? He felt that this person was getting too absorbed in the idea of becoming a girl. Lao He, however, was indifferent. My appreciation for beauty knows no gender. Just grab one. He'll try on others. Lu Lin was speechless. He gritted his teeth. Then when we go out later, how do we let Lao Han and Lao Ruan see us? How do we face them? Lao He also felt a tightness in his heart. Oh right, he almost forgot about those two. He didn't mind himself, but he was worried that Lu might give him a chokehold later. So he quickly picked 2 sports bras and prepared to leave the fitting room. Lao Han and Lao Ruan indeed came out earlier than the two of them, but fortunately they had gone to the cash register early to wait, and there were many barriers between the cash register and the fitting room. Thus the two managed to sneak out without being discovered. After Lao He stealthily emerged, he jokingly said, what a thrill. It felt like a secret affair. Lu Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Thrill your sister. I'm about to explode here. When they reached the cash register, the shrewd and observant Lao Ruan scanned Lu Lin and Lao He suspiciously, his eyes almost spilling his doubts. The irritable and straightforward Lao Han directly asked, what have you two been up to for so long? As the former Sea King, Lao He spun a lie without batting an eye, holding up the clothes in his hand and saying, I tried on a couple of extra pieces. Lu Lin shrugged his wrist. I was just squatting in a quiet spot for a while. Lao Ruan caught Lu Lin's subtle movement. A smirk crept up his lips and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Little boy trying to fool me. Lao He leaned closer to the cash register and asked, how much? Have you all settled the bills? Lao Han replied, no, not yet. As he spoke, he placed the clothes he had selected on the counter. Let's settle them separately. The beautiful female sales assistant who had been following behind was puzzled. What? Settle separately? What does that mean? Isn't that man supposed to pay? Even the cashier was confused, but she quickly scanned the items and reported, hello, your total comes to $1,495. Lao He gasped. So expensive? He only picked out 4 pieces of undergarments. Why don't you just go rob a bank? The other 2 were also taken aback. This had already breached their psychological bottom line. However, Lao Han and Lao Ruan were fine, since they only chose basic sports bras totaling less than 400. Lao He indeed liked those few pieces a lot, and since they were already taken out, it would be embarrassing to negotiate again or take them back, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. The 3 of them wore serious expressions as they took out their phones to pay. This scene in the eyes of the beautiful sales assistant was simply a bit magical. Just think about it, a man accompanied by 3 stunning beauties comes to shop, and in the end it's those 3 beauties who pay the bill. She had never seen anything like this in her nearly a year of working here. Could it be that the man isn't rich or well-connected? Or have those 3 gorgeous women taken a liking to him? Why is that? In an instant, a lightning bolt shattered the fog in the sales assistant's mind. I get it now. I've realized. This man is the one being kept. So when Lu Lin and the 3 roommates prepared to leave, the beautiful sales assistant followed closely behind to see them off. Lu Lin was completely bewildered at the time. What did this girl want to do? Her face was a bit flushed, yet she said, "From now on you can contact me anytime if you need anything." Lu Lin understood. This was a form of after-sales service. So he smiled and nodded. All right then. He was moved by the service of this store not just because the girl was good-looking. After leaving the mall, Lu Lin and his group found a nearby real estate agency. After expressing their needs, they began to look at houses under the agency's guidance. After some haggling, they found a large 3-bedroom apartment in Gula district. It was not far from their school and quite close to the city center. The location was excellent. Of course, the price was also quite impressive. The rent was 6,008, and after a long negotiation, they agreed on a deposit of 2 months' rent and 1 month's payment. In just that short time, the assets of the 4 of them from 404 took a nosedive. After settling everything in the evening, brother, he sat in the living room dazed. Lu Lin came over and asked, "Old he, what's wrong with you again?" Brother, he let out a long sigh and mournfully said, "Your old father has gone bankrupt." He threw a tantrum on the sofa saying, "I'm dying, I'm really feeling empty right now." Ruan Laosi sneered, "After looking at so many houses today, you chose the most expensive one." Brother, he replied, "Of course the place to live must be to my liking. In the dormitory there was no choice. If there is a choice, why not choose the best? By the way, I want the master bedroom." The others didn't mind. The layout of this apartment was quite good. The 2 secondary bedrooms were also spacious, just lacking a balcony and a bathroom compared to the master bedroom. But Lu Lin had a face full of question marks. "Wait, where am I supposed to sleep?" The 3 of them replied in unison, "In the living room." Lu Lin was like, "What the hell am I supposed to do?" Brother, he shrugged, "You can't let us delicate girls sleep in the living room, can you? Are you a man?" Lu Lin was confused. It hadn't even been a day since the gender change, and this guy was already throwing punches. So Lu Lin sighed, "What use do I have for this iron rod?" Brother, he. Han Lair. Ruan Laosi. The irritable Han Lair jumped up and gave Lu Lin a throat-lock throw. "What are you boasting about?" Oh, he really was boasting. Thinking about it made Han even angrier. So she tightened her grip even more. It wasn't until Lu Lin patted her arm to plead for mercy that she finally let go. Lu Lin got up panting and said, "I want to go back to the dormitory. Why should I endure this here?" Brother, he smiled with a graceful posture and said, "Then how about I make a concession and you sleep in my room?" Lu Lin was overjoyed. "You sleep in the living room?" Brother, he rubbed his temples exhausted and said, "Can you act like a human? If you stay here, you won't have to pay rent, and you too can just pay 2,000 in rent each month." He would bear the full rent of 2,008 himself. Lu Lin glanced at the environment here and then thought of the dormitory. There was no need to compare. Even sleeping in the living room here was more comfortable than living in the dormitory. The dormitory environment was just barely livable. Of course, the most important thing was that he could freeload. Lu Lin sat back down, and brother, he rolled his eyes dramatically. "Look at your smug face. Let me tell you, big donkey money is earned, not saved." At this point, brother, his face suddenly fell. "I have already been drained. Big donkey, do you understand how I feel?" I understand nothing." Brother, he crawled over like a snake and grasped Lu Lin's hand. "Big donkey, hurry up and write a song. With our relationship, if I become famous, won't you be famous too? In the end, all that I achieve is for you. The kingdom built by the father is meant for the son." Lu Lin's gaze fell downward, smiling without speaking. Brother, he. Really, this gaze is not harmful, but extremely insulting. Lu Lin sat confidently in the single sofa and said, "I think it's time to establish our father-son relationship in the dormitory." Han Lair tilted his head immediately. "We each have our own roles. You call me father, and I call you brother." Lu Lin, get lost, get lost. What's it to you? This guy had been flaunting his strength in 404, and in matters of father-son relationships, he had nothing to do with it. Ruan Laosi, who had already gotten up to tidy up the kitchen, stood at the kitchen door holding a kitchen knife. "Do I have my own role too?" Lu Lin. Laosi was cunning and could not be easily provoked. So this was a battle of status between him and brother he. Lu Lin stared intently at He Yuan. "Come on. Call me father." He Yuan bit her lip, her feelings churning like boiling water inside her. The status dispute of 404 had been going on for a long time, with everyone eager to be each other's father. Previously, Lu Lin had the least prestige. After all, he didn't have brother He's money to throw around, nor was he as violent as Han Lair, and he didn't have Ruan Laoxi's wisdom, basically at the bottom of the 404 food chain. Now he finally had a chance to rise up and gain some respect, and it felt so good inside. Seeing Lu Lin's smug and mischievous smile, He-Yuan's breathing grew heavier, but suddenly she leaned in close to Lu Lin's cheek, her breath warm and soft, whispering, "Daddy." The warm and ambiguous breath brushed past Lu Lin's earlobe like a light veil, sending a tingling sensation through half of his body. This is totally against the rules. Lu Lin froze. His physiological reaction and psychological resistance made him feel completely torn. He shrank back desperately as if he had seen Sadako crawling out of the TV. Get lost. Get lost. Stay away from me. This sense of dislocation left him unsure whether to bend down or stand upright. But He-Yuan didn't stop as she coiled her snake-like waist and crawled over. "So are you going to write a song?" Right. Can you roll a bit further away?" He-Yuan was satisfied and slumped back into the sofa, licking her lips and saying contentedly, "So you like this approach?" Lu Lin. "No, I don't." But who would have thought she would have no bottom line when it comes to being flirtatious? This was only his first day as a girl. After a while, how could it be manageable? He-Yuan triumphantly asked, "So do you have any thoughts?" Lu Lin replied, "I need to ponder it." He-Yuan nodded. Indeed, writing a song isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, especially one that resonates widely. Back then, the song, the same youthful spirit that Lu Lin gave to Wang Kuku, was an outpouring of emotions he had repressed for 4 years, which is why it triggered widespread singing upon its release. After all, they were all young people. A which boy or girl wasn't in love? Who among them didn't have hidden feelings? Not just Lu Lin. So He-Yuan got up to help Ruan Laoxi clean the room. "Then you ponder it." He believed Lu Lin could create another high-quality song. The same youthful spirit was born from 4 years of accumulated affection, and this time would probably be a very sad song. Sigh. Who doesn't have some sad stories? He-Yuan suddenly smiled bitterly, while looking particularly bitter. Lu Lin racked his brain to think of new songs while the others quietly cleaned up. After tidying up almost everything, He-Yuan began to slump back on the sofa in melancholy. He was calculating. His savings had all been used to rent the apartment, and the combined money from the second, third, and fourth had added up to a little over 10,000, which was enough for the next month's expenses. But the rent? He-Yuan scratched his head. Why are the housing prices in the provincial capital so high? Is it to showcase the status of being a provincial capital city? What a ridiculous situation. Frustrated, He-Yuan suddenly heard Lu Lin say, "I'm done." What do you mean you're done?" He-Yuan was astonished. "You finished just one song already. That was too fast." Lu Lin replied, "Not exactly." He-Yuan gaped. He wanted to hit someone. But before He-Yuan could move, Lu Lin laughed and said, "It's 3 songs." He-Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds, then cried indignantly, "You can't just brush me off because I annoy you, can you?" Lu Lin, too lazy to argue, began tapping a rhythm on the coffee table and sang, "You are the dream I constantly fear losing. I am the person you could do without. After all, the arrow that pierces mountains and rivers often wounds the most devoted heart." His voice was not crystalline but warm and resonant, delivered with a storyteller's ease that gave the 3 roommates an intimate hearthside calm. But he stopped after only 2 verses. The abrupt silence made He-Yuan and the others panicked. He-Yuan scratched his head anxiously. "Why stop?" "Don't stop." Lu Lin asked casually, "How was it?" He-Yuan exclaimed, "It was brilliant." He had expected Lu Lin to have tossed together a throwaway pop tune, yet in such a short span, he had crafted a melody that lodged itself in the ear and lyrics that tasted richly on the mind. Listening to a song is a journey. First you hear the melody, then the words, then the story, until at last you become part of the song's tale. At first one does not grasp the song's meaning. You, on the second hearing, one is already the person within it. Such is the birth of resonance. The 2 verses Lu Lin hummed were nothing other than the echoes of a love that had once died, without resolution. He-Yuan felt moved at the core. They were all studying musical performance, and were in a sense professionals. Anyone could tell this song had real commercial potential at a glance. So He-Yuan asked with some nervousness, "Then will you write this out so I can sing it?" Lu Lin shrugged. "Sure." He-Yuan, touched, declared, "Big donkey, trust me. If this blows up, you're my real father. I swear by my integrity." Lu Lin frowned. "So you don't want to call me your father?" He-Yuan. Ruan Laoxi murmured from the back, "Our integrity is gone anyway." He-Yuan fell silent. Lu Lin had already established his status in room 404 with his talent, so He-Yuan stopped spouting nonsense and instead asked, "What about the other 2 songs?" "Sing them too. I want them." Lu Lin's expression twitched. He thought this person's appetite was insatiable. He flicked his wrist and said, "I only came up with 3 because I was worried they might not be good. Since this one works, let's go with it. There are limits to free rides." He-Yuan was not satisfied and egged him on. "You really wrote 3. You didn't just come up with those 2 lines, did you? Unless you sing all of them, I won't believe it." Lu Lin, "Oh." He-Yuan fell silent. Lu Lin rose and shooed them away. All right. They'll finish the rest. Give me some space, okay?" Hiyuan pleading coaxed, why don't you ride in my room? Mine is big and quiet. Are you hungry? He'll get you something to eat. Get out. After clearing the room, Lu Lin fetched paper pen and a guitar and began composing as he thought. Since his last serious illness, his mind had inexplicably accumulated a mass of information, fragmented, messy impressions that settled in his head. At first he drifted in a fog because of them, haunted by hallucinations and even shaken in his sense of self. He felt as if he had become a different person. After long sinking into that hollow place, Lu Lin suddenly realized that if he continued like that, he might die. He then began to adjust his emotions, his thinking, and his perception, repeatedly stealing his will in private. Slowly he crawled out of that suffocating, joyless state. He discovered that when a particular feeling took hold of his mind, many related fragments would surface, such as the song he had just sung. When he recalled the past, corresponding emotions, words, and melodies would arise unbidden. Lu Lin's moments of thought were essentially the act of sorting through these abrupt, emergent impressions. What he needed to do now was to anchor those surging impressions onto paper. His guitar strings were plucked again and again, scattered melodies were woven into coherence and lyrics, and tune gradually fused into something catchy and memorable. In the main bedroom, Hiyuan was the most impatient. While Lu Lin composed, she pressed herself against the door and listened. Each time a new phrase took shape, she would clench her fists with excitement. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. If they could secure Lu Lin, why worry about rising to fame? Once famous, money would gush in like running water. Hiyuan daydreamed while waiting, and before she knew it, night had deepened. In the living room, Lu Lin finished arranging the music and writing the lyrics. Rubbing his aching brow, he called out, "Done." Hiyuan had been waiting eagerly and tired, had simply sat leaning against the door. Hearing Lu Lin move, she leapt up, so quickly her legs faltered, and she almost fell. Hiyuan hopped out limping and exclaimed, let me see, let me see." Lu Lin wondered, "What's wrong with your leg?" "It's not important," Hiyuan said. She snatched the paper from Lu Lin's hand and began reading eagerly, humming the melody from the lyrics. After humming through a tune, Hiyuan had learned most of it. She looked at Lu Lin and asked, "Does this song have a title?" Lu Lin thought for a moment and said, "Call it Xie Yushan Gui, written for the mountain ghost." "Great." Hiyuan waved the paper excitedly. "I'll make a video tonight. I'm going to be famous." Lu Lin rolled his eyes. "Don't be naive. Even the best song needs promotion. Do you have a well-run short video account?" He reminded her of Wang Kuku, who had posted 2 to 3 practice videos a week for a year, kept a steady live schedule, and only after building 300,000 followers did one song blow up. "And you?" "Nothing at all." Hiyuan's face fell. "Then what do we do?" "I don't know how to run an account either," she admitted, staring at Lu Lin. Lu Lin pinched his brow and said, "All right, I'll help. First, register a short video account, set up the avatar, the display name, and the personal page. Then post practice clips like Wang Kuku used to." Hiyuan took a deep breath to calm herself. Well, big feats are not achieved in a single bite. Lu Lin's advice made sense. After Lu Lin shared some account running tips, Hiyuan set about taking selfies to craft an avatar and personal page. Honestly, she looked good just in a white shirt, or leaving a couple of buttons undone created a blend of innocence and desire that was striking. When the account was ready, Hiyuan practiced singing. The melody was simple and the technique not difficult. The key lay in interpretation and emotional investment. They were trained in this, and it posed no major obstacle. With Lu Lin's guidance, Hiyuan quickly found form and expression. They worked through the night until midnight. Lu Lin, exhausted, said, "You're still short on emotional depth." The lonely nostalgia in Xie Yushan Gui at that late hour, the sense of longing and desolation, didn't fully come through. "Work on that some more. After all, mastery isn't achieved in a single day." Lu Lin waved his hand and added, "Now go, go, go. Stop pestering me." Obediently hugging the guitar, Hiyuan returned to her room to continue practicing. When someone can glimpse the dawn of success, their energy is renewed. She felt no fatigue. She practiced and practiced until past 2 in the morning, then suddenly stopped. Moonlight of early summer spilled across the bedroom from the balcony. Outside it was utterly still. Hiyuan could hear her own heartbeat. She raised her hand to look after the gender change. Her pale, supple fingers bore many reddened marks, calluses from playing the guitar. She turned to the bedroom mirror. In the clear moonlight, the glass reflected a lovely, delicate face. The oversized white shirt hung on her frame, but paler still was her skin, smooth, milky, almost luminous in the moon, making her seem like an otherworldly sprite come at midnight. Hiyuan lifted a hand and touched her cheek. "You're really a girl now. But it's okay. You'll have money." "Certainly." In that moment, all the dust of sorrow that clung to Hiyuan scattered like wind-blown motes. Her eyes shone, and a wound lived quietly in her heart. Hiyuan set up her phone, opened the short video recorder, and strummed gently beneath the moonlight. "At 19 I stood before someone, and to meet you here, I paid for years." When the song finished, she remained drenched in feeling, barely able to surface. She exhaled, clipped the highlights from the recording, and uploaded them to the app. That was the first step. Start running. Hiyuan pumped herself up and then tossed the phone onto the bedside and slept. She had exhausted herself that day. After the 4 and 404 fell into deep sleep, countless night owls, the heartbroken and devoted late-night netizens lay awake elsewhere, unwilling to sleep. They drifted through the World Wide Web's corners, scrolling reflexively and savoring the small-screen sensory rations. Suddenly someone stumbled upon Hyun's video. The room in the clip was dim moonlight pale, but it was no match for the pale person in the frame. She wore an oversized white shirt like a sprite fallen into the human world. She cradled a guitar and played softly. A spring-like voice flowed out, moistening the parched hearts of the sleepless in the deep night. Damn, it's beautiful. They wanted to leap from their beds and kneel before the screen. Viewers began to feverishly like the clip and hastened to recommend it to friends desperate to share the stirrings in their own chests with kindred souls. Who among us has no wound? Who has no pale moonlight held dear? Touched by that resonance, Hyun's short video spread like a virus. Under the heavy curtain of night, unceasing waves of data leapt from app to app, carrying the moonlit song from one client to the next. Hyun's account saw its likes and followers surge explosively. People filled with admiration and curiosity flocked to this moonlight girl. After Hyun's gender-switch persona proliferated wildly online, this abnormal spike triggered certain mechanisms within the web. Anomalous meme propagation detected. Source locked anomaly confirmed, reporting to the Selenio Meme Propagation Safety Center. Sending report. Reporting. The self-check routine's outgoing feedback became trapped like a bug stuck in a logical loop, cycling its report again and again. It executed its duties faithfully, yet disturbed by external interference, could never complete its mission. Because he had stayed up too late the night before, Hyun did not rouse until nearly 1 o'clock. Scratching his head as he stepped out of the master bedroom, he glanced toward Han Lauer and Ruan Lauer's rooms. Both doors stood open, but neither room held anyone. The living room was empty as well. Only Lu Lin lay on the sofa scrolling his phone. Hyun asked, "Where are Lauer and Laosi?" Lu Lin replied, "They left early this morning. No idea what they are busy with." Hyun froze for a moment, then said, "Are you hungry? I will go make." "I am not eating," Lu Lin cut him off decisively. "Laosi went out early and brought something for us to eat together." Hyun frowned, sensing that matters were not so simple. With Laosi's typically cool demeanor, why the sudden attentiveness? Could that scoundrel be scheming to steal my rightful place? In your dreams. Hyun straightened his chest defiantly. On that basis alone, Ruan Laosi would never become the principal. As for Han Lauer, he had always been the sort of man whose brain seemed to be all muscle. Even if there had been a gender change, that would not alter the point. Of gender swap is not personality swap. So the only plausible rival was Ruan Laosi. Tisk. Unable to rely on charm, now trying to advance by means of skill. That scheming, calculating Laosi. But this time Laosi had miscalculated. Hyun had prowled the seas of Playboydom for years. What methods had he not seen? A mere breakfast would not faze him. With that thought, he padded over, wearing a radiant smile. "Thirsty? I have plenty of water." Lu Lin recoiled. "Ugh, your smile is disgusting. Keep away." Hyun's face twitched. A man. They had only been together a few days, and already he was growing tired. Since flattery failed, Hyun resolved to feign distance to test his hold. He rose to wash, and then planned to make something to eat. There were no fresh vegetables, so Hyun had to cook instant noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, he idly scrolled his phone. When he opened the short video app, he froze at the sight of the message bar, tallying 99. What on earth? He opened the messages page and found a procession of 99. Followers likes private messages, all overflowing. So full. So many. Already maxed out. He instinctively tapped the followers list and watched rows and rows of fresh follows flood the screen. There were so many notifications that his relatively new phone choked and crashed. Damn. Cheap Apple. When the app crashed, he felt a keen nightmare-like pang of loss and anxiety, then eagerly reopened it. Seeing the persistent 99, he exhaled in relief and let out a hearty exclamation. "Fuck. Jesus, you have to see this. What are you raving about?" Lu Lin looked up from his slouch toward the kitchen. Hyun slid across the floor with a grin and shoved the phone at him. Look. Lu Lin took the phone, eyes widening. "What is this? So many 99. This is impossible." Lu Lin flicked his wrist. "Did you buy followers?" Hyun denied it in one breath. "No." Lu Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, skeptical. One video simply exploding. Could it really be that easy? Had the gender swap somehow cast him for a life in show business? Lu Lin checked the account. The video had been posted at about 3:40 m. the previous night. In under 10 hours, it had accrued over 6 million views, more than 1 million likes, over 500,000 shares, and had drawn 600,000 new followers. Good heavens. Lu Lin could only mutter an incredulous oath. He played the video again. Perhaps it was the timing, perhaps fortune and craft aligned. The clip was undeniably high quality and matched the dour aesthetic many young people now favored, striking a chord deep within them. It was precisely that resonance that granted the video such formidable reach. Lu Lin let out a weary breath and tossed the phone back. "There. You are famous now." Hyun planted his hands on his hips and laughed until he nearly split. Famous. He was famous. So this, then, was the sensation of an overnight ascent. He reveled in it. He knew, however, that this fame did not rest solely on his own merits. Beyond the advantage of his post-swap looks, it was Lu Lin's contribution, one song, that had been decisive. That song was a weapon that drew hearts together, the tonal foundation that allowed the clip to spread swiftly. When a beautiful visage meets a compelling soul, the combination is simply invincible. He-Yuan understood this clearly, and his gaze toward Lu Lin grew ever warmer. Lu Lin felt unnerved by He-Yuan's stare and said sharply, "What are you trying to do?" He-Yuan puffed out his chest. "I can do it all." Although he still bristled at the idea of being paraded by his brother, most of his flirtatious, wanton behavior had been a cultivated habit from his Sea King days, done for the fun of it. If Lu Lin needed it, what harm would a small sacrifice do? Not to mention that Lu Lin was already handsome to begin with. Even conceding every point, being promoted by your own brother felt preferable to being exploited by some company or an old lecher in power. Lu Lin was puzzled, as if asking how He-Yuan had so readily adopted his current shape. Rubbing his brow, voice thin, he said, "I do not like casual people." He-Yuan, emboldened though lacking moral ground, retorted, "We are family. Let family indulge." Lu Lin kicked him. "Get out. I do not have such an ungrateful child." He-Yuan was sent sprawling, but his spirits soared. His step felt as though he never quite touched the ground all day. That night, when Han Lauer and Ruan Lauer returned, He-Yuan bounded over to boast, "From now on your brother is an internet star. Envious. Jealous. Hate me. Do not worry, if father has one bowl of soup, you will have one bowl of excrement too. Your old father will not forget you." Han Lauer and Ruan Lauer were astonished at his overnight rise. They recalled past viral sensations and the mania those phenomena had caused, how certain lines had broken down defenses and even disrupted traffic. Compared to those spectacles, this video's spread was not so extreme. All three of them had come from the same dormitory, so they were genuinely happy for He-Yuan. Still, his bragging was insufferable. Han Lauer reached out to give him a cuff. Even as Han pinched him into an arm hold that choked him, He-Yuan laughed on, as if gripped by a maddened delight. Ruan Lauer leaned in and teased softly, "If all those followers discovered you used to be a rough man, a seeking level cad, what would they do?" He-Yuan's smile froze. His gaze locked on Ruan Lauer with a steely intensity. "Are you messing with me? Do not play that game." He felt his defenses crumble. Lu Lin, barely containing his amusement, muttered, "Then perhaps every train in the country would be carried away overnight." Ruan Lauer snipped back, "There are not that many trains in the country." He-Yuan's expression sagged. "Please behave like a human being." After deflating his swelling pride, Lu Lin and the others felt a devilish satisfaction. He-Yuan, delighted, began to scroll through the comments on the video and the many private messages from fans. Suddenly, his finger paused on the screen. He-Yuan had risen late because he had stayed up too late the night before. When he left the master bedroom, he glanced at Han Lauer and Ruan Lauer's rooms. Both doors were open and empty. The living room was empty except for Lu Lin on the sofa. He-Yuan asked where the others were, and Lu said they had gone out early. He-Yuan tried to ply him with food and water, but Lu rejected him, calling his smile revolting. He-Yuan then decided to feign distance and went to make instant noodles. While the water boiled, he checked his messages and discovered an overwhelming tide of notifications. His nearly new phone briefly crashed under the onslaught, and when he reconfirmed that the 99 counts remained, he felt both stunned and elated. As he eagerly read through the flood of comments and private messages, one particular item made his finger stop mid-scroll. With numerous private messages flooding in, He-Yuan glanced through them, resembling how some authors meticulously read through their chapters, feeling a mix of joy and nervousness. This emotional turmoil burned inside him, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, his finger got stuck. He-Yuan's attention was captured by a particular message. "Hello, I am the operations manager of Chingguang Mutual Entertainment. We have seen your video and believe its quality is excellent. You also show considerable potential, so we would like to sign a collaboration agreement with a guaranteed signing fee of 2 million. If you are available, please contact me." 2 million. Oh my, 2 million. He-Yuan's pupils dilated instantly, and his heart fluttered uncontrollably. Although 2 million may not sound like much, hearing it and actually having it in hand are two completely different matters. The feeling of being filled with real gold and silver made He-Yuan feel like he was on the verge of bursting with excitement. After calming down, he quickly slid over to LV Lin's side and shoved his phone in LV Lin's face, exclaiming, "Look, big donkey. 2 million. LV Lin swatted the phone away, saying, "Why do you have to shove it in my face? Are you jealous of my handsome looks?" He took the phone with annoyance and took a glance. This operations manager's account was indeed real, and the signing fee offered was likely genuine as well. Chingguang Mutual Entertainment, like Xingyue Entertainment, was a well-known company in the provincial capital, even ranking nationally. When Wang Kuku was torn between which company to sign with, he had looked up information on various well-known entertainment agencies in the country. Entertainment companies established by capital from various regions, television stations, and celebrities are all top-tier companies. Generally, ordinary people cannot enter. You need a certain level of fame to become a worker in such companies. The second tier consists of relatively well-known entertainment companies in various regions. They are often local conglomerates or companies founded by influential, wealthy individuals. These companies can send their artists to participate in talent shows, have standardized operations and management, and are relatively secure. Next are various internet influencer management companies that sprung up alongside new media and short videos. These companies are often referred to as quite unreliable. Generally, whether you succeed after signing depends entirely on your own efforts. The promised support plans and promotional resources are often mere empty promises. If you don't become popular, it's your fault. If you do, it's my credit. Just absurd. After LV Lin briefly explained the nature of such agencies, he said, Chungwang Mutual Entertainment seems quite reliable. The signing fee offered is almost on par with Wang Kuku. He Yuan perked up. So do you mean I can sign? LV Lin was puzzled. Isn't this up to you? He Yuan began to inch closer to LV Lin, saying, Oh, since you're the expert and have the right ideas, it must be you who's in charge. LV Lin jumped up and retorted, Get away from me. You have to admit this guy's face after the transformation is quite cute. It was smooth and tender like peeled egg whites, feeling incredibly pleasant to touch. He Yuan was consumed by the desire to become famous, so he was not only unbothered by LV Lin's rejection, but became even more charming, saying, What are you afraid of? We're good brothers. Oh, what's wrong with being affectionate? LV Lin, you seem to have a serious problem. He said seriously, Try to annoy me one more time. He Yuan. She immediately stopped being mischievous and sat obediently like a charming wife. Seeing this, LV Lin laughed. I LV de Lin have the upper hand. Nearby, Ruan Laosi, quietly flipping through an old book, scoffed. Old he, aren't you trying too hard? He Yuan was displeased upon hearing this. Who are you, Little Red Riding Hood, to diss me? So she stretched her body gracefully, lying on the sofa to showcase her beautiful curves, saying, Making money isn't shameful. You can earn it even while kneeling or even while sleeping. Moreover, Big Donkey is a brother, it's all appropriate. Unlike some people nowadays who always have hidden agendas to climb up while maintaining a pure image. Anyway, that's just me, I'm openly flirtatious. Ruan Laosi, LV Lin, the second brother. What nonsense is this guy spewing? This sounded like a critique of today's entertainment industry, but it seemed to point fingers at someone. Ruan Laosi ignored him and continued reading his book. He Yuan pressed on, asking LV Lin, So what do you think? This was already related to their future development. Their dormitory was originally quite ordinary. If it weren't for the transformation, so many events might not have unfolded. Even though he now had a wealth of information as starting capital, turning knowledge into financial resources takes time. Unlike now, where the combination of his newfound knowledge and the transformation of his roommate led to a remarkable chemistry, propelling them to fame online. And this fame was equivalent to their first pot of gold in life. So LV Lin thought for a moment and said, The guaranteed signing fee of 2 million definitely comes with many restrictions. I heard from Kuku that if you breach the contract, there's a tenfold compensation, so all activities after signing must adhere to the company's arrangements, which is quite limiting. This reflects the survival status of most grassroots artists. Don't be fooled by the glitzy lives of many big stars. Many fourth or fifth-tier artists are in dire straits. Many artists, in pursuit of a so-called high-quality life, may even sell their bodies or souls. And the reason they do so often stems from a contract. So LV Lin continued, Wasn't there a talent show audition announcement at school? I think we can sign up and combine online and offline operations. He Yuan grimaced, But the contract? I can't sign that. That's 2 million. 2 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. The thought of letting the duck that was already in his mouth slip away made He Yuan's heart ache. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even breathe. He Yuan clutched his chest. No, it was his heart gasping for air. It felt as if something was being dug out from the depths of his heart. LV Lin chuckled. You're this upset over a mere 2 million. I didn't see you this distressed when you lost G-Air. He Yuan exclaimed, What do you mean a mere 2 million? He struggled to sit up, saying, You can insult me, but you cannot insult money. Everyone. Ruan Wen raised his gaze from the book and asked, Old he, are you really that short on money? He Yuan replied, bewildered, Who isn't short on money? Ruan Wen said, What I mean is you seem too eager. Money is indeed useful, but it's just a tool, not life itself. He Yuan laughed, saying, You've probably never been poor. He looked up to the sky and exhaled a long sigh, as if trying to expel the dust from his lungs. Money is indeed something that can be treated as life. Old for reading books doesn't make one mature. Words can depict suffering, but the truly unfortunate are those who have lived through it. Ruan Wen. The living room fell silent after this remark. Indeed, people bustle about merely seeking a few pieces of silver. Yet it is precisely these few pieces of silver that can alleviate countless sorrows. After a long while, Ruan Laosi finally closed his book and sincerely said, I'm sorry, I'll help you make money. Just apologizing isn't enough, actual action is required. This is the correct way to apologize. Ruan Laosi has always emphasized this. He Yuan was not pleased. He figured that this guy's offer to help him earn money was a pretext, and his real aim was probably to take advantage of Big Donkey. How you think too highly of yourself? So He Yuan firmly refused. No need. I have Big Donkey, and that's enough. Ruan Wen. LV Lin. What are you confessing to me? It's absurd. Lu Lin rolled his eyes and simply moved a stool to the balcony to enjoy the evening breeze. Out of sight, out of mind. Sitting quietly in the corner of the living room, Han Lauer finally put down the barbell after a satisfying workout and said, "Aren't you too worried about your own health issues? Old here, you planning to become a girl in the future?" He-Yuan shrugged. "Is that not possible? I checked, changing gender registration isn't that difficult. Just bring the application form, medical proof, and your ID and household registration book." Han Lauer. He is serious? Han Li was relaxing his movements a bit too large, causing the facial cleanser on the sink to jump left and right. He asked Ruan Wen, "What about you, Lao Si?" Ruan Wen shook the nameless hardcover book in his hand. "I'm checking." Han Lauer's face darkened. "A book on mysticism." Ruan Wen, "What else?" Han Lauer. "Damn it, is there not a normal person among the three of them who have gender swapped?" He called out to Lu Lin, "Big donkey, do you have any ideas?" Lu Lin. "Changing from male to female is easy. Changing from female to male is difficult. After all, it's easy to cut off those two pieces of meat, but putting them back is hard." He-Yuan smiled and said, "Lao Si is simple. With a hat on, no one would recognize him as a girl." Ruan Wen silently closed the book and slammed it on He-Yuan's head, saying, "Today, I'll let you know what knowledge is power means." He-Yuan got anxious. "You dare to hit me." As it looked like the two were about to fight again, Han Lauer hurried over and lifted them both up, saying, "Behave yourselves, got it." "Ouch, Lao Si, you're actually pulling my chest." Listening to the playful banter in the living room, Lu Lin felt a wave of peace in his heart. Today's atmosphere in 404 is so harmonious and lovely. Glancing at the three delicate girls huddled together in laughter, the occasional glimpse of spring light was truly eye-catching. If they had all been men before, it would have been great even if he didn't know. If that were the case, living with three beautiful women would be simply blissful for him. Lu Lin rubbed his forehead, but unfortunately his mind was filled with memories of previously hanging out with these guys, which were so off-putting that he felt no interest facing the vibrant scene around him. Will this ruin me in the end? Lu Lin felt melancholic. So Sister Jean's husband is a werewolf. At that moment his phone rang. Upon opening it, he saw it was the girl who added him on WeChat last time. She sent a video asking, "Isn't this the girl who was with you last time?" Lu Lin smiled yes. The other party was surprised. "Wow, I thought she looked familiar, didn't expect it to be true. This video is really popular now, so you guys are." Lu Lin, "Not really, just made an account." The girl was even more surprised. "You guys are amazing. I haven't heard this song before. Did the girl write it herself?" Lu Lin smiled and said, "I wrote it." The girl said, "You're impressive." Lu Lin humbly replied, "Just a bit impressive." The girl holding the phone laughed at that. "So what do you think of me? Let's go out for tea sometime. Let me see how amazing you really are, Lu Lin." He shook his wrist, wondering if girls are this proactive now. Or does she want to take advantage of me? For my song. Seeing Lu Lin didn't reply, the girl whined, "Wow, I took the initiative to invite you, and you didn't accept, so will you, or want you?" Lu Lin thought for a moment. He just went viral, now is the perfect time to capitalize, so he replied, "Next time for sure." The girl. Well, after all, she was the one who created a viral video, and that song is indeed quite good. Such boys are not only handsome and skilled, but also talented. It's generally hard for ordinary girls to catch their eye. But a girl's competitiveness isn't just about looks and figure. Girls with skills often win a boy's heart. Besides, she considers herself quite good-looking too. With makeup, she could be many people's goddess. Of course, she can't compare to those three girls around him, but he already has three, so what difference would one more make? So the girl replied, "All right, remember to give me your autograph next time we meet. By the way, I'm by Xiao Jia. I still don't know your name." Lu Lin was puzzled. Is this a kind of after-sales service? But he still responded, "Lu Lin." "By Xiao Jia. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." Lu Lin smiled and typed back, "You're too early to be happy." Huh. Bai Xiao Jia was confused. What does that mean? Before she could ask, Lu Lin explained, "Just joking, I have something to do, so I'll be busy now." After finishing the joke, he ran off, which was quite thrilling. Bai Xiao Jia. Is he quite slick? After chatting with Lu Lin, Bai Xiao Jia rolled back and forth on her bed. If she could reel in that guy, not only could she experience his talents, but she might also get packaged herself and become an internet celebrity. Isn't that better than being a store assistant? Thinking of this, Bai Xiao Jia opened an app called 12 Beauties and clicked on the hottest pinned post on the homepage. This post is titled about the Moonlight Girl and that encounter in the deep night, which sounds like a pure love novel, but it's actually a video of a late-night performance followed by the author's admiration for this girl. A typical clickbait title. It seems like there is some coincidence. Many forums and social circles have coincidentally started using the nickname Moonlight Girl, so everyone now refers to that late-night singer as the new internet celebrity. And in this post there are all kinds of flattery. "This girl simply sings to my heart. My heart just split open. Gentlemen, draw your swords." Here you can witness all kinds of silly comments from netizens and various lewd remarks. Tisk, have all the wisdom and emotional intelligence of men been used for idle chatter? They are not this smooth when wooing girls. Oh, maybe it's because they have no chance in reality that they strike hard online. Bai Xiao Jia thought to herself, and then excitedly replied below the post, "I know the girl in the video. That day she came into our store with two other incredibly beautiful girls and a guy, and they all went into the fitting room. Damn, Who knows, maybe she could get famous too. Thinking of this made her quite excited. Lu Lin, unaware of Bai Xiaojie's antics, was about to put his phone away when WeChat rang again. He looked up and his breath hitched. It was Wang Kuku. What a long-lost contact. Lu Lin opened the chat box and saw that Wang Kuku also sent a video, which was old He's. She asked, "This girl looks so familiar to me." Lu Lin. What to do? How to reply to her? Should he say this is old He, but she has turned into a girl and keeps trying to get close to me? No way, he wants to keep his dignity. So he replied, old He's younger sister. Wang Kuku laughed. There are many of old He's younger sisters, which one is it? Lu Lin also laughed, the one who can't get close. They hadn't had such playful banter in a while, and it felt quite nostalgic. Wang Kuku, why have I never heard old He mention her? Lu Lin, maybe old He feels unworthy. Wang Kuku, goose 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 goose, JPG. She continued, after my agent showed me the video, I said this person looked familiar, maybe I know her. Then my agent asked if I could get in touch to sign her. What do you think? Could you ask old He about his sister? Lu Lin. He felt a bit disappointed. It was because of the agent. They had already decided to participate in a talent show to expand their influence on the internet, so signing a contract was impossible. Moreover, even if they could sign, it would never be with Xinhua Entertainment. They were all mutual friends, and with Wang Kuku being so blunt, she would definitely notice something off. But since Wang Kuku asked, it wouldn't be nice to leave her hanging. Lu Lin shook his wrist. Don't you have old He's number? Just contact him directly. Wang Kuku, got it. By the way, that song, did you write it? Lu Lin, yes. As expected. Wang Kuku was a bit surprised, yet it also made sense. She felt that the song seemed written for her when she listened to it. Although the song in the video was incomplete, she still listened to it over and over for a long time. Wang Kuku took a deep breath as if something was surging and expanding in her heart. But thinking of the restrictions imposed by the company, those surging emotions were once again suppressed. How sad. She suddenly gathered her courage and said, Big Donkey, keep it up. Continue creating and you will get famous. You and I will work hard and one day we will meet at the pinnacle. By then, everything will be better, right? Lu Lin, okay. They chatted for a while longer before ending the conversation, and Wang Kuku went back to her work. Wang Kuku found her agent. She was a graceful woman dressed in a sharp women's suit with a tousled hairstyle that added a touch of languor, making her a very charming beauty. Wang Kuku smiled as she approached her. Sister Lan, she's really my friend's sister. Oh. The woman named Sister Lan tilted her head and said, you have quite a few promising seeds in your circle. Wang Kuku quickly promoted. This song was also written by Lu Lin. Sister Lan immediately squinted her eyes. Wow, I actually misjudged once. She clearly showed some interest in Lu Lin. Wang Kuku sighed in relief. This was her little thought. Sister Lan's full name is Wu Ruolin, a very common name, but she is a powerful figure in the provincial capital and has considerable influence in the entertainment industry. Many stars have become famous through her efforts. Yu Dailin, Ni Yang Shaner, and others are all stars she has worked with, and she has good relationships with major figures in lyrics and music, such as Lin Shu, Huang Lin, and Fang Yushan. If she is willing to support Lu Lin, his path ahead will surely be much smoother. Sister Lan lazily stretched her waist. Since you are so fond of your childhood sweetheart, I will personally go see it this time. Wang Kuku, I'll go too. Sister Lan leaned in and whispered, her warm breath brushing against Wang Kuku's ear. No, you are currently in a rising phase in your career. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your little guy. Wang Kuku's face immediately turned red. Sister Lan is way too flirty. He Yuan sneaked to the balcony after finishing with Lao Er and Lao Si leaning against the railing with her phone while glancing at Lu Lin. Lu Lin frowned, but before he could speak she asked, did Wang Kiki contact you? Lu Lin flicked his wrist. How do you know? He Yuan rolled her eyes. After sleeping together for so many years, I can tell what color and hardness of poop you have just by the way you sit. Lu Lin realized the case is solved. He Yuan was taken aback. Lu Lin exclaimed, so it was you who ate poop in the bathroom. No wonder every time I forgot to flush after pooping it was gone the next time I went in. He Yuan was speechless. How can you say that so proudly? He Yuan gave a thumbs up. You're the disgusting one. Even the nuclear power ethnic group isn't as disgusting as you. Lu Lin was exasperated. You can't accuse me like that. This is slander. It's like calling me inhumane. Recently, the nuclear power ethnic group decided to discharge nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean, shocking the nation. Tokyo Electric Power and the Japanese cabinet actually released theoretical data as if it were practical operation, claiming that the treated nuclear wastewater is safe to drink. However, Japanese Prime Minister Abe refused to drink it while inspecting Fukushima. He wanted to curse upon hearing this. Meanwhile, he promoted his extremely shameless, artisan spirit. Seemingly realizing that the metaphor was indeed too disgusting, He Yuan apologized. Sorry, comparing you to that bunch of bastards is indeed an insult. I apologize. They'll treat you to bubble tea tonight. Apologies must have a posture learned from Lao Si. It's all about the etiquette. Lu Lin rolled his eyes. Speaking of this, I remember what U.S. Vice President Harris said a while ago. For many years, several generations fought for oil, and in the near future, they will fight for water resources. Seeing that China signed a 25-year cooperation agreement with Iran and oil could no longer be used as a restricting resource against China, they started to target water resources. And to restrict water resources, the first step is to pollute the world's drinkable water resources. Good Lord. When the news is viewed together, it is simply chilling. He-Yuan was awake and goosebumps all over. Wow. I used to think the plot of the Neza reincarnation movie was a bit far-fetched, but now it seems that movie is simply prophetic. Their conversation on the balcony caught Lao Si's attention. Ruan Wen looked up from his book and said seriously, "Should we stock up on some water then?" Everyone responded. "Stock up," they all said in unison. After all, water is something we all need to drink, and unlike salt, it's something that needs to be consumed in large quantities every day. Without hesitation, the four of them immediately called for bottled water, ordering 50 bottles first. After they finished, He-Yuan suddenly laughed. "I feel like we look like idiots." Lu Lin laughed too. "I think so too." He-Yuan teased. "Then are we going to be the ones who suppress our feelings?" Lu Lin smiled. After all, he was a brother who would make you laugh when you were down. So if it weren't for the sake of love, what guy would want to hang out with a girl? Now, well, my three brothers have even solved the problem of suppressing feelings. Good brothers. Under one blanket. He-Yuan joked. "Don't worry, even though I'm popular now with our blood relationship, I definitely won't abandon you." Lu Lin tilted his head. "What? Didn't you call me dad last night?" He-Yuan was left speechless. "Damn it. Am I not supposed to lift my head in the dorm from now on?" Lu Lin was pleased and continued. "Has Wang Kiki contacted you?" He-Yuan shook her phone. "She did, saying her manager wanted to sign my sister. I thought it was definitely you she contacted first." Lu Lin realized no wonder she suddenly showed concern for him. It wasn't that she understood him so well that she saw through him. Lu Lin sighed in relief. "So what did you say?" He-Yuan replied. "I gave her the address." Lu Lin was curious. He-Yuan said, "I gave you the opportunity to show off in front of her." She grinned mischievously. "Don't say I didn't help you." Lu Lin was speechless, feeling childish. Although he thought this way, he still felt warm inside. How many true friends can one have in a lifetime? The next morning, Wang Kiki's manager arrived. Originally, he wanted to invite He-Yuan's sister out to talk, but he was called to the newly rented apartment. In this regard, the manager was quite unpretentious. After bringing the manager to the apartment, He-Yuan came over with 2 cans of iced cola. "I heard my brother say you want to sign me." Sister Lan nodded. "Yes, I watched your videos and think you have great potential." As she spoke, she was also assessing the place. The newly rented apartment was not well tidied up, quite messy, indicating a lack of self-discipline, and planning. The items used were all cheap, with no expensive cosmetics or clothing, indicating a very simple lifestyle. But wait, she saw several pairs of relatively expensive sneakers and accessories that only boys would wear. The materials were decent, but not branded. Do they prefer androgynous dressing? That could be a selling point. However, she couldn't understand. Why was the balcony stuffed full of bottled water? Though confused, Sister Lan didn't ask. After glancing around the apartment and gathering information about its residents, she knew how to steer the conversation. So she immediately asked, "Our Xingyue entertainment is quite powerful. What are your thoughts?" He-Yuan fully played up her cuteness, saying in a sweet voice, "I don't really understand, but am not alone." Sister Lan raised an eyebrow. He-Yuan continued, "I have 2 sisters. They are both very talented. We originally wanted to form a band together." Sister Lan smiled, pleasantly surprised by the additional gain. Idol groups are indeed a popular operational method lately. So she smiled even more happily. "No problem, we can have them come out to talk together." He-Yuan immediately shouted towards the inside, "Old demon glasses, come out." To avoid exposing their identities, they had agreed on nicknames. Han Lao Air and Ruan Lao Si peeked out of their rooms one after another, asking, "What's up?" Sister Lan's heart raced as she glanced over. Originally seeing only He-Yuan was fine. This girl had a great figure, was fair and beautiful, and her talent was indeed promising. However, with so many similar talents in such a vast China, while He-Yuan was indeed outstanding, she had dealt with star-level women for years, so her standards were high, and she didn't find her particularly stunning. But when the other 2 girls came out, the magical chemistry was evident. One girl had a wheat-colored complexion, her exposed skin was firm and delicate, and her faint abdominal and mermaid lines gave her a wild charm. The other girl, wearing glasses, had a cool and reserved appearance, her temperament matching her figure perfectly. She was indeed a bit flat, but there were still quite a few people who were really into this type of girl. Along with this tall, fair, and beautiful girl, if they formed a group, just the combination itself could trigger a wonderful effect. As for managing the agency, Sister Lan was a professional. At this moment, her professional instincts were ringing like a fire alarm. "This is amazing." Sister Lan was overjoyed, but maintained her composure, simply praising, "I didn't expect your friends to have such great potential. If they all sign, the signing fee can be higher." He-Yuan inquired, "How much higher?" Sister Lan replied, 3 million each plus 6 million for the team. Later on, the creative profits will be split 50-50, while commercial profits will be split 30-70. He-Yuan gasped, her pupils dilating. Damn it, that's a hefty sum. Being rich is impressive, sob, sob, sob. She was truly tempted, even wanting to travel back to last night and strangle her boastful self on the balcony before throwing her off the 12th floor. But the big donkey is her beloved friend and brother. So, He Yuan painfully said this. I can't decide. This pain was real. So in Sister Lan's keen eyes it puzzled her greatly. Can an average of 5 million move them? Not to mention the nearly generous profit share afterward. This is simply better than many contracts of third-tier artists. So she curiously asked, then who can decide? He Yuan responded, Lu Lin. Lu Lin. Again Lu Lin. Sister Lan's eyes narrowed, a strange feeling surged in her heart. She had completely misjudged Lu Lin. But after all, he was just an inexperienced student. Could she really pin him down casually? So Sister Lan calmly said, then let's call him over to discuss together. He Yuan replied, he went out for business, he should be back later. Sister Lan asked, does he live here too? He Yuan smiled, we live together. Sister Lan was stunned. Good lord, that young man. Not only can write songs, but he has other talents. Sister Lan nodded, then I'll wait here. He Yuan responded, sure. Then they waited, and waited until evening. Sister Lan initially thought that Lu Lin was simply busy going out, but by noon she realized that she had been neglected. How interesting. Is this a performance, because he blames me for Coco gradually not contacting him? Does he think his talent is enough to challenge a company like Xingyue Entertainment? After all, he is young, full of passion, yet immature. Thinking of the potential situations in the future, Sister Lan found herself patiently waiting. She was indeed busy, but in recent days there were no pressing guests to meet and most of her work could be done via her phone. So while she was completing her tasks on her phone, she waited for Lu Lin. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening, when it was nearly dark, that Lu Lin finally returned. As the door opened, Sister Lan stood up and waited at the entrance. She saw Lu Lin carrying some food and drinks along with a few file bags and several promotional posters. He indeed looked busy. Sister Lan tilted her head and smiled. You're quite serious about this charade. At least your acting is good and natural. Lu Lin put down his things and cheerfully greeted her director. Wu, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Sister Lan was not only Kaka's manager, but also the director of the artist management department at Xingyue Entertainment. The fact that Wu Rulin wanted to sign Wang Coco right after her contract indicates the potential she possesses. When Wang Coco first talked to him about this, she was quite excited. Sister Lan smiled sincerely and said, Lu, talented person, you must be very busy. This was sarcasm. But Lu Lin took it in stride, inviting Sister Lan to take a seat, then said, Xiao He has briefed me on the general situation. Xiao He. Next to them, He Yuan's brow twitched. I can't stand you. If it weren't for the outsider's I'd bite you to death, you turtle. Sister Lan didn't notice the subtle change in He Yuan's expression. She asked, what are your thoughts? Lu Lin politely declined, I won't sign. Sister Lan had already guessed this, so she didn't appear surprised. Why not? Whether it is resource channels, management operations, or crisis public relations capabilities, Xingyue possesses solid strength. Signing with us would be a win-win collaboration. After all, we are in an era of capital operation. Although there are still cases of individual fame, they have become exceedingly rare. This statement wasn't aimed at Lu Lin, but rather directed at the 3 girls. Moreover, she spoke the truth. The domestic cultural entertainment industry has gradually become industrialized and capitalized. The cases of sudden fame leading to stardom akin to those from the late last century are becoming increasingly uncommon. After all the promotional channels in today's world are controlled by capital. If capital doesn't want you to become famous, they can block channels, silence voices, and use public relations tactics to make you disappear from the public's view for a period, causing your value as a public artist to vanish. At that time, even with immense talent, you can only suffer in silence. Even the cleansing of nuclear wastewater can convince people. Making someone disappear from the public eye is indeed very simple. Thus, this can be seen as a warning, even a threat. After a harsh reminder, Sister Lan sweetened the deal. Well, I can even raise the signing fee a bit more. The individual signing fee is 4 million and the team signing fee is 9 million. The responsibilities in the artist contract can also be relaxed a bit. With that, she smiled at He Yuan. What do you think? 7 million. 7 million. He Yuan screamed internally, 7 million. Just by opening her mouth, the price rose by 2 million, bringing the total amount to 21 million. Just by speaking, 4 million would be deposited. This lady is so wealthy. My heart is racing. My heart is going crazy. It's like my heart is dancing on a grave. He Yuan was so overwhelmed that she felt a bit oxygen-deprived, breathing heavily as her heart raced uncontrollably. This amount of money could suffice for some minor stars to engage in relationships, let alone someone like her, who is almost an unknown. Sister Lan laughed. After all, she is still young. When real cash is thrown down, even the hardest bones can soften. Just when Sister Lan thought victory was in her grasp, He Yuan unexpectedly said, we will follow Lu Lin's lead. This time it was Lu Lin's turn to smile. He felt both touched and proud. Especially when he caught the fleeting look of astonishment on Wu Rulin's face. Lu Lin's heart bloomed. Like a flower, a refreshing sense of exhilaration surged through him, making the world seem clearer. So refreshing. How great it feels. So what if you have money? Yes, having money is indeed impressive, but you are still not wealthy enough. At least the price you can offer now does not impress us. Sister Lan was indeed surprised, regretfully, saying, what a pity, this is already a very high price. However, I am quite curious. I saw you holding a promotional flyer for tomorrow's stars when you returned. So you plan to debut through a talent show? Yes, Lu Lin replied. Sister Lan said, but you should know that talent shows are merely performances. Do you realize how difficult it is for unknown individuals like you to stand out? She spoke subtly, but Lu Lin and the others understood. This talent show likely already had arrangements in place. Everyone understands the underlying darkness. Lu Lin picked up the promotional flyer pointed at the introduction and said the scores for advancement are divided into mentor scores, on-site scores, and external scores, with the external scores holding a significant proportion. Sister Lan nodded. The large proportion of external scores is to give the audience a sense of fairness in the competition. They indeed cannot control the external scores, but influencing them is not difficult. Moreover, they are professionals in this aspect. But since they are so confident, let them be confident. Young people are energetic, they will understand after a few tumbles. Sister Lan stood up and asked, are you upset because of Coco? You really don't have to. Lu Lin waved his hand. We are all adults, it's normal to have choices. After all, the adult world often only looks at interests, not right or wrong. Sister Lan raised an eyebrow. In that case, do your best, and if you wish to cooperate later, feel free to contact me. As she spoke, she took out her gold-stamped graphene business card. Lu Lin accepted it all right. After leaving, Lu Lin's Sister Lan returned to Xingyue Entertainment. Their company is located in the Jinmao Cultural Building, a bustling and central area. Upon returning, she glanced at the dance studio where many signed young artists were diligently rehearsing, not just dance, but also angles for the camera, expressions, and so on. This is the Idol Incubation Center, and how to present their greatest strengths has always been their focus. To this end, they have many professional photographers, behavioral psychologists, and etiquette experts designing specialized processes. When Sister Lan found Wang Coco, she was practicing dance, her movements crisp and alluring, paired with Wang Kaka's own looks exuding an incredibly powerful aura. It was indeed impressive. Although it wasn't her usual style, she handled it very well. After watching for a while, Sister Lan called for a stop to the practice and asked Wang Coco with concern, have you been practicing all day? Wang Coco, breathless and flushed, replied yes. Sister Lan said sternly, you also need to pay attention to rest. Wang Coco nodded. Did Sister Lan sign him? Sister Lan smiled. Not yet. Oh, I see. Wang Coco was actually not very concerned about whether old He's sister would be signed. She was more interested in Lu Lin. What about Lu Lin? Sister Lan replied, he is the one who decided to refuse. Wang Coco exclaimed. She was bewildered. Why? Sister Lan smiled. Perhaps he thinks he can also make a name for himself. The young man is quite ambitious. Wang Coco replied, but that's not right. Shouldn't Lu Lin be signed as a lyricist? What does that have to do with old He's sister? Sister Lan, a keen observer, immediately saw through Wang Coco's thoughts and continued, he is currently living with 3 beautiful women. If I guess correctly, he should want to personally promote and elevate them. Moreover, they will also participate in tomorrow's stars, so you will be competitors then. Wang Coco. After Wu Rulin left, He Yuan sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up, gradually becoming reclusive, losing her vibrancy and turning gray. Lu Lin tossed over a bag of spicy strips. This fellow didn't budge at all. Lu Lin was astonished. You won't even eat spicy strips? This guy used to love spicy food. Ruan Lao's voice came from the room. It seems he's ill. Just bury him directly. He Yuan. Aren't we going to burn it? She turned her head, her beautiful eyes dimmed. 400,000. 400,000, big donkey. Are you just going to let me refuse? Why am I so awesome? While saying this, she pulled at her own hair, as if wanting to open her skull to see what was inside. After a while of this, her expression gradually turned sinister. I would eat shit for that money. Lu Lin sneered. Don't kid yourself, you won't be able to eat it. Everyone, why are you so sure? Lu Lin calmly said. Even the shy-teating guy can't handle it, let alone you mortals. Everyone. That's true, the shy-teating guy is indeed not a mortal. After a moment, He Yuan looked up at Lu Lin. Big donkey, I'm betting 400,000 with you. You must not let me lose. I want fame. I want to be rich. This has almost become his obsession. Lu Lin waved his hand. Are you being stupid? If someone is willing to bet 400,000 on you, they must think you have worth exceeding that amount, and according to the nature of capitalists, that value might even be tenfold. He Yuan suddenly realized, feeling a bit relieved. But Ruan Lao said gloomily, however, that value depends on how it's manifested. Treating the platform's capabilities as your own is a big taboo. He Yuan felt gloomy again. But Lu Lin said, I know they merely have more promotional channels, but with the rise of short videos, the traditional agency's monopoly on promotion has been broken. Apps like Kuaishou and Douyin are incredibly popular with numerous big influencers among them. Those with talent and looks are even more popular than some lesser-known stars. The key is that these software companies are in competition with each other. As long as you have excellent content creation ability, no one can stop you from shining. And Lao He has already proven his ability. Ruan Wen thought for a moment. But the entertainment industry is still a relatively closed circle. Oh, if you want to mix in, you inevitably have to deal with traditional entertainment companies, and to make money you can't avoid kneeling. Currently, movies, TV dramas, and various variety shows are still controlled by traditional entertainment forces and some celebrity tycoons. Lu Lin. With Lauhe's traffic generation ability and my content creation, can't we just step in and earn money? He sneered, you're overestimating these domestic businessmen. Do they understand what capitalism is? Capitalism thrives on invasion and plunder. Those in the domestic sphere can only satisfy their desires through exploitation and oppression. When you showcase enough value, they will be down on their knees begging you. Even true capitalists would sell the noose to those who are about to hang them. So don't panic, stay calm. He-Yuan found it amusing. Awesome. Big donkey, your awareness is impressive. She indeed no longer felt anxious. Lu Lin, since we're preparing for the competition, let's list down the necessary tasks and get them done quickly. First is the issue of gender, and then there's the problem of names. It's likely that Wang Kuku will also participate in this audition, so the chance of encountering her is high. If we have an ID as a backup, we can at least muddle through for a while. With over a month left until the auditions for tomorrow's superstar, this time is just enough for them to sort out the identity issues. Additionally, Lu Lin arranged a series of video shooting and promotional plans for He-Yuan. The first step is for He-Yuan to sing on the streets. Making money is secondary. Primarily, it's to build her confidence. This is also a common method used in music departments to build confidence. Singing is greatly affected by one's state. Although He-Yuan has learned quite a bit of professional knowledge over the past 3 years, she hasn't practiced singing on the streets at all. However, she is quite bold when it comes to flirting. While singing, she can also record videos and go live. With 60,000 fans as a base, her popularity in both short videos and live streams is quite decent. Her follower count is steadily rising. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as the first video, but she still gains thousands of followers every day. Days pass, and soon it was late April. During this period, He-Yuan's account maintained a daily update pace, and her live streams happened every night, gradually bringing her follower count close to the 1 million mark. Then regarding live streaming, He-Yuan received 2,000 to 3,000 in tips just from live broadcasts. This made her exclaim that this money felt like picking it up from the ground. The steadily increasing follower count and awareness filled He-Yuan with motivation. She was often the last to leave places like Xinjiku and Daiji Plaza. Efforts do yield rewards. In recent days, even while selling songs at night, fans would come up asking for autographs, and social media platforms like Weibo and Bianhu have created her support group. The nickname Moonlight Girl was spreading steadily. He-Yuan even felt that if she continued like this, there would be no need to participate in any audition shows. Of course, she understood that auditions are merely a means, not the final goal. The essence is to showcase more interesting and confrontational aspects through the program. Many entertainment companies release rankings like the 4 Heavenly Kings or 4 Singing Gods to stimulate fan enthusiasm and maintain celebrity popularity. Their purpose for participating in audition shows is similar. So Lu Lin said, just maintain a calm mindset. Others might make a killing, but they will never lose. On the night of late April, after He-Yuan finished singing and was packing up her musical instruments, Lu Lin came over with a bag of old popsicles. The auditions will start in a week. How do you feel? He-Yuan puffed out her chest. I fear neither an army nor a cavalry. You can't say. Her confident demeanor was truly both beautiful and impressive. Lu Lin tossed an old popsicle at her. An army is easy to handle, but what about a cavalry? He-Yuan, I was just trying to motivate myself. How did I almost get my head crushed by a wheel while I wasn't paying attention? Ruan Wen, who had tidied up her things, also came over. The police station just notified me that my new ID is ready to be picked up. Lu Lin was surprised. That was pretty fast. He had changed his ID once before. The last time he returned to his hometown to apply, the process took over a month, and ultimately he had to have his family pick it up and send it to him. Didn't expect the efficiency to be so high now, especially for significant changes in gender and name. Ruan Wen, it was expedited. I spent $60. Lu Lin, that's quite worth it. He-Yuan said worriedly. What if our gender change issue gets exposed later? Wouldn't that cause problems? Those big shots on the live streaming charts might just bolt overnight. But Lu Lin waved his hand. Relax. People's views only change with their appearances. Maybe some big shots will actually be even more excited. He-Yuan, ever since the gender transformation, my status at 404 has plummeted. Am I still the boss? Wasn't it you who was small when you were younger? No, I have to fight back. With that thought, He-Yuan immediately wrapped her arms around Lu Lin's shoulder and said cutely, what about you? Lu Lin, IDIO. Eat this, my North Dipper crotch punch. Lu Lin and the others made a commotion for a while before settling down. They sat side by side beneath the enormous brand wall of Prada at Daiji Plaza, the soft and bright advertising lights casting a dreamy glow over them, draping them in an ethereal mantle. He-Yuan leaned against the glass curtain wall, gazing up at the massive yet artistic Prada logo above, momentarily lost in thought. The past half-month felt like a dream. She had transformed from G-Air into a charming and delicate beauty, stepping onto the path of an internet celebrity. Many people admired her, and making money seemed to have become easier. They were even set to participate in a talent show, and if luck was on their side, they might hit it big again. How refreshing. He-Yuan smiled, her best friend beside her happily sucking on an ice pop. The early summer evening breeze had a slight chill rustling the budding leaves of the phoenix trees, and Yuan's heart gradually calmed, as if listening to the gentle flow of water in a deep mountain. He asked Big Donkey, "Do you think we will win?" Lu Lin, who was diligently sucking on his ice pop, replied vaguely, "At least we won't lose." Yuan chuckled, "Indeed, barefoot children must run harder. We won't do worse, we definitely won't lose." Yuan sprang up, punching the night sky, shouting, "Strive. Struggle. Yuan, you are the best." Her crisp, vibrant voice was full of energy. Dressed in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, Yuan looked like a lively urban girl, her brilliance and vitality attracting the attention of passers-by. Originally, they wanted to see who was acting crazy, but upon seeing such a beautiful girl, their gazes shifted to admiration and tolerance. They appraised Yuan's figure with silent approval in their hearts. Wow, very impressive. However, her seemingly crazy behavior startled Lu Lin and the others. The irritable Han Lao Air kicked her calf, saying, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you let someone quietly enjoy an ice pop for a while?" Lu Lin tossed aside the now tasteless ice pop stick and declared, "Let's go home." Yuan eagerly picked up her gear, exclaiming, "All right." Looking at Yuan bouncing behind Lu Lin, Ruan Lao wore a face of disdain, saying, "Do you really think of yourself as a young lady bouncing around like a love-struck puppy?" Han Lao Air tilted his head in confusion, wondering why he sensed a hint of jealousy in Ruan Lao's tone. Han Lao Air shuddered. No, he must be overthinking it. He picked up the remaining items and said, "Let's head back." For the next 2 days, they continued with the activities arranged by Lu Lin. Besides busking, they shot some trending videos, and even Han Lao Air and Ruan Lao made cameo appearances in short skits. Surprisingly, the three of them together had great chemistry. A portion of Yuan's fan club showed considerable interest in Han Lao Air and Ruan Lao. They even began to pick sides in the comments section. Then they formed ships. Some particularly creative netizens even posted their manga-style character designs. Yuan, the elegant and sophisticated beauty, Han Lao Air, full of athletic spirit in her stylish attire, and Ruan Lao, the aloof, bespectacled girl, exuding both charm and talent. Once this image was posted, it rapidly circulated, spreading from Douyin to Xiaopost, causing many fans to lose their composure, declaring their love on the spot. Well, as we all know, fans measure their partners in many. Even so, the comments section of Yuan's videos turned into a grand spectacle of flirtation, with enough cheeky remarks to fill a novel. Everyone exclaimed, too fast, I can't handle it, this isn't a kindergarten bus. And I'm welding the doors shut today, no one is getting off. I've lost my bus, only the steering wheel is left, and so on." With such heated discussions, Yuan undoubtedly broke through to the next round of auditions a few days later, entering the official competition. This season of Tomorrow's Superstar was divided into 3 tracks: Idol Track, Strength Track, and Charm Track. Each track invited popular celebrities, singers, and artists as mentors. The Idol Track featured the popular star Yang Mi as the chief mentor. The Strength Track invited the talented singer and variety show star Shui Han as the chief mentor, and the Charm Track welcomed the hot artist Hua Tianyu, known for his looks and talent, as the chief mentor. The mentors decided whether to light their buttons based on the contestants' live performances. If multiple mentors lit their buttons simultaneously, the contestants would choose their mentor. Each mentor could select a maximum of 12 contestants for their team. Tomorrow's Superstar would be broadcast live, airing simultaneously on television and various online platforms. This approach required a lot of work. Thus, after the auditions, Yuan received a series of arrangements from the production team. Although it was live, they couldn't just jump straight into performing and have the mentors choose. For the sake of program quality, individual vlogs, pre-show interviews, and rehearsals were all essential. So Yuan was thoroughly booked for 2 days. Lu Lin also busied himself, after all, with 4 mouths in their dormitory relying on him for sustenance. Even the proud Ruan Lao obediently followed along, resembling a little assistant. Of course, the most exhausted was Yuan, as they were recording a show. They were arranged near the Hollywood Film Center in Shi City, though originally the production team had set up rooms for the contestants. However, the rooms arranged by the production team could not accommodate all 4 of them, so Yuan personally rented a hotel nearby. Thus, Lu Lin went from living with a beautiful girl to sharing a room with her. Lu Lin was extremely indignant. "Do you know how I've been living these days? Oh, do you know that Yuan walks around the room all day in a white tank top, and that 3-thread rag can do nothing?" This forced Lu Lin to control his blood flow. It was quite a struggle. After a series of turmoil, the day of the show's premiere finally arrived. The recording of Tomorrow's Superstar was held at the Shi City Hollywood Film Base, with vibrant and dynamic decorations inside, excellent stage lighting, and a large audience area. Before the competition began, Yuan felt a little nervous backstage. She was breathing deeply, causing her simple, clean white t-shirt to ripple. Lu Lin chuckled, "You've rehearsed so many times, why are you still scared?" Yuan rolled her eyes. "It's just like watching Liu Bei. No matter how many times you watch, when you finally touch the girl, you'll still shake for 3 seconds. Lu Lin, this is backstage. Can you watch your words?" While they were talking in a corner, someone pushed through the busy crowd and approached Lu Lin and the others. Upon seeing that person, Yuan raised her eyebrows, her inner little diva breaking free from her anxious state, acting like a spirited chick. She tilted her head and deliberately leaned closer to Lu Lin, smiling brightly. Your childhood friend is here. Lu Lin. When he turned to look, he saw Wang Cuckoo. Wang Cuckoo now sported shoulder-length hair, her Cleopatra-like makeup, giving her a glamorous and mysterious look. The fitted postmodern floral blouse accentuated her brightness and aloofness. It was a striking outfit. Lu Lin smiled. Long time no see. Wang Cuckoo's expression was complex as she glanced at He Yuan, then at Lu Lin. The casual intimacy between the two contrasted sharply with Lu Lin's polite distance from her. This contrast felt like a thorn pricking at the depths of Wang Cuckoo's heart with an inexplicable chill. Once upon a time, she had been as casually close with Lu Lin. When did they become so distant, almost to the point of politeness? Wang Cuckoo's eyes dimmed in an instant. She smiled and said, long time no see. Because of her contractual obligations with the company, she could no longer maintain close contact with Lu Lin. Later, as training grew demanding and exhausting, their communications dwindled until they nearly faded. She was not blind to Lu Lin's feelings, yet she believed her career mattered more. When she glanced back, the boy who had once looked at her as if she were the whole world seemed to have changed. His brow and features were the same, but his gaze had deepened and his bearing had settled. He had in a blink become a man rather than a boy. Wang Cuckoo felt a tangle of emotions, guilt, sorrow, and an inexplicable sharp pang of jealousy. She understood that their circles and paths had diverged. Only her image of Lu Lin remained frozen in the past. This was the road she had chosen. No turning back. Even if she had to crawl, she would finish it. Lu Lin, unaware of her inner turmoil, greeted her and then asked, which day is your first episode? Wang Cuckoo answered, the first. Oh, such confidence, thought Lu Lin, turning his head to smile. I wish you the best of luck. She thanked him and found herself at a loss for words. Then she looked at He Yuan and said, I heard from DLV that you're Lao He's sister. I'm friends with Lao He too. He Yuan tilted her head and considered, really? My brother never mentioned that. Wang Cuckoo fell quiet. Lu Lin shot a dry look at her companion, thinking how obvious her affection was. Wang Cuckoo forced a strained smile, fidgeting with her fingers. Well, good luck to you both. I have to get ready for my performance. Lu Lin said goodbye. He Yuan, leaning against him, waved cheerily. Go on, hurry up. After Wang Cuckoo left, Lu Lin snatched at the base of He Yuan's thigh. Why are you leaning on me so close? Get off me. He Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as a sharp, involuntary cry escaped her. A bolt of pain shot through the base of her thigh, making her lower body tremble. The backstage area was crowded, so she dared not cry out. Pressing her lips together, she retaliated by pinching Lu Lin's thigh in return. Lu Lin winced, his face reddening. The more it hurt, the more viciously he squeezed, driving his fingers in harder. He Yuan trembled, covering her mouth as she begged, no, I can't take it. Please stop, I'm begging you. Lu Lin gritted his teeth. Well, count together. He Yuan continued to shake. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Then with a swift motion they both released, and He Yuan began frantically rubbing her thigh. It hurts, it kills. Lu Lin rubbed his own leg too. Indeed, your old man is actually feeling the pain, he joked, half serious. He Yuan stared in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Han Li and Ruan Wen arrived carrying props and costumes. Seeing them beside one another, cheeks flushed. Ruan Wen eyed them skeptically. What were you two doing? Nothing. They replied in perfect unison. Ruan Wen scowled. Nothing. What do you two think about all day? Lao Si tossed his clothes to the floor. Do whatever you want, he said, then bounded off to resume poring over his archaic, obscure book on the occult. Lu Lin and He Yuan exchanged baffled looks. They couldn't make sense of his sudden mood. Han Lauer set his guitar aside and sat down. What's your number? He Yuan peeled off her contestant sticker. Number 5. Did you prepare everything I told you to? Han Lauer asked. He kicked a bag at his feet. It's all here. Lu Lin frowned. What is it? He Yuan grinned wickedly. Not telling you. Lu Lin warned, don't pull any tricks on me. She beat her chest confidently. Trust me, I'll handle things. Lu Lin snorted. I hardly trust you. Still, with He Yuan refusing to say more, he had no choice but to accept it. As they waited, the show began. The host strode on with pulsing music. The lighting technician and camera crews moved at the director's command, and a lively high-energy music competition officially commenced. First came the contestants' vlog montages, which were broadcast across various channels. Then the 3 mentors entered, and the production team quickly cut to close-ups of these big names. This is the formula of a televised talent show: a stage for young people to present themselves and a platform for celebrities to perform and amplify their influence. Producers exploit both aspects to attract viewers and investors, while the audience harvests an inexpensive surge of emotion. In that sense, the show is a product that benefits many parties. When the mentors took their places, the host De Zhonghua introduced the first contestant with a rousing voice. This was the cool, striking young woman whose piece Xia Tongxua, a Fenghua Zhengmao, had made her famous online. After a year-long silence, she was finally returning to perform. Please welcome, Cuckoo. Lights and restrained fireworks flared as Wang Cuckoo glided from the wings, draped in a cascade of starlight. Her aloof, exquisite makeup and lithe figure drew waves of applause. As the opening act of Mingri Juxing's premiere, Wang Cuckoo had the stage firmly in hand. When the music and lighting subsided, Wang Kuku bowed to the mentors and audience and introduced herself. The mentors then posed a few questions to let the audience know her better and to give her more time in the spotlight. Unsurprisingly, Xinhua Entertainment had arranged much of this. That is the advantage of having an entertainment company behind you. A true amateur depends more on the goodwill of mentors or the director to earn exposure. Yangmi, the popular idol, glanced at the notes in her hand and asked curiously, I see here that the lyrics and melody that made you famous were written by a very close friend. Is he here today to cheer you on? Wang Kuku smiled, a trace of bitterness in her eyes. He is here, but not to cheer me. We are in fact competitors. Yang Mi's face registered surprise, but a gleam of gossip lit in her eyes. How is that? She asked. The production team, having clearly done their homework, cut to Lu Lin among the cluster of contestants at the side of the stage. His face betrayed nothing, yet inwardly he applauded the maneuver. A clever tactic, preemptively smother any negative gossip, while also placing oneself in a potentially disadvantageous light. Wang Kuku would not have engineered this. This had to be Lan Jie's doing. Because Wang Kuku had agreed to it, Lu Lin turned to the camera and offered a small smile. Handsome and with striking features, he had a natural camera presence. That smile sparked an online outpouring across streaming sites. Oh my god, I'm in love. Everyone back off, ill guard that smile. Can big sister give the brother to little sister? Someone upstairs, come face the consequences. They'll deal with you. The director, watching the real-time metrics, lit up with excitement. There was a story to mine here. The cameras promptly cut back to Wang Kuku. Wang Kuku pressed her lips into a smile. I suppose we both want to prove our excellence, she said. It was the high EQ reply, we both want to prove ourselves. The alternative would have been a low EQ ramble about how she became too busy after signing with the company. Wu Ruan, watching from below, smiled in satisfaction. She had not taught Wang that line, yet she approved of the answer. Yang Mi stopped pressing the matter and smiled. Then please begin your performance. Wang Kuku sat on a tall stool, adjusted the microphone, and plucked a string. She hummed softly and began to sing in English. Is it too much to ask for Can I Put My Lips on Your Skin, Baby? It was an English song. Opening with an English song on her debut surprised everyone. Although English is widely learned, fluent comprehension remains the preserve of a minority here. Audiences found it hard to immediately empathize with English lyrics. A debut is high stakes. An excellent performance can leave a lasting impression, while a poor one can easily backfire. Yet her gamble paid off. Her voice was singular. The timbre and breath control merged into a haunting, ear-catching melody that seized every listener. Across the video platforms, the chat exploded. This is the voice of falling in love. That refined quality, damn. Just for that voice I'm sold. Even the three mentors, momentarily stunned, found the chatter in their minds fall away. Only Wang Kuku's ethereal voice reverberated in their heads. It was exquisite, simply exquisite. Almost simultaneously, all three mentors slammed the light buttons on the table. The lights buzzed and glowed, fireworks flared across the stage. Each mentor conveyed the same longing, I want you. The powerhouse singer Shui Fan nearly leapt from his chair. Pick me, I'll push you with everything I've got. The reigning idol Yang Mi offered a poised rebuttal. Choosing me is choosing success. Oh, women understand women. Hua Tianyu covered his mouth to laugh. His talent paled in comparison to Shui Fan and Yang Mi. Wang Kuku, touched and flattered, responded, thank you, mentors. This is a difficult choice. The production team cued a tense heartbeat sound. Under so many expectant gazes, Wang Kuku spoke as if after deep deliberation. I'm honored by both Shui and Hua, but I agree with Yang Mi, so I choose Yang Mi. With another burst of fireworks and applause, Yang Mi beamed and led Wang Kuku to the row of contestants seated behind her. After Wang Kuku's debut concluded, Lu Lin looked toward He-Yuan and asked, well, was it nerve-wracking? He-Yuan rolled her eyes. I'm scared of her, Jill. She wasn't afraid, so she felt no fear. However, her hands were icy cold at this moment. But that was only because it was her first time on such a grand stage, not because Wang Kuku's stage presence was overwhelming. Well, maybe just a little, just a tiny bit. Lu Lin smiled. Don't worry, haven't we contemplated this situation before? After all this time practicing at Xinhua Entertainment, Wang Kuku must have gained quite a bit of skill. According to her own characteristics, she could either showcase her unique style to the fullest during her debut or go against the grain. Lu Lin had taken both scenarios into account, so he prepared two plans for He-Yuan. Lu Lin encouraged, don't be timid, just go for it. He-Yuan resolved, where's the second drink? I need a little boost. Lu Lin, Lao Si. Han Lao Air pointed with his chin at the bag on the ground, look for it yourself. He-Yuan bent down and pulled out a bottle of Red Star Erguo 2 and began drinking it down. Woohoo. He-Yuan wiped her mouth after drinking. That feels good. Lu Lin was dumbfounded. This was a competition. What would you do if you got yourself drunk? He-Yuan, however, waved her hand unsteadily. Don't worry. I feel like I'm in a great state right now. Lu Lin. This girl was already blushing. Her tongue was swollen. Were you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Lin picked out a red spaghetti strap long dress from the clothes Lao Si brought and shoved it into He-Yuan's arms. Hurry up and change. He-Yuan responded, okay, and hurriedly dashed back into the changing room. When she emerged again, her originally youthful and clean outfit had transformed into a stunning and fierce look. Now she wore a fitted red spaghetti strap long dress with a black choker around her neck, and her curvy figure was particularly eye-catching in the silk gown. Not to mention this outfit alone could ignite the atmosphere. But Lu Lin, shaking his wrist, felt that something was still lacking. Suddenly, an image of a beautiful and fierce figure flashed through his mind, perfectly overlapping with the He Yuan before him. Lu Lin quickly approached and yanked at He Yuan's dress with a forceful rip. Rip! A huge slit was torn from the bottom of the red dress, exposing her white thigh, which was quite a spectacle. He Yuan. This dress cost over 8,000 yuan. Her heart was bleeding. Lu Lin tossed the fabric aside. What's there to fear? It's just a thigh exposed. He Yuan's eyes turned red. Was I worried about exposing my thigh? I was worried about the money. But Lu Lin wasn't done. He rummaged through the bag and pulled out 2 black garters, tying them around the exposed thigh of He Yuan. The sensation as his fingers slid over her leg. Wow, simply amazing. Having already consumed alcohol, He Yuan felt more sensitive, and twisting her 2 long white legs felt quite uncomfortable. Soon after tidying up, Lu Lin surveyed He Yuan again. Now she sported neat shoulder-length hair. Her fair and beautiful face stood out brilliantly against the red dress, and the torn skirt, exposing her thigh adorned with black garters, became the focal point, ensuring that whether in close-up or wide shot, He Yuan would captivate the audience's attention. Perfect. Just like this. They had prepared well, while the last 3 contestants after Wang Kuku had already finished their performances. The host quickly called out He Yuan's current name. Next up is a singer who has recently gone viral online. Let's welcome He Yuan. He Yuan began to take the stage while Lu Lin passed the prepared score to the accompaniment teacher. As soon as He Yuan stepped onto the stage, the barrage of comments from online viewers started pouring in again. Oh no, brothers. There's a busta vibe. Holy crap, this girl is simply a disaster on earth. Brothers, I'm charging in again. Giant star stage, if there's milk, come on. Wow, this Chong Sam is so white, and these legs are so red. It's gone, really nothing left. Where's my nutritional fast line? The enthusiastic barrage and the netizens' excitement excited the director again. Coupled with the relationship between He Yuan, Lu Lin, and Wang Kuku, the director immediately suggested through the earpiece, ask her for gossip. The big gossip enthusiast was evidently very eager, so she was the first to speak. I heard the person who brought you to this stage is a good friend of Wang Kuku. He Yuan's cheeks flushed, the effects of the alcohol hitting her head. She tilted her head and smiled. Yes, that song was written for me by Lu Lin, and the song I'm going to perform this time was also written by Lu Lin. He's so talented. Lu Lin. To be fair, her tea art has always been good. But he was also very touched. She didn't forget to promote him even when taking the stage. This is what being family means. A child raised with love. Shui Fan was evidently interested. Are you saying that you will be performing an original song? He Yuan nodded yes. Shui Fan rubbed his hands in anticipation. Then please start your performance. As soon as the words fell, the stage lights suddenly went dark with only a few scattered lights on, indicating a special stage effect. In the dim light, He Yuan's tall and graceful figure was faintly visible, tantalizingly enticing. Soon a melodious and powerful a cappella pierced through the darkness. Longing for my madness, while longing for me not to live alone, wanting me to be cold and elegant, while wanting me to be frivolous and cheap. In the next moment, the accompaniment began. A beam of light suddenly descended from above directly onto He Yuan. In the spotlight, He Yuan held her chin slightly, her gaze fierce, yet with a hint of drunken daze. Want my sunshine, and want my charm to sway, I act out my laughter and tears, yet act out my heart, like a withered tree. Grant me dreams, and also grant me to wake soon, while I sleep, let me drift without mercy. At this point, He Yuan's pitch suddenly soared, fully entering the state, lost in her emotions as she performed. That bright red figure sang freely on stage, as if she had truly become a singing sensation. When He Yuan began to sing, all the netizens paused for a moment. The voice coming from the speakers, the bold and mischievous lyrics, and the rhythm that constantly struck the hearts of all, seemed like a potent stimulant, directly piercing into the hearts of all the audience. After a brief silence, the entire internet erupted. A barrage of comments, several times thicker than that for Wang Kuku, flooded in, completely blocking the video screen, making it impossible for the audience to see the footage. Holy day, my scalp is directly exploding. I have goosebumps all over, oh my god. I'm dead. This girl has completely killed me with her coolness. Well, today this video ends here. I'm opening my browser. I have a husband-wife now. Brothers, I'm good now, how about you? I'm typing with one hand to prove my innocence. The high, clear, and powerful singing voice flipped the entire venue upside down. He Yuan's charm surged exponentially, as if she would smash the screen and burst out. Even the 3 mentors couldn't help but shiver, with Shui Fan jumping onto his chair, letting out exaggerated screams. She looked like she had gone mad. The director group watched the backstage, monitoring data, feeling their blood boiling, and suddenly stood up, shouting commands. Camera 2. Spin around. Spin around. Start from the big white thigh. Good. Camera 1, catch it. So beautiful. Camera 4, I want a close-up. Close up. Holy crap, how is this girl so beautiful? Good move. Everyone move for me. Because of Hee-Yuen alone, the entire recording scene erupted like a boiling pot, just like the title of this song, Dangerous Explosives. And her performance video was recorded by someone with intent starting to spread virally across the internet. In the contestant area behind Yangmi, Wang Kuku was staring intently at the emotionally invested Hee-Yuen, her eyes reflecting shock, disbelief, and a hint of regret. Such powerful expressiveness surely had Lu Lin's guidance to thank. After all, such explosive and heart-stirring lyrics and melodies were all his creation. Especially when Sister Lan showed her the backstage monitoring data, she felt even worse. She realized she had missed something extraordinary. When the song concluded, Shui Fan was the first to jump up and applaud, praising her in rapid succession. Amazing, amazing. The lyrics, composition, and performance were all stellar. Although you look like an idol type, you are definitely a powerhouse. Hee-Yuen gasped for air, her heaving chest triggering another barrage. As a result, the netizens were unusually furious. Please watch the performance civilly. Do not obstruct the view. Hee-Yuen, due to the earlier excitement from singing combined with the effects of alcohol, was extremely exhilarated. So she completely let herself go, responding, then I must be a powerhouse idol. Shui Fan, that's right. Join my team. Your strength is your greatest asset. Yang Mi also urged, why not consider us? Hua Tianyu remained silent. Damn, she sings better than me. Damn. Actually, no need to be conflicted. As long as I don't team up with Wang Kuku, that's fine. So she held the microphone and said, I've already made my choice. Shui Fan's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. Oh, Hee-Yuen, but before I make my choice. Under the spotlight, Hee-Yuen pulled out a small scroll from behind her waist and opened it, revealing the text, search for Hee-Mimi online, follow me. I want to be famous. I want to be popular. The mentors, the director group, the audience, the contestants, Lu Lin. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The netizens once again froze, and then the barrage surged like a storm. 666. I directly give it 666. Goodness. I directly flipped upside down. Goodness. Is the production team confused? Hey, just having fun, Hee-Yuen shouted along. I want to be famous. I want to be popular. Please. Teacher Shui. Teacher Shui bewildered screamed. You are crazy. I think you are already starting to outshine me, okay? Hee-Yuen's bold actions indeed caught the director's team off guard and were somewhat against the rules. However, the director's team did not pursue the matter. After all, the backstage data was evident, so they treated it as a special case. After Hee-Yuen finished his antics, he was led back to his team by teacher Shui Ran. The subsequent performances had their moments of brilliance, but they were incomparable to Hee-Yuen's. In fact, they were even less impressive than Wang Qiqi's singing. After over 90 minutes of noise, the first episode of Tomorrow's Superstar finally came to an end. A total of 20 contestants performed on stage, but only 8 were selected to join the mentors teams. With 12 contestants eliminated in the first episode, they could only wait for the revival round to compete again. Once the show concluded, the scene became lively once more. Contestants began to mingle with the host's mentors and directors. These connections would be valuable resources in the future. Hee-Yuen, skilled in tea arts despite his rivalry with Wang Qiqi, greeted teacher Shui Ran before seeking out Demimi for a closer connection. However, these popular stars were quite busy, quickly leaving after interacting with the contestants and fans. Yet the interaction between contestants and fans was far from over. Fans who were drawn in by the live performances or captivated by their looks crowded around for photos and autographs. Although Hee-Yuen had signed autographs before, it was his first time being surrounded by so many fans. Still feeling the effects of the drinks, she was busily enjoying herself in the front. Her heart was brimming with joy, nearly overflowing. Ruan Laosi, unable to stand seeing her, so pleased, rolled his eyes and waited outside the film center. Han Li also felt that the indoor atmosphere was too noisy and stifling and stepped outside. Thus, the now empty backstage was left with only LV Lin leaning against a corner. LV Lin lit a cigarette for himself and began to smoke leisurely. After a while, Wang Qiqi walked into the backstage, heading straight for LV Lin. She smiled and said the performance was wonderful. Did you rehearse it? LV Lin nodded. Wang Qiqi took a deep breath and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be this amazing. LV Lin exhaled a puff of smoke, saying it's mainly because Xiaohe is talented. Wang Qiqi's gaze dimmed, wondering if her own abilities were not strong enough. She bit her lip, conflicted, saying, big donkey eye. LV Lin waved his hand. I understand, no need to say more. Wang Qiqi. LV Lin continued, although online it says that only children make choices and adults must choose, in reality, it is often the other way around. Children can be capricious and want it all, while adults can only make choices. He tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and crushed it out, saying, you have already made your choice. Though unspoken actions are often more telling than words. Wang Qiqi remained silent like a statue, her eyes calm to the point of being frightening. I understand, so I will not lose. Absolutely not. She had already invested so much. LV Lin smiled as he passed by Wang Qiqi, saying, actually, we are not on the same track. Wang Qiqi. This was too much of a blow. It's like you have grand ambitions to win at the starting line of life, and when you sprint ahead you look back, only to find your opponent has taken off in a rocket. How can you compete? That feeling of regarding the opponent as a lifelong rival, yet they are completely unaware of your existence, is so frustrating. That feeling of being overlooked is infuriating. Like a knife, it plunged deeply into Wang Qiqi's heart. This is what one calls a dimensionality reduction attack. She clutched her chest, feeling even her breathing had become difficult. She wanted to say something more, but nothing seemed appropriate. All right. As LV Lin passed by, he suddenly turned back as if he remembered something and said, "Don't call me Big Donkey anymore." It was inappropriate. Wang Qiqi. Crack. A chain in her heart shattered. She felt empty inside, incredibly uncomfortable. It turned out that losing a friend felt like this. She bit her lip, feeling a bitterness in her mouth. LV Lin left the backstage and saw that there weren't many people left in the studio. Heyuan was still taking photos and signing autographs. After sending off the last batch of audience members, Heyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the audience seats, crossing his legs, and glancing sideways at the approaching LV Lin, asking, "How was it? Did you chat well with your childhood friend?" LV Lin, "It was just okay. I'm heading back to rest." Outside the film center, the two found Han Lair and Ruan Laosi, who were smoking in a corner to the left of the main entrance. They were both squatting on the ground with two takeout bags beside them. Smelling the aroma, LV Lin knew they contained crayfish. Early summer was the season when crayfish were at their fattest. Moreover, since Xiqing was not far from Huiqing, the crayfish were not too expensive last season, and those two large bags were definitely at least 10 pounds. This is what true brotherhood is. Mocking you verbally, but their actions are sincere. They would buy crayfish and beer for you to enjoy a late-night snack together when you're busy. Heyuan was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Oh wow, spicy flavor. My mouth is watering." Ruan Wen replied, "Your voice is precious right now. You shouldn't even think about crayfish and beer." Heyuan. Ruan Wen pulled out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and a bag of toast from the plastic bag, asking, "Will you eat this?" Heyuan. She panicked, "You guys are torturing me. They'll tell the reporters tomorrow that you're abusing me. Not letting me eat or drink. Is this how you treat your own?" Ruan Wen explained earnestly, "We're doing this for your own good, right, Lao Han?" Han Lair nodded. What Lao Si said makes sense. Heyuan was confused. When did these two team up? How is she supposed to survive in 404 from now on? The most cunning and the most violent two have teamed up. Heyuan looked at LV Lin seriously, saying, "Old three, don't you think our status is threatened?" LV Lin laughed. "I can eat." Heyuan snapped, "They're all bullying me. Can we still live like this?" LV Lin chuckled as he walked ahead with Lao Han and Lao Ruan, while Heyuan followed behind, filled with resentment, muttering to herself as she took out her phone to write in her notes, "Today, Lao Air, Lao San, and Lao Si bullied me again. Ooh, I endured it." Back at the hotel, Ruan Wen really didn't let Heyuan eat crayfish. Thus, Heyuan could only nibble on bread with plain water while watching LV Lin and the others devour their food, occasionally taking a sip of beer, which was utterly satisfying. Heyuan's tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Heyuan said, "Oh right. A female fan suddenly handed me a note when we were taking pictures today, and I haven't looked at it yet." Saying this, she got up to rummage through her bag and pulled out a folded note. As soon as the note was taken out, Ruan Laosis' eyes widened sharply. Her usually calm eyes were now as sharp as a knife. She quickly got up, took the note, and began to read it. The palm-sized note contained only one line: "Hilton Garden in room 1826. Heyuan leaned closer, looking bewildered. "Does she want to date me? Are girls now focusing on girls?" Heyuan suddenly teased LV Lin, saying, "Why don't you go instead, Big Donkey? You can take me along. As brothers, let you experience what a double flight is." LV Lin, "You're kidding." Before LV Lin could finish, Ruan Laosi interrupted, "Do you remember what that person looked like?" Heyuan tried to recall. But suddenly she couldn't remember what the female fan looked like. She just knew there was such a person. Yet when she tried to remember, the memory became increasingly vague, and the more she concentrated on it, the more blurred the figure became. It was like a black person standing in a pitch-black room. Heyuan scratched her head, saying, "Maybe I was too busy and flustered at the time. I can't remember." The fourth brother's childishness acted up again. Heyuan, seeing nothing unusual, sat down by the coffee table and casually grabbed a small crayfish to suck on. "This flavor is amazing." As she sucked on the crayfish, she opened her phone to check entertainment news. After glancing at it for a moment, she excitedly shoved her phone in Lu Lin's face and said, Look, I'm famous." The front page news, Penguin Entertainment, and Weibo were all filled with reports about tomorrow's superstar. These included promotional materials from the production team, as well as articles spontaneously written by various self-media accounts. Among them, Heyuan's video was clipped and went viral across the internet, generating a fan effect that ensured any article or video, even slightly related to her, received considerable views. In the self-media industry, view counts equal money. In this positive cycle, Heyuan's popularity further expanded. Wang Qiqi's performance was not bad either, as many articles and videos that spread Heyuan's story also compared her to Wang Qiqi. These two were the most eye-catching contestants in the first episode of Tomorrow's Superstar. However, Heyuan's support clearly exceeded that of Wang Qiqi. Lu Lin had already caught on, so after dodging that attack, he called out, "Can you not shove that in my face?" No one paid attention to the fourth brother's remarks. The fourth brother returned to the coffee table and kicked Hee-Yuan away, saying, "I told you to stop eating." After sitting down, she shook the paper violently. Bang! A cluster of dim flames ignited from that paper. Lu Lin and the others were stunned. What just happened? Hee-Yuan, bewildered, asked, "Fourth brother, when did you learn magic?" The fourth brother replied calmly, "It's magic." Just as Hee-Yuan was about to retort habitually, the flames gradually twisted and transformed into a hazy, ethereal female figure wearing a hood. A slightly magnetic and ethereal female voice came from within, saying, "Do you want to know why you've turned into a woman? The answer lies with me." As her words fell, the flames on the paper along with the hooded figure abruptly vanished. Everyone was left speechless. This is quite confusing. Hee-Yuan, still bewildered, asked, "Wait, fourth brother, what's going on?" Ruan Wen neatly folded the now lifeless paper and placed it on the table, staring at it before calmly saying, "It makes sense now." Hee-Yuan almost went crazy, exclaiming, "What makes sense?" Ruan Wen looked up and said, "While you were managing the account, I was researching cases of our transformations in the field of mysticism. Though I don't know the specifics, I found some practical mysticism techniques in certain books. The way I ignited the spiritual energy just now was using a Wiccan spiritual flame." Everyone was left speechless. Lu Lin and the others stared at Ruan Wen like she was a monster. Ruan Wen, however, remained unfazed, saying, "Is this really that strange? I've said before that this world cannot be that simple. There must be mysterious powers at play that we do not understand." The frustrated Han Er let out a breath of alcohol-laden air. "Huh. We used to think you were just a childish fool. Who would have thought? This worldview is falling apart." Ruan Wen calmly stated, "Is it normal for us to suddenly transform into girls? Since we are living, breathing examples of abnormalities, why can't you believe that mysterious powers exist in this world?" Everyone was left speechless. This situation clearly exceeded the understanding of the other three, so Hee-Yuan turned to Lu Lin and asked, "What do you say, big donkey?" During this time, she had almost always followed Lu Lin's lead and had already developed a dependency on his guidance. Han Er and Ruan Si also looked at Lu Lin. In 404, his judgment was often the most sound. Hee-Yuan was a playboy, a carefree young master. Han Er had his brain filled with muscles, not wanting to think at all. Ruan Si was deep-minded, but his calm exterior was just a facade. He often said things that sent chills down people's spines with a straight face. Very sinister. So when encountering such matters, they all wanted to hear Lu Lin's opinion. Lu Lin thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go. We might find a way to turn you back into boys." Han Er suddenly became interested. "Then let's go now." He was a straight man who, although having Hee-Yuan and Ruan Wen with him, made turning into a girl seem not as troublesome as he imagined. But who wants to be a sheath when they can carry a gun? He could be said to be the most eager to turn back into a boy among the trio. Lu Lin shook his head, saying, "We can't all go. We need to leave one outside, just in case." Ruan Wen added, "Let old he stay and guard the house." Hee-Yuan exclaimed, "Why him?" This guy's expression suddenly turned sulky. Han Er was easy to convince. But wasn't the fourth brother trying to create an opportunity for alone time with Big Donkey? Scheming little brat. She immediately puffed out her chest and protested, "I want to go too." Ruan Wen didn't even glance at her. "At least I have some knowledge of mysticism. Han Er can fight and Big Donkey has sound judgment. What can you do?" Hee-Yuan retorted confidently, "I can." Ruan Wen, "What the hell?" The veins on his forehead were twitching. Seeing this, Lu Lin hurriedly said, "What the fourth brother said makes sense. You stay and guard. If we don't return for a long time, remember to call the police." Who knows if the police would even handle such matters? Hee-Yuan immediately felt deeply wronged and said, "In the end, I was the one who was wronged." Lu Lin, "This is a problem. It needs to be dealt with." So Lu Lin shifted back and said, "Old Air, go." Old Air complied and pounced on Hee-Yuan like a fierce tiger leaping from the mountain. Hee-Yuan still protested. "What skill is it to send Old Air? Why not let your Old Air go? Come on, let the storm come more violently." Everyone was left speechless. Ruan Wen seriously suggested, "Old he might really be beyond saving. Should I go buy a meat grinder?" Hee-Yuan, "Damn it, can you please not be so serious when you say that? I'm really worried, bro." In the end, Old he was subdued and Lu Lin and the others prepared to leave. To account for any potential emergencies, Han Er rummaged through his suitcase and pulled out a baton and a rubber band. Old he looked confused. "Why do you carry these things when you go out?" Han Er was also puzzled. "To protect myself." Now boys must protect themselves when going out, let alone the fact that he had transformed into a girl. Hee-Yuan. After preparing everything, the three were ready to leave, and Hee-Yuan, feeling wronged, leaned against the door frame and shouted, "Remember to take protective measures. If I have kids, I'll give them my surname." Lu Lin. Ruan Wen. Han Er. Ruan Wen was so exasperated he laughed. "Are you a simp?" Hee-Yuan coldly huffed. Yes, it's just that Big Donkey doesn't want to, otherwise I'd lick him even if he were sick." Lu Lin was disgusted. "What if I am sick?" Hee-Yuan replied, "I can lick you back to health." Lu Lin fell silent for a moment and said, "Impressive." Then he left without looking back, slamming the door. Continuing this conversation might really disgust him to death. Xiqing Hilton Yilan Hotel. After Lu Lin and his companions arrived, Lu Lin said he would go upstairs to look for someone. The reception desk politely escorted them to the floor and then left. When they knocked on room 1826, the electronic lock opened by itself. But there was no one behind the door. A sudden chill of unease washed over them. Lu Lin and Han Li felt their scalps prickle. They glanced down the long corridor, though everything appeared unchanged, yet it felt as though the hallway had become an endless loop with no end in sight. Frightened, usually upright Han unconsciously edged closer to Lu Lin. Pressed by Han Li's closeness, Lu Lin found himself oddly less panicked. It seems there is some science to milk calming people and promoting sleep. Ruan Wen, on the other hand, remained composed. If it were not for the occasional contemptuous smirk that flickered across her face, Lu Lin would have suspected her expression was false. Without hesitation, Ruan Wen strode into the room. They were all kin and no one could be left to face danger alone. Lu Lin followed closely, taking out his phone. The contact for Yao Yao Ling was already dialed. A single tap would summon the police at any moment. As for Han Li, he trembled behind Lu Lin. The closeness made Lu Lin uncomfortable in more ways than one, both eerie and embarrassingly intimate. Could it be that Han Li hoped to rouse Lu Lin's yang to repel whatever spirits might be present? Lu Lin snapped, "Old Han, are you afraid of ghosts?" Han Li stiffly replied, "I am not afraid." Lu Lin shot back, "Then can you please stand a little farther away? You are pressing against me." Han Li pressed even closer. The soft, springy contact was maddening. In the suite's living room, Ruan Wen swept the room with a spiritual perception. There was indeed no one present, but the furnishings were wrong. Those mirrors, thin veils of faint spiritual aura clung to them. Was this some sort of escape room puzzle that required them to find clues and unlock the next stage? As the fourth moved to inspect, a dim light flashed across the mirrors and other glossy objects. Dark streaks darted and braided within the glass, swiftly weaving into a vast vortex. A hazy shadow fell over the suite. The once bright lamps were suppressed, as if something pressed on them, turning their glow dull and lifeless. The sudden change startled everyone. Han made a high, piercing scream. In the next instant their vision went black. When they came to, they were no longer in the hotel room. They found themselves on the seashore. The early summer breeze was gentle and pleasant. The sound of the waves soothed their fear. But fierce vertigo made the three of them bend over, retching. When they finally steadied, Ruan Wen lifted her head and scanned the surroundings. She did not know where they were, but whoever had gone to such trouble to bring them here clearly had a purpose other than abandoning them. Soon 3 women emerged from the darkness, draped in Greek-style white robes, tall and elegant, each crowned with laurel wreaths of gold. The woman at the forefront had soft, cascading waves of hair and skin so pale it seemed to glow in the night. 2 women carried a man behind her. When Lu Lin glanced up, his pupils contracted sharply. Old he? How on earth was old he here? The man they carried looked hollow-eyed like a puppet on strings, submissively led by the 2 women. Han, quick to anger, assumed it was not a ghost and lunged forward, shouting, "Let old he go." Before she could rush out, Lu Lin and Ruan Wen restrained her. The lead woman smiled gently. "Do not be hasty. We mean no harm." Lu Lin demanded, "Then release my friend first." The lead woman ignored him. "You do not know how lofty your identities are." With that, she dropped to one knee, crossed her hands over her chest, and bowed, addressing them, "Your Highness." Lu Lin fell silent. Ruan Wen and Han were equally astonished. Lu Lin swung his wrist and said, "So we are all royal heirs of something." The lead woman's smile did not change. "You are not." Lu Lin was stung. "However, because of the presence of the princes, your status is honored as well." Lu Lin comforted himself. "I see. This is the start of a tale where an unrivaled son-in-law sweeps across the heavens. Of course I am the protagonist." While Lu Lin indulged in self-consolation, Ruan Wen's mind brimmed with questions. Before she could speak, the woman opposite spoke abruptly. "Our time is short, but remember, the primordial is with us. Seek the traces of the primordial. I will wait for you at the primordial sanctuary. There you will find everything you desire." After she finished, the lead woman raised her hand, and 3 black flames split off like flowers, flying into the bodies of Old He, Ruan Wen, and their companions. The 3 roommates, changed by gender, suddenly showed faces of agony. A fierce burning tore through their lower abdomens, as if something had seized their inner core, tied it in knots, then plunged it into acid. They collapsed to the sand in pain. At that moment, a jade-green lance of light cleaved the sky and locked onto the lead woman. The lead woman lifted her hand again, and frost condensed from the air into a mirror. As the green lance shattered the ice mirror, the 3 women in white, along with their reflections, fragmented and vanished. When the dust settled, only Lu Lin stood. He looked at the 3 curled on the beach in torment and felt confused. Who should he help first? He decided to let them try to get up on their own. While he hesitated, 3 squads roared in. Leading them was a short girl in a black trench coat. Her skin was sun-darkened and ruddy like a woman who had spent years toiling in the fields. Behind her, motorcycles and jeeps poured onto the sand and quickly surrounded the beach. The dark-skinned short girl hopped over and checked on Old He and the others. Seeing they were not seriously hurt, she cursed They got away again. Those bitches from the Queen cult are slippery. She produced an e-cigarette and took a hard drag. In the dim night, Lu Lin watched two thick plumes of white vapor stream from her nostrils. When she finished, she glanced at Lu Lin and the others. You will have to come with us. Lu Lin protested. No way, officer, we are law-abiding citizens. The short girl rolled her eyes. We are not here to detain you. There are simply some matters you need to be informed of. As she spoke, Ruan Wen and Han Li crawled to their feet, but old he remained dazed, clutching his stomach and looking around. Faced with so many stern men in black, he panicked and instinctively leaned against Lu Lin. What happened to me? Why am I here? He cried. Lu Lin steadied him. Don't ask. I am confused too. Come with the officer first. He Yuan blinked in bewilderment. Huh? Pressing his sore abdomen, he realized, wait a minute. I am a victim here. If you wanted something from me, you could have told me. No need to knock me out. Lu Lin rapped him on the head. Behave yourself in front of the officer. He Yuan sputtered silently. He accused me. Lu Lin endured it. The short girl watched their banter with a twitching expression, and when they quieted, she waved a hand. Take them away. Several burly men closed in. Their expressions were grave and heavy, as if to say, will you walk willingly, or shall we make you? Lu Lin and the others chose the former. They climbed into the vehicles and, racing at high speed, arrived at the entrance of the Haizhou City Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. Lu Lin was speechless. Once escorted into a conference room at the bureau, the short girl returned carrying a thermos. She sat at the head of the table and said, You now have a rough idea of the situation, do you not? Though small in stature, her tone was that of an experienced cadre. He Yuan raised his hand. I do not understand. The short girl nodded. You were unconscious when we found you. She sipped her tea and introduced herself. My name is Wang Hui, Regional Head of Social Security for East China. Your encounter was an extraordinary and abnormal one involving contact with the Queen cult. We now possess evidence that suggests certain traits on your persons are linked to that cult. Ruan Wen asked calmly, what will you do with us? Wang Hui tapped two fingers together and said, you have two choices. Wang Hui slowly said, the first option, which I highly recommend, allows you to pretend none of this ever happened and continue living your previous life. She looked at He Yuan and said, I watched your performance, it was quite enjoyable. He Yuan replied. Why does she feel like she's being teased? Ruan Wen asked, what if those people continue to look for us? Wang Hui nodded, that's a possibility. But we will do our utmost to ensure your safety, to protect the people, and to maintain social stability, which is the duty of our Human Resources Bureau. Of course, you will need to cooperate with our work. Regularly report to the local Human Resources Bureau, and any unexpected situations must be reported to facilitate your protection. Lu Lin shrugged his wrist. Sounds a bit like probation. Although in society they face various restrictions, they generally don't feel it. Now this is a bit troublesome. Ruan Wen asked, what about the second option? Wang Hui replied, join us and become an external member of the Human Resources Bureau. This way you will have even more responsibilities. Not only will you need to report regularly, but you will also have to complete certain tasks. Of course, you will enjoy allowances and benefits from the Human Resources Bureau and have access to extraordinary fields. But you will have to write reports. Piles and piles of them. At this point, Wang Hui's eyes were wide open. It seemed that writing reports was the most terrifying thing in the world. Everyone. Wang Hui clapped his face and said, of course you will also face issues like elemental erosion, mental disorders, and so on. Everyone. Although they didn't know what elemental erosion was, it sounded troublesome. He Yuan weakly suggested, how about we choose the first option? Compared to the second option, the first option is much more comfortable. It offers protection without so many complications. The best part is it doesn't cost anything. He Yuan was quite tempted. Lu Lin also agreed. Living a stable life and making a decent income is indeed better. The current environment in the country is far better than abroad. Over the ocean, the Americans are still troubled by the pandemic, but they've become numb to the high death toll. Even related reports have decreased. On the contrary, after the Democrats took office, the Americans have started to revive their previous human rights rhetoric, making a big deal out of imaginary issues, while remaining silent about the nuclear wastewater being dumped by their neighboring country. This vividly illustrates what freedom means and what being a ruler signifies. Simply put, I can play with the underworld however I want. Therefore, when Wang Hui, representing the Human Resources Bureau, said they would protect them, they felt at ease. Han Lauer saw that Lu Lin and He Yuan both agreed, so he did too. Only Ruan Wen remained. This guy was extremely interested in the occult, so when the opportunity to truly engage with the extraordinary world presented itself, he was very tempted. Thus Lu Lin and the others looked at Ruan Wen, eager to hear his thoughts. Ruan Wen sat in silence like a statue, motionless. After a long while, he finally said, I choose the first option as well. Wang Hui clapped his hands smart. She got up and took several confidentiality agreements from the cabinet behind her to distribute to Lu Lin and the others. There have been people involved in similar incidents who wanted to gain insights into the extraordinary, but very few do not end up regretting it. We are actually quite similar to soldiers, firefighters, and lifeguards. We go wherever there is trouble. Tisk, it's not as comfortable as abroad. At least they wouldn't dare to kill someone with their knees. This petite girl rambled on like a rural ant. But Lu Lin and the others listened with deep respect. They hadn't realized this before, but when something truly happened they understood how wonderful it felt to be protected by the state. They also understood that the current peaceful times were only possible because someone was bearing the burden for them. This is a confidentiality agreement. Any leaks regarding this incident and related concepts will result in accountability. Alright, just sign, and you can leave. By the way, here's my business card. You can call me directly if you encounter any issues. After taking the business card, Wang Hui arranged for colleagues from the Human Resources Bureau to send Lu Lin and the others back to Shi City. Fortunately, Haizhou is not far from Shi City. A quick drive takes only 2 to 3 hours. After seeing off Lu Lin and the others, Wang Hui returned to the office of the Haizhou Human Resources Bureau. Her office location was not fixed. She was truly like a firefighter going wherever there was a task, with offices of various local human resources bureaus serving as her work locations. This matter has not yet ended. This is only the beginning. Next, she needs to analyze the course of this incident, identify its internal causes, trace the foreign invading forces, and compile a written report detailing the events, her thoughts, and the upcoming action strategies to submit to the higher authorities. Just thinking about this made Wang Hui feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. Damn it. Why do I have to write this nonsense? Can't someone assign me a secretary? Wang Hui returned to her office, kicked off her shoes, then hugged her knees while rubbing her feet and scratching her head to write the report. As she wrote, it soon became past 2 in the morning. Just then her phone rang. Wang Hui answered. Who is it? The voice on the other end said, It's me, Ruan Wen. Wang Hui replied, What's up? Ruan Wen said, I want to join you. Wang Hui paused, her foot scratching, amused, and said, So soon to change your mind? Ruan Wen replied, I have things I must do. I crave power. For this, she could bear any cost. But she didn't want to worry Lao He and Lu Lin. Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, thinking this kid has a story. But in such incidents they could only guide the flow, they couldn't impose regulations. Otherwise, even if they refused, those already entangled with the abnormalities would find other ways to acquire knowledge of the extraordinary. Thus, rather than letting them grow wildly, it was better to bring them under the organization's oversight to allow for orderly and harmonious development. So Wang Hui finished scratching her feet, picked up her e-cigarette, and took a deep puff, saying, Okay, I will send you some materials later. If you have questions, you can ask me, or go to the local Social Security Bureau or library to inquire with relevant personnel. Ruan Wen replied, Thank you. Wang Hui chuckled. This is a one-way road, think it through. Ruan Wen said, I understand. She spoke with determination, but Wang Hui shook her head. No, you have no idea. You can't even begin to comprehend the hardships and trials that lie ahead on this path, like the chronic, excruciating itch of this foot fungus. She took another deep puff of the e-cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and said, Then that's good. Ruan Wen added, Remember to keep it confidential for me, thank you. Wang Hui replied, Sure. Hanging up the phone, she went back to scratching her feet and writing the report. However, it wasn't long before another call came in. Looking at the number, Wang Hui suddenly felt that she might not have a peaceful night after all. She answered the call, and sure enough, a familiar voice came through. It's Han Li. Wang Hui said, What's going on? Han Li asked, Is there a way for you to turn me back into a man? Our family has had only male heirs for 3 generations. Wang Hui replied, There is a way. Han Li said, Then that's settled. Wang Hui. She repeated what she had told Ruan Wen, and then hung up the phone. However, this time, she didn't go back to scratching her feet and writing the report. Instead, she placed the phone on the desk and waited. Sure enough, not long after, her phone rang again, and a sneaky voice came through. Hello. I'm He Yu, and I want to ask if you have any methods among those things to make a man fall completely in love with you. Wang Hui. Am I Aladdin's lamp or an old witch from the sea? Why are you all asking for such extravagant things? This dormitory is really quite interesting. Lu Lin returned to Xiqing well past 1 or 2 in the morning. As soon as he arrived, Lao He and the others had already stepped out to run errands. Seizing the moment when the room was empty, Lu Lin dialed Wang Hui's number and expressed his desire to enter the extraordinary field. Though the organization had pledged protection, their adversaries wielded eerily uncanny power. If one truly intended to strike at them, would it not be effortless? Passive resignation was never Lu Lin's way. He preferred taking bold, decisive action. To his surprise, Wang Hui readily agreed, though his tone carried a tinge of impatience and something oddly mischievous. After hanging up, Lu Lin received classified documents from Wang Hui. Before he could examine them closely, He Yuan and the others burst back in, breathless and hurried. He Yuan snapped her phone forward with a sharp flick, schwa, and thrust it right into Lu Lin's face. Big donkey look. Quick look. Someone's already orchestrating a smear campaign against me. Lu Lin barely had time to flinch before the screen slammed into his nose. He grumbled and shoved it aside. Do you take me for a phone stand? Then he snatched the device and scanned the article. It was a long-form post on Weibo authored by a major influencer known as Entertainment News Report. The account boasted over 7 million followers, so the article spread like wildfire. Published just before midnight, it had already garnered over 50,000 shares, 90,000 comments, and 120,000 likes. This illustrated essay offered a vivid, emotionally charged critique of He Yuan's stage performance style. accusing her of vulgar theatrics, exploiting sensuality to seize attention, and insinuating an intimate relationship between her and Lu Lin. It subtly implied she had entered that relationship solely to advance her career, and covertly suggested that her interference had sown discord between Lu Lin and his childhood friend Wang Kuku. In its conclusion, it lamented the dissolution of such a seemingly perfect pairing, Lu Lin and Wang Kuku, as if shattered by a scheming interloper. Then abruptly shifting tone, it pivoted to feminist rhetoric. It claimed with smug certainty that men were inherently visual creatures, drawn instinctively to flamboyant blossoms, and so on. Frankly, even Lu Lin upon reading it found himself momentarily persuaded by its deceptive logic. This was an exceptionally potent piece of character assassination. Though every claim rested purely on conjecture, the author masterfully harnessed empathy, inviting countless women to identify with Wang Kuku's perspective, thereby recasting He Yuan as a calculating intruder and Lu Lin as a lecherous opportunist. As for the truth, who truly cared? The public craved spectacle, not substance, and they certainly weren't Lu Huaqiang demanding ripeness before consumption. The internet has no memory, neither do its users. They simply indulge in conspiracy theories to gratify dark primal impulses and derive perverse satisfaction from voicing dissenting opinions about others. Thus, this was an extraordinarily sophisticated piece of public relations writing. Unquestionably, it originated from Xinhua Entertainment, and undoubtedly it bore the fingerprints of a seasoned strategist. Its craftsmanship nearly rivaled the reputation management narratives penned by Zhen Shuang's team. Lu Lin had already lost the first move. Whatever he said next would risk being twisted and weaponized against him. After a pause, he asked, "What's happening on your end?" He Yuan growled, "My Weibo and Douyin accounts are being flooded with abuse. I'm so furious I've nearly cracked my phone screen. Big donkey, what should I do? Should I post a video to fight back?" Ruan Wen rolled her eyes and clutched her stomach. "Idiot. He Yuan. Oh right, I'm big-chested and brainless while you're all gray matter and no curves." Huh, Ruan Wen. How in heaven's name did big-chested and brainless sound like a compliment coming from you? Lu Lin waved his hand to silence them. Fighting back verbally is out of the question. At this stage, any statement we make will likely be hijacked by their troll armies, easily turning neutral bystanders against us. That's the advantage of having corporate backing, public relations handled comprehensively. Thousands of coordinated operatives standing ready. He Yuan puffed with indignation. Fine. At least this wave of controversy is boosting our visibility. Not all traffic is worth harvesting, Lu Lin retorted, rolling his eyes. This kind. Fleeting heat, fleeting thrill. He Yuan beamed, then let the heat last forever. Look at Xiao Zhan. He's still wildly popular. Rumor has it he just secured Lining's endorsement. Ruan Wen murmured dryly. So now even sneaker store clerks ask customers if they're Xiao Zhan fans. He Yuan. Lu Lin interjected, that's less stardom and more a capital-driven social experiment. His fame rests entirely on exposure, unsustainable in the long run. Similar cases include the Litong youth. Low-culture high-looks idols are easily sourced. But try finding another little sweetheart of humanity like Wang Bingbing. After thoughtful consideration, Lu Lin declared, let's hold our position, for now. This situation is a crisis, but crises conceal opportunity as surely as they harbor peril. The competition hasn't concluded yet. Victory and defeat remain unwritten. Due to the format, the next 2 episodes of tomorrow's Superstar will feature only the 3 mentors selecting trainees. Though early contestants like He Yuan and Wang Kuku will appear on screen, they'll have scant chance to perform on stage. Yet the stage, that is where true artistry shines brightest. Thus, He Yuan's chance to reverse public perception hinges decisively on episode 4 of tomorrow's Superstar. Until then, Lu Lin issued strict orders. He Yuan must grant no interviews and issue no online responses. Even routine vlogs and live streams must avoid referencing the controversy altogether. To maximize impact for episode 4, Lu Lin instructed He Yuan to convey in real time the subtle nuances of being profoundly misunderstood, the quiet anguish of unjust vilification. He Yuan, once dubbed the former Sea King, delivered those expressions flawlessly during live streams. Her performative mastery put dozens of trending idols to shame. Lu Lin half-joked she deserved an Oscar. Days passed. Online vitriol accusing He Yuan of deceitful charm intensified, escalating in some corners to outright personal attacks. Some resourceful netizens attempted doxing, but searching yielded nothing. She was digitally immaculate. Lu Lin suspected assistance from personnel within the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. With He Yuan's gender-transitioned identity untraceable, investigators shifted focus to relatives of He Yume. Her origins and her past romantic exploits were unearthed. Each documented episode of her Sea King conduct was exposed online, seemingly confirming He Yume's manipulative nature. Suddenly, the smear campaign gained an air of credibility. Watching her own original identity vilified in real time, He Yuan seethed with fury. They're just jealous. Jealous. I won those hearts fairly. Why should they slander me? I'm not a cad. I simply offer solace to shattered hearts. Name one woman who's ever complained I fell short. She raged inside the room. while Lu Lin quietly read research materials and Han Lauer lifted weights in silence. Ruan Wen, eyes still fixed on her book, remarked, "Without looking up, you really are incapable now." Hiyuan. Ruan Wen added, "Unsparing, and don't pretend no one speaks ill of you. Several girls have openly lamented they couldn't land you." Hiyuan. He blinked, baffled. Was that praise or insult? Forget it. That's irrelevant. She lunged toward Lu Lin. "Big donkey, I'm so furious I haven't slept a wink. Help me relieve this tension." Lu Lin leapt up and kicked dropped dead. Hiyuan was inundated online with a deluge of negative news. Yet this did not dampen his spirits in the slightest. Though it might hinder his future prospects, he trusted Lu Lin completely. Whenever Lu Lin said he had a solution, Hiyuan believed him without hesitation. So he carried on with his carefree, untroubled life. Naturally, his training regimen, specifically tailored for him, continued uninterrupted during this period. To that end, they even paid special visits to faculty members at his school. Though the instructor's teachings leaned heavily toward theory, consistent practice still contributed meaningfully to Hiyuan's growth. Truth be told, Hiyuan was simply far too inexperienced. While Hiyuan remained immersed in his hectic schedule, Lu Lin was equally occupied. He devoted every spare moment to studying the documents Wang Hui had sent him. Gaining entry into the extraordinary realm was no trivial matter. It could not be achieved on a whim. Before formal admission, one must undergo prolonged, disciplined effort, forging one's will, sharpening focus, and mastering self-control. Wang Hui had made it clear true access to the extraordinary realm would remain impossible until one met stringent benchmarks. Determined to protect himself and the rowdy occupants of his dormitory, Lu Lin trained in quiet, unwavering resolve. Strangely enough, this sensation wasn't unpleasant at all. It carried the quiet thrill of wielding a hidden blade, unknown to all yet poised to flash forth in a single dazzling revelation. Just thinking about it stirred an eager anticipation. Amidst the wait for Season 4, Hiyuan participated in 2 additional program recordings. Seemingly intent on generating buzz, the production team and mentors repeatedly invited Hiyuan to speak on camera. Even Professor Xue Fan consulted him multiple times during contestant selections. Likewise, Mimi did the same, but she sought counsel exclusively from Wang Kuku. The show's producers appeared deliberately stoking rivalry between the two. Yet in the second round of auditions, another remarkably talented singer emerged, Bu Yi, a slight, unassuming figure wearing black-rimmed glasses who performed self-accompanied songs suffused with the warmth and texture of everyday life. This rekindled Xue Fan's fervent interest. "I want you," practically blazed from his eyes. In the end, Bu Yi joined Xue Fan's team. As for the third round, it passed without particular distinction. Across 2 consecutive tapings, Hiyuan remained silent on the online backlash, merely sitting quietly in the contestant's seat. In response, netizens slapped him with labels like guilty conscience and affected pretense. The smear campaign had devolved into criticism for criticism's sake. Yet amid the tide of vilification, a few voices retained clarity, though they were painfully few. One such voice belonged to a fan known as Not Teacher By, who launched a bold counteroffensive. She rallied fellow users from the provincial forum 12 Beauties, launching coordinated assaults against major entertainment accounts, digging deep into Lu Lin's and Wang Kuku's pasts, painting Wang Kuku as an ungrateful ingrate. She also posted the lyrics of Youth in Full Bloom and Written for the Mountain Spirit as corroborating evidence, sparking a notable surge in Hiyuan's fanbase. Indeed, the ethereal young woman in a white shirt, radiant as a moonlit sprite on Douyin, was nearly impossible to reconcile with the grotesque caricature peddled on Weibo. Thus the 2 factions clashed fiercely online. Equally delighted was Bai Xiaojia, for Not Teacher Bai was in fact her online handle. She had now become the most talked about figure on 12 Beauties, amassing followers across the entire internet. By fiercely defending Hiyuan, she'd achieved modest fame herself. Even her micro-business saw a noticeable uptick. What is a benefactor? This, precisely this, is a benefactor. Even before he acknowledged her, she was already profiting. Bai Xiaojia was so exhilarated her legs trembled uncontrollably. How desperately she longed to grow closer, to embrace the uniquely gifted Mr. Lu. Each night, she writhed feverishly in bed, hugging her pillow tight. After the 3rd episode wrapped, even Wang Kuku appeared unable to stay silent, issuing a Weibo post stating, "I believe Hiyume is not the kind of person described, nor is my dear friend Lu Lin. I urge everyone to view Hiyume fairly and objectively." Back at the hotel, Hiyuan stared at the online chaos until nausea rose in her throat. She gritted her teeth. "Now you say this." Lu Lin smiled faintly. "We've stayed quiet, but the storm has only intensified. Perhaps they fear our countermeasures, so they're securing their own retreat in advance." After holding back for 2 weeks, Hiyuan was near the breaking point. She sidled up to Lu Lin, slinging her arms around his arm and shaking it playfully. Tell me, how exactly will we strike back?" Lu Lin extricated his arm from her warm embrace. "Lao Si, where's my knife?" Hiyuan instantly unbuckled her belt and handed it over. "Use this. I love danger." Then she flopped onto the floor. "Lu Lin." Ruan Wen retrieved Han Lao Air's crutches. "Let me help you, big donkey." Today she'd flattened those 2 milk sacks once and for all. He Yuan bolted upright and fled. Exactly the kind of reckless stunt only Lao Si would pull. Phew. Lu Lin exhaled in relief. This wretched He Yuan grew bolder by the day, testing his composure relentlessly. What official could possibly withstand such a trial? His nose had even begun bleeding from stress-induced inflammation. Meanwhile, He Yuan shrieked in agony as Lao Si pummeled her, growing more frenzied with each blow, eyes blazing with wild fervor. You love danger. You love teasing. Tease me then. Feel the thrill. He Yuan. Lao Si, stop. No, please. At that very moment, Han Li slipped cautiously through the doorway. Upon seeing the scene, he sighed in relief. Damn it. You scared me half to death. I thought you were indulging in something truly extreme. Enough. Enough. Don't forget how many paparazzi are lurking outside right now. Their shared living arrangement, 4 of them under one roof, had already ignited a firestorm online. Lu Lin had even been hailed as the new sea god. Yes, the title Sea King no longer sufficed to describe him. Only after Han Li intervened did Ruan Wen reluctantly cease her assault, leaving He Yuan lying blanketed and limp on the bed, twitching occasionally. Lu Lin, long accustomed to such antics, continued scrolling silently through his phone. Despite He Yuan's torrent of negative press, offers flooded in from major talent agencies across the country, not just provincial firms, but also those based in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and even Hong Kong. Lu Lin reviewed each one, but replied to none. Then abruptly his thumb paused. A message read, Dear Mr. Lu, I am Huo Wensi, Operations Director of Ingwang Entertainment's Beijing office. I wish to discuss potential collaboration at your earliest convenience. I await your call with sincere respect. Huo Wensi. That name rang a bell. He opened his browser and searched immediately. After skimming the results, Lu Lin burst out, well, I'll be damned. He Yuan turned her head numbly, voice dripping with wounded reproach. What could possibly be more captivating than me? Did I fail to please you? Lu Lin instantly scowled. Don't tarnish my reputation. When have I ever licked you? He Yuan sprang upright. Right now works just fine. Ruan Lao Si wordlessly produced the crutches once more. Lu Lin stepped aside, waving his phone lazily. You've just been handpicked by a golden-tier agent. Huo Wensi, a top-tier talent agent from Hong Kong. Many of the artists under her management achieved remarkable fame. Before 2010, her roster glittered with stars. Yet after 2010, as mainland China's entertainment industry surged and global dynamics shifted, Hong Kong's cultural and creative sectors steadily declined. Thus, Huo Wensi earned the epithet Hong Kong's last golden agent. Agents typically operate behind the scenes, yet Huo Wensi's renown extended far beyond professional circles, a testament to her extraordinary acumen. After sharing online information about her with his 3 dorm mates, Lu Lin asked, what do you all think? He Yuan scratched his head. She has no scandalous record, right? Hong Kong's disillusioned youth caused quite an uproar back then. Lu Lin shook his head. She's an exceptionally perceptive woman. He Yuan squinted at the photo, strikingly reminiscent of singer Fei Wong, and winced. So beautiful and sharp-witted. How on earth can we possibly compete? Let's test the waters first, Lu Lin replied. He Yuan instantly puffed out his chest. I'm coming along. That woman looks dangerously charming. Lu Lin. He turned to Ruan Wen. Fourth brother, it's your turn. He Yuan. Lu Lin typed back, hello miss. Well, I'm Lu Lin. I'm intrigued by your proposal. When might you be available? Huo Wensi replied, almost instantly, anytime. I'm already in Xiqing. If you hadn't responded soon, I'd have called to follow up. Lu Lin. Wait, is a CEO really this courteous? Even with his reshaped cognition, he felt genuinely flustered. He checked the time. It was nearly 8 p.m. Then shall we meet now? Huo Wensi agreed. There's a cafe in Xiqing owned by a friend of mine. M5 Cafe, located at No. 4 Yuhu Tower, Binhu Road. Shall we meet there? Lu Lin, yes. Her demeanor left no doubt this was truly a formidable figure. To rise to prominence in Hong Kong's fiercely competitive landscape was no small feat. Lu Lin changed into simple, immaculate attire and headed out. Upon arriving at the designated location by taxi, he found the cafe. The cafe exuded understated elegance. The interior details were meticulously curated. Piano-finished tabletops held exquisitely crafted tableware. Even the napkins bore intricate, refined, embossed patterns. Clearly this was a place well beyond his usual budget. At this hour the cafe was nearly empty. Only a handsome, impeccably groomed barista moved with quiet precision behind the counter. Lu Lin spotted Huo Wensi seated in a corner. She wore a crisp, white casual suit, clean poised, radiating effortless professionalism and minimalist sophistication. Upon seeing him, Huo Wensi rose swiftly. Mr. Lu, I'm Huo Wensi. After brief pleasantries, they took their seats. Huo Wensi cut straight to the point. I know you've declined numerous offers from major agencies. Your willingness to meet me today is truly an honor. Lu Lin smiled faintly. You're too modest. The title Hong Kong's last golden agent carried undeniable weight. Huo Wensi continued, so, have you decided to partner with us? Lu Lin, I'm open to it. Then what precisely does that openness entail? She tilted her head slightly and offered him a radiant, captivating smile. Lu Lin inwardly gasped. Though past 40, Huo Wensi maintained exceptional vitality, and her uncanny resemblance to Fei Wong made that smile disarmingly potent, even for a young man like himself. And crucially, She was wealthy. Lu Lin flicked his wrist lightly. Strictly speaking, it's not that we'll partner with you, but rather you'll partner with us. Huo Wensi. This remark visibly disrupted her composure. Me? Partner with them? On what grounds? What unique strength did he possess? Regaining her footing, she shifted her gaze and asked, do you mean to say you command extensive resources and a vast network, capable of elevating me? Lu Lin shook his head. No, we're grassroots through and through. Huo Wensi seized the moment to steer the conversation. Then tell me, how exactly would I partner with you? I came here because I sensed Miss He's extraordinary potential. I believe she could become another megastar. Even if she never reaches the zenith of a king or queen of entertainment, she could certainly rival singers like Deng Ziki. A calculated enticement, yet Lu Lin refused to bite. Instead, he asked Miss Huo, why did you accept the role of operations director for Ingwang's Beijing division? Huo Wensi's eyes narrowed sharply. Lu Lin pressed on. It's because Hong Kong's era has passed. Over the years, you've steadily expanded into the mainland. First with Xie Jianfeng's hit show Nine Peaks flavor, then with Chun Whiting's persistent mainland visibility. These moves yielded results, but surely fell far short of Ingwang's original ambitions. Huo Wensi listened in silence, then asked quietly, so, you believe you can break through the mainland's entertainment industry? Lu Lin spread his hands. I make no guarantees, but are you willing to wager? Huo Wensi, this young man, does he have any grounding at all? Suddenly she suspected he hadn't signed with any agency, not because he was holding out for better terms, but because he fundamentally misjudged his own position. In plain terms, he was utterly delusional. Lu Lin, of course, sensed the subtle shift in her mindset. Yet he paid it no mind. Leaning forward, he buried his fingers in his hair and gazed down at the tabletop. Its glossy piano finish reflected his face, hazy and indistinct. It was a strikingly handsome face, truly star-worthy. Yet Lu Lin felt strangely detached from it, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. He murmured softly, I suffered a serious illness. Huo Wensi raised an eyebrow. Was it after Miss Wang signed with Xingyue? Lu Lin smiled faintly. She'd done her homework thoroughly. He continued, after recovering, my mind overflowed with countless new ideas, like drifting mist, thickening, coalescing, threatening to erupt all at once. Composing songs. Trivial. My vision encompasses something far grander. Then he paused, and so I began to wonder, and lifted his gaze just slightly. Perhaps I can change the world. At that very moment his ambition erupted, not as a whisper, but as a cataclysm. Like ancient coal buried 10,000 years beneath the earth suddenly ignited, flames bursting forth from a fissure in the ground, roaring into a blazing, world-dazzling torch. I think, I too, can change the world. Huo Wensi felt the sheer, unshakable resolve emanating from him, and it shook her to her core. It was an uncanny sensation. When that young man uttered those words, a profound chill swept over her entire being. Like an autumn gale rushing straight into her chest. So sudden, so piercing it sent shivers across her scalp. It was the electrifying thrill of standing before a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Put in today's vernacular, in that instant she perceived an overwhelming aura of sovereign charisma radiating from him, and her body trembled instinctively, ready to kneel. A university student, still ungraduated, offering her an opportunity. Absurd. Laughable. Yet this very intuition had been her sharpest weapon, the reason she'd remained unshaken in Hong Kong's volatile industry for decades. In the past, she would have seized it without hesitation, because back then she possessed nothing. But she was no longer that penniless sales clerk from the cosmetics counter. She now owned much, had witnessed much, and could no longer afford impulsive decisions. So after a moment's reflection, she said calmly, then let's make a wager. A bet. Lu Lin smiled. I bet your gun is empty. And in what, Wensi? And in could you at least be serious? She spoke earnestly. Originally, I prepared a contract for this visit, 5 years, 10 million yuan, 2 million annually, as a signing fee. This sum carries no stipulations. It merely secures exclusive first refusal rights to your work's publication and distribution, along with your attendance at related promotional events. It was an exceptionally generous and lenient agreement, so favorable it bordered on giving money away. And had He Yuan been present, she'd likely already be kneeling, eager to sign. Huo Wensi continued, but since you're so confident, let's draft a wager agreement instead. If you win, I'll fully back you. If you lose, we'll sign a standard 10-year artist contract, with a 10 million yuan signing fee. Lu Lin chuckled. I have no objection, but He Yuan is my dearest friend, my sworn brother. And Huo Wensi goaded him, you're afraid. Lu Lin replied, no, I mean the price must go up, and even if we sell new, ought to fetch a fair price, shouldn't we? Huo Wensi declared magnanimously, then 20 million, and in that average 2 million per year. Aji could earn that back effortlessly, even with her eyes closed. Lu Lin nodded, so this is a win-win, and Huo Wensi smiled, naturally. I'll never treat you unfairly regardless of the outcome. Her sincerity was evident, yet Lu Lin shook his head. What I meant was, does this count as you winning twice, in Huo Wensi? And she was utterly baffled. And in who on earth had given him the audacity to be so self-assured? And in what justified such unwavering confidence? Huo Wensi exhaled deeply, then maintained her smile very well. If you win, I'll grant you one additional request of your choosing. Lu Lin beamed. Any request, in Huo Wensi. Nothing excessively unreasonable, of course. Lin, fair enough. Huo Wensi acted decisively, immediately drafting the wager agreement in the office, producing 2 identical copies, each duly signed and sealed. And just like that, the deal was sealed. Staring at the signed agreement, Huo Wensi felt a fleeting daze. And in how had things arrived at this point? And in it seemed she'd been led, step by step, by the other party. Strange. Lu Lin pocketed the agreement. Then let's leave it at that. We'll meet again soon. And as he turned to leave, Huo Wensi called after him, Mr. Lu, there are many geniuses in this world, but not all geniuses reshape reality. Lu Lin waved casually over his shoulder without turning. And in we'll see. And on his way home, he picked up a box of zhou hei duck, some spicy crayfish, and also brought back bottled water and toast. Yet the moment he unlocked the door and stepped inside, he noticed several unfamiliar people in the living room. A young man sat at the center of the sofa, slick back hair, impeccably tailored Western suit, flanked by 2 burly bodyguards in black suits standing rigidly behind him. His posture suggested considered himself the master of this place. Lu Lin blinked, bewildered. Who is this guy? And Ruan Wen, seated across from the intruder, remarked coolly, must be someone's dog who slipped its leash. The young man tilted his head sharply, fixing Ruan Wen with a hostile glare. And in this little woman had quite the sharp tongue. And in shame, her figure was too flat. He wasn't interested. His gaze then swept toward He Yuan and Han Li. Now these 2 women were striking, and very much like to test whether their tongues were equally sharp. Lu Lin placed the food on the dining table and asked, so, you have business with us? And the young man withdrew his stare from the others and appraised Lu Lin. They said you're the one in charge, so I waited for you. We represent Jinxing International Entertainment. We possess formidable resources, and you possess exceptional potential. Thus we wish to sign you. And in with a gesture, Nai's bodyguard handed over several printed contracts. Take a look and sign. Lu Lin flipped through them, and in the terms were draconian, little better than indentured servitude. And in the signing fee, and in 5 million yuan over 20 years. Lu Lin burst out laughing. Is your company affiliated with the beggars sect? And the young man, and in Ruan Wen, interjected, saying that would offend the beggars sect. You should ask whether they're members of the great nuclear nation instead. And the young man, and his face flushed green. Damn, this man and that woman had venomous tongues. The young man's voice turned icy. Our company commands immense influence in every domain. Your newcomers, think carefully before deciding. Threat. Lu Lin tossed the contracts back into the man's lap and asked, feigning concern, do you have gastric issues? Your breath reeks of arrogance. In the young man's jaw twitched, his bodyguards bristled with lethal intent. Han Lauer quietly retreated to the far corner, where a baseball bat leaned against the wall. Yet the young man restrained himself, and he laid the contracts back on the table, rose, straightened his suit jacket, and rolled his neck. My message has been delivered. Consider it for a few more days. Think very carefully, or the consequences will be dire. And in with that and strode out, flanked by his 2 bodyguards. Lu Lin. And in only after they'd gone did he mutter, puzzled, seriously, do people like this still exist in this day and age? This whole maneuver feels utterly absurd. And Ruan Wen remained calm. Across every era, humanity has never failed to disappoint when it comes to disappointment. Whether it's the great nuclear nation releasing radioactive wastewater, daily gun violence under the banner of freedom in the Beacon Nation, or last month's mass murder case ending in a mere life sentence. Even the sheer abundance of toxic brain-dead substances and common pesticides proves one thing conclusively: inhumanity is beyond redemption. Everyone in Lao Si's teenage angst flared up again. Lu Lin ignored her and pulled out his phone to search for Jinxing International Entertainment, quickly locating the company on a corporate registry site. Registered capital, 1 million yuan. Legal representative, Jin Xingnan. The company had existed for barely over a year. Its primary operations included modeling, acting, web dramas, and live streaming across major platforms. Lu Lin grew even more perplexed. And this is pathetic. What kind of fly-by-night operation is this? And how did they even find us? And in tracing, the legal representative further revealed only 2 nightclubs and a liquor distribution firm, all based in the provincial capital. That was it. And in from these details alone, both Jin Xingnan and his company appeared astonishingly thin, utterly outmatched in the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry, no different from destitute beggars. Yet their arrogance was staggering, absurdly, outrageously so. And He Yuan spun her tiny brain. Could it be that old hag from Xingyu Entertainment stirring up trouble for us? He Yuan's suspicion was not entirely unfounded. Yet Lu Lin doubted that Lon, the senior agent at Xingyu Entertainment, would resort to such crude tactics. Moreover, based on the information uncovered, Jinxing Entertainment appeared to be little more than a front company, albeit an exceptionally shoddy one. Lu Lin waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. This was China, not some lawless, Keeble-dominated wasteland like South Korea. Hiyuan wrinkled her nose in disdain. Before I only ever saw how dazzling and glamorous internet celebrities and stars seemed. Never imagined the filth festering beneath that glittering surface. Lu Lin chuckled. The entertainment industry has always been a tangled web of power, desire, and wealth. In terms of sheer profit extraction, it falls just short of the financial sector. The downfall of Bing Bing several years ago, and the recent meteoric rise of Xiaozhan, both attest to how deeply rotten this world has become down to its very roots. Perhaps such scandals feel distant from ordinary life, but what about the recently exposed toxic influencer Ms. Xiong? Her case alone reveals the industry's pervasive moral decay. Engaged to a wealthy heir while simultaneously exploiting her boyfriend for fame and fortune, such duplicity would have been unthinkable in ancient times. Clearly today's self-proclaimed feminist warriors are truly formidable. Fortunately, the 3 roommates in their dorm were all millennial transfers, making camaraderie effortless. Hiyuan suddenly sighed wistfully. Come to think of it, I was rather kind back then. Indeed, children raised in the mountains may harbor ambition, yet they retain the unrefined honesty of the wild. Lu Lin grew curious. You never told us anything about your family before. Hiyuan smiled faintly. What is there to tell? A tiny tea-growing village and farmers who spent their entire lives without ever leaving their prefecture. Lu Lin leaned forward intrigued. Tell me more. Hiyuan reclined on the sofa, her slender legs crossed like twin serpents of ivory, her bare feet, smooth, luminous, and exquisitely formed, resembled polished jade sculptures, each toe a perfect rounded pearl. Lost in memory, he spoke slowly. Actually, our village was quite beautiful. The sky there was profoundly blue, the clouds impossibly white. Each spring hillsides bloomed with verdant green, so vivid it seemed to seep deep into the soul. As he spoke, a serene, tender smile softened his features, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia and quiet yearning. A child who has wandered far from home forever longs to return. A soft laugh escaped him. On the day I left the village, I told my grandfather, if I fail, I won't come back. But he replied, foolish child, you must succeed before you dare return. Everything there was beautiful, yet poverty clung to it like mist. His gaze fell, his voice faltering. He missed home. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply. Who, given the choice, would willingly abandon hearth and homeland? Lu Lin nodded. Indeed, even elders back home must drink water. Huh. Hiyuan blinked, his face crumpling in bewilderment. Are you serious? Can't you let me savor this moment? Yet Lu Lin's irreverent interruption unexpectedly lifted his mood. Inspiration now surged. The song originally composed for Hiyuan was discarded. A far superior idea had taken root. Without hesitation, Lu Lin strode toward Hiyuan's room. May I borrow your space? He was about to compose. Hiyuan perked up instantly. Use anything in my room, freely. He dashed toward his bedroom. Lu Lin stared stunned. Wait, what? He paused mid-step, feigning indignation. I'd just conceived a far more fitting song for you. Since you're determined to sabotage it, forget it. Hiyuan dropped to his knees. Father, I've erred. I'll kowtow, just write the song. I'll bow like a pestle pounding rice. No more mischief, I swear. Lu Lin fell silent. Ruan Wen fell silent. Their roommate Lao Si grimaced in disgust. If you keep groveling like this, I'll snap your legs. Legs? I've got hands too. And if needed, I've got my mouth. Ruan Wen sighed again. Lu Lin calmly retrieved Lao Er's baseball bat and handed it over, hit hard. Only after Lao Si and Hiyuan resumed their playful scuffle did Lu Lin finally retreat to compose in earnest. Days later, filming for episode 4 of Tomorrow's Superstar commenced. All 3 teams were now fully assembled. The race for stardom had officially begun. In the first 2 episodes, neither Hiyuan nor Wang Kuku had performed. Though singer Bu Yi emerged boldly in episode 2, his exceptional vocal talent and songwriting couldn't fully offset his less striking appearance. By contrast, Hiyuan, fiery, radiant, and breathtakingly alluring, commanded undeniable popularity. Thus, the production team deliberately scheduled Professor Xuefan's team to perform first. Hiyuan was slated as the star debut of episode 4, a decision final and non-negotiable regardless of corporate pressure. Though the production team occasionally leveraged its position for gain for any television program, nothing held greater persuasive power than viewership and streaming metrics. Much like subscription counts and monthly votes for web novel authors, these were existential metrics, the very lifeline of the show. No influence could override them. Soon, under pulsating music, the host delivered an electrifying opening monologue, then thrust his arms skyward, rallying the crowd. Let us welcome Mei Mei. Instantly, laser lights erupted in frenzied choreography, dazzling fireworks burst overhead. Amid thunderous anticipation, Hiyuan returned to the radiant stage, after an absence of 2 episodes. Yet unlike her previous fiery sensual ensemble, she now wore simple attire, denim shorts, and an oversized white t-shirt, radiating a purity as clear and refreshing as mountain spring water. Mentor Professor Xuefan, ever protective of his protege, asked eagerly, Mei Mei, your style is utterly transformed from last time. Has online commentary influenced your choice? He intended to grant her a platform to respond. She smiled gently, partly yes, but mostly the song I'm performing simply demands a different aesthetic. Professor Xuefan's curiosity deepened. Is this another composition by Lu Lin? She affirmed cheerfully, yes indeed. He leaned in. As you know, rumors about your relationship with Lu Lin have swept the internet. We're genuinely curious. What is the nature of your bond? At this, He Yuan clasped her chest in mock anguish. How desperately I wish I could stand here and confirm. Yes, every rumor online is absolutely true. Whoosh. The statement detonated across the internet. Confused question marks flooded screens. There's actually a stunning woman who can't land this man. Honestly, what makes this Lu Lin so extraordinary? Lu Lin. Mommy will love you forever, huh? What even is a mommy fan? Excuse me, mommy. Since you already have children, can you please pass Lu Lin brother to me? Believe that. Brilliant misdirection. I'll give this 82 points. The remaining 18 go to your flawless trolling. Her answer stunned even the quick-witted Professor Xuefan. Are you insane? You're still obsessing over someone you haven't even won yet. That man, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, as live chat volume and streaming numbers skyrocketed, the directorial and production teams grinned until their eyes vanished. Once the initial frenzy subsided, Professor Xuefan steered the conversation back. Then Mei, what song will you share with us today? Not only was Teacher Xue curious, but the audience present and the online viewers were also intrigued. What song would He Yuan bring this time? He Yuan smiled and said, I was an orphan raised by my grandfather in the village. So this song is for him. Oh, how fresh. Songs and talent shows nowadays are either about love or energetic dance numbers. It is rare to see a song celebrating familial love on such a stage. Thus Teacher Xue said, please start your performance. With that, the stage lights dimmed and a melodious piano melody began to play. The catchy melody flowed gently, instantly quieting the previously noisy venue. The subtle yet warm emotions hidden deep within were stirred. Then He Yuan's voice intertwined with the melody, penetrating the heart. In 2004, the crops had not yet been harvested and my granddaughter lay in my arms sleeping so sweetly. Tonight's outdoor movie, No Time to Watch My Wife, reminds me to fix the sewing machine pedal. Tomorrow I need to go borrowing some more money from the neighbor. The child cried, all day clamoring for cookies. The blue polyester shirt pierced my heart as I squatted by the pond, hitting myself hard twice. These are the words from my grandfather's diary, a prose poem left behind from his youth. He Yuan sat on a high stool holding the microphone with both hands, singing deeply and narratively, as if she was recounting past stories rather than singing. As she sang, tears streamed down her cheeks. The more she sang, the more emotionally charged she became. Many scenes flashed through her mind: her grandfather working in the fields, playing with grasshoppers on the embankment, her grandfather coming home, carrying her on his shoulders as if she were flying. The sky in her hometown was so clear with the sunset glowing like fire. He laughed heartily, so very happy. As a child, he certainly craved treats and would cling to his grandfather, asking for this and that. Yet he didn't know if his grandfather felt guilty for not being able to satisfy his desires, nor did he know if his grandfather ever punched himself alone in silence. Ah, this damn donkey. Did you write such a tear-jerking song to make me die? He felt so sad, yet the sadder he became, the harder she sang. It seemed as if she was venting all the hardships of these years. Yes, for the poor, life is truly very difficult. The venue fell silent apart from the song. Many in the audience felt a lump in their throats, their eyes stinging with heat. How could such a seemingly beautiful girl sing so deeply into the hearts of people? If one has not suffered in life, how could they infuse so much emotion into their singing? Ah, so she had once suffered so much. Not only the audience, but even the mentors were moved. Teacher Xue took off his tinted glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. He too had suffered. He had been famous 10 years ago, but after that he faded into obscurity. To break through the constraints, he poured his heart and soul into it for 10 years. Even if his business thrived, he never forgot his music dreams. Even Demimi and Hua Tianyu were gradually moved to tears by the emotions at the scene, let alone online. At first, netizens were unaccustomed to this sudden change in style, for they had come to see long-legged dancers and were in a LSP mindset. But who could have imagined this long-legged girl would play such a trick? Who doesn't have parents? Who hasn't suffered? The affluent lifestyle in the country has only just begun. 20 years ago, China was indeed very poor. Even today, cities along the southeast coast are not wealthy, let alone places in the southwestern mountainous areas. Many slightly older post-90s people thought of their parents. Back then, life was hard. Many children from rural areas had food every day consisting of corn porridge or fibrous sweet potatoes. Only during the New Year could they have a decent meal. Even the New Year's money was only 2 or 5 yuan. Yet even in such days, parents would save their own rations to buy a small cream cake for their child. When they handed it over to share, they would always say with a disdainful face, "Go away, I don't like this child's thing." Actually, how could they not love it? They just hoped that the extra bites would let the child enjoy it a little longer, keeping the child's smile on their face for a few more seconds. After a brief silence, the bullet screens on various broadcasting platforms erupted again. Whoa, this is too much. I just came to see long legs. Why send me a knife? I'm in Hu City. I haven't been back home for 3 years. I miss my dad and mom. I used to lie to my family saying I had no money, but now that I have a job, I lie to them saying I have a lot of money. Last week, my mom told me that if the pressure in Beijing is too great, I should go back, but I want to prove that their daughter is not bad. Upstairs to parents' children are always great. I'm going to call home right now. There are so many young people drifting in first-tier cities. They are northern drifters, Shanghai drifters, Shenzhen drifters. They drift and drift, yet they never take root. But this song burrowed into their hearts, wildly growing in the soil called hometown. Thus, countless people became water sources, starting to forward the video link. Those who were originally uninterested in talent shows suddenly became interested in this girl in a white t-shirt. This is simply the light of goodness and beauty. The light of righteousness. I would call her the hometown girl. Bah, this is the moonlight of hometown. As the shares, likes, and comments exploded, the main director of the production team was left astonished. On one hand, the program's effect was simply amazing, and on the other, he too missed his parents. Yet, his parents had long passed away. This longing is not usually obvious, but often comes to the fore when seeing small things, like the calligraphy that wasn't so good at home or the dining table that mom personally bought. Like now, familial love can always resonate with people, and when the director's longing bursts forth with nowhere to go, he hopes to turn that emotion into work, passion, and enthusiasm. Under the emotional stimulation, his professional skills skyrocketed. While giving Hiyuan plenty of close-ups, he did not miss any of her breath transitions, maximizing the presentation of Hiyuan through the audience and mentors' performances. When the song ended after a brief silence, the venue erupted into a torrential applause. The many audience members who were moved to tears clapped without fear of pain. This was not just the program's effect, but heartfelt appreciation. Hiyuan was also immersed in her earlier emotions and couldn't pull herself out for a long time. After a while, as the applause gradually faded, she took a deep breath and said, "I know that recently there have been many voices questioning me online. I have no studio, no team, my influence is very small, and my voice is insignificant. I am very poor. I walk step by step out of the mountains to this stage. And all of this is because of Lu Lin. I am very grateful to him. If possible, I would do anything for him. So no matter what you say about me, questioning me is fine. But please do not question him. He is truly good, exceptionally good." As she spoke, Hiyuan bit her lip and looked up, seemingly wanting to hold back the tears in her eyes. It was at this moment that the online bullet screens surged again. "Those who previously questioned us come out. You owe our Mei Mei an apology. I'm sorry, from now on I turn from black to pink. I'm going to report those trash marketing accounts. Lu Lin, mommy loves you. Mommy loves you to death. Lu Lin, brother, sister loves you. Sister loves you. I'm sorry, your Lu Lin is my Mei Mice. CP fans, don't go too far. Lu Lin is for everyone." Exactly, Mei Mei is also for everyone. Damn it, draw your sword. Wong Kuku, Lu Lin is mine. Upstairs, go dot. 1, 2, 10086. The bullet screen tsunami once again drowned the broadcast screens of various platforms, making it impossible to watch without turning off some of the bullet screens. In this almost explosive heat, Hiyuan composed herself. "So in order to no longer be criticized, I have decided to withdraw from the competition." After speaking, she took down the microphone and deeply bowed to the camera. "Thank you all for your love. Thank you, Teacher Shui, for your importance. Thank you, production team. If you like me, remember to follow me." Teacher Shui exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? What are you pulling here?" When Hiyuan suddenly announced her withdrawal from the competition, the entire online audience was left dumbfounded. This wasn't in the script. Teacher Shui fan tugged at her hair and exclaimed, "Why do I feel like you're crazier than I am?" Meanwhile, the barrage of comments online surged again. Is the production team confused? Oh, this is just a game. As long as I withdraw, no one can outdo me. Can someone from the last episode give me a coordinate? 1024, take it or leave it. Of course, there were also some dissenting voices. Is this woman trying too hard for attention? It's just a ploy to attract the spotlight. Isn't she afraid of offending the production team? The comments online swelled, but Hiyuan was unaware, and after bowing, she headed backstage. Teacher Shui fan tried to persuade her sister, "Please don't quit. Can you at least guide me?" Hiyuan waved her phone. "Don't we have each other as friends? We can collaborate again in the future." Saying this, she jumped off the stage. With that leap, it felt as if she had dragged the lifeline of the entire show down with her. Host Zhang Hua had to urgently step in, expressing some heartfelt remarks before inviting the next contestant on stage. However, the subsequent contestants' performances were completely overshadowed by Hiyuan's earlier act. Their performances were excellent, but Hiyuan was like a bomb capable of creating explosive effects on stage. Whether it was her bold plea for attention last time or her direct withdrawal this time, it completely exceeded the expectations of the audience and even the director's team. She left a deep impression. This impression was like a steel seal, causing both the following performances and the previous ones to pale in comparison. Behind the mentor's seat, Wang Coco was lost in thought. Winning this talent show seemed to have lost a huge obstacle. But she knew the moment Hiyuan jumped off the stage, she had utterly lost. It was like a living person could never compete with a deceased one. How could someone on stage compete with someone off stage? She covered her face in anguish, finally understanding what Lu Lin meant when he said we are no longer on the same track. This was a dimensional strike. On the side stage, Wu Ruolin looked at Wang Coco in the contestant area and sighed softly. It was over. Kaka's mentality had completely shattered. If she didn't adjust well, she could very well fall into a slump. Sister Lan glanced at Lu Lin and the others on the other side of the side stage. The younger generation is formidable. First, she evoked the audience's longing for home with a song, then continued to touch their hearts with her background, using her story as a setup, turning the tide of public opinion and gaining a massive amount of fans. This maneuver was executed quite beautifully, and her subsequent withdrawal made Hyume the uncrowned queen of tomorrow's superstar. Who the final champion would be no longer mattered. People would only remember that there was a quirky, beautiful, and strong girl who shone like a shooting star. Phew, Sister Lan now felt a tingle all over her body. Their control over public opinion and creation of explosive points was simply frightening. More importantly, all their actions were quite appealing, which meant they would have a strong audience appeal and vitality. As long as they didn't make any principled mistakes, their rise was inevitable. No wonder that young man named Lu Lin was so resolute in refusing to sign. She understood now. In a suite at the Shiqing Yunin Hotel, the tablet in front of Ruan Wen was completely blocked by a thick layer of comments, rendering the program's visuals invisible. She sat there in a daze, her scalp tingling as she reflected on everything that had just happened in the program. That entire set of operations was seamless, not only reversing public opinion, but also creating a hot topic. The key highlights were all very positive. Impressive. This PR tactic was even more sophisticated than her own. She accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Ruan Wen quickly raked her hands through her hair to shake off the awe, and picked up her phone to send a message to Lu Lin. I lost. Lu Lin backstage glanced at his phone and replied, "Oh, Ruan Wen. Oh, is that it? Aren't you going to make any demands of me? Or is this your demand?" Ruan Wen momentarily spaced out, but quickly laughed at herself. Although she had maintained herself, while over the years looking beautiful and fit, she was still getting older. How could Lu Lin, surrounded by so many fresh and juicy girls, be attracted to her? But her status was still here. She wasn't the only one who could be aloof, right? I want B. Hyun, who had also returned to the backstage, heard her phone buzzing and curiously leaned over to ask, "Who is it?" "Lu Lin, none of your business." Hyun joyfully exclaimed, "So it's related to that." "Lu Lin, what does my GR have to do with you? Give me a break." Saying this, he moved to put her in a headlock. Hyun, frightened, trembled and said, "Don't mess around. There are so many people watching. Can't we go home and deal with this?" "Lu Lin, is this flirtation never ending?" Hyun quickly asked again, "How did I perform just now?" Lu Lin shrugged his wrist. "It was okay." Hyun asked with concern, "So what should we do now?" "Go back to continue the live stream." Lu Lin showed her his phone. After that wave of operations, Hyun's small account had gained over 7,000 followers. Her Douyin followers had increased by more than 3 times. The number of followers was approaching 4 million and continued to grow rapidly. What does this mean? It wouldn't be surprising if it broke the 10 million mark in a few days. A web celebrity with 10 million followers, emerging from a talent show. Such a vast fan base would provide immense exposure, ensuring that whether it was releasing songs, accepting advertisements, or live streaming sales, the money would flow in like a deluge. Even many popular stars would come humbly asking for collaboration. Of course, they wouldn't monetize in a way that would hurt their fans' feelings. For instance, Li Ning recently released a blockbuster product. Hyun, with a beaming smile, refreshed her page like a fool each time, seeing her follower count change by at least 3 digits. "Yes, it's happening. I'm on the rise." Ha ha ha. Hyun held her phone, her face lit up with joy. After finally getting her fill of happiness, Hyun suddenly said, "Big donkey, shall we go back to my hometown for a visit?" That song not only stirred the homesickness of countless netizens, but also made her long for home. He hadn't been back for many years. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. Although Grandpa said to not go back once you've made it big, how could he not want to return once he truly had? He wanted to go back and tell Grandpa, "Hey Grandpa, look how well I'm doing now." Just then Ruan Wen suddenly chimed in, "Tisk, are you preparing to meet the parents?" Hyun puffed out her chest, her loose white t-shirt failing to conceal her proud figure. "What of it?" Ruan Wen smiled. "How will you explain to your hometown that your GR is gone?" Hyun. Direct hit. A new week. The competition for signing contracts is fierce. Can everyone exert their strength? Let's get those monthly tickets and recommendations going. Thank you so much. Additionally, let me explain why I only updated once a few days ago. I've never written in the entertainment genre, so it was slow, and I was quite anxious. I was afraid everyone wouldn't like it. However, after the big segment ended, I found that everyone seemed to enjoy it. So I can relax now. There will be another update tonight, so let's go for it. Charge, charge, charge. I hope everyone enjoys reading. Hyun's face suddenly fell. "Oh, I'm a woman now, and if I go back to tell grandfather, he might either have a stroke on the spot or hit me until he has won." LV Lin thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "We have someone above us. Hyun, me." LV Lin get lost. Hyun felt wronged. She pouted, took out her phone, and started typing her diary furiously. "That big donkey is being mean to me again today." I held it in. LV Lin also took out his phone and called Wang Huai to tell him about their earlier conversation. Wang Huai understood about this matter. The bureau has long considered it. Don't worry, it has already been properly handled. LV Lin was confused. Wang Huai, the matters concerning the extraordinary realm are very strictly controlled. Once an incident occurs, contingency plans are activated to minimize the impact. The relevant situations of your friends have all been properly handled. The cheerful young girl's tone was full of the air of an old cadre. LV Lin was somewhat surprised by the official's efficiency. However, thinking that a hospital could be built in Tangshan in just 10 days, this level of efficiency didn't seem too surprising. Wang Huai took a deep drag on his electronic cigarette. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. After hanging up, Wang Huai fell into deep thought while looking at the documents on the table. Among LV Lin's group, He Yuan was easier to deal with. Just directly notifying the comrades at the Human Resources Bureau in Yundian Province to make a trip was enough. He Yuan hadn't gone back in many years, and due to her limited interactions during her growth, her hometown village was quite difficult to handle. As for the other person affected by the element's characteristics, Han Li had a relatively ordinary background, but the one named Ruan Wen was found to have all his family information falsified after the Human Resources Bureau traced his registered residence. Good heavens! Wang Huai pondered with his electronic cigarette in his mouth. The feet resting on the table hadn't moved for a moment, yet they sprouted little mushrooms like after a rain, looking vibrant and full of life. She came back to her senses, rubbing her feet together vigorously, causing mushrooms to fall like rain. She took out another report which contained information about the bloodlust sect that had been investigated. It showed that the composition of LV Lin's group actually conformed to the 3-in-1 theory of the bloodlust sect fundamentalism, yet LV Lin seemed very ordinary. Is it a coincidence? No, Wang Huai squinted. The teacher had said that there are no coincidences in the extraordinary realm. She then picked up her phone and issued an order. From now on, the progress on the 404 dormitory anomaly incident will be directly reported to me. On the other side, LV Lin shared the information he received from Wang Huai with He Yuan and the others. He Yuan was excited. Shall we find time to go back? LV Lin took care of the fourth and second one together. Yes, old. He said their hometown is beautiful. It was just for fun, and they both agreed. He Yuan, let's go. Let's first have a good meal. I swear if I have to drink plain water and eat bread again, I'll get mad at you. The group chatted and laughed as they left the Hollywood Film Center, and then directly took a taxi to the nearby Taihu Lake to enjoy the famous 3 whites of Taihu. These are local specialties: white fish, silver fish, and white shrimp. The cooking methods differ between Gusu and Xiqing, but the best way to taste them is to have them cooked right on the shore or on a boat. They didn't go to those big restaurants, but instead found a small lakeside restaurant with good business. When the silver fish stir-fried with eggs, the biluohai shrimp, and the steamed white fish were served, they couldn't help but drool at the scent. Especially the stir-fried silver fish with eggs. The silver fish glistened like silver. The fried rice was soft and tender, and when they took a bite, the freshness of the lake delicacies combined with the fragrance of the eggs was utterly delightful. LV Lin took a bite and almost bit her tongue. In early summer, having a glass of ice-cold drink was simply divine. After satisfying their cravings, the group gathered around a folding table, boasting and drinking, attracting the attention of many evening diners with a mix of 1 man and 3 women. Suddenly someone shouted, "Hey, aren't you the one called Moonlight Girl?" "No, it's called Hometown Girl." "Good heavens, has she become so popular that people recognize her on the street?" He Yuan boldly raised her glass. "Yes, it's me, let's all drink together." Her boldness greatly lifted the spirits of the diners. Many among them were foodies who specifically drove over from the urban area to find delicious food. What bad intentions could food lovers have? Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses to drink together. Then someone shouted for He Yuan to sing a song. He Yuan didn't hold back, jumping up and using a wine bottle as a microphone to belt out "The river flows east," causing the crowd to burst into laughter and sing along. The already lively atmosphere of the old street reached its peak. Someone recorded this segment of video and posted it online. Thus, the vast number of netizens witnessed the bold side of the Moonlight Girl, watching He Yuan sing passionately while tipsy, and felt a wave of joy, as if she were their own sister, innocent and lovely. How could a girl who could connect with the masses be the kind described by those trashy marketing accounts online? She was clearly an angel that fell to earth. Everyone drank and sang, singing and dancing. He Yuan was like she was at an electronic music festival, joyfully cheering. She was so happy, particularly extraordinarily happy, until she got so drunk that she could hardly stand. She was helped back by LV Lin and Han Li. On the way back, LV Lin sat in the passenger seat, while Ruan Wen and the other 3 sat in the back. But He Yuan was restless, always leaning towards the passenger seat, drunkenly saying, "Hey, big donkey, you are the one who made today possible. How should I repay you?" Ruan Wen pulled her back. "You better behave. This girl gets carried away when she drinks." He Yuan, with her drunken eyes and rosy cheeks, leaned towards the 4th one and meaningfully said, "Tut, tut, tut." Ruan Wen, what a problem. After a long struggle, they finally returned to the community with LV Lin and Han Li supporting He Yuan. As soon as they arrived downstairs, a Mercedes parked below turned on its high beams. The dazzling lights made LV Lin's group squint instinctively, and then they saw a group of people approach them against the light. It was the ones who previously tried to sign them with a beggar. No, a slave contract. What were they called again? LV Lin had forgotten. The young leader raised his hand, and the headlights of the Mercedes turned off. His gaze traveled lewdly over the drunken He Yuan. TSK. What would it feel like to hold those long legs like a white python in your arms? The young man was excited just thinking about it. He adjusted his tie, trying to make his heavy breathing smoother. I watched today's performance. It was splendid. So have you thought through the matter we discussed last time? After a long silence, LV Lin replied, I didn't expect you to actually have the nerve to come back. The young man smiled. I've thought it through. With your background, even if you become famous suppressing, you would still be very easy. LV Lin tilted her head and smiled. Why are you so ordinary yet so confident? The young man's face stiffened. He raised his hand to try to slap LV Lin, but before he could touch her, his hand was grabbed by Han Li. Han Li was 1.8 meters tall, and even after turning into a girl, her height remained. Coupled with her continuous strength training, she was quite powerful. The young man shook his hand only to find the other party completely unmoved. Jin Xingnan, what the hell is going on? His face flashed with anger as he pulled back harshly. Let go. Still he didn't move. Jin Xingnan. This was embarrassing. He was infuriated. Are you all dead or something? Jin Xingnan's bodyguards came up and tried to grab the second one's hand. Han Li released old He and casually flung her hand, sending the young man flying, as if he had no roots. Then she swiftly moved, skillfully dodging the grabs of those people, and lunged forward with a fierce punch. Bang bang bang. 3 crisp thuds landed on their abdomens. Thus those people felt as if their intestines were being twisted painfully, like someone had grabbed them and turned them around. The pain spread outward, causing their legs to weaken and their breaths to become uneven. Their large and sturdy bodies gradually wilted away. Han Li looked at them in confusion. I found that what Big Donkey said is true. Why are you so ordinary yet so confident? The drunken old He stared blankly at Han Li. Wow, old too is amazing. Han Li frowned and said, it sounds a bit strange. He Yuan tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then is the second one really powerful? Han Li, how much more sordid can this get? Han Li ignored that guy and asked Lu Lin while pointing at the young man over there, how should we handle this? The young man panicked instantly. He quickly shrank back and said, I was just joking. Ha, you guys wouldn't be so uptight about a joke, right? Everyone. Lu Lin laughed. Since we can joke around, can you take a hit? Jin Xingnan. He said seriously, hitting someone is wrong and illegal. I didn't touch you. I just wanted to pat your shoulder, and then you all hit me. Everyone. He seems quite wronged. Is this guy from the Nanshan pizza team? Can he argue like this? After a moment of awkward silence, Lu Lin finally said, that's impressive. He turned around and said, old for help, old He upstairs. Old Han, let's go to his car and chat. Keep it quiet. Dazed He Yuan suddenly caught on. What do you mean keep it quiet in the car? Car shaking. With whom? Lu Lin. He was too embarrassed to look and quickly waved his hand. Go, hurry, and take him away. After Ruan Wen dragged the reluctant old He away, Lu Lin pulled the young man into the car. No problem getting into your own car, right? As for those few men, it's hot. They can lie down on the cool ground for a while. As Han Li dragged that guy by the neck and shoved him into the car, Lu Lin and Han Li squeezed the young man between them. Don't say this car was quite spacious in the back. And the young man finally got to sit next to the beautiful Han Li, but while he guessed the beginning, he couldn't figure out the ending. Lu Lin leisurely said, I ask you answer, understand. Old Han immediately stretched out his hands and slowly clenched them. The young man nodded frantically. Totally understood. Lu Lin, why are you making things difficult for us? The young man, I'm not making it difficult, it's cooperation. If you two are dissatisfied with the price and terms, we can negotiate. Han Li, Lu Lin, speak plainly. The young man felt the increasing pressure on the back of his neck and said honestly, because Huo Wensi contacted you. Huh. Lu Lin was stunned. At first he thought this was Wu Rulin from Xinhua Entertainment sending someone to annoy them, but unexpectedly, it was aimed at Huo Wensi. Thinking about it, Huo Wensi's appointment as the operations president of the Beiping office was not so simple. Also, the people from Xianjiang have always looked down on the mainland, thinking it's all bumpkins. Moreover, Huo Wensi's connections developed over many years were all in Xianjiang. How could she be willing to come to the mainland? She had no choice but to come. But it was clear that those who drove her out of Xianjiang didn't want to let her go so easily. Since she wanted to make a comeback, they would cut off her path. This method is a bit low-level. Well, it's low-level, but it still has its effect. If Lu Lin and the others were really just ordinary folks with no background, the other side might really succeed in threatening them. Thinking of this, Lu Lin suddenly smiled and said, so how do you think I should deal with you now? The young man quickly said, you are magnanimous, please let me go, I promise I won't disturb you again. Lu Lin rolled his eyes, why should I believe you? After thinking for a moment, he extended his hand. Give me your phone. The young man's expression tightened. What do you want to do? Han Li. Under pressure, the young man unlocked his phone and handed it to Lu Lin. Lu Lin browsed through it. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. Goodness. He directly thought, what a good guy. This guy's photo album contained numerous pictures and videos of girls, some quite revealing and even completely naked. For For a young man like Lu Lin, it was enough to stir up his blood. Aside from that, there were also a large number of chat records involving illegal transactions and power for sex exchanges. As for the people behind this guy, Lu Lin couldn't find anything. It seems this guy isn't completely brainless. He took screenshots of these things, sent them to his phone, and then threw the phone back at him. Jin Xingnan, you really have some skills. At this moment, Jin Xingnan's face turned pale, and his eyes were about to lose focus. Damn, I should have formatted the memory earlier. I was careless. Now I've handed all the leverage to this guy. Lu Lin, put away the phone. There are many things I can't and don't plan to manage, but please take care of the girls you've threatened who want to break free from your control and settle any debts owed, alright? The young man, Lu Lin continued, I know you might be dissatisfied and planning to retaliate later to get your leverage back. You can try. The young man, after Lu Lin finished, he got out of the car. As the car door closed, the young man's expression suddenly turned sinister. He had never suffered such a grievance. The anger in his heart surged, and various revenge plans erupted in his mind. Catch them. Slowly concocting. Just when he was about to lose his rationality, Jin Xingnan suddenly recalled Lu Lin's calm, even expectant gaze. He wasn't afraid. He even hoped for bad luck to strike him. Jin Xingnan. He began to take deep breaths again and again. Indeed, there would always be times when they wouldn't be together. He could take them down one by one and slowly take revenge. But for some reason, he always felt that if he did so, the one who would ultimately suffer bad luck would still be himself. Forget it. A real man can be soft or tough, who I'll endure. Who? Jin Xingnan let out a sigh, giving himself a pat on the back for his composure. Back at the hotel, Lu Lin didn't understand why Jin Xingnan inexplicably widened his path. After returning, he sent a message to Huo Wensi. Speak, how do you plan to compensate me? Huo Wensi, who was dealing with matters, was stunned upon receiving the message. Compensation? What do I owe you? I didn't do anything wrong to you, right? Or did he accidentally mistype and meant for himself to accompany him? Huo Wensi suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Oh, what does that kid take her for? Even if you have thoughts about me, can't you be a bit more subtle? Although I'm a bit older than you, I'm still a woman. Really? Has he always been this straightforward? But it's not necessarily a bad thing. She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years. What kind of things had she not experienced? Those matters between men and women, just a drizzle. Plus, Lu Lin was indeed very handsome and so young. Not a loss at all. Just didn't expect that he really was interested in her. Should she say he has unique taste, or that she still has her charm? Huo Wensi looked towards the mirror on the other side. Though she had no makeup on, her well-maintained skin was still smooth and tender, her beauty and grace undiminished, and now added with a mature charm that young girls didn't possess, making her seem like a night-blooming lily swaying gracefully. Indeed, there is charm. Thinking of this, she curled her lips and replied, how do you want me to accompany you? Looking at the text message, Lu Lin fell into deep thought. Did we mean the same thing? Even if you brought me a little trouble, you shouldn't expect me to repay you with gratitude, right? Lu Lin did not understand whether the other party was deliberate or simply misunderstood. He replied directly, do you know Jin Xingnan? He owns a company called Jin Sheng International Entertainment. Huo Wensi. In the hotel, she held her phone, feeling a bit awkward. It turned out he didn't make a typo. After the awkwardness, her expression turned gloomy. She had already come this far, yet they were still using tricks against her. Huo Wensi sighed and replied, I'm sorry, I have implicated you. Lu Lin, then you know who is behind Jin Xingnan, right? Huo Wensi, his boss is Li Shuyuan. Li Shuyuan. Lu Lin quickly searched for related information on the computer, but there was nothing relevant. Fortunately, Huo Wensi quickly explained, he is a member of the Hong Kong triads, and behind him is the renowned Xiang family. Lu Lin. Through Huo Wensi's explanation, Lu Lin gained a bit more understanding of Hong Kong. First of all, the current Hong Kong entertainment industry consists of three major players. They are the Li family, the Xiao family, and the Xiang family. The Li family acts as the British side's front in Hong Kong, while the Xiang family is the leading family of the triads, and the Xiao family has deep connections with the authorities. British King Entertainment belongs to the British King Group, which has a profound connection with the Li family. Huo Wensi has worked hard in British King for many years and has gained a certain influence in the industry. However, due to international factors, various industries in Hong Kong have begun to decline. A sharp and perceptive person like Huo Wensi had long since the changing winds and contemplated breaking away from British King to establish her own path. But how could British King Entertainment allow that? On one hand, they sent her to Beiping to stabilize her, and on the other hand, they united with other oligarchs in Hong Kong to target Huo Wensi. This time it was a manifestation aimed at her. After understanding all this, Lu Lin laughed. With all this going on, you still think of signing with us? Huo Wensi, my contract will end in a little over a year. Lu Lin, don't you have a non-compete clause? Huo Wensi, it was settled years ago. The reason I want to sign you under such favorable conditions is to pave the way for the future. Lu Lin nodded. So how are you planning to compensate me this time? Huo Wensi laughed. I'll compensate you personally. Lu Lin, was she really set on sleeping with me? Although she took good care of herself and had a charming allure, she was still over 20 years older than him. He had a good appetite and also wanted to work harder. Wensi, however, rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone as if she was not that interested in him. While saying this, she picked a photo from her phone album and sent it over to her. It was a photo of a young girl in night attire riding a horse looking valiant and beautiful. Upon closer inspection, she bore some resemblance to Wensi. However, her facial features were softer with plump sensual lips, making her appear even more adorable than Wensi. But her raised brows and proud demeanor clearly indicated she was someone with high aspirations. Lu Lin asked in confusion, "Who is this?" "Wensi, her name is Yuner. You can also call her Lisa. She is my daughter." "What?" Lu Lin was astonished. Public records indicated that Wensi had been married twice, but neither marriage produced any children. So she actually has a child. Just this news alone could earn a lot of money if sold to tabloids. Wensi continued, "Very few people know about this, so you need to keep it a secret for me." This suddenly brought them closer together. Although he knew this was Wensi's little ploy, Lu Lin subjectively felt they were already on the same side. However, he understood even more that a woman like her could be a hassle. Therefore, Lu Lin decisively refused. "I don't like blind dates." "Wensi, what are you thinking? I'm giving her to you as an assistant. She can learn a lot from being with you." That was even less acceptable. Lu Lin instinctively resisted. "I can't afford to pay her salary." Wensi, however, said, "While she learns by your side, I'll give you 200,000 a month for tuition." Lu Lin wanted to refuse, but the offer was simply too generous. Lu Lin was not one to agree simply because someone was attractive. It was mainly due to the tuition. So he replied, "All expenses are to be borne by yourself, and I can't guarantee what I can teach or what she can learn, nor will I spoil her." That settled. Wensi smiled, "But it's better not to spoil her." After becoming successful, she had always given Yuner whatever she wanted to make up for her absence due to work, leading to the child becoming increasingly arrogant and spoiled. Plus, she was very smart and learned quickly, looking down on everyone. This had troubled her for a long time. Until today, she realized Lu Lin was a great candidate to tame Yuner. Young, talented, composed, and possessing strong insight and operational abilities. He was even a year younger than Yuner. This young talent suppressing Yuner in every aspect would surely win her respect and admiration. Lu Lin tuition should be paid up front. Wensi didn't bother with any pleasantries. "Give me the account number." Lu Lin sent over his Alipay account. Before long, his phone chimed with the delightful sound of coins clashing. Alipay received 200,000. Wow, how refreshing. This damn rich woman. Wensi asked, "You should be heading back to your home province soon, right?" Lu Lin, "Yes, after we return we plan to prepare for a trip back to Zio, his hometown in Union Mountain Village. So let your daughter come over in a while." Wensi's eyes brightened. "No need, just let Yuner follow along." Lu Lin. He was certain this was her biological mother. After finalizing this matter, Lu Lin put away his phone and slumped on the sofa. As Lao He's fame grew, the people and matters he came into contact with increased as well. Although he worked behind the scenes, it was still a bit tiring. Just as he was dozing off, Han Li came out of the room, rubbing her belly and drowsily saying, "What's wrong with my stomach? It hurts so much." Lu Lin opened his eyes and looked over. Han Li was hunched over, holding her stomach against the door frame. But that wasn't the focus. The key point was under the dim light of the suite's living room. Lu Lin saw a trickle of fresh blood slowly flowing down his thigh. Lu Lin blinked, dumbfounded. "Lao Han, are you injured?" Han Li looked even more confused. "Huh?" Lu Lin pointed at her leg, and Lao Han looked down. "What is this?" Blood felt cold hanging on the leg. Han Li pulled up his shorts to take a look, then asked in a somewhat uncertain and confused tone, "Is this ant flow?" Lu Lin replied, "It should be that. What else could it be?" Han Li bit his teeth, his expression changing several times. The complexity of his feelings was akin to a mix of curry boiled with Ganges water by a bunch of Indians, then heated again with durian and fish mint. That feeling was simply dreadful. He leaned against the door frame and said, "No wonder I've been feeling this twisting pain in my stomach, with a sensation of something dropping down and leaking out." So it wasn't just an illusion. There really was something leaking down. That dull, penetrating pain, not particularly intense, but persistent, gnawed at him and tugged at him. Once he fully regained his senses, he felt his whole body starting to ache. Damn it. Han Li felt like he was going crazy. His legs went weak and trembling, and unable to stand, he slowly slid down against the door frame. Lu Lin hurriedly said, "Why are you sitting on the ground? Get up." Han Li felt warmth in his heart, thinking that this big donkey, usually indifferent, was actually quite caring at this moment. Lu Lin jumped over to support her, saying, "The suite we just rented has carpeted floors. If you dirty them, it'll cost a lot to compensate." Previously, their double room was indeed inconvenient. Plus, with Yuan's live streaming income coming in, they decided to switch to this suite. It was very comfortable and quite expensive. Han Li said, "Sorry, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have any fantasies about this old scoundrel." She was so angry she wanted to pop Lu Lin like a little chick, but right now she really had no strength left. Han Li leaned against the door frame, despairingly saying, "I'm done for, I have a flaw." Lu Lin helped her up, saying, "You don't have a flaw, you've split open." Han Li responded. The pretty girl with the thick eyebrows glared at Lu Lin. "Have you figured out how you want to die?" Lu Lin smugly replied, "Let's talk about that when you're better." Han Li was confused. Is this what people in the mortal realm say? Lu Lin took a towel from the bathroom and spread it on the sofa, saying, "Stay here, I'll be back shortly. Han Li's brain was not functioning properly at the moment. What are you doing? Lu Lin replied, what do you think? Of course I'm going to buy you a band-aid. Lu Lin stifled a laugh as he left for the nearest convenience store to buy special band-aids for girls during their periods. He didn't understand what all those ultra-thin daily use ones meant. He just grabbed them all. Then he bought a bottle of Coke Ginger Slices ibuprofen and returned. After a busy time in the bathroom, the two finally finished. Han Li sat on the sofa hugging her legs with a blank stare. From now on, will I have to go through this every month? Lu Lin replied, a shot of high-protein nutrient liquid can stop it for 10 months. Han Li said. He was skilled in violence, but couldn't rival old he, nor was he as cunning as old C. So now being teased by Lu Lin, he didn't even know how to retort. He wanted to lash out, but right now all his strength had been drained away. Damn it. Han Li lay on the sofa moaning in pain. Lu Lin's kettle was still heating water, so he tossed over ibuprofen saying, take this first. Han Li took it and directly swallowed 2 pills. Lu Lin said, do you think that's candy? Just take one. But by the time the brown sugar ginger water was ready, Han Li was still groaning. No effect. Lu Lin scratched his head, realizing that online remedies were indeed misleading. He thought for a moment, then shall I help you massage? Han Li in pain said with pale lips, go ahead. Regardless of whether it's scientific or not, let's try it out. He was truly in discomfort, worse than during training. Lu Lin sat down, rubbed his palms together rapidly to generate heat, then placed them on Han Li's belly. Whoa. The tight and delicate sensation. The subtle feeling in his palms made Lu Lin's blood rush. His palms grew warmer, but Han Li's skin was quite cool, and between the rubbing it felt as if something was surging between hot and cold. With Lu Lin's hands resting on his lower abdomen, Han Li felt warmth radiating inward from the palms, which made him a bit more comfortable. Thus his tense body gradually relaxed. Huh. Han Li sighed in relief. It actually works. Faster. Oh, it's okay to apply more force. Aren't you getting tired like this? Why don't you change your sitting position? Lu Lin waved his hand. I'm fine, as long as you're comfortable. While they were talking, He Yuan, who had drunk too much and passed out in the inner room, was awakened by thirst. Groggily, he reached out to touch the water on the nightstand, took a sip to clear his head, and then heard someone outside talking. His mind was hazy, and he couldn't hear clearly, but he caught phrases like hurry up, apply more force, as long as you're comfortable. Change positions, as long as you're comfortable. And what about He Yuan jolted awake, the drunken haze vanishing instantly. What were they doing while I was sleeping? Don't they see me as their leader anymore? I'm about to snap, okay? She glanced around the room and found old C was there, but old Air and the big donkey were not. So it must be them outside. Good heavens, I'm about to lose it. I didn't expect you, old Air, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also think of rising to power. So all this friendship between us was fake, just a shallow connection. He Yuan struggled to get up, her mind alert, but her body still under the influence of alcohol. Stumbling to the door frame, she saw Lu Lin sitting on the edge of the sofa, hands resting in old Air's embrace, bending over and looking as if he was about to lean on him. He Yuan immediately shouted, you guys are going too far. Huh. Lu Lin and Han Li turned to look at the door and saw He Yuan clinging to the door frame, looking heartbroken and distressed. He was puzzled. What's going too far? He Yuan pointed at them, her hands trembling. How can you question me? What are you two doing? Where are your hands? Is it that urgent to do it in front of me? Can't we just go out and spend a little money? Huh. It wouldn't even cost that much to rent another room. Lu Lin replied. What's with this hysteria? He pulled his hand out and said, old Han got her period and has cramps. I'm just helping her massage. What's wrong with that? Do we have to specifically go out to rent another room? Are we that rich now? Are we not going to live at home anymore? What a problem. He Yuan was stunned. Huh. She got her period. Oh, she had it too. But she didn't have cramps. He Yuan's mind raced quickly, laughing awkwardly to cover up the embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing. What I meant to say was that old Air is being too much. You've been so tired all day, or is it reasonable to trouble you? Let me do it. Saying this, she moved closer, lifting her, but to push Lu Lin aside. As the leader, it's my duty to handle this. Lu Lin was silent for a while. You're something else. Due to Han Lao Air's menstrual pain, the plan to return to the provincial city the next day was postponed. They only set off for home after Han had adjusted to the arrival of her period. In these few days, the public discourse surrounding He Yuan's withdrawal from the competition continued to ferment, bringing her immense exposure. Her Douyin account surpassed 7 million followers, and her account on a smaller video platform also exceeded 2 million. Many entertainment news outlets sought to interview He Yuan. Even after the show's conclusion, the mentors and directors expressed their desire to negotiate with her, hoping to bring her back to the stage. The unattractive and sad expressions He Yuan unintentionally revealed during her live broadcasts were turned into GIFs and circulated across major platforms. Many online influencers cited her and wrote entertainment news related to her. In this context, He Yuan finally caught the attention of top-tier entertainment companies in the domestic industry. Numerous well-known entertainment companies, including those of major stars, extended invitations to He Yuan. Among them was Mi's company. However, He Yuan declined all offers. She had a strong bond with Lu Lin. During her time away from the competition, she continued to film videos and announced during live streams that she would soon return to her hometown. Netizens began to look forward to her life back home, and He-Yuan promised she would live stream during that time. Amid the swirling public discourse, Wen recognized the tremendous potential of Lu Lin's group, and although not an agent, she began to take on the role of one. Through her connections, Yun Village Music, which had risen strongly in recent years thanks to heartfelt and poignant reviews that went viral online, also reached out to He-Yuan and ultimately secured exclusive rights to 3 songs for a year at a post-tax price of $1.6 million per song. This price was quite friendly for a newcomer like He-Yuan. Of course, there was also some maneuvering done by Wen behind the scenes. Yun Village even sent representatives to liaise with He-Yuan, and once the contract process was completed, the sum of $4.8 million after taxes was directly transferred to her personal account. Without a second thought, He-Yuan ensured everyone in the 404 dormitory received a share, $1 each. When it came to this matter, old Han was never stingy. She was eager to make a fortune, yet she was also very generous. However, both Lao Han and Lao Si felt guilty about taking the money and adamantly refused. He-Yuan shook her head at them, saying, "Youth after all is youth. Isn't it foolish to refuse money that's right in front of you?" Lu Lin thought for a moment and said, "How about this, you two take $2 each. The remaining $2 million, let's register a company and invest in it together. What do you think?" This was indeed a good plan. The entire 404 dormitory agreed. As for the specifics, they decided to discuss them after He-Yuan returned from her hometown. Having settled these matters, He-Yuan intended to go out and celebrate, but since Lao Han was dealing with her period, that plan was abandoned. During the wait for her period to pass, He-Yuan went on a shopping spree, buying various snacks, clothes, and school supplies to send back home. Furthermore, she prepared a suitcase to personally take back. Lu Lin and the others were puzzled. "Is this really necessary? Can't you just send it all by courier?" He-Yuan replied confidently, "There's only postal service where I'm from, and it's slow. I just want to personally send these things off. The thought of it makes me feel elated." Thinking about returning home, He-Yuan was so excited these days that she couldn't sleep all night. Lu Lin curiously asked, "What are your plans for your triumphant return home?" He-Yuan had long thought it over. "First, I'll pave a road for our village, then rebuild the village school. After that, I'll see if I can find a way for the village to prosper." Everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought that this so-called Sea King harbored such plans? Although she had been greedy and unfaithful in the past, this intention was genuinely surprising. Lu Lin gave a thumbs up. "Well done." The usually shameless He-Yuan unexpectedly became shy, scratching her head and grinning. Lu Lin smiled. Even someone as unscrupulous as He-Yuan had her own softness inside. As time passed, each roommate became occupied with their own affairs. Lu Lin had his own matters as well. Now he would jot down the ideas that occasionally popped into his head in his notes, which were all plans for the future. Besides that, Lu Lin's understanding of the extraordinary realm had not ceased. According to Wang Hui, anyone could become an extraordinary being as long as they completed the element inoculation without losing control. This process is similar to getting vaccinated. Vaccines are produced to prevent infectious diseases using the pathogen's metabolic products, which are attenuated and activated or created through artificial genetic engineering methods. The principle is to retain the pathogen's ability to stimulate the individual's immune system. Once the individual comes into contact with this harmless pathogen, the immune system will respond and produce certain protective substances, such as immune hormones, active physiological substances, special antibodies, etc. When the individual encounters this pathogen again, their immune system will recall its original memory and produce more protective substances to prevent viral harm. The element is quite similar. It is extracted from special existences, then refined, blended, and concocted into a formulation. After the elements are inoculated into the human body, the deep systems related to the human spirituality will be stimulated and revived, resulting in the generation of more spiritual power. However, this process is countless times more dangerous than vaccination. Vaccines are the mature products that countless scientists have created after multiple pathological and clinical trials, reducing toxicity to the lowest possible level. But the elements are not. Even though modern research has become more scientific and systematic and the harm of elements to the human body has been repeatedly reduced, the burden of elements on the human body is still too great. It is akin to letting an ordinary person directly interact with a smallpox patient to contract the virus and then use their powerful self-healing ability to cure the disease, thus acquiring smallpox antibodies. You could say it's perilous. After all, Lu Lin felt a bit intimidated after reviewing the relevant materials. Of course, the modern extraordinary realm's hierarchical system has become relatively complete, with a systematic process from the initial stage to the final stage, and there are comprehensive and effective protective measures during the inoculation process. Compared to the old method of tossing various spiritual elements into a cauldron to concoct potions, the modern element inoculation system is undoubtedly safer. In addition, the mental enhancement training before inoculation allows the inoculated individuals to better withstand the burdens brought by the elements. After this period of training, Lu Lin felt that his mental state had improved significantly and was now at a level where he could be inoculated. So the remaining dilemma was the choice of route. The materials provided by Wang Hui roughly describe the development process of the elemental advancement method, which traces back to ancient times when humans gained powerful abilities by absorbing special elements. For example, someone fell into a valley and ate a small red fruit, gaining a century's worth of power, or someone swallowed a frog and became immune to all poisons, significantly enhancing their strength. Many of these stories are found in novels of strange tales, but the information is not entirely fabricated. However, those special individuals were so rare that they were regarded as legends of the bizarre. Yet in this vast world, there are always those who can acquire similar abilities. After gaining special abilities, they formed groups to begin research into this phenomenon. Thus, the early mysterious system was born from ignorance. Eastern zombies, monsters, and ghosts, Western vampires, werewolves, and demons are all related to these special individuals. Eventually, East and West developed different mysterious systems based on their respective cultural evolutions. For instance, the Eastern scholars, warriors, and rangers, and the Western wizards, witches, and clerics. In modern times, people adopted more scientific methods for research, and after several rounds of ideological refinement, they finally summarized all human mysterious systems into a dozen career paths. These dozen paths were further divided into two major camps due to differing ideological schools. The original two camps were the American and Soviet camps. After the Northern Soviet Union was deceived and disbanded by North America, China took up the banner of the Northern Red Giant. Thus, the extraordinary realm today became a confrontation between the Eastern and Western camps. In the materials, Wang Hui provided to Lu Lin a bold and highlighted sentence stated, "Once you choose a path, your allies and enemies will also be determined." However, it is not entirely accurate to say so. The China that inherited the legacy of the Red Giant follows the mass line in stark contrast to the elite line of the Anglo-Saxon whites. The elite line is a route that is strong throughout all stages, whereas the mass line is relatively weaker in the early stages. Yet the mass line possesses advantages that the elite line cannot compare to. That is, the mass line, which is based on the people and centers on the masses, is the path with the most thorough refinement and the least negative impact among all routes. Moreover, any extraordinary individual from any route can switch to the mass line at stage 7. Even the pillar of the Western camp, the elite line, can directly transition to the mass line at higher levels. Therefore, Lu Lin could freely choose from these dozen routes. The mass farmer and soldier from the Eastern camp are the best. The elite hunter and sailor from the Western camp are also acceptable. Specific professions like alchemist, apprentice, and craftsman can also be chosen. In addition, there are routes leaning towards evil and chaos, such as criminal and abnormal. Let's skip those routes. They sound rather unorthodox. Faced with so many choices, Lu Lin found himself conflicted. Although he could infer the general situation from the job titles, he was unsure of what they would become later on. He had asked Wang Hui, but Wang Hui stated that the high-level names of job paths were confidential and could not be disclosed casually. Thus, Lu Lin could only make a blind choice. Recently, he had been troubled by this matter. Fortunately, he now had a rough idea of his options. So he dialed Wang Hui's number. "Hey, Director Wang, I feel like I can now absorb elements. Can you arrange it for me?" Wang Hui asked curiously, "What path did you choose?" Lu Lin smiled and replied, "Guess." Wang Hui, "I guess your grandpa." Wang Hui said in a deep voice, "Are you in the provincial city?" Lu Lin responded, "Yes." Wang Hui said, "Then go directly to the Human Resources Bureau in Xuanwu District, and when you arrive, say you are looking for Director Wang. I will have my colleague meet you." Lu Lin replied, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Wang Hui held his thermos, a youthful, yet serious expression on his face, filled with confusion. Are they all rushing for the element absorption today? Fortunately, the provincial city is large enough. For people were arranged to different areas for the absorption so they wouldn't run into each other. While Wang Hui handled documents, he waited. About an hour later, Lu Lin was finally brought before him by a colleague from the Human Resources Bureau. After hearing a knock on the door, Wang Hui put on his shoes and swept the mushroom debris on the floor into the trash, saying, "Come in." As Lu Lin entered, he immediately frowned. "What is that smell?" A strange odor reminiscent of sun-dried salted beans. Lu Lin casually walked to the window and opened it, saying, "What smell is in your room?" The petite Wang Hui held the thermos and sighed. "This is the price we pay." Lu Lin responded. He asked in confusion, "So your body odor has turned into this smell of spoiled fermented beans? That's quite strong, dog urine." Wang Hui replied, "What the hell is this body odor? And what does dog urine mean?" Wang Hui put down the thermos. "Young man, stop joking with me. Now that you are here, you can't expect me to guess right." Saying this, he walked behind his desk and opened a safe. "Now I can randomly choose an initial element from here for you." Lu Lin, "You dog." He hurriedly said, "I chose the alchemist path." Wang Hui's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked at the element syringe he casually picked up. The label said alchemist. Another coincidence. So many coincidences, as if to make sure I know this is all destiny. Wang Hui took the alchemist out of the safe. "Can I ask why you chose this path?" Lu Lin shook his wrist. "This route related to medical professions should have no major problems, right? Plus it can heal and save lives and such. Isn't that great?" Wang Hui smiled. "That's not wrong." As he spoke, he pulled out his wooden chair and gestured for Lu Lin to lean against the back. Lu Lin was puzzled. Why do I have to lie down? Wang Huai shook the element syringe. This thing is best injected from the back of the neck, as that area connects the spinal cord and brain, and is also the concentrated region for the beauties reflexes. Lu Lin felt a bit awkward. Isn't this a bit hasty? He had thought it would be more formal when he looked at the materials. There were supposed to be devices similar to dental chairs and specialized caretakers. Wang Huai rolled his eyes. With me here, you won't need those superficial things, and since he'll personally guard you, just enjoy it. Lu Lin hesitantly approached. Wang Huai waited for Lu Lin to lie down, pressing one hand on his neck and preparing to inject with the other. Lie still, uncle is giving you a shot. Lu Lin exclaimed. Wait, uncle. Before he could react, he suddenly felt something sting his neck. A sudden sharp pain interrupted Lu Lin's thoughts, and in the next moment a fierce burning sensation rapidly spread. Moreover, that sensation continued to spread deeper and wider. Dio. Lu Lin straightened his waist, ready to jump up. However, Wang Huai, standing behind him, applied a slight force to restrain Lu Lin, saying, Be good, young man, don't move around. It hurts so much. Wang Huai replied, Just bear with it, it will be over soon. As he spoke, the wooden chair unexpectedly sprouted branches that bound Lu Lin's limbs. Lu Lin writhed in pain, but he was bound by Wang Huai and couldn't move at all. Dio. The burning sensation penetrated into his scalp and seeped into his brain, making Lu Lin feel as if his head was placed in a microwave and heated intensely. He even heard the sound of his brain matter bubbling. In the midst of the agony, Lu Lin's vision quickly blurred. Large patches of scarlet filled his sight, and the entire world seemed to be stripped of its superficial disguise by flames, revealing a scene reminiscent of a fiery hell. His brain felt as if it had been opened up, loaded with a brand new sensory system. Vast scenes that he had previously perceived, but which truly existed, flooded into his consciousness. Those scenes were interpreted by the newly loaded extension, transforming into a torrent of violent information imprinted into every neuron. The burning sensation in his body and the feeling of his neurons about to burst nearly drove Lu Lin mad. Yet another force surged from the elemental agent, repairing his body. The most fundamental components of his being were repeatedly torn apart and then restored. Lu Lin seemed to see the scene of his DNA strands breaking and reassembling within his body, as if witnessing the explosion and collapse of stars. Under the immense torrent of information, Lu Lin's consciousness was on the brink of annihilation. Outside of his consciousness, Lu Lin, bound to the chair, was covered in red rashes that quickly boiled and burst into blisters, with streams of yellowish pus flowing from one ruptured blister after another. His head distorted like a water-filled balloon. Wang Huai remarked, This young man is about to lose control. Just as Wang Huai was about to do something, a sudden spark of divine light burst forth from Lu Lin's already dilated pupils. Crimson light erupted from the depths of his pupils, and a circle of silver light emerged from the whites of his eyes, ultimately forming a ring that locked the silver light within his pupils. He gradually accustomed himself to the violent flow of information, and the physical changes began to subside as his spirit calmed. After 50 breaths, Lu Lin finally returned to normal. His rational mind reclaimed its dominance, and his perception of the world finally returned to its original state. However, his senses were now filled with many special surges that he had not been able to feel before. The vibrant colors that existed only in his consciousness surged like currents, bringing richer changes to him. Yet he had no mood to savor these transformations right now. His legs went weak and he knelt down on the ground, but his hands were still bound, making his position on the ground somewhat embarrassing. He was truly drained, as if completely emptied. Lu Lin's eyes were hollow, and he had a dazed expression, looking as if he had been thoroughly played with. Wang Huai, this petite girl, took hold of her thermos and exclaimed, This young man is truly handsome, looking so pitiful. Lu Lin replied. He hoarsely said, Could you please let me go already? Wang Huai waved her hand, and the vines on the chair retracted back into it, as if time was reversing. Lu Lin slumped onto the ground, his mind blank. Wang Huai asked, How do you feel? Lu Lin responded with a question, Were you also a man who turned into a woman? Wang Huai waved her hand, saying, Of course not, they say I have gender identity disorder. He opened the thermos and took a sip, saying, Ah, a bunch of quacks. I'm just trapped in a woman's body. Lu Lin remained silent for a moment, then got up. Looking at his dirty clothes, he asked, Do you have any clothes to change into? Wang Huai seemed accustomed to this situation, turned around, and took out a set of clothes from the cabinet, tossing them to Lu Lin. You change first. As he changed clothes, he noticed that his body seemed to have renewed itself. All the scars left from his childhood had vanished. His skin had become fair and smooth, and any dullness or pigmentation had disappeared. Even without makeup, he looked much better than before. Goodness. Does the elemental inoculation come with a beauty enhancement effect? Moreover, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt a pleasant fragrance emanating from his body. After changing clothes, Wang Huai re-entered. She scanned Lu Lin from head to toe, saying, Very good, you look energetic. Now you have become a part of the extraordinary realm. There are some things I need to remind you about. The most important of these is the Trinity spiritual anchoring method. According to Wang Huai's explanation, the elements are akin to opening another set of sensory systems in the human body, allowing extraordinary individuals to perceive the omnipresent spiritual essence. Spiritual essence is the fundamental building block of extraordinary power and the basic element for the refinement and digestion of elements. However, during the digestion process, the inherent properties of the elements will rewrite the neural connections in the brain, thus affecting one's consciousness. Therefore, it is necessary to utilize meditation to construct a former self, a present self, and a thought body condensed by elemental properties deep within the consciousness. Using the former self as a reference, comparing it with the thought body of elemental characteristics, constantly correcting the present self. Wang Hui summarized, "In old terms, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. In modern terms, it is expressed as my nature is self-sufficient, not seeking externally." As she spoke, she sighed. Although there are many dregs in traditional culture, there is still some profound thought within it. Under Wang Huai's guidance, Lu Lin began to construct the Trinity thought. As the construction of the Trinity thought was completed, the previously somewhat restless aura quickly stabilized. Wang Hui nodded, saying, "This young man has quite a good comprehension. Because of your extraneous identity, you cannot access the databank of the Social Security Bureau, but you can self-study some general knowledge on the Celerino University website. It's all quite simple." Suddenly remembering something, Wang Hui added, "By the way, after the elemental inoculation, once you become an initial stage extraordinary individual, you will possess spiritual vision, which allows you to observe the aura surrounding others. But this ability requires caution. You must also pay attention to restraining your own aura during normal times." Following Wang Huai's guidance, Lu Lin quickly activated his spiritual vision, a capability that materialized his previous perception of the hidden currents of spiritual essence. When used to observe others, it allows one to see their spiritual body, thought body, astral body, and life body. Lu Lin approached the window, looking at the passers-by outside the building. The various auras existing in consciousness enveloped each person, signifying their states. Lu Lin turned back to glance at Wang Hui, only to find that her spiritual aura was no different from those of the pedestrians outside. Noticing Lu Lin's scrutiny, Wang Hui instructed, "When using spiritual vision to observe others, it is easy to be detected by those who also possess spiritual powers, and this behavior often attracts trouble. Especially when you see things you shouldn't, it's easy to be invaded in return by the other party." Lu Lin asked curiously, "What does an extraordinary person's spiritual aura look like?" The petite Wang Hui suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, "You want to see?" As she spoke, the aura surrounding Wang Hui began to surge violently. In an instant, Lu Lin's vision was enveloped by the surging spiritual radiance of Wang Hui, the flames rising and filling his entire field of view with a single thought. At that moment, it felt as if he was facing the blazing sun. In just a moment, Lu Lin was blinded. When Lu Lin's mind was completely filled with the brilliance of spirituality, he finally understood what Wang Hui meant by the things that should not be seen. Impulsive peeking can lead to disaster. When Lu Lin restored his vision and stepped out of the Human Resources Bureau onto the street, an unusual feeling surged in his heart. The bustling street was still filled with pedestrians and the flow of cars. However, standing by the roadside, Lu Lin felt a strange sense of detachment. He was amidst the crowd, yet it felt as if he existed in another world. This immense sense of disconnection nearly distorted Lu Lin's inherent psyche. He quickly recalled Wang Hui's words and began to compare within himself through a trinity. Thus, he discovered that his current thoughts stemmed from the influence of the elemental properties on himself. He made himself special, yet also began to distance himself from his original world. Through this comparison, Lu Lin suddenly broke free from that overwhelming sense of disconnection. He thought of the 3 creatures in the dormitory as countless memories from their past emerged like a net pulled from the water, adorned with one after another of those bygone moments. As he snapped back to reality, Lu Lin realized he was covered in cold sweat, the chilling sensation, making him feel completely frozen under the early summer sun. Those who suddenly encounter drastic changes in life often undergo significant shifts in temperament. This is due to the disconnect that arises when a person's thoughts fail to adapt to their surroundings. Such a disconnect can cause one's behavior to lose its anchor, leading to many uncontrollable actions. For instance, some who suddenly become wealthy often engage in revenge spending, while those facing family decline may become radical and irritable. If ordinary people experience this, it is even more so for the extraordinary. Once one gains exceptional power, they see others as mere ants, and a momentary lapse in judgment can lead to their own ruin. If one truly begins to let go of themselves, there are systems in place from all sides to keep them in check. Lu Lin's state of mind quickly regained its calm through comparison. He still had family, still had roommates. What if he drifted away and left those creatures in the dormitory without a father? Lu Lin smiled as the warmth of the human world filled his heart once again. He took out his phone and sent a message in the dormitory group, "He'll be back later, anything you want to eat." He Yuan replied instantly, "How spicy and sour do you want the sour and spicy noodles? Bring me 2 beef pastries from Lao Zhou's too." Ruan Wen chimed in, "The pigs and the production team can't eat as much as you do." He-Yuen responded, so are you the poop of a sticky stick that keeps bothering me? Ruan Wen asked, do you still have the stick? He-Yuen replied, my goodness. Lao Sis words hit right at the heart, directly breaching my defenses. That was both accurate and biting. He-Yuen was stunned for a long while, unable to recover. Lu Lin put away his phone and chuckled. This was his life. It was also the life he cherished. Upon returning to the residence, Lu Lin carried 2 large bags of items. He sniffed the air and immediately asked about the sour and spicy noodles. I knew Lu is someone who knows how to care. Lu Lin cheerfully handed over the water and bread. This is yours. He-Yuen asked. What does that mean? Lu Lin replied, now our room is counting on you to make money. He-Yuen was confused. Then why did you buy sour and spicy noodles and beef pastries? Especially the beef pastries, the aroma was irresistible. Lu Lin said, seriously, don't worry, I'll eat in front of you. He-Yuen laughed. Please act like a person. Are you targeting me? As He-Yuen seemed ready to explode, Lu Lin shook another bag and said, I bought watermelon. 2 of them heavy and dense. But in summer one must eat icy cold watermelon. He-Yuen's mood brightened as she hugged the watermelon and tossed it into the refrigerator to chill. After finally finishing the toast and waiting until evening, He-Yuen, wearing only a long basketball jersey, took the watermelon out of the fridge, sliced it in half, and gathered with the others on the balcony, each hugging a chilled watermelon. She took the best piece from the center and put it in her mouth. The sweet and icy sensation swiftly spread throughout her body, banishing the mild restlessness of early summer, leaving her feeling refreshed. At this moment, the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues. The already lush leaves darkened in the dusk, and the entire world resembled a richly colored oil painting. He-Yuen comfortably squinted her eyes as the wind mixed with the warmth of the day and the coolness of the night blew past, gentle, like a lover's fingertips caressing the skin. He-Yuen stretched her arms wide and took a deep breath. Oh, how nice. Lu Lin lit a cigarette, and amidst the curling smoke he too felt quite content, a profound peace filling his heart. Suddenly He-Yuen tilted her head and looked at Lu Lin. Hey Lu, have you become more handsome? Lu Lin frowned. What kind of talk is this? I've always been this handsome. He-Yuen retorted. Ugh. She indignantly said, if we are talking about looks, I was the most beautiful in our dormitory before. Ruan Wen interjected, you said before. Oh, this lousy. So annoying. He-Yuen rolled her eyes and then eagerly took out her phone. Since the sunset is beautiful today, let's take a picture together. Lu Lin dodged get lost. Ruan Wen chimed in, get lost. He-Yuen insisted, come on, come on. She pulled Lu Lin and Lao Si to the edge of the balcony, then raised her phone against the sunset and pressed the shutter. Click. The 4 of them, each with different expressions, were frozen in the photo. In the picture, He-Yuen was radiant, her smile bright and beautiful, dazzling, even compared to the sunset. Lu Lin stood beside her, casting a somewhat helpless gaze towards the balcony outside. Under the fiery sunset, against the backdrop of dark green tree shadows, Lu Lin's profile looked sharply clean and refreshing. Ruan Wen had no expression. Her indifference seemed to overflow from the photo. As for Lao Er, he posed a peace sign, his usually vibrant eyes appearing a bit dazed in the picture. Yet it had an unexpectedly cute charm. He-Yuen admired the photo, and although it was a casual snap, it vividly showcased each person's personality. These were her friends, her brothers, her family. He-Yuen's finger traced over the photo as if trying to grasp something tangible. The painful memories that occupied too much of her life's journey made her want to hold onto even the smallest bits of happiness tightly. Initially, she thought about posting the photo on her social media account, but after reconsidering, she decided against it. This was a precious memory that belonged solely to her. So precious that she couldn't bear to share it with anyone else. As if once released, it would be stolen away by others. She put away her phone and languidly sank into the lounge chair, swinging her legs as she asked Lu, when are we setting off? She really wanted to introduce them to her family. Lu Lin thought for a moment. They had been busy with their recent affairs and were almost ready to set off. Han Lao Er and Ruan Lao Si followed suit, saying, we can go with the flow too. If it were any other girl saying this, it would essentially be a life-threatening proposition. But they were different. So He-Yuen immediately booked the tickets. After a while, she shook her phone and said, tickets for tomorrow afternoon. Lu Lin, puzzled, asked, why in the afternoon? He-Yuen replied, we definitely want return in a day, so we might as well take it easy with our schedule. Just consider it a trip for fun. Everyone was stunned. They suddenly felt that this journey might not be easy. The next day, the group packed their bags and set off for their hometown. He-Yuen was very happy carrying 2 large suitcases, and she even specifically recorded a video to update her fans about her trip. Of course, she didn't disclose the exact location. While waiting for the plane, Wensi suddenly sent a message, have you all set off already? It seemed she had been keeping an eye on Lu Lin's movements. Although she wasn't their manager, she seemed to be doing the job of a manager. Lu Lin replied yes. Wensi went frantic, did you forget something? Lu Lin responded, oh right. She had previously mentioned letting her daughter accompany He-Yuen back home, but after receiving the money, he completely forgot about it. Out of apology, Lu Lin dialed Wensi's contact. The call connected quickly, and a cold yet slightly arrogant voice came through. Hello. Lu Lin said, hello, is this Miss Yi? Yi-Yuna replied, It's me. Who are you? Lu Lin replied. I am Lu Lin. Your mother arranged for you to come here with me. But before he could finish, a laugh came from the other end. Yi Yuner said, Oh, it's you. My mom has mentioned you to me. Lu Lin suppressed his irritation and continued, Well, where are you now? Yi Yuner replied, Imenu City. I just got back and I have many friends to meet. Just hang tight on your side. They'll notify you when I'm done. Lu Lin was speechless. This didn't seem like the attitude of someone coming to assist me. He finally understood why Huo Wensi had pushed her onto him. Simply put, she needed to be disciplined. Lu Lin hung up the phone directly. Far away in whose city, Yi Yuner, who was at a beauty salon getting a spa, frowned slightly upon hearing the disconnection tone, thinking what an uncouth man. At that moment, she received another message from Lu Lin. I'm notifying you now that from now on, all your salaries will be settled through me. Next, he'll be going to Huimin Town, Chashu Village, Linsong County, Pura City, Yunnan Province. He'll take care of you. You have 3 days to report. If you're late, the consequences are on you. Yi Yuner was taken aback. She raised her beautifully sharp brows, thinking, what is wrong with this man? Do I need him to pay me? Wow, is this some new trick to attract my attention? Yi Yuner found it amusing, but also infuriating. Surprisingly, this guy did catch her attention. However, he might not be able to handle that level of attention. Yi Yuner began to plot how to deal with Lu Lin in her mind. Then a series of messages flooded her phone. They were notifications about her credit card and bank account being frozen. In just a few minutes, all her accessible funds were frozen. All she had left were a few tens of thousands in WeChat and Alipay. Yi Yuner exclaimed. She couldn't care less about the ongoing treatment and jumped up from the beauty bed. What on earth is happening? She stared wide-eyed, quickly realizing that only one person could pull off such operations, her mother. Yi Yuner swiftly pulled up her mother's number to call, but was met with a busy tone indicating that the line was occupied. She even blocked me. Her scalp felt like it was about to explode. Over the top. This must be the doing of that man named Lu Lin. So childish. She began dialing Lu Lin's number, but the call was busy. Did he block me too? Yi Yuner was almost furious, her delicate body in the bathrobe flushed with anger. Fine, very well. Yi Yuner took a deep breath. It's just about not giving me money to spend, right? She graduated from Duke University with a master's degree in business administration. Cutting off my financial source to make me work as that man's assistant. How naive. Yi Yuner took a deep breath and lay back down to enjoy the spa. Meanwhile, she also began to contemplate how to break the deadlock. Well, let's find a job first. A few tens of thousands of pocket money is a bit less, but if I save it should last me a month or so. How to make her yield that man thinks he has the right. On the other side, Huo Wensi, who was freezing Yi Yuner's finances as per Lu Lin's request, was somewhat worried. Is this really effective? Lu Lin, puzzled, asked, Isn't it better if it doesn't work? That would mean she could still live well in society after losing her support. If she couldn't manage, then ultimately she would compromise. This is the true win-win approach. Huo Wensi was silent. As she thought it over, she realized that Lu Lin indeed made a lot of sense. So this is the so-called win-win. As a mother who owed Yi Yuner a lot, Huo Wensi's anxiety was quite normal. However, this normalcy was not beneficial for her child's future. Being a woman with strong execution ability, she calmed herself down after taking several deep breaths with her eyes closed. Just leave it to Lu Lin. After Lu Lin had taken care of this matter, he continued to wait. When it was time to board, they finally embarked on their journey back home. The plane would stop at Sameo Airport. After landing, they would stay in the city for a night, then take a bus to the county the next day, and then take a public bus to the town. Upon reaching the town, they would still need to find a vehicle to the village. The southwest is mountainous. The public transport reaching the town is largely due to government efforts. However, for each village, it is not easy to establish a public transport system. Even in some areas of northern Jiangsu, buses cannot reach every village. In some places located far from the road, one has to find their own way to the bus stop. After all this trouble, Lu Lin and the others finally understood why Yi Yuan never returned during festivals before. Lack of money is one thing, but this exhausting journey back is another. Luckily, the girls in their dorm were transformed from boys and were not so delicate. Otherwise, just the last part of the journey from the town back to the village on a small tricycle would have been too much for them. Perhaps because he hadn't been back for a long time, Yi Yuan was not as tired as the other three. He was excited, and even while sitting at the back of the tricycle, he didn't sit idle for a moment, pointing out the scenery along the way and explaining it to Lu Lin and the others. He pointed to the road beneath the small tricycle and said, The changes at home are quite significant these days. This used to be a dirt road, and it was impossible for vehicles to pass during rainy days. Now it has been paved with gravel. The uncle driving the tricycle cheerfully responded amidst the put-put sounds of the tricycle. Indeed, the government has done a lot for us over the years. Lu Lin and the others were jolted along with the tricycle, but this kind of jolt was indeed quite uncomfortable. Ruan Wen asked with a tense face, How much longer until we arrive? Yi Yuan replied, Soon. Everyone sighed. Half an hour ago this rascal said the same thing. LV Lin and the others stared at Yi Yuan with blank faces as the vehicle jostled along. Yi Yuan. He forced a laugh and pointed to a hill ahead. Go around that ridge and another 7 or 8 li and we'll be there. The others were silent. In truth, the straight-line distance from the town to the village was not great, but the road twisted and turned endlessly. Although they felt as if their bodies might be shaken to pieces, Lin and the others endured it. After nearly 40 minutes of bone-rattling travel, when Lin, the second brother, and the fourth brother were nearly exhausted, Hyun finally pointed excitedly to the distance and cried, "We're here, almost there." They followed his finger and saw a flat stretch among several distant hills dotted with dwellings. The houses were tucked beneath the mountains, surrounded by trees and fields. The crops of May and June joined the woodland in a lush sweep, like a painting rendered by a master. Even though the green hills and trees had begun to blur from the journey, the sight of Chashu village still invigorated them. Ruan Wen nodded. Quite beautiful. The old village and the forest merged. There was a sense of harmony between people and nature. Hyun looked pleased to see the village, but warned, "That's because it seems fresh to you now. Living here is actually quite inconvenient." Soon Hyun led them to the village entrance. After giving the uncle 200 yuan, the man left beaming. Standing under the old locust tree at the village gate, Hyun breathed in the long mist scent of home and seemed intoxicated by it. People in the village shop and nearby houses blinked in momentary puzzlement upon seeing Hyun, as if trying to place her face. Then memories surfaced. They came out smiling and called, "Well, if it isn't Mimi, how come you're back all of a sudden?" Hyun was speechless. Her smile twitched. If only they called her Anzi, it would be perfect. Lin watched and laughed. "You look torn inside." Hyun, you could say that. Lin, after leaving young and returning old, who could blame you for being conflicted? Hyun went pale. Then Ruan Wen chimed in mischievously, parked beneath the locust tree to revel with a sigh, to linger and lament. Hyun, you lot have no restraint, do you? She hurriedly protested, "Don't sully my reputation. When did I ever?" Lin murmured, "There's still time now, isn't there?" Hyun snapped, "Are you an idiot?" Lin, I cannot be provoked, I cannot be provoked, and he hopped away to show his innocence. Hyun suddenly sidled between the second brother and the fourth brother and asked with a gleeful edge, "Have you two tried it? I'm telling you, being a woman is such a thrill." Hanli, Ruan Wen, they kept their distance. "Stay away from me," one muttered. The two men moved away in distaste. Hyun laughed as if avenged, opened her suitcase, pulled out snacks, and waved them at the children at the gate. "Come here, big sister brought treats." Woo! Several children rushed forward, clustering around, Hyun shouting and shrieking with delight. Hyun happily handed out the snacks bag by bag, calling out, don't push, there's enough for everyone. Little chubby one, eat slowly. One bag, each, no grabbing." The commotion quickly livened the once quiet village. Many uncles and aunties came out to look. Word spread that Hyun, no Hyume, had returned. The villagers came over to greet her warmly. "Mimi has done well for herself. A look at the things she brought. We've never seen such things. Who are these young women? They are quite pretty. Is this Mimi's boyfriend? He seems a fine fellow." Everyone jabbered as Hyun patiently chatted and handed out the items she had brought. They were everyday necessities, but in this remote mountainous village they were coveted luxuries. Lin watched from the side and realized Hyun had not distributed the goods at random. Everything was planned. She remembered every person in the village. The villagers received the gifts with broad smiles and praised Hyun's striking looks. At that moment the crowd parted silently from behind. An old man wearing a worn dark blue jacket approached. At the sight of him, Hyun's smile froze. She looked at the elder. His blue jacket had faded and frayed, patched at the sleeves and collar. His face was weathered, a blackened visage etched with furrows, a square jaw as stern as her memory, a figure both formidable and exacting. Yet to her he felt intimately familiar. Hyun inhaled deeply, her eyes watering, and called, "Grandfather, I'm back." The old man showed a flicker of puzzlement, which quickly softened as Hyun's smile infected him. He chuckled, back. Was the journey hard?" Hyun produced a brand new pipe, a large pack of good tobacco, and several new jackets, pressing them into the old man's arms. "Grandfather, these are all for you." The old man scolded with a stern face, "You're back, so why buy all this?" Hyun beamed proudly. "Grandfather, I have money now. This time I'm here to expand the village school and to pave a road for us." The old man's surprise broke into delight. "Oh my, you've made a fortune." He glanced at Lin and the others. Not finding the person he sought, he asked, "Where's your brother Anzi? Why hasn't he come back?" Hyun choked and grew tearful. He said he hadn't made a proper life and felt ashamed to return. The old man's brow furrowed with worry. "That child has always been stubborn. He must have suffered out there. Lately he hasn't been answering calls. Tell him if it's hard outside, he can come home. The house is kept for him." Hyun breathed deeply. The feeling of being remembered threatened to break her down. She forced a grin. "Don't worry about him, Grandpa." She added with sudden craving, "I'm hungry. I want paeluda fried urquay hand-grabbed rice shingpi." The old man laughed as well. "All right, everyone hear this. My granddaughter wants the old home dishes. Get ready." The villagers cheered, "Yes, tonight," while set a long table. Amid the cheering, Hyun playfully told Lin and the others, "You three are in for a treat tonight." Ruan Wen expressionlessly replied, "No." Hyun was baffled. "What? You're such a spoilsport. You seem to have some great affliction. She laughed and, shouldering 2 empty cases, followed the old man back toward the courtyard. He Yuan's grandfather's home was a small compound with a large tile-roofed main room and 2 side rooms. Only after following them back did LV Lin notice the social services had been thorough. Grandpa He's former room had already been prepared for the newcomer's new status. There was no oversight. Once He Yuan settled, the old man arranged lodging. The house is small and it can't hold so many. The 2 girls will stay with Mimi, and young men they'll put with old Zhang next door. Their sons are all away working, the room is empty. LV Lin accepted the hospitality without fuss. As they were settled, thin tendrils of smoke rose over the tranquil mountain village. By dusk, the southwestern sky blazed with sunset, and the villagers set long tables along a stone path, bringing out platter after platter of local specialties. LV Lin and the others were seated near the old man at the head of the table. Once everyone assembled, someone urged the elder to say a few words. The old man smiled and managed finally eat. He Yuan joined the call. Don't be shy, dig in. She then dropped handfuls of pale larvae into the 3 bowls in front of LV Lin and his companions. Could that really be eaten? Ruan Wen's brows knitted in horror. He Yuan laughed at their expressions. They are edible. She plucked one up and popped it into her mouth. High in protein. Crisply she chewed. Ruan Wen grimaced as if bracing for battle. She was about to be sick. LV Lin sniffed. The insects were likely bamboo larvae fried to a brittle crisp, seasoned with salt and pepper. The aroma was actually appealing. Since his first stage vaccination on the apothecary route, his sense of smell had grown unusually acute, allowing him to discern the quality of things with ease. He pinched up a larva, chewed, and found it indeed crisp and tasty. LV Lin nodded. Try it, it's quite good. Han Li and Ruan Wen shook their heads vigorously. He Yuan teased them, cowards. Then she dug in heartily herself. After enduring the 4th brother's teasing for so long, she at last had her revenge. Besides the bamboo larvae, the table bore fried, pupae fried grasshoppers, and other exotic treats. Of course, there were also familiar dishes, such as paeluda. Paeluda was made with sago, large tapioca, purple rice, papaya jelly, condensed milk, buttered breadcrumbs, fresh coconut shreds, and crushed ice. When eaten, the buttered bread soaks in the coconut-scented chilled liquid, both crisp and soft, sweet and delightful. Ruan Wen was particularly fond of it. Han Li persisted in eating a heaping portion of colorful rice and local fruits. As the evening deepened, villagers lit a bonfire, and those in high spirits sang mountain songs with wine in their veins. The clear, resonant songs rose with the flames and echoed through the open woods for a long time. He Yuan had not felt so carefree in ages. After most villagers returned home, she lingered by the bonfire. She had drunk a little too much, her cheeks were flushed, and the firelight made her features all the more radiant. Seated by the fire, He Yuan sighed. Only at New Year was it ever this lively. I'm back, and everyone is being so welcoming. LV Lin said, all right. Why don't you go back and sleep early? He Yuan leaned close. This is your first time here, isn't it? Won't you have trouble sleeping? Maybe you should. Before she finished, a figure approached the bonfire. The newcomer carried a hush about him. The mountain night's chill seemed to gather around his presence. At the edge of the firelight, the man asked coldly, who exactly are you? He Yuan startled so violently that much of her inebriation vanished. She peered at the man in the firelight, then scolded, Yang Xiaya, can't you act more human? You nearly scared me to death. But the man remained unmoved and repeated, who are you exactly? Once relaxed, He Yuan's spirits returned, and she scratched her head. I'm He Yume, also He Yuan's sister. He Yuan doesn't have a sister. He Yuan fell silent. The others were speechless. What is going on? Does this woman still remember the real situation? Did the Human Resources Bureau overlook her? LV Lin fell into deep thought, while He Yuan suddenly revealed a strange smile, staring intently at the girl. Oh, I am He Yuan, little ghost you. At the edge of the firelight, the girl called Yang Xiaya by He Yuan suddenly stiffened, then quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked bewildered. LV Lin turned to He Yuan. What is happening? He Yuan awkwardly said, I was just trying to scare her. I didn't expect her to be so easily frightened. Her name is Yang Xiaya, and she has been a bit eccentric since childhood, so I nicknamed her Little Ghost You. As she spoke, He Yuan suddenly couldn't continue. She sat there in a daze, suddenly realizing something, and lowered her voice. It can't be, is she also? Everyone else. LV Lin took out his phone to message Wang Huai for clarification. Soon Wang Huai replied, please describe the person's features in detail. After LV Lin sent the relevant description to Wang Huai, he quickly replied, I've found her information. It's Yang Xiaya, right? We confirmed that we conducted memory interference on her. Wang Huai took a deep drag on his e-cigarette. It seems you have discovered a wild, potential extraordinary person. A potential extraordinary person refers to someone with a naturally high concentration of inspiration. This is what society commonly refers to as witches, mediums, and shamans. Such common knowledge is available on the official website of Silai No University. But how should we handle Yang Xiaya now? Wang Huai called directly. Here's the plan tonight. You need to find her and roughly explain the situation to ensure she doesn't make a fuss about your matters. Additionally, I will have colleagues from the Southwest District come to handle this matter tomorrow. He Yuan asked with concern. You won't do anything to her, will you? Wang Hui spoke in an elder's tone. Our organization has always focused on gentle guidance. Even the memory interference on ordinary people is superficial and won't cause harm to their bodies or lives. So rest assured. Although potential extraordinary persons are rare, the vast land of China sees many reported potential extraordinary persons each year. So Wang Hui didn't take it to heart. After hanging up, LV Lin turned to He Yuan. Do you know where that girl lives? He Yuan scratched her head and admitted that she didn't know. But she added, Grandpa definitely knows, he's the village chief. Saying this, she jumped up to find Grandpa, her swaying figure likely to topple into a ditch. With the help of LV Lin and others, He Yuan finally returned to Grandpa's house. Grandpa was sitting in the yard wrapped in a worn navy blue coat reading under the electric light. LV Lin leaned in and discovered he was reading volume 5 of selected works of Mao Zedong, an old book that must have been around for a while. But LV Lin thought for a moment, does selected works have a volume 5? Never mind, that's not the point. Seeing He Yuan come in without touching the ground, the old man frowned. What are you doing? He Yuan smiled, brightly unafraid of Grandpa's stern face, and leaned over to ask, Grandpa, do you know where little ghost you lives? I just saw her, but she ran away when she saw me. The old man frowned. What do you want with her? He Yuan replied, Oh, just catching up, that's all. The old man seemed reluctant to mention the girl, but thinking about how he raised all these kids, he said, It's south of the village. Just walk past a large cornfield, and you will see an old house. She is there. He Yuan jumped up. Thank you. Then she waved her arms and called, Let's go, everyone. Everyone else. This girl is a bit too high-spirited. Following Grandpa's directions, the group arrived at Yang Xiao's residence. This old house had seen better days. It was dilapidated and completely dark, looking like a haunted house in the wild. Han Lauer was most afraid of ghosts and hurriedly hid behind LV Lin, sticking closely to him. He Yuan asked, What are you trying to do? She rushed over to pull them apart. Lauer, let go. Did you hear me? Let go. Lauer, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, how could you have such bad intentions? Oh, why are you holding me? You're pushing against me. LV Lin. Ruan Wen. They ignored those two, cautiously approaching the old house. Suddenly LV Lin's nose twitched, and he caught a faint scent. After discerning, he realized it was the smell of coffee. How could there be coffee? In such a remote place, how can it be so charming? When they crept into the house, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Han Lauer let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah! LV Lin and the others were startled, then suddenly felt something drifting through the air. In that moment, LV Lin's nerves acted like electricity, a surge of biological energy coursing through all his neural networks, a prickling numbness, even spreading to his scalp. LV Lin's mind became incredibly focused. He sensed the movement of the air, and the dim room came into sharp focus. The thing rushing towards them also revealed itself. It was a cloud of powder light pink with a sweet and spicy fragrance. This contained powdered extracts from fly agaric mushrooms, as well as substances extracted from light cap and sticky cap mushrooms. The mixed effect could excite the nerves of the inhaler in a very short time, leading to dizziness, distorted senses, and clear hallucinations. This information seemed to have been embedded in his mind all along, and at the moment of attack, it was instantly recalled. So he quickly took a deep breath and blew forcefully towards the front. Take that. Whoosh. Cough, cough, cough. The powder blown back in the wind was accidentally inhaled by that shadow, which then let out a violent cough. You? Before it could complete the sentence, that shadow stumbled, and after swaying twice, crashed to the ground with a loud thud, creating a cacophony of noise. LV Lin. He startled me. Ooh, I thought this mysterious girl was quite formidable. I didn't expect she was just a novice. Amidst the chaotic noises, He Yuan found the switch in the house and turned on the light, revealing a girl with twin ponytails, a delicate and cute appearance, and a tall and well-proportioned figure lying amidst a mess of things. The girl had dilated pupils, a flushed face, and her young, tender body writhing on the ground like a snake. She would occasionally part her ruby lips, emitting strange gasping sounds. He Yuan glanced over and curiously asked, Who did this? LV Lin weakly raised his hand, arguing she started it. He Yuan slammed her fist into her palm. What the heck? You really are something. You managed to get a girl into this state in one go. How did you do it in that dark room just now? Teach me. LV Lin. You seem to have a serious problem. Lu Lin replied irritably. It wasn't me who turned her into this. She intended to drug us, but was countered by me. He Yuan, feeling exhilarated, pounded his fist into his palm. I understand. However, Lu Lin gave no chance for this flamboyant character to continue, directly instructing Han Li to take him aside. After helping the girl, named Yang Xiaoya, settle comfortably in a chair, Lu Lin thought for a moment and found some ropes in the room to tie her hands and feet. Only then did he have the opportunity to inspect the old, dilapidated house. The house was small, with only 2 rooms in total, but the partition in the middle had been opened, creating a large space. The furniture inside was sparse: a bed, a table, and a long cabinet. In addition to that, there were various jars and bottles, each containing many plant-like substances. Lu Lin looked around and noticed that although the place was shabby and bare, everything was arranged neatly, particularly the displays on the long cabinet. A bohemian-style tablecloth draped over it on which various chemical apparatus were placed. Recalling how this girl had attempted to drug him with mushroom extracts, could it be that he unintentionally stumbled upon the plot of a wilderness chemist? Lu Lin circled the room and unexpectedly discovered some coffee beans roasted through fermentation. It was the aroma he had sensed before entering. In this room filled with plant extracts, Lu Lin's pharmacist trait seemed to be activated, and he felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the various plants. However, thinking of his roommates, he held back. Ruan Wen asked Lu Lin after he finished exploring, "What about her? Won't something happen if this continues?" Lu Lin casually replied, "It should be fine." The mushroom powder concocted had hallucinogenic effects, but was not deadly. Once her body naturally metabolized it, she should regain consciousness. However, after a moment's thought, Lu Lin still wet a towel and placed it on Yang Xiaoya's forehead. While waiting, Lu Lin and the others finally could no longer resist the drowsiness and fell asleep. By the time they were awakened by noise, it was already the next morning. The morning air in the southwestern mountains was damp and cold. Even though it was almost June, the night temperature was still a bit chilling. As Lu Lin woke up, he felt a slight stuffiness in his nose and a headache coming on. As for the girl from last night, she was twisting her body, trying to break free from the chair. Upon seeing Lu Lin awake, she fixed her gaze on him. "What exactly are you?" Lu Lin replied, "I can't answer that question for you." He got up and kicked Heian awake. Groggy and frowning, Heian struggled to wake up, and upon seeing Lu Lin shouted, "Damn, my head hurts so much." Lu Lin pointed at the girl. "You can talk to her about that." Heian looked at Yang Xiaoya, and some memories surfaced. Oh right, they had been chasing Yang Xiaoya last night. He recalled arriving here, remembering Yang Xiaoya's flushed face and dazed eyes as she squirmed on the ground. Heian instantly perked up, and looking at the bound Yang Xiaoya, he enlightened, "So you really like this kind of thing?" No wonder he had been so rough with himself. "Hey, the little guy is quite something." Lu Lin was confused. "What do you mean by that?" "I was just afraid she would jump up and throw mushroom powder in my face." Lu Lin replied irritably, "Stop acting coy with me, hurry up and explain." Heian pouted and looked at Yang Xiaoya. "Why did you run away last night?" Yang Xiaoya gazed at Heian, bathed in the morning light, puzzled. Are evil spirits this powerful now? Aren't they afraid of the light? Heian was speechless. So she thought of herself as an evil spirit residing in this body. Wait, isn't that cursing me to death? Realizing this, Heian jumped over and gave Yang Xiaoya a smack on the head. "What are you thinking all day?" Yang Xiaoya exclaimed, "You dare hit me." She struggled to free herself. "If you have the guts, let me go. He'll kill you." Heian smugly replied, I won't. Hey, bite me." Lu Lin could no longer stand it and approached to slap the back of Heian's head. "Go stand over there." Heian exclaimed, "You hit me." "I." She angrily retreated, pulling out her phone and typing furiously, "Today the big donkey hit me again." I endured it." Lu Lin then said to Yang Xiaoya, "Don't be nervous, we are not bad people. That really is Heian, but we have our unspoken reasons." Yang Xiaoya scoffed. "Even if you've changed gender, it doesn't warrant a bunch of people in black coming to our village in the dead of night to gather us together, right?" Recalling the events from earlier, Yang Xiaoya couldn't help but shiver even in the early morning. That night, she too had been guided by some strange sound back to the village square, standing there dazed alongside the villagers like puppets on strings. Then a multitude of bizarre memories suddenly flooded her mind, all concerning Heian's sister. But how could that little brat have a sister? Yet ever since that night, it seemed the villagers had accepted the existence of Heian's sister. How bizarre. Who were those people in black? What had they done to the villagers? Since then, the more Yang Xiaoya thought about it, the more frightened she became. The fear of the unknown seeped into her bones like the cold of a deep winter night. Then she felt she couldn't sit idly by any longer and began concocting things for self-defense. And she waited and waited until she actually saw Heian's sister return. Was this not a living nightmare? The most horrifying part was when she mustered the courage to confront her. The girl everyone recognized as Heian's sister suddenly looked over with an eerie smile by the campfire and said, "I am Heian." Damn, even horror stories don't get this terrifying, right? Yang Xiaoya snapped at that moment. Lu Lin was unaware of all this, but he knew that discussing matters of the extraordinary realm would be unconvincing coming from him. So he simply said, "The relevant authorities will explain our situation to you. The personnel from the Human Resources Bureau should be on their way now." Around 10 o'clock, the colleagues from the Human Resources Bureau finally found this place based on the location Lu Lin sent. They briefly explained the situation to Yang Xiaoya and informed her of the seriousness of the information leak before taking out a confidentiality agreement for her to sign. Once that was settled, they prepared to leave. Lu Lin was a bit puzzled and pulled a colleague to ask, "Is it that simple?" The person he grabbed was wearing a cheap suit topped with a waterproof and windproof black coat, looking rather ordinary, even having a receding hairline. He couldn't be more ordinary. He chuckled and said, "What else could it be? Arrest them." Lu Lin shook his wrist. "No, I remember we were asked before if we wanted to become non-staff personnel or something, and also about centralized protection." The colleague smiled and said, only individuals involved in the source of abnormal event dissemination will be centrally protected or developed in a non-staff personnel. Instances like this with high inspiration are usually just asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. He continued lighting a cigarette. Not everyone wants to become extraordinary, it's too dangerous. Lu Lin was silent. After the Human Resources Bureau personnel left, Yang Xiaoya was still in a daze. She had previously encountered something unclean in her village, but suddenly an official person came to tell her that all of this was the operation of the extraordinary realm. Her worldview collapsed instantly. Hian was still there smugly asking, "So are you envious?" Yang Xiaoya rubbed her temples. Envious of what? Envious that you actually have a sister now. She rolled her eyes. I originally had one, okay. Hian spat blood. Did I even say that? Why is everyone dissing me, G-Air? Did I offend you all? He Yuan was almost furious. Yang Xiaoya was indifferent to He Yuan's performance. When she learned that these were just official preventive measures, she sighed in relief. She said, "These days have almost scared me to death. I have nightmares every night where everyone walks south like they have lost their souls, bleeding as they go until the ground is covered in blood and the entire world turns red." He Yuan rolled her eyes. "You're just scaring yourself." Yang Xiaoya rolled her eyes back. "Isn't it your fault?" He Yuan. "It seems that indeed it is like that. It's like arguing with someone for so long only to realize you were wrong. That feeling is so frustrating." Yang Xiaoya continued to ask, "By the way, why are you back?" He Yuan proudly replied, "Of course I'm back to develop my hometown." Yang Xiaoya sized He Yuan up and down. "Just you?" He Yuan became animated. "What's wrong with me?" Yang Xiaoya laughed. "You haven't been back after being away for so long, and now you think you've gained some skills." He Yuan put her hands on her hips and said with attitude, "Of course. I'm now a big influencer with millions of followers. You obviously are just a local who doesn't go online." Yang Xiaoya angrily retorted, "What influencer? It's all just fluff. With that many followers, can you even help our hometown prosper?" He Yuan glanced around the room. "Just this junk." Yang Xiaoya was furious. "Watch me tear your mouth apart." While they were bickering, LV Lin had already picked up a jar of coffee beans, opened it, and took a sniff. A fresh and rich aroma wafted out of the jar. LV Lin raised an eyebrow. "This flavor is quite good." He wasn't very knowledgeable about coffee, but after acquiring the herbalist element, his sense of smell had greatly improved. Just from the smell, he could roughly understand the processing of these coffee beans. Using a fermentation method similar to that of pure tea, the microbial community produces aromatic substances, which are then activated through roasting. LV Lin shook his head. "Is this what you want to do?" Yang Xiaoya raised her chin proudly. "Exactly. Right now the domestic coffee market is dominated by foreign monopolists, and it's difficult for local coffee to gain traction. I was thinking if we could create our own coffee brand. If successful, our village will definitely prosper." The young girl gazed into the distance filled with dreams. But at that moment, Ruan Wen, scrolling on his phone without looking up, said, "Do you know why domestic coffee doesn't have a good reputation?" Yang Xiaoya replied, "We developed late, and the system standards are all in foreign hands. Plus, the local people are infatuated with foreign brands, making it hard to develop." Ruan Wen stated, naive. Yang Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, but before she could respond, Ruan Wen continued, "The quality of coffee beans is influenced by variety, sunlight, fermentation, roasting, and even grinding and brewing with hundreds of aromatic compounds discovered in coffee to date. To ensure flavor and taste, a systematic process and accumulated experience are necessary. Unfortunately, domestic coffee beans lack that. After all, coffee has been cultivated in the country for a short time, making it incomparable to foreign products. That is the advantage of being first. Manufacturing cars is not difficult, but the subtle adjustments are where true strength lies. Those are experiences accumulated over time, which have been monopolized by capital, forming industry barriers. The same goes for coffee." Yang Xiaoya opened her mouth, but couldn't find a rebuttal. However, she stubbornly said, "So I want to develop our own coffee brand." Ruan Wen chuckled. Just as he was about to say something else, LV Lin waved his hand. "Old four, don't discourage her. I think this idea is good." As he spoke, he directly took a roasted coffee bean and popped it into his mouth, chewing carefully. A strong bitterness engulfed him with a sour and astringent taste, making him salivate profusely. As the coffee bean was soaked in his saliva, its unique aromatic compounds spread out. After tasting, LV Lin frowned and said, It's smooth on the palate with a gentle spice flavor and a rich cocoa-like taste. The flavor was complex with tropical fruit aromas and hints of sweet orange and plum. The sweetness was clear while the acidity was bright. Phew. He spat out the coffee bean residue and rinsed his mouth with water from the table. I think it's quite good." Ruan Wen. Yang Xiaoya. He Yuan's eyes lit up. "So can you tell what fruits I've eaten?" LV Lin. He pointed outside. "Old two, take her out." He Yuan flailed. "Why? Wah wah wah." Once the room finally quieted down, LV Lin restructured his thoughts that had been disrupted by He Yuan and said, "I think this industry could be developed." Ruan Wen asked, "Can you be more specific?" LV Lin replied, "We can start by using a series of influential operations to promote a local coffee brand, then quickly open chain stores and list on the US stock market. Foreigners love coffee, so they will naturally think we love coffee too. This makes it easier to raise funds and go public in the US market. Ruan Wen nodded. And we have a price advantage. The key is to create a trend. Talking to smart people is so reassuring. LV Lin smiled. What do you think? Ruan Wen nodded. There's potential. So LV Lin turned to Yang Xiaoya. How many coffee trees are you planting now? Yang Xiaoya. She was still in a daze, raising her hand to ponder. Wait a minute. Why didn't I understand? Why are we starting chain stores all of a sudden? LV Lin laughed. What was your original idea? Yang Xiaoya stammered. Make good coffee and then sell it. LV Lin asked. E-commerce. Yang Xiaoya replied. Yes, e-commerce. LV Lin said. That's not in conflict. The planting and processing of coffee beans take time, and we can use this time to operate the local brand. Yang Xiaoya looked confused. How do you plan to operate? LV Lin smiled. You don't need to worry about that. Just keep researching how to make better coffee beans. He made a fist toward Yang Xiaoya. Go for it. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Yang Xiaoya. Before reaching the door, LV Lin suddenly turned around and said, by the way, if you need money, tell us, we'll invest. Yang Xiaoya. After LV Lin and the others left, Yang Xiaoya touched the back of her head, looking very confused. How did it end up like this? And who is that man? He looks good, but is way too confident. Yet he seems quite assured. Yang Xiaoya walked to the door, looking at the retreating figures of LV Lin and the others, gradually developing a strong interest in that man. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. After returning from Yang Xiaoya's place, He Yuan began to organize the renovation of the village school. The village only has one primary school, which is rather shabby. 3 large tiled classrooms lined up side by side, and a smaller tiled building next to it serves as the teacher's office. The small area enclosed by these buildings is the schoolyard, with a cement stump in the middle where a straight bamboo pole flies the faded national flag. He Yuan brought Lu Lin and the others over for a visit. I studied in this elementary school. Lu Lin's family is also quite ordinary, but it is much better compared to He Yuan's. So he patted her shoulder and comforted her. You've worked hard. He Yuan smiled and said, oh, it's much better now. In the past, the roof was made of thatch, and whenever there was a heavy rain, it would leak terribly. We had to attend classes with buckets on our heads. At least now it doesn't leak anymore. Lu Lin. No wonder he is so focused on making money. Many people have never experienced poverty, and they do not understand. They think that not being able to afford the desired Nike shoes, or not being able to eat at Haitaleo, or not being able to buy the phone they want is already being very poor. But they do not know that there are fathers who chew on yesterday's leftover buns to save on food expenses and who are even reluctant to buy a bottle of water to go with it. They do not know that some people feel a sense of relief on the construction site because of a 3.5 yuan cold beer. He Yuan has experienced all of this. Therefore, he understands that all the ease in life is built upon a few pieces of silver. Excitedly gesturing on the small playground, He Yuan exclaimed, this playground needs to be expanded. Make it big. I want swing slides and a sandbox. And here, let's build a few more large tiled classrooms so that in the future the first and second graders won't have to squeeze into one classroom. Each grade can have its own classroom. Seeing her so excited, Lu Lin and the others felt a lump in their throats and their eyes were slightly misty. It's precisely because they have suffered that they cannot bear to see their juniors in such hardship. He thought, this little brat. Lu Lin took a deep breath to calm himself and said, let's go to the town and hire a dozen teachers. The salary and benefits should be better than those in town. He Yuan replied, yes. Let's build a dormitory too. What dormitory? At that moment, the village chief ambled over with a serious face and said, now that many young people have left the village, there are many empty houses. They can stay at home. We will provide food and housing. At this point, He Yuan smiled and said, listening to Grandpa. Such a delicate and charming girl pouting like that is hard to resist. Even Grandpa couldn't help but crack a smile. But Lu Lin said the village really doesn't have many young people left. Grandpa took a puff from the pipe He Yuan gifted him and said gloomily, the old home doesn't make money. Everyone has gone to work in the city. Even working as a waiter in the city can earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. 2 people can make 7,000 to 8,000. If they save a bit, they can earn 40,000 to 50,000 a year. That amount of money might not even be enough to watch a live broadcast in a big city, but here it's more than what one would earn farming in a year. However, being away from family and drifting in the big city is not easy. Lu Lin looked up and saw the lush mountains. The scenery here is beautiful, but it also limits development. Lu Lin said thoughtfully, we still need to find a way to develop the old home. He Yuan firmly replied, I think so too, but to get rich we need to build roads first. After finishing the school, we will repair the roads. Ruan Wen, after hearing this, searched on his phone and said, if we calculate based on the cheapest single-lane concrete road from the town to here, I estimate it to be 10 kilometers, which is 25,000 square meters with a price of over 100 yuan per square meter. He'll estimate it at 100 for you. That would be 2.5 million. The actual construction price will definitely be higher. Plus, the mountainous roads are complex to build. Ruan Wen concluded, it will probably cost 3 to 4 million. He Yuan. Her eyes widened. She realized she was still too poor. Grandpa, holding the pipe, was trembling slightly. 4 million. That's just the fee for a couple of days for Schwazi, but for Chashu village, it is an astronomical figure. The old man licked his lips and said, with this money we could move the entire village. Their village only has about 80 households. Wouldn't it be easier for each family to get 50,000 to make a down payment and buy a house in town and leave this mountain behind? But Lu Lin shook his head and said, if we leave here, how will the villagers live? Go work as waiters. That's unrealistic. In the financial game, so-called currency is equivalent to chips on the table, a general equivalent, a symbol of resource settlement. The true assets of a capitalist are complex. They will convert money into various resources, then produce goods from those resources to sell, thus manipulating the leaks. Therefore, anything manufactured will enter the depreciation phase the moment you acquire it. Even if some products appreciate in value, it's just a market game between buyers and sellers and not a universal law of underlying things. But resources do not depreciate. The resources you extract, such as coal, oil, and natural gas, will not only not depreciate, but will also appreciate in value. This is the most fundamental and hardest currency. Although Chashu village is poor, they actually have resources, and that is land. However, Chashu village is trapped in an information cocoon, and due to limited energy, they cannot monetize this resource. But they have returned, bringing information and energy back with them. Lu Lin shared these thoughts with everyone. He Yuan and Ruan Wen listened thoughtfully while the old man was confused, but he understood one thing. That is, their land has become valuable. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but pat the pocket of his clothes where a nearly worn-out copy of Mao's selected works was kept, thanking the great man for giving all the impoverished families a foundation for survival. The old man lowered his eyes, his heart filled with sincerity. Lu Lin couldn't help but glance sideways. In that instant, he felt an extremely condensed while breathing within the old man's body. But when he focused to observe, he found that the old man was just an ordinary elder. Lu Lin shook his wrist, wondering what was going on. While Lu Lin was pondering, He Yuan excitedly asked, Big Donkey, do you have any ideas? Share them with us. Lu Lin waved his hand and said, my thoughts are not yet formed. You should focus on your work and not fall behind. That's a must. After participating in the talent show, He Yuan had completely given up thinking, so she asked, are we going to stick to the previous model? Lu Lin replied, no, we need to change the script. Following Lu Lin's plan, He Yuan filmed a dance video in her hometown. The opening shot reveals majestic emerald-draped mountains, towering rugged and breathtakingly serene. Then the frame shifts seamlessly to He Yuan herself, radiant, pure, and sweet, as she dances. The caption reads, this is Southwest China, the land where I was born and raised. Welcome to my world. Within just 2 hours of its release, the video amassed over 1 million views, more than 200,000 likes, and 30,000 comments. Lu Lin scrolled through the comment section. Most were effusive praises. Amazing. Beauty and green mountains belong together. I had no idea her hometown was this stunning. When will the host go live next? It seemed the light-hearted netizens remained deeply curious about He Yuan's rural roots. Not bad at all. Lu Lin promptly scheduled the next day's live stream. Not another musical performance, but an immersive glimpse into village life. That very night, he drafted a detailed script and outlined key considerations for He Yuan. To ensure cinematic quality, he decided to personally operate the camera for the broadcast. The next day, everything was ready. As the live stream began, He Yuan instantly found her rhythm. Hello everyone. Yesterday I showed you the scenery of my hometown. Today, I'll take you deeper to experience life here. The camera panned smoothly, capturing her family's tiled roof courtyard in full warmth and detail. She narrated warmly, life has improved considerably. We used to live in thatched huts with earthen walls. Ding dong. Here's my grandfather. The old man, utterly unaccustomed to such attention, froze, his hands hovering awkwardly, unsure where to rest. He Yuan laughed aloud. Grandpa, why don't you wave hello to everyone? Straightening his spine with quiet dignity, the elder offered a shy, bashful smile and lifted his hand in a gentle cat-like wave. Comrades, hello. The audience erupted in laughter, flooding the chat. Hello, Comrade Commander. Hello, Grandpa. Is this the protagonist of Grandpa's prose poem? So sturdy. He Yuan burst out laughing. Everyone watching is far younger than you. Most are your grandchildren's generation. Why call them comrades? Huh? The grandfather blinked, momentarily baffled. After a pause, realization dawned. Hello, grandsons. He Yuan. Lu Lin. Viewers. The grandfather's expression faltered. Flustered, he scratched his scalp. No, not quite. Hello, children. The livestream chat exploded once more. Grandpa is absolutely adorable. Huh. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm Calabash Boy. The playful netizens paid no mind to his linguistic missteps, not out of mockery, but genuine affection. His humble, flustered demeanor, layered with the emotional resonance of her song, from tomorrow's superstar, struck viewers as profoundly endearing. How could Grandpa possibly grasp this whirlwind? He stood utterly stunned. Are today's youth truly this extraordinary? Do they really leap straight to calling him Grandpa? He Yuan stopped teasing him and changed the subject. Grandpa, would you like some sour plum drink? Still ill at ease, the old man nodded woodenly. Yes, I'd love some. With a cheerful wave she declared, "Then I'll make it right away." This segment, precisely what Lu Lin had envisioned, was now about to unfold. Clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, He-Yuan moved with purpose, preparing the sour plum drink. Every motion had been rehearsed meticulously the night before, each step was polished to perfection. Under Lu Lin's expert direction, the live stream transformed seamlessly into a refined culinary showcase. From ingredient selection to slow simmering in a rustic clay pot, culminating in the final pour into a gleaming vessel, the entire process unfolded under Lu Lin's lens with crystalline clarity, unhurried grace, evoking the lyrical elegance of a bite of china. Viewers flooded the chat. "Her technique is flawless. This looks absolutely delicious. Hey upstairs, does that technique come with proper credentials?" User Mercedes Big GGG sent "Marry me home, wah. I've fallen for my wife. When do we wed? Wah. Uft. Someone quick. Splash cold water on that guy. Step aside, I'll handle this. 10086. Diabetics stand back, I'll take care of it. I'm on dialysis. Don't fall for it. Let go already." Naturally, amidst the jests, many thoughtful comments emerged. "To be honest, who's operating that camera? There's real artistry here. Now I'm parched. I'm ordering sour plum drink immediately." User Programmer Immortal sent "Dream-chasing motorcycle host, do you sell this drink? I'll buy it. Count me in too. Even better, if I could taste just one sip before you sell it." Something's off with you. Off. 1. Off. 2. Am I the only one utterly captivated by this host making sour plum drink? Mom, I've fallen in love. Lovebirds, please queue up politely. A stunning young woman preparing sour plum drink in a rustic village courtyard. Her livestream surged virally. Comments poured in ceaselessly while gifts cascaded like rain. He-Yuan never glanced at the comments. She simply worked in tranquil focus. Only when the drink was finally prepared and nestled in a porcelain basin brimming with ice did she collapse onto a wicker lounge chair beside the courtyard gate, her phone propped nearby. She exhaled deeply. "Phew, I'm utterly worn out." By then dusk approached. Golden light spilled across the horizon, gilding ancient trees and distant mountains alike. Wisps of cooking smoke rose gently from village rooftops, weaving humanity and landscape into perfect harmony, a living painting, an arresting, breathtaking portrait, a twilight idyll, mountain, field, and beauty entwined. The livestream chat detonated anew. User Mercedes Big GGG sent "Cheering you on quad, and my wife is absolutely dazzling." User Lamborghini Little Bull sent "Luxury Rocket Big G, shut your mouth. How dare you desecrate my wife." 6666. What a generous patron. Fight. Fight. Casual viewers instantly fanned the flames, sparking a gift race between the two rivals. Rockets, 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 showering down like monsoon rain. But He-Yuan noticed none of it. She too was spellbound, gazing quietly, tenderly toward the distant hills. A soft mountain breeze stirred, cool, fragrant with grass and pine, brushing gently over her arms. Slowly the wind of home seeped deep into her bones. This was home, no matter how modest. It carried a profound sense of peace, of belonging, of comfort. She drew a slow, deep breath and closed her eyes, drifting into gentle repose. Thus the poetic tableau, where earthy vitality met serene stillness, froze in timeless grace. Only the wind remained playfully alive, lifting her hem, rustling the ancient boughs, whispering softly, "Hushed, sacred hole." Gradually the live stream's boisterous energy softened. Viewers fell silent, watching not as spectators, but as souls transported, standing within that very scene, their hearts wandering far to those mist-shrouded peaks. Unbidden, they began tapping like sharing the stream, desiring nothing more than to carry that crisp, clean mountain air to their loved ones. Unaware, He-Yuan slept on, while her livestream spread like wildfire. No more banter, no more rivalry, just quiet appreciation, soft taps of approval, modest gifts of a few coins or dozens, given with quiet reverence. Those sending gifts were scattered across the city, some burning midnight oil at work, others swaying in crowded subways, still others grinding through endless study sessions. Their lives monotonous and suffocating, felt like being sealed inside an airless concrete vault. And then, they saw He-Yuan's livestream, as if a pure crystalline mountain breeze at twilight had swept directly into their hearts. That sudden, startling rush of freshness amid life's heavy stagnation, like a cool autumn gust piercing the humid, oppressive stillness before a summer thunderstorm, left them breathless, uplifted, renewed. Newcomers drawn in instinctively liked, gifted, and shared. Within half an hour, He-Yuan's livestream soared to 2 on the platform's trending livestream chart. At first the uninitiated were puzzled, live streaming sleep. Does she change clothes? What's so fascinating about that? Weird. But upon clicking in, everything became clear. What is love truly? Nothing more, and nothing less, than chilled sour plum drink in white porcelain, its ice cubes clinking brightly against the rim. In short, I'm utterly smitten. He-Yuan, who had been rehearsing since yesterday, was truly exhausted, so he fell asleep while lying down. Old Han and Ruan Wen were also busy, Han Li was sent by Lu Lin to the town to buy some items while Ruan Wen was tasked with finding Yang Xiaoya and inspecting the coffee trees she had planted. At Yang Xiaoya's coffee plantation, Ruan Wen was recording her observations in a notebook. It must be said that Yang Xiaoya's coffee trees were very well cared for. These coffee trees were of the bourbon variety under the Arabica species. This type of coffee tree requires more pruning and fertilizing than most other varieties, yet its yield is the lowest, and it is highly susceptible to disease, making it quite troublesome to care for. However, its flavor is remarkably complex and unique to the extent that it has been likened to French Burgundy wine. Yang Xiaoya's choice to cultivate this variety and care for it so well indicates that she possesses some skills. According to the evaluation Lu Lin gave after tasting, Yang Xiaoya has found a way in the cultivation and roasting of local coffee. After noting her observations, Ruan Wen praised these coffee trees look great. Yang Xiaoya proudly lifted her chin, of course. Suddenly, she leaned in and asked, by the way, Anzi said you guys encountered some unusual events and have been specially monitored by the relevant authorities. Haven't you thought about becoming extraordinary beings? Ruan Wen replied. She remained composed and said no. We just want to live a good, ordinary life. Yang Xiaoya lamented, actually thinking about it, it would be quite amazing, wouldn't it be, like in movies and comics? Ruan Wen replied. I don't know. Yang Xiaoya pouted. When she first encountered these matters, she had fantasized about becoming powerful, but both government officials and He Yuan had told her it was very dangerous. The civil servant who had approached her to sign a confidentiality agreement had even shown her many photos of extraordinary beings losing control. The gruesome scenes indeed scared her, but everyone has a bit of luck in their hearts. Occasionally she would think, what if she could control it? Ruan Wen glanced over and knew what she was thinking, so she discouraged her, saying, let me give you some advice. The waters here are deep and you can't handle it, so stop thinking about it. Yang Xiaoya pouted, thinking, who do you look down on? After finishing up a few acres and seeing that the sky was turning dark, the two prepared to leave. However, when they tried to return, they found the path home was gone. A layer of faint mist had unknowingly enveloped the coffee grove. Ruan Wen was startled. A sudden chill swept over her entire body. They were under attack. This was an assault from the extraordinary realm. Ruan Wen suddenly spread her arms, shielding Yang Xiaoya behind her. Be careful, run. She wanted to warn Yang Xiaoya to stay close, but a glance back made her heart drop. Where was Yang Xiaoya? When did she disappear? Why hadn't she noticed? Ruan Wen's pupils constricted as a tremendous sense of crisis surged within her. She flipped her wrist, and a cluster of pitch-black flames erupted from her palm, which she then swung, transforming into a dark fire ribbon. Within the range of the fire ribbon, the ethereal mist actually began to sizzle and burn. However, this action seemed to attract the mist's attention, causing a massive influx of mist to surge toward her. In just a short while, the mist outside the fire ribbon thickened into substance, completely blocking her line of sight. Ruan Wen. Damn, the opponent is stronger than herself. Ruan Wen furrowed her brow tightly, and after a moment made a decision. She drew her left index finger sharply across her right palm, causing blood to surge forth and mix with the black flames. Soon the surrounding black fire tongues were engulfed in a layer of rosy glow, burning more vigorously, and the damage to the mist was noticeably more significant. But she couldn't maintain it for long. Therefore, Ruan Wen quickly followed the guidance of her spiritual sense, maneuvering the black fire to search through the dense fog. Yang Xiaoya, where are you? Yang Xiaoya was panicking now. She had been prepared to follow Ruan Wen back, but in just a moment of turning her head, she found Ruan Wen was gone. What was happening? Moreover, for some reason the mist in the woods grew thicker, making it impossible to see objects just 3 steps away. She was originally quite familiar with this grove. Even looking at the ground should have allowed her to find her way out, but after walking for a while with her head down, she still couldn't escape. It shouldn't be like this. Yang Xiaoya panicked. Suddenly she felt something grip her arm. Looking down, she discovered that the weapons had wrapped around her arm. Yang Xiaoya, what the hell is this? She wanted to shake off these ghostly things, but the mist snaked around her more and more, and before long all her limbs were tightly bound, forming a big character. Yang Xiaoya panicked. Help. Someone help me. Imwuwu. As she called out, the grayish-white mist suddenly solidified into a slippery tentacle that lunged toward her mouth. Yang Xiaoya, what do you want to do? He'll kill you. At the critical moment, Yang Xiaoya bit down hard, and with a crunch it seemed she had actually bitten something off. This action also angered the mist. More and more mist coiled around Yang Xiaoya's body, squeezing her cheeks and prying her mouth open, then began to drill into her mouth. Yang Xiaoya felt both scared and disgusted, her face contorting as she struggled, but the icy, slippery sensation drilling into her mouth kept going deeper, from her teeth to her throat. Whoa! Tears were almost streaming down Yang Xiaoya's face. Who would help her? I'm not clean anymore. Just as Yang Xiaoya's vision began to blur, a sudden rumbling sound echoed from deep within the mist. The muffled yet grand sound rolled like thunder, causing the thick, grayish-white mist to ripple in waves. Yang Xiaoya felt the cold, slippery tentacle in her mouth shudder, as well a rapid high-frequency vibration resonating through the mist's tentacle into her body, causing her to experience an unusual sensation. Her slightly darkened face suddenly flushed. However, after the tremor, the originally snake-like mist quickly dissipated and the tightness binding her also vanished. Yang Xiaoya's body went limp as she collapsed to the ground. Her lips were pale and her gaze was vacant, unsure if she was scared or what. Once the mist had mostly cleared, Yang Xiaoya looked up and saw Ruan Wen leaning against a coffee tree, her face pale. Their gazes met, both filled with complex emotions. Yang Xiaoya thought, it seems she isn't clean either. Ruan Wen thought, luckily she is okay. But what was that overwhelming vibration that had just surged in? She looked to her right and saw a group of people steadily approaching through the remnants of the mist. Now, chasing readership is the standard by which editors judge a book's performance, so brothers, do not let the book languish. Do not let the book languish. Do not let the book languish. Let's chase readership and sign in, shall we? Let's get excited, shall we? Please, everyone. I hope everyone enjoys reading it. Ruan Wen gazed toward the group emerging from the mist. There were 3 of them. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with a neatly combed back hairstyle, handsome, refined, and scholarly in bearing. Behind him stood a young man and a young woman, the man tall and striking, his eyes soft and alluring like those of a peach blossom, the woman gentle and graceful, youthful, yet exuding the quiet allure of a mature woman. All wore high-performance outdoor jackets and carried waterproof backpacks, appearing at first glance like casual hikers on a mountain excursion. Yet connecting the dots revealed they were anything but ordinary travelers. The trio halted 5 meters short of Ruan Wen and Yang Xiaoya. The refined man's 2 companions stepped forward, one to assist Ruan Wen, the other Yang Xiaoya, helping them both rise to their feet. The tall young man, his peach blossom eyes gleaming brightly upon seeing Ruan Wen and Yang Xiao, it gently lifted Ruan Wen and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" His voice was warm, yet Ruan Wen had only recently undergone gender transformation. To be addressed with such tender, soulful solicitude by a man left her nearly nauseated. She withdrew her hand coolly and retorted, "Could you please stop speaking with that affected, prissy lilt?" The young man blinked, utterly bewildered. The middle-aged man fell silent. The woman who had helped Yang Xiaoya couldn't suppress a chuckle, "Coo," prompting the young man to snap. "What's so funny?" "Exactly," she replied. He stared speechless, his eyes rolling upward as if resentment might spill forth like ink from his gaze. Just as he prepared to fire back and salvage his dignity, the middle-aged man interjected calmly, "Enough bickering." His gaze then swept over Ruan Wen and Yang Xiaoya. "You're from the village nearby?" "Yes," Yang Xiaoya answered without hesitation. The man smiled warmly. "We're traveling nearby, and with dusk approaching, would it be possible to accompany us back to your village for rest and shelter?" Of course, Yang Xiaoya agreed eagerly. Ruan Wen remained wordless. Even the man and woman accompanying the middle-aged stranger exchanged puzzled glances. Though perplexed, they voiced no objection. And given the earlier uncanny encounter, Yang Xiaoya welcomed every additional person, her relief growing with each new face. As they walked, Yang Xiaoya kept stealing curious, wide-eyed glances at them, like a visitor peering into an ape enclosure at the zoo. Unsettled, the young man finally asked, "What are you staring at?" "Staring at you." "So what?" she shot back lightly. He fell silent again, mute, flustered, and deeply disgruntled. Ruan Wen stayed quiet throughout their banter. She neither questioned their identities nor probed their purpose, but inwardly she speculated relentlessly nothing unusual had occurred lately in Chashu village. Were they merely passing through? No, that mist itself was the anomaly. Had she just stumbled upon another abnormal event, and were they too coincidentally drawn to it? No, she recalled a line from the official website of Sereno University, "What appears accidental is in truth ordained by fate." Something significant was unfolding. As these thoughts swirled, the group arrived back at the village. By then, Lu Lin had finalized his new plan, attaching both the edited video and livestream analytics before sending everything to Huwensi. Han Li had also returned from the town. Lu Lin rose to rouse He Yuan, only to pause at the doorway upon spotting Ruan Wen and Yang Xiaoya returning with several strangers. He glanced briefly and wondered where did these hikers come from. He watched the newcomers a moment longer, then nudged He Yuan with his foot. "Hey, wake up. Don't freeze." She stirred slowly, then suddenly remembered. "Oh, my live stream." Lu Lin rolled his eyes. "I shut it down already." As twilight deepened and visibility in the stream faded, he'd ended the broadcast. Oh. He Yuan fumbled for her phone, then froze, stunned by the avalanche of virtual gifts flooding her screen. How did I get so many? The stream had earned tens of thousands of yuan. Though her recent rise to stardom had brought a surge of followers, and she'd hosted one prior live stream, the volume of gifts this time dwarfed that earlier success. And she hadn't done anything. She'd simply slept. Yet somehow slumber alone had inspired viewers to shower her with generosity. So she'd truly earned money while lying flat. Was it really this effortless? A giddy pride swelled within her. No wonder. "It's me." Until she noticed Lu Lin gazing intently into the distance. Grandfather's house perched high above the village, its courtyard gate offering a sweeping view of all Chashu village. Following Lu Lin's gaze, she saw Ruan Wen leading the strangers home. At the gate, He Yuan called out first, "Fourth brother. Who are they?" Ruan Wen shrugged. The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Wang Wenqing. He gestured toward the tall young man. This is Wang Yixiao. Then toward the young woman. And this is Wenyu. We're independent travelers, happening upon your village as night fell, hoping to find brief shelter. Ah, Lu Lin murmured. Just then the elderly patriarch poked his head out the door, heard the explanation, and boomed heartily. Dinner's about to be served. Please join us. Wang Wenqing laughed warmly. How kind of you, elders, sir. The old man chuckled. Nonsense. Just a matter of adding a few more chopsticks. Wang Wenqing's group entered the courtyard. Upon spotting He Yuan and Han Li, Wang Yixiao's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze drifted to the smartphone mount beside her, and understanding dawned. Are you a livestream hostess, miss? His voice, honeyed and tender, made He Yuan recoil inwardly. She stared blankly. Am I your father then? And could you please stop speaking with that insufferable simpering lilt? Wang Yixiao faltered, bewildered, affronted. What on earth was wrong with these people? Back in his day, this charm routine had been infallible. He didn't know He Yuan had once been a notorious playboy, a master manipulator whose tactics had long since been abandoned. To shut down his advances decisively, she sprang up and grabbed Lu Lin's hand. Big donkey, let's go eat. Lu Lin recoiled, disgusted. Get lost. Don't touch me. He Yuan froze. Wang Yixiao froze. In unison, both sank into profound dejection. It felt like a devoted admirer watching his goddess suddenly kneel, not to him, but to another man who treated her with utter indifference. How was this possible? How could a woman he couldn't even approach be so casually dismissed by someone else? Wang Yixiao appraised Lu Lin anew, not unattractive, bearing poise perhaps even comparable to his own. Then what gave him such magnetic appeal? Could it be wealth? With that thought, Wang Yixiao flicked his wrist, revealing the green dial Rolex beneath his sleeve, and swept his hair back with deliberate flair. From the corner of his eye he noted, not a single glance directed at his watch. He repeated the gesture, smoothing his hair again, feigning nonchalance, yet still drew no attention. Finally Lu Lin remarked dryly, itchy scalp. Yes, you are rather oily. Ruan Wen delivered her trademark jab, a genuine human oil slick. He Yuan raised her hand, +1. Wang Yixiao stared, speechless, crestfallen, utterly deflated. Wang Yixiao was nearly beside himself with rage. Had he truly met his nemesis? All I wanted was to charm a girl. What sin is there in that for a man? You're all targeting me. That deranged woman when you does, and so do you. Wang Yixiao's aura of resentment surged palpably. His eyes began to redden. Just then Wang Wenqing, already seated at the table, spoke calmly. Xiao Wang, dinner is ready. His words struck like a temple bell, instantly jolting Wang Yixiao from his brooding trance. Clarity returned to his mind, followed by a wave of trepidation and shame. He lowered his head and obediently took his seat beside Wang Wenqing. He Yuan helped the elder bring out the dishes and set them on the table. Beneath the dim yellowish glow of the fluorescent lamp, the group gathered closely around the square wooden table. Though the meal was simple fare, plain tea and modest dishes, the warmth of companionship lent it a lively convivial spirit. Grandfather finished first, then pulled out the pipe He Yuan had gifted him and puffed contentedly. It's been ages since our little courtyard buzzed with such cheer. Wang Wenqing set down his chopsticks and reached into his bag, drawing forth a box of cigars. Elder, try these. They pack quite a punch. Grandfather glanced at the gilded cigar case and immediately knew its value. My word. Must be terribly expensive. An old man like me couldn't possibly afford such luxury. Ha ha ha. Wang Wenqing smiled in return. Please accept it as my token of gratitude for sharing this humble meal with me. The elder nodded. Then I'll gladly take it. He lifted the cigar to his nose and inhaled deeply. Ah, the aroma was rich and true. He Yuan, bowl of rice in hand, asked curiously, Grandfather, you know cigars? Grandfather tucked the cigar away with a chuckle. Back in the war we captured an entire crate of American cigars. I shared a few with my platoon. That taste still lingers in my memory. Wang Wenqing's eyes gleamed. You were a soldier, elder. The elder waved a dismissive hand. Ancient history. Wang Wenqing didn't press further but pointed toward the neighboring house. That building appears unoccupied. The elder nodded. Yes, the Zhang family's son made good move to the city years ago. Wang Wenqing asked, might I rent it? The elder scratched his head. I can't decide that myself. I'll ask around for you. Wang Wenqing bowed slightly. Thank you, elder. The elder waved again and stepped out clad in his worn coat. His only phone, a basic senior model one, he barely knew how to operate. To reach the Zhangs, he'd need to seek out someone younger in the village. Half an hour later he returned. Old Zhang agrees. Just break the lock and go right in. But mind, the place is filthy, you'll have to clean it yourselves. Wang Wenqing asked, and the rent? The elder waved again. Rent. That old house would just rot away unused. Old Zhang will thank you for living there. Touched by such rustic sincerity, Wang Wenqing laughed heartily. Then I've struck a rare bargain. After a while longer of easy conversation, he led the two young people next door. The gate to the neighboring compound was padlocked, but a twist of the young man's wrist snapped it cleanly open. Inside, a thick musty odor rushed forth. Even by moonlight, dust lay thick upon every surface. A woman exuding the quiet grace of mature elegance raised her hand. A gentle vortex formed at her palm, gathering dust with precise, effortless force until it coalesced into a compact sphere of earth. Finally, Wang Wenqing, refined, scholarly, and bearing, raised his hand, pressed thumb to forefinger, and tapped twice upon the air, as if knocking on an invisible door. Knock, knock. A faint ethereal chime resonated. 2 flashes of warm, brilliant light flickered urgently, and instantly the damp mildew vanished. Even the ancient room now carried the sun-warmed, comforting scent of freshly aired bedding, bathed in that golden warmth when you stretched languidly, revealing beneath her loose outdoor jacket a slender waist delicate enough to encircle with one hand. Her graceful curves evoked the blade poised above the character for lust, hypnotic, bone deep. She exhaled softly, a silken sigh escaping her lips. Ah, indeed, I adore master's techniques most. So warm, so soothing. Wang Yixiao's face twitched involuntarily. Vixen, though he was no stranger to desire when you stirred not the slightest interest in him. If only he weren't utterly outmatched, he'd have silenced her long ago. Wang Yixiao shifted focus and asked respectfully, Master, forgive my ignorance. Aren't we tracking followers of Levada? Why settle here? Wang Wenqing gazed toward the neighboring house. Have you noticed anything unusual about this place? Wang Yixiao perked up. Indeed. In this tiny mountain village dwell 4 stunning women, each breathtakingly beautiful, exquisitely proportioned, yet possessing utterly distinct auras and charms. Extraordinary. When you tilted her head, voice laced with mockery, has your brain finally been devoured by lustful phantoms? Wang Yixiao blinked. Huh. Are you challenging me to a fight? When you analyzed coolly, you suspect the recent unrest in Myanmar's Wildman Mountains and southwestern Yunnan links to them. If so, they're in grave danger. Wang Yixiao stiffened instantly. Wang Wenqing waved gently. No need to fret. It's unlikely they're involved. Rather, they may have been drawn here by the same cascade of anomalies unfolding around us. Each being in the transcendent realm resembles a star adrift in the vast cosmos, not only perturbed by the gravitational pull of nearby celestial bodies, but also by ripples in the very fabric of reality, ultimately converging at a single point. Wang Wenqing spoke gravely. I sensed something momentous approaching. Wang Yixiao fell silent. When you fell silent, to hear Master utter the word momentous, wasn't that synonymous with calamity? Good heavens! What hidden peril lurked within this deceptively serene mountain hamlet? The young man and woman stood quietly, steadying themselves inwardly. Wang Wenqing sensed their misapprehension and clarified, I don't mean the village itself, but rather something momentous is brewing across the entire southwest region. This village too will inevitably feel its reverberations. When you frown, then why? Wang Wenqing smiled. I found a suitable successor. Wang Yixiao and Wen Yu were stunned, more profoundly than when first hearing of the impending event. Their eyes widened in disbelief, certain they'd misheard. Yet when they looked upon Wang Wenqing, they saw unwavering certainty in his gaze. He had found his heir. At last the flame legacy would pass to a new guardian. So who was it? They swiftly reviewed everyone encountered that day. Was it Yang Xiaoya, the rosy-cheeked young woman? Or Ruan Wen, reserved, aloof, radiating icy serenity? Or perhaps He Yuan met later? Hanli, Lu Lin. While Wang Wenqing and the others chatted, Ruan Wen quietly slipped out to find Lu Lin and discuss what had happened earlier that day. Where are you going? Ruan Wen turned silently. She glanced back and found him still lying down, eyes closed. I'm going to see to Lu. He Yuan's lips curled faintly. So this little vixen can't hold back any longer. Good thing I'm sharp. I've been watching you all along. Ruan Wen added, you're coming too. He Yuan, huh? Has Lao Si really loosened up this much? In one swift motion, he sprang upright. Let's go now. Ruan Wen blinked, bewildered, watching He Yuan hastily pull on her shoes and leap from bed, utterly baffled by her sudden excitement. Lu Lin didn't stay in their courtyard. Instead, he lodged with another family in the village. They knocked lightly at the door of Lu Lin's side room. Lu, open up. What is it? He Yuan chirped. Yes, yes, congratulations. You're in for a blessing. Lu Lin rolled over and went back to sleep. Then go home. Ruan Wen kicked He Yuan sharply on the shin. Step aside. Lu, it's me. I need to speak with you. Only then did Lu Lin open the door. What's so urgent it can't wait until morning? He Yuan bounded onto Lu Lin's bed the moment she entered, striking an exaggeratedly coquettish pose and trilling, they say, you're in for a blessing. Lu Lin barely blinked. He simply shifted sideways, granting her ample space to perform. After Ruan Wen finished pummeling He Yuan, she recounted the day's events, omitting certain details, to He Yuan. Still wincing from the beating, He Yuan suddenly sat bolt upright. So those 3 were transcendents. Why would they settle here? Transcendents rarely appeared without entanglement and trouble, and their presence in Chashu village could only mean one thing: danger was imminent. Concerned for her hometown, He Yuan grew uncharacteristically perceptive. Ruan Wen sighed anxiously. So what do we do now? What else? Call the authorities. Lu Lin frowned. Do you honestly think you 2 can handle this yourselves? Do you even have that capacity? A jolt shot through both of them. Damn. 2. Right? 2. No one knows we've chosen the transcendent path. 2. He Yuan and Ruan Wen quickly chimed in. Exactly. Call the authorities. No wonder everyone calls you Lu, the voice of reason. Lu Lin smiled faintly. That's right. What had that smile meant? Had she just given herself away, too? Each hiding secrets of her own, neither dared ask or confess. Lu Lin dialed Wang Huai's number and relayed the incident involving the anomaly and the transcendence. Wang Huai exhaled sharply on the other end, her tone brusque. Report this to the local Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. That area falls outside my jurisdiction. Got it. Her evasive manner was unmistakably bureaucratic. Then, almost as an afterthought, by the way, what are those 3 transcendence names? I'll log them. One's named Wang Wenqing. Wait. Wang Huai cut in sharply. Wang Wenqing. Is he an older man? Dignified, imposing. Not exactly elderly, Lu Lin mused. It's him. A flurry of rustling pages erupted from the receiver. She seemed to be flipping through files. After a pause, she continued, send me your exact coordinates. I'm coming to you. Her voice had deepened, gravity thickening the air. Lu Lin drew a sharp breath. Something serious has happened. My preliminary check shows no major incidents reported in the southwest region, but wherever Wang Wenqing appears, trouble follows. Guaranteed. I've already requested authorization to lead a special investigative team there. Stay vigilant. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Lin summarized the call for the others. Ruan Wen's brow furrowed deeper. These 3 were clearly extraordinary. So formidable that Wang Huai, a high-ranking official overseeing an entire regional bureau, reacted as if facing mortal peril. Could they themselves be the source of danger? The room fell into heavy silence. After a while, Lu Lin broke it. Stop speculating. If the sky falls, the tallest will bear the weight. Where's Lao Han? Asleep, snoring like thunder. Go tell him to stay alert. And all of us, stay cautious. Go back. Get out. The next morning, Lu Lin rose early to seek out He Yuan and the others. Dawn mist veiled the Yunnan mountain village. Cool, crisp air filling the lungs, emerald hills stretching endlessly, soothing the soul. As Lu Lin approached grandfather's compound, he spotted Wang Wenqing, already dressed in loose athletic, were practicing slow, deliberate movements before the gate, reminiscent of Tai Chi. Wang Wenqing's stance appeared relaxed outwardly, yet taut with inner discipline. His motions flowed like water imbued with profound grace. Set against layered green mountains and rustling leaves, he seemed almost ethereal. 2 younger men cooked breakfast over a fire in the courtyard. Lu Lin greeted them, good morning. Wang Wenqing never paused, merely nodded. Morning. Lu Lin then glanced toward grandfather's gate and froze. There crouched He Yuan, toothbrush in hand, eyes locked unblinkingly on Wang Wenqing. His face darkened instantly. Was this what I meant by staying alert? Would you rather tie him up with rope? Passing her, Lu Lin nudged her shin with his foot. Finish brushing, then get back here. Ow. Once Wang Wenqing re-entered the courtyard, now dressed in a sleek, form-fitting dress, asked softly. Their hostility just spiked dramatically, didn't it? It's fine, Wang Wenqing waved dismissively. And so the day passed in uneasy calm, until gradually even Lu Lin's vigilance began to soften. At dusk, Lu Lin finally received a reply from He Wenqing regarding the script he'd sent. This concept is brilliant. Modern urban youth live under relentless pace and pressure, and most current variety shows revolve around talent contests or stage performances. You're framing rural life as your stage, weaving in culinary artistry and variety show dynamics. That's genuinely promising. Tell me, what do you need from me? Help me contact some performers. Any preferences? Lu Lin replied, for regular cast members, I'm leaning toward Master Fu Dalong. As for the second lead, I recommend In Zheng. Among the younger generation, He Yume is non-negotiable. Any suggestions for the remaining slot? He Wenqing smiled inwardly. This young man knows how to navigate things smoothly. She paused thoughtfully. How about Chen Whiting? Lu Lin pictured a strikingly handsome, fiercely charismatic face, accompanied by a torrent of tabloid rumors. He shook his head. Too much of a playboy. He'd clash with the show's tone. Better suited as a guest performer, not a core cast member. We'll revisit that later, but Fu Dalong, he's notoriously difficult to book. He's a true artist, deeply devoted to his craft. He rarely participates in variety formats like this, yet Lu Lin insisted, give me his contact details. I'll speak with him directly. He seems utterly confident. On what grounds? Fu Dalong was no conventional celebrity, but he was without question an exceptional actor. Calm, grounded, and revered for both virtue and artistry, he embodied the highest ideals of his craft. In Tiango, he portrayed despair so profound it left audiences speechless. In the Qin Empire Unbound, his portrayal of Duke Huiwen of Qin, Yingxi, was richly layered and vibrantly human, earning him the affectionate online moniker Escaped Terracotta Warrior. Beyond his commanding presence on screen, he mastered the classical arts, zither chess, calligraphy, and painting. His meticulous gongbi brushwork revealed deep technical mastery, and he had even published a collection of lyrical essays. Yet such a man rarely maneuvered within the entertainment industry's corridors of influence. His Weibo account held only 2 posts, a stark contrast to certain high-profile figures whose social media presence was perpetually curated. To even draw such a comparison would be deeply unfair to Master Fu. Indeed, Master Fu held little interest in matters beyond his craft. Inviting him to join a variety show, let alone as a regular cast member, was no ordinary challenge. For fame and fortune held no sway over him. Yet Lu Lin appeared utterly confident. Huo Wensi agreed readily, but inwardly she half expected to witness a graceful, inevitable refusal. Lu Lin then requested additional materials from Huo Wensi, a curated list of production companies and streaming platforms she could access along with the script proposal he had submitted. Armed with these documents, Lu Lin compiled them into a single package and emailed them to Master Fu Dalong, followed by a courteous text message formally inviting him to co-create the variety show. He did not wait long before receiving Master Fu's reply. Dear Mr. Lu, I have heard much about you recently. I am truly honored and deeply grateful that you would extend this invitation to collaborate. However, I confess I possess little familiarity with variety programming and thus dare not presume to accept. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Sean. Undeterred, Lu Lin replied, Dear Master Fu, my standing in the entertainment industry remains modest. I lack seniority and influence. Yet I sincerely believe your presence would ignite a rare and compelling alchemy with this project. I fully understand that a consummate actor must guard their public exposure carefully to preserve the depth and authenticity required for immersive character work. Yet this program demands no constructed persona. It asks only that you live, unscripted, as you naturally do. I also recognize this may affect your future roles. But tell me, is life itself not the most profound performance of all? Moreover, this show transcends mere entertainment. It will illuminate the landscapes and lives of China's remote regions, bringing distant communities into vivid focus for viewers nationwide. Half of the program's revenue will be directly invested in local development initiatives. A thoughtful, meticulously composed message. Yet this time Lu Lin waited a long while before receiving any reply. A quiet smile rose on his lips. Finally, late that evening, Master Fu's message arrived. Mr. Lu, I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Lu Lin replied, I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. He then promptly informed Huo Wensi of Master Fu's acceptance. Huo Wensi froze upon reading the news. What? Master Fu had accepted? How? How had he accomplished that? How had he done it? Master Fu Dalong had claimed the Best Actor award 4 times. Yet even were he to deliver takeout, he would never endorse a commercial. Dubbed China's poorest Best Actor, his principled austerity stood in stark contrast to others whose daily fees soared into the millions. Thus neither fame nor fortune could sway him. So what then had Lu Lin wielded? Did he command formidable backing, some unseen authority? Huo Wensi's mind raced, her scalp prickling with intensity. Yet decades of industry intelligence yielded not a single trace of Lu Lin's past. He had emerged as if from a crack in stone, sudden, unheralded, and dazzling in his debut. Utterly baffled, she finally blurted, Tell me honestly, do you have someone powerful above you? Lu Lin glanced at his bed and answered firmly no. Huo Wensi was utterly perplexed. But before she could press further, he added, I'll entrust the remaining logistics to you. You're far more experienced, and I trust you completely. Huo Wensi fell silent. So he'd simply commandeered her expertise. She bristled, but the sheer force of his capability left her no choice but to comply. Producing a variety show required a leaner crew than a drama or film production, precisely the scale where Huo Wensi excelled. She swiftly assembled director and crew, securing all key personnel within just 2 days. Casting proceeded smoothly once Master Fu Dalong joined. Yin Zheng, originally an actor now thriving in livestream food reviews, still cherished his identity as a performer, and partnering with Master Fu was a dream realized. Only one role remained open, the newcomer. With no candidate yet confirmed, the first episode would omit this character entirely. The script centered on Master Fu Dalong and Yin Zheng's journey from metropolis to mountain village, culminating in He Yuan's warm welcome. Its visual language aimed to evoke rustic serenity, a gentle restorative balm for the soul. Under Huo Wensi's logistical orchestration and Lu Lin's creative oversight, production of the first episode surged forward, intense, precise, and full of quiet momentum. Meanwhile, as Lu Lin's team immersed themselves in creation, Wang Huai arrived in Chashu village, leading the special investigation team. Their arrival was silent, unseen. Even Lu Lin's group remained unaware. That night, Wang Huai approached the small courtyard where Wang Wenqing and his companions lodged, accompanied by 2 investigators. Though petite, she stood with stern composure, back straight, hands clasped behind her. A figure radiating quiet, unassailable authority like a veteran cadre inspecting a critical post. Wang Huai's chi coalesced into a razor-thin line, piercing toward Wang Wenqing like a drawn sword. Sensing it instantly, Wang Wenqing projected his voice as a focused thread. A friend arrives from afar. Wang Huai cut in 30 lashes, then banished him to the outer courtyard. Wang Wenqing paused. Was that excessive? Wang Huai ignored the question. State your purpose in returning to China. Wang Wenqing replied, What purpose could a homecoming possibly hold? I am Chinese after all. Wang Huai countered, but you are also the secretary of the Astronomical Observatory. Wherever you go, trouble follows. Wang Wenqing corrected gently, you have it backward. Trouble appears, and then we arrive. Wang Huai lifted her chin slightly. So, you are hiding something. Care to enlighten me? Wang Wenqing said calmly, I merely clarified your misconception. We are no clandestine organization. This trip is simply to rest quietly at home. Wang Huai retorted, then why didn't you ask permission before returning? Wang Wenqing smiled faintly. Is it still home? If entry requires approval. Wang Huai's gaze sharpened. Then allow me to escort you elsewhere. Wang Wenqing asked softly, and if I refuse to leave? Wang Huai's voice hardened, what if I insist? A long silence followed. Then with quiet finality Wang Wenqing spoke, then, let us begin. At his words a mountain wind erupted from nowhere, whipping their coats violently roaring through the still night air. Wang Wenqing spoke with solemn gravity, yet Wang Huai listened with a blank, expressionless face. So blank, in fact, that he almost felt the urge to scratch his foot. Go to war, he thought wryly. Are you planning to ascend to heaven? Wang Huai unscrewed his thermos and took a slow, deliberate sip. Old Wang, you're no spring chicken anymore. Can't you rein in that fiery temper? Let me tell you plainly, this attitude of yours is utterly wrong. Threatening war with me. She tilted her head slightly. Do you even possess the capability? Behind her stretched a landmass of 960,000 square kilometers and 1,400 million people. What do you intend to bring to this confrontation? If we truly clash, I may sustain injury, but you will lose your life. And frankly, I'm more afraid you'll try to extort me. Inside and outside the courtyard, the air thickened into absolute stillness. The investigators trailing Wang Huai stood with grim intensity. Spiritual essence surged wildly within them, coiling into invisible razor-sharp vortices around their bodies, just as it did within the courtyard. Combat hung poised on the edge of ignition. Wang Wenqing's calm voice echoed once more, then come in. Wang Huai shrugged indifferently, why should I enter? You come out. Footsteps sounded from within the courtyard, and Wang Wenqing actually opened the gate and stepped out. Bathed in cool moonlight, he wore loose, pale yellow linen robes. I have come out. Wang Huai sighed deeply. Old Wang, this won't do. You let yourself be provoked by 2 words and march right out. Then prove your mettle, walk away. Or, if you won't leave, speak plainly. Surely you wouldn't seriously consider striking a woman. Wang Wenqing fell silent. Wang Yixiao fell silent. Even the investigators behind Wang Huai broke into cold sweat, brows darkening with exasperation. They'd long heard rumors that director Wang possessed an unusually unorthodox personality, but never imagined it would manifest so dramatically. Wang Wenqing took a deep, steadying breath. I've already said all that needed saying. Wang Huai nodded. Fine then, I'll stay here for a while. Truth be told, the scenery isn't half bad. Wang Wenqing turned and walked back inside. As you wish. The tension that had crackled like drawn swords dissolved instantly. Wang Huai and his team of investigators departed without delay. Inside the small courtyard, Wang Yixiao looked bewildered. Master, was it really necessary to stage it quite so? He couldn't even find the right word. Wang Wenqing smiled faintly. Regulations prevent me from disclosing our primary objective to them, so I could only convey certain answers through demeanor. Moreover, their very appearance signals something significant. Wang Yixiao blinked, baffled. Do high-level figures always speak in such enigmatic riddles? Wang Wenqing's gaze drifted toward the neighboring cottage. This tiny mountain village grows ever more lively. Meanwhile, Lu Lin remained unaware of Wang Huai's visit. He'd spent those days immersed in filming the first episode of the variety show. He served as the show's chief creator, overseeing its overall structure and stylistic direction. The premiere episode centered on the production team escorting Professors Fu Dalong and Yin Zhong from Beijing to the remote village of Chashu. When the crew first met Professor Fu Dalong, he wore a rugged, unkempt beard and clothes purchased inexpensively online, utterly unpretentious, disarmingly plain. Yet his eyes shone with quiet brilliance, warm and luminous like stars hidden beneath the clear, still waters of a riverbed. Upon arriving in Chashu village, the production team assigned them lodging in an abandoned, centuries-old courtyard, designed for authenticity. Their first task, to plan, clean, and decorate the courtyard in preparation for its future public opening. All materials required for the renovation had to be earned through labor, and the currency used to barter for supplies was coffee beans cultivated by Yang Xiaoya. After a concise explanation of the rules, the professors were granted full creative freedom. Professor Fu Dalong froze upon hearing the instructions, and facing the camera, his smile held gentle confusion. That's all. The director confirmed, yes, that's all. A man of genuine simplicity, Fu Dalong scratched his scalp, glanced around the courtyard, and nodded. Then let's begin. They swept the courtyard and tidied the rooms, chatting idly as they set up stoves and cooked meals. Eventually, He Yuan even invited her grandfather over for dinner. Professor Fu Dalong conversed warmly with the elderly man, particularly when tales of past wars arose. He listened intently, absorbing every detail. In his own words, this too is a form of artistic fieldwork. After 2 days of preparation and 1 day of filming, the premiere episode neared completion. Near the end of filming, Professor Fu Dalong sat beneath the shaded pergola, chuckling softly. This feels nothing like the variety shows I've seen before. Were it not for the fact that our earnings fund local development, I'd swear we were on vacation. Tell me, do you think audiences will truly embrace this? Professor In Jung, now pleasantly plump, flicked her hair playfully. Who knows? But Mei Mei's cooking is genuinely exquisite. I'm certainly not losing out. That exchange was never meant for broadcast, but Lu Lin deliberately edited it in as the episode's closing moment. As the drone ascended the small mountain courtyard, its interior and exterior aglow with warm golden light, shrank gradually against the symphonic chorus of summer insects. After the premiere wrapped, the entire creative team gathered in the courtyard to screen the final cut. This variety show featured no forced challenges, no contrived slapstick. Yet the cast moved with effortless authenticity. Professor Fu Dalong's humble sincerity, Professor In Zhang's sweetly irreverent charm, and He Yuan's vivacious, spirited energy created a rare alchemy, one that transformed the ordinary into moments of enduring poetic resonance. The lens lingered not only on the trio, but also captured the majestic grandeur of the Yunnan mountains and the rich tapestry of rural customs, rendering the show both vivid and deeply immersive. Even Professor Fu Dalong, a man devoted to artistic integrity and moral refinement, nodded approvingly after viewing. Impressive. This hardly feels like a variety show. It resembles a documentary woven seamlessly into daily life. Watching it brings profound inner peace. Lu Lin immediately declared that it's settled. He handed the final master copy to Huo Wensi. The rest is in your hands. They had prepared the dish, but now selling it at a premium price rested entirely on Huo Wensi's acumen. She pledged confidently leave it to me. That same day she departed. She had already contacted several major domestic variety platforms, but no one could predict how the show would fare post-broadcast. Though the cast members were accomplished performers, none had extensive experience in variety programming. Their comedic timing and on-screen charisma remained untested. Moreover, the show's format was unprecedented. Given these uncertainties, platform executives viewed the project with skepticism. Thus, during negotiations, they offered contractual terms solely out of deference to Huo Wensi's reputation. One proposal involved purchasing each episode for 1 million yuan with advertising revenue split 4,060 between platform and production team. The second option priced episodes at 700,000 yuan with all ad and sponsorship revenue shared equally. Huo Wensi rejected both outright and opted instead for a free premiere broadcast. Undeniably, the woman possessed extraordinary audacity. This decision amounted to a high-stakes wager with every major platform, betting everything on whether this variety show would become a phenomenon. Huo Wensi secured distribution partnerships with satellite television networks, including Mango TV and Dongfang TV, to broadcast the edited final cut on their respective internet video platforms. Lacking confidence in the show's prospects, none of the platforms allocated substantial promotional resources to it. At most, they featured it modestly on their own web portals and built-in streaming apps for smart TVs. It was not even promoted on the homepage, merely displayed as a small thumbnail on the variety show page, granted solely out of deference to Huo Wensi's reputation. After all, with countless variety shows saturating the domestic market, one produced by unknown creators and directors would normally receive no promotional support whatsoever. Fully aware that even fine wine needs a wide avenue to be discovered, Huo Wensi immediately mobilized his professional network to promote the show once the premiere schedule was confirmed. Hong Kong entertainment luminaries, including Chun Whiting and Xie Jianfeng, began sharing Huo Wensi's press releases and trailers. As for In Zheng and He Yuan, their involvement required no prompting. Especially He Yuan, with over 8 million followers on Douyin and more than 3 million on Bilibili, and as a core cast member, she championed the show with extraordinary zeal. Thanks to this collective effort, the previously obscure variety show gradually gathered notable momentum. 3 days later, on Saturday at 6:00 p.m., the program Life Beyond the Horizon, created by Lu Lin and starring Fu Dalong, In Zheng, and He Yuan, officially premiered. Though many viewers would typically spend Saturday evenings dining or shopping with family, the show's primary audience consisted of urban, single young adults. Burdened by relentless work pressure, these individuals rarely ventured outdoors on weekends, so much so that anywhere beyond their beds felt like distant horizons. Thus, many would stock up on weekend provisions Friday night, sleep deeply through Saturday morning, and only rise in the afternoon. Then scroll short videos, read novels, and finally eat, often choosing a beloved show to accompany their meal. A significant portion of them even preferred pairing meals with favorite variety shows, sometimes spending longer searching for the perfect episode than actually eating. Likewise, salaried workers trapped in 996 or 007 schedules would also dine at this hour, their spirits nearly depleted and desperately craving emotional solace. So watching a variety show became an act of self-care, and Huo Wensi's strategic selection of this premiere slot proved remarkably astute. As legions of weary young adults settled in with dinner and opened their devices in search of companionable viewing, the creative team, including Lu Lin, He Yuan, Huo Wensi, Fu Dalong, and In Zheng, gathered around computers anxiously awaiting real-time metrics. Minutes ticked by, Watching the sluggish upward crawl of playback figures, their anxiety mounted. Hiyun above all struggled to remain composed. Just over 10 minutes into the premiere, she leapt up, agitated across all platforms. We've barely cracked 1 million views, and both comments and shares are abysmally low. Dio, is this a total flop? And silence fell among the group. Enfu Dalong, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of variety programming, held firm to his belief in delivering tangible results for every endeavor he undertook. Though indifferent to fame or fortune, he still yearned to excel. The tepid data climb suggested his efforts had fallen short. He murmured, guilt-ridden, perhaps my performance came across as too subdued. Lu Lin remained expressionless, his composure unshaken. He flexed his wrist lightly, no rush. Let the bullet fly a while. At his word, Hiyun reluctantly resumed her seat and waited patiently once more. Yet another 15 minutes passed before she could bear the tension no longer enough. It's flopped. Definitely flopped. And by now 30 minutes had elapsed and nearly half the debut episode had already aired. What meaningful expectation could possibly remain? Hiyun abandoned hope entirely, storming outside to cool her fevered mind beneath the evening breeze. In the mountainous Yunnan countryside offered crisp, refreshing air. As the cool wind brushed her skin, her overheated thoughts slowly settled, not from frustration over her own lack of stardom, but because Lu Lin's visionary show appeared to have failed. She believed fiercely in his concept. So where had she gone wrong? Was her on-screen presence too boisterous? It's all my fault. In clutching her fist, she berated herself. I should have reined it in. Will Lu hold it against me? And after a pause, she slapped her cheeks gently to rally her spirits. It's all right. Even if this falls flat, we'll rise again next time. Yet doubt lingered. Could someone like Lu, who'd soared to prominence from his very first appearance, be crushed by this misstep? She began pondering how best to console him. Suddenly, Yin Zheng's jubilant cry erupted from inside. Wah! It's happened. It's really happened. Ha! We've made it. Na, veteran actor who had drifted through the industry for years without ever securing leading roles, Yin Zheng carried the heaviest weight of ambition among the entire creative team. He had tasted fame, not once, but multiple times, whether as the iconic character whose entrance was forever accompanied by the melody of Plum Blossom Cut, or through widely circulated commercials and music videos. Yet his humble origins afforded him little leverage. Unlike Fu Dalong, who possessed formidable skill, profound artistic discipline, and the gravitas of an award-winning actor, he lacked the stature to sustain influence regardless of accolades. Yin Zheng burned with urgency, but could never convert fleeting popularity into lasting relevance. He remained perpetually lodged near the bottom tier of second-tier celebrities. Desperate, he even pivoted to food vlogging, a path he resisted, inwardly convinced he needed only one pivotal opportunity. He didn't know what that catalyst might be, but refused to abandon any chance. This time he had gambled and won. 40 minutes after launch, the program's stagnant viewership numbers surged dramatically. First came shares at the 4 to 5th minute. Referral links exploded across platforms, surging past 1 million, then 2, then 5 million, 10 million, 10 million. And each share attracted new users, and each new user instinctively shared the link further. Life Beyond the Horizon, having endured 40 minutes of quiet obscurity, ignited explosively, spreading virally across digital space. Audiences disseminated the link through WeChat groups, QQ chats, DingTalk, and beyond, propelling view counts, playthrough rates, and comment volumes skyward in tandem. Yin Zheng was beside himself with joy, grinning wildly, eyes bulging, his plump face flushed crimson, as if his hair might literally stand on end. Comrades, I love you all to death. And he lunged toward Lu Lin, mouth open, ready to plant an exuberant kiss on his cheek. Just entering the room, Hiyun froze in disbelief. And stop right there. Nor Lu isn't yours to kiss, and I haven't even gotten to him yet. She rushed forward, prying them apart. Teacher, Yin, please mind your image. Look at Teacher Fu. He's staying perfectly composed. I can't take it. I'm absolutely ecstatic. Teacher Fu, we did it. NWE actually did it. He dragged Fu Dalong into a frenzied dance. Though genuinely delighted, Fu Dalong, whence could you please stop jumping? And I am getting dizzy. Hiyun leaned over the laptop, eyes alight as the metrics soared, her already breathtaking beauty radiant with unrestrained delight. Damn, it's a miraculous turnaround. NDA Lu is incredible. Nan, judging by this trajectory, today's view count may well breach 100 million. She vigorously rubbed her face. Dio. So exhilarating, absolutely electrifying. And her scalp tingled with pure euphoria. Whirling around, she locked eyes with Lu Lin, stomped her foot, bit her lip, and cooed to Lu, my dearest treasure, just take me as your muse. I'm utterly head over heels for you. Lu Lin smiled faintly. All right. And Hiyun blinked, stunned. And did I mishear that? NIS, he truly going to take me under his wing? NIS, this wave of bliss crashing down on me far too suddenly. And she seized Lu Lin's arm tightly. Everyone heard that. You can't back out now? Hiyun tightly grasped Lu Lin, fearing that he might run away. Whether it's directors pursuing actors or actors actively offering favors or benefits, they have all heard of these things. However, seeing someone as bold as Hiyun like this was a first for them. You're making us quite uncomfortable. The awkwardness was almost seeping from teacher Fu Dalong's face as he stood up and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Oh, I think I'll step outside for some fresh air." He Yuan still held on to Lu Lin, saying, "Teacher Fu, aren't you going to witness this? Teacher Fu Dalong, you two want me to witness your couple's affairs. Surely I can't go watch you two fight without clothes, right? Isn't that a bit too stimulating?" Teacher Fu Dalong chuckled helplessly. No, what do you need us to witness since you two are so familiar? Young people really know how to have fun. Clearly they look like a couple, yet they insist on talking about whether they are or not. Is this more exciting? Fu Dalong shook his head. Lu Lin, not in a hurry, said leisurely, "Once Mr. Hu finalizes the negotiations, I'll deduct your appearance fee." He Yuan. She turned her head inch by inch. "What did you just say?" Lu Lin smiled. "Didn't you say you'd let me have my way with you?" He Yuan went mad. She flung her hand. "Is this even the same thing? You want to have your way with me, but you think wanting my money is impressive. Can't you do something that a normal person would do? Are you asking for my money? You're asking for my life. No, wait, comparing me to money, what am I? I'm nothing." "I allow he love money." He Yuan said angrily, "If you dare to touch my money, I'll tell you, big donkey, you're finished. I'll bite you to death, do you believe it?" Lu Lin. "Everyone," Ruan Wen said softly from the side, "can this really be blamed on big donkey? It's your own issue. I advise you to watch fewer books like The Kind Little Sister-in-Law or Sister-in-Law You Speak. I'll come out immediately." He Yuan. "This old fourth's ambitions are becoming increasingly evident, always picking on me. And the second one too. Every time he watches silently, he's already gotten close. One or two of them want to usurp my position. How infuriating." Teacher Fu Dalong staggered out. No, I need to step outside for some air. These young girls are too fierce. Moreover, it feels like the atmosphere between Lu Lin and those three girls is quite strange. Teacher Zheng, although a bit erratic, is still far behind in driving skills compared to this. What is this? It's not just a little yellow bike for kindergarten, it's clearly a Tesla. One that doesn't brake properly. After a while, Lu Lin returned to the computer to check back-end data and barrage feedback. The first episode of this variety show looked like 3 people arrived in a remote village to tidy up a house and life. But during the filming, Lu Lin actually put a lot of effort into grasping the content and pacing. Teacher Fu Dalong's simplicity and stability combined with Teacher Zheng's delicate sweetness clearly represented the parents' image. Their presence directly framed the tone of this variety show. Then there was the lively and attractive He Yuan. He specifically gave many shots when He Yuan was cooking, showcasing freshly picked vegetables from the fields and local aromatic cured meats. Whether it was stir-fried or slow-cooked, the shots he provided were all very appetizing. It was completely modeled after A Bite of China. Finally, bringing in Grandpa to eat together in the not-so-large yard was heartwarming. Watching it not only whetted the appetite, but also filled the heart with warmth. Sure enough, after this combination of elements, the audience still liked it very much. He opened the video site and browsed the barrage and comments on the video. Teacher Fu Dalong. He actually participated in a variety show. This production team is something else. Mei Mei is the prettiest, while the Moonlight Girl actually shared the frame with the escapee Terracotta Warrior. I just liked it with one hand. Good, it's great for dining. Laughing to death, there's actually no rice in the pot. Aside from this emotional barrage, there were also many more practical comments. At first, a friend recommended this to me, and I was puzzled about what kind of variety show this was. But after finishing my meal, I realized I had been laughing along the whole time. That kind of relaxing comfort is something I haven't encountered in a long time. My God, what kind of variety show is this? This variety show is different from the silly white variety shows I've seen before. Teacher Fu Dalong's charisma is showcased here. When he was chatting with the old man, Teacher Zheng was picking vegetables beside him. This reminds me of my parents back home. My parents would always sit at the door, one chatting and the other picking vegetables. The dusk was warm and time was slow. I miss home. Fu Dad and Mom together. CP fans come here for a punch. Who told you I'm a girl? You're not quite right. 10010. Watching this variety show feels like someone trekking in the mountains, suddenly encountering a village with people, feeling a sudden sense of relaxation. I'm still working overtime, but I thank the friend who shared this variety show with me. Various comments in the barrage area were competing to be eye-catching, as if everyone found something they liked within. Some like the leisurely comfort of rural villages, some enjoy watching He Yuan cook, and others really like the genuine and unpretentious interactions between Teacher Fu Dalong and Teacher Zheng on the show. They say in the past, watching variety shows with a group of rich stars worth millions or even billions playing silly games felt ridiculous, and I don't know if they think of us as fools or if they try to make us feel they are fools to bridge the gap with us. Regardless, it felt disgusting. But this is different. Teacher Fu Dalong feels far away, but is actually close to us. Lu Lin scrolled through the comments, drawing inspiration from them. Then he began planning the content for the next episode. Suddenly, just as Teacher Fu Dalong had gone outside, he entered again, shaking his phone, saying, "Just now Teacher Chen Daoming called me saying he wanted an opportunity to appear. Lu Director, do you think it's appropriate?" Lu Lin paused for a moment. Chen Daoming. Which Chen Daoming? But soon he widened his eyes. Oh my God. Teacher Chen Daoming wants to come. Lu Lin stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. He flicked his wrist, his mind racing. Teacher Chen Daoming definitely wasn't coming for him. He knew his own worth. It was already a stroke of luck that he could persuade Teacher Fu Dalong to come. So Teacher Chen Daoming must have been motivated because of Teacher Fu Dalong. Lu Lin thought for a moment and asked Teacher Fu, "Are you friends with Teacher Chen?" Teacher Fu Dalong, "Not exactly, just had a few interactions and chatted a couple of times." Lu Lin nodded. So-called gentlemanly friendship is as light as water, that's how it is. Moreover, Teacher Chen wouldn't step in just because this variety show is great or because he had his eyes on Lu Lin. Teacher Chen wanted to support Teacher Fu. At the level of Teacher Chen Daoming, he's not thinking about the prosperity of a certain sect or school, he's thinking about the prosperity of the entire entertainment industry. Currently, in the domestic entertainment industry, male beauty is dominant and the industry is shallow. If this continues, it will be harmful to the entertainment field. It's rare for Teacher Fu Dalong to break his long-standing principle of not participating in variety shows, so of course, he wants to come and support. Doing this is to correct the atmosphere. Realizing all this, Lu Lin suddenly understood. Inviting Teacher Fu Dalong was indeed a great fortune, and it came with a buy one get one free offer. A smile almost broke out on Lu Lin's face as he happily said, "What you said is exactly what I wanted." Moreover, these big shots are really polite when they speak. It turns out the bigger the position, the better the temper. Teacher Fu Dalong smiled, "Then I'll reply to Teacher Chen." Lu Lin, "Sure." After Teacher Fu Dalong went out again, Lu Lin received a call from Ho Wensi. "So did you check the back-end data?" Lu Lin, "I saw it, it's not bad." Ho Wensi clicked his tongue, "This is just not bad. Your expectations are quite high. By the way, I have some good news to share with you." Lu Lin smiled. "Coincidentally, I also have some good news." Ho Wensi raised his eyebrows, playfully asking, as if seeking credit, "Can it be better than mine?" Lu Lin did not keep them in suspense and directly said, "Teacher Chen Daoming plans to participate in our variety show after watching the episode. Current president of the Film Association, a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Why would he want to join this variety show?" Though Chen Daoming has not produced or participated in many film and television works, every role he portrayed has left a deep impression, such as Fang Jianhong in The Besieged City, The Emperor in Kangxi Dynasty, and The Cunning Emperor in a web adaptation from a few years ago. As long as he appears on screen, people's attention will be irresistibly drawn to him, captivated by his charisma, igniting interest in related film and television works. One could say he is an actor who naturally carries the aura of a king. The key is he excels in both virtue and artistry. Not only does he pursue excellence in the arts, but he has also achieved significant accomplishments in the political arena. Therefore, this prominent figure possesses terrifying influence. Consequently, it is quite difficult for ordinary variety shows to invite Teacher Chen Daoming. Ho Wensi thought about the variety shows that Teacher Chen Daoming had participated in. Though they were not popular, they mostly revolved around national essence and folk arts. With Teacher Chen Daoming's acuity, he certainly understands that such variety shows are hard to become hits. But at his level, whether something becomes popular or profitable is no longer paramount. He has higher aspirations. Thus, Ho Wensi could not fathom how Lu Lin managed to invite Teacher Chen Daoming. She furrowed her brows, her mind filled with questions. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Teacher Fu Dalong. Yes, it must be him. She had long heard that many big shots within the Film Association held high hopes for Fu Dalong and greatly admired his strict interpretation principles. There were even rumors that he had garnered the favor of Li Xuejian and Teacher Chen Daoming. However, the communication between the two parties was nearly non-existent, so such claims quickly faded away. Now it seems that the initial rumors may have been confirmed. Then it makes sense that Lu Lin was so determined to have Teacher Fu Dalong as the main regular guest. With Teacher Chen Daoming's endorsement, the popularity of Life from Afar will surely surge in the short term, rapidly creating an IP effect. By then, many talent agencies will want to spend money to promote newcomers seeking opportunities to appear on screen. They can earn money while also building connections. Damn, was this all part of his plan? Ho Wensi bit her lip, feeling a mix of shock and a hint of coldness in her heart. Has Lu Lin grasped the market dynamics to such an extent? But he is only in his early 20s. No wonder he dared to say he wanted to collaborate with him. Looking at it now, it truly seems he is creating opportunities for himself. Ho Wensi, who had a naturally strong character and a stubborn spirit, felt a sense of powerlessness rising within her this time. He is so impressive. In comparison, the achievements she fought for suddenly seemed less appealing. Lu Lin, however, did not forget the good news that Ho Wensi just mentioned, so he asked, "What about your good news?" "The conditions offered by several platforms made it hard for you to choose." Ho Wensi replied, "Yes, our premiere effect was great. Mango TV, Dongfang TV, and even Penguin Video and Youku Video have been contacting me wanting to buy our variety show exclusively. Now Mango TV, Dongfang TV, and other satellite channels are probably regretting their decisions. If they could finalize the contract before the premiere, wouldn't they make a fortune? Now they have to buy out at a premium." Ho Wensi said, "Now Mango TV is willing to offer 30 million for the buyout fee. Dongfang TV's quote is a bit higher. But the resources and target audiences of both sides are different. I was a bit conflicted, but since you told me Teacher Chen Daoming is coming, our bargaining power has increased significantly. Just wait for my good news." After a brief moment of defeat, Wen regained her fighting spirit. She was grateful that she had chosen to bet on Lu Lin in the first place. Now the door to the entertainment industry has swung open for her, and she finally has the capital to jump off the old ship of King Ying. Afterward, after experiencing a whole night of intense fighting, attending several dinner parties, and drinking, who knows how much alcohol, Wen successfully raised the signing threshold once again. She returned to the hotel after only 4 hours of sleep and resolutely got out of bed, dragging her tired and heavy body, carrying several contract templates, and hurrying towards Tea Tree Village. Returning to Tea Tree Village is no easy task. Still suffering from a hangover, she felt like her body was about to fall apart. But she held on, eager to see Lu Lin. That anticipation felt somewhat complex, as if it was not just about showing off her achievements. When she finally returned to Tea Tree Village, Wen stood in front of her grandfather's house. Through the earthen wall gate, she saw Lu Lin in a flowery t-shirt and shorts eating chilled watermelon with a group of people. The sight of everyone gathered around a table in the shade made her feel a pang of envy. You guys are too comfortable. Clearly you are all in your 40s, yet Wen immediately adopted a pouting demeanor, complaining, "Hey, this is too much. I've been working so hard outside while you guys are at home eating watermelon." At this moment, Lu Lin was holding a piece of watermelon, and as he heard the noise, he turned around to see Wen standing at the gate, looking exhausted with deep dark circles under her eyes. He immediately picked up a slice of watermelon and approached her, saying, "You've worked hard, come eat a piece of watermelon, it's really sweet." Wen took out a few contracts from her bag and said, "The contract is settled. The signing price has doubled, what do you think?" Lu Lin praised her impressive. Wen replied, "Then a hug wouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Saying this, she opened her arms with a smile, looking like she wanted a hug for comfort. He-Yuan exclaimed, "You dare? I'm still alive." She suddenly jumped up, saying, "Sister Hui, you better not let him take advantage of you. Come on, let's get you some rest since you look so tired." Saying this, she pulled her along towards the house. Wen said, "My handcrafted Italian jacket. You came over to drag me without washing your hands after eating watermelon. Is it really that urgent?" Before being dragged away, Wen stuffed the contract into Lu Lin's arms, saying, "The signing conditions are all on there. You can take a look and choose." Lu Lin took the folder back to the small table to wash his hands, glanced at it, and handed the contract to Teacher Fu Dalong, saying, "Teacher Fu, you should take a look too." Teacher Fu Dalong took a few contracts and glanced at them. Mango TV offered a buyout signing fee of 65 million with video advertising costs split 40-60 and endorsement fees 30-70. This team takes the larger share. Dongfang TV is more generous with a signing fee of 73 million, while the video advertising and endorsement fees are the same. Penguin Video's quote is much lower, only 40 million, but they have a larger scale, so the advertising revenue later will be more. Teacher Fu Dalong scratched his head, saying, "Is variety shows making so much money now? No wonder so many celebrities are rushing to get on variety shows. Just sitting in the village eating and drinking and doing some work, you can earn tens of millions." Teacher Fu Dalong put down the contract with a complex expression and said, "To be honest, this money feels hot in my hands." Lu Lin smiled and said, "Rather than giving this money to those talentless celebrities, it's better for us to keep it." The air in the south is clear and the sunlight is bright. Under the shade of the trees, Lu Lin is shaking the document bag in his hands with a cheerful smile, and that kind of cleanliness and freshness instantly seeps into He-Yuan's heart, making her think, "Wow, why is this big guy so good-looking?" He-Yuan gazed at Lu Lin, her eyes softening to the point of nearly overflowing with tears. Goosebumps rose all over her as a tremendous wave of emotion engulfed her. She involuntarily hugged her arms, feeling as if her entire heart was filled to the brim with the faint smile on Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin. Damn, am I about to max out this guy's favorability? How can such a small amount of money completely transform into my shape? That's too much. He picked up a piece of watermelon rind and threw it over. "Can you please act normal for once?" All day long being all coy, He-Yuan didn't get angry and, feeling touched, said, "I didn't expect you to directly use the earnings from the variety show to help the village fix the road, thank you." Lu Lin. "No need to be polite, we are all family." He-Yuan's eyes lit up. "Do you mean we?" Lu Lin interjected. "Yeah, as a father, it's only right to look after my children." He-Yuan. "I knew this dog wouldn't say anything decent. All day long wanting to be my dad, at least give me a chance to call you dad. I promise to call you whatever you want." Just then a rough shout came from outside. "Who is Lu Lin? There's a delivery for you." Lu Lin. Coming. He stepped out of the yard and saw a postman on a tricycle distributing packages. After all, the postal service is impressive. Oh, as long as you're in the country and the address is real, they can deliver it anywhere. Lu Lin walked over to receive the package. "Uncle, it must be tough coming here, right?" The uncle, with a face sunburned to a reddish-black sheen, chuckled. "It's become a habit." Lu Lin casually opened the package. "From now on, it'll be easy. I'm planning to fix a road here." The uncle. He chuckled dryly, thinking that young people really can boast. In this village there aren't many deliveries, so the uncle finished distributing quickly and left. Lu Lin returned with the open package, and He-Yuan, like a curious husky, tilted her head and asked, What's that? Lu Lin. I sent some coffee beans from Yang Xiaoya to an international coffee bean competition. This should be the result. He Yuan snatched the package and glanced at it, her eyes immediately lighting up. No way. Yang Xiaoya is pretty impressive. Lu Lin, what do you mean? He Yuan showed off the certificate silver award. Although she didn't understand coffee, that didn't stop her from feeling proud. Lu Lin was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect the ranking to be so good. He asked, where's Yang Xiaoya? She should be on the next variety show. First, let's boost the fame of the coffee beans she roasted. He Yuan scratched her head. I don't know. Ruan Wen added, I went to the coffee grove this morning and didn't see her. Lu Lin called her, but the phone indicated that the recipient was out of service. Where did Yang Xiaoya go? In the deep mountains and forests over 30 miles from Chashu village, Yang Xiaoya was standing in front of a cave, with Wang Wenqing and others. Around this cave, many old trees were covered in a yellowish pus-like substance, and the ground was sticky, with a strong, iron-like stench that almost suffocated. Yang Xiaoya covered her mouth and nose, breathing heavily. Mister Wang, you said the monsters that attacked me last time are here. Wang Wenqing's gaze was profound, as if he could see through the heavy darkness into the black cave. Yes. After finishing, he looked at Yang Xiaoya. Stay close to me, and don't run off. Yang Xiaoya nodded seriously. This place is terrifying, as she wouldn't dare to wander off. Wang Wenqing then proceeded into the cave. Yang Xiaoya was scared, but she was even more terrified of not being by Wang Wenqing's side. Thus, she followed closely behind Wang Wenqing, with Wen Yu and Wang Yishao protecting her from behind, the three of them forming a protective line around Yang Xiaoya. Upon entering the cave, a hazy glow enveloped them like a balloon, dispelling the darkness and shielding them from being detected by whatever lurked in the shadows. Those dark entities moved as usual, the sounds of scuttling reminiscent of some arthropods crawling, sending chills down Yang Xiaoya's spine. In this moment, Wang Wenqing's calm voice came, Don't be afraid, we need to take a look. Look closely. This was precisely his purpose for bringing Yang Xiaoya here, to show her the twisted and deformed side of this world. Yang Xiaoya pursed her lips, her eyes filled with resistance, but recalling Wang Wenqing's words during this time, she gathered her courage and widened her eyes to look around. This cave was originally filled with that kind of pus-like substance, but it was more concentrated and thicker inside the cave, and the smell was even more disgusting. The walls of the cave path were riddled with tiny pits, and upon closer inspection, one could see worm-like creatures writhing within, occasionally glimpsing their circular mouths lined with rows of interlocking teeth, similar in shape to lampreys. Not recommended to search for images. However, these creatures were paler and larger. The grotesque and hideous appearance made Yang Xiaoya nearly scream. As they ventured deeper, she also saw many plump semi-transparent worms and tendril-like appendages growing on the walls. Some of the tendrils were swaying in the air, resembling seaweed. Additionally, some tendril-like appendages were connected to the spines of humanoid monsters. These monsters looked human, but had many huge and seemingly deadly mutations. Their skin was pale, resembling cracked porcelain, their eyes degenerated and covered by a layer of skin, with notably flat, upturned noses and funnel-shaped ears, as well as a mouth, without lips, exposing sharp teeth and gums. These grotesque beings collectively formed a distorted and nauseating underworld. Yang Xiaoya felt as if she had walked into a world far removed from Earth, as if she were in a horror novel. She felt her sanity slipping away, the world before her beginning to distort and twist, causing her to sway as she walked. Wang Wenqing did not help her. This was a test that ordinary people must face when encountering abnormal entities for the first time. If she couldn't muster the will to confront these twisted and deformed existences, then she would be unable to walk the path he had set for her, no matter how good her aptitude was. They proceeded in silence, and after initially struggling, Yang Xiaoya gradually steadied her steps, her gaze shifting from horror to calm. Wang Wenqing smiled and quickened his pace. Soon they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave path was a vast chamber with root-like veins sprawling across the walls, all emanating from a massive reddish-brown tumor-like mass in the center of the chamber. And surrounding the tumor-like mass, 6 figures in hooded black robes were kneeling. The root-like veins on the wall of the hollow mountain continuously expanded and contracted, making it seem as if the mountain itself had come to life, and they had already been swallowed by this awakened mountain. A tremendous sense of malevolence surged towards Yang Xiaoya, causing her vision to blur. Wang Wenqing stared at the tumor-like mass at the center of the hollow and the surrounding figures in black robes, saying, "This is the dark side of this world." After speaking, he extended his hand forward, and a flicker of flame leaped like lightning. The firelight tore through the air, ripping apart the luminous membrane that enveloped them, and darted towards the tumor-like mass at the center of the hollow. The figures in black robes beside the tumor immediately sensed the impending attack. They let out ear-piercing shrieks and surged forward towards the lightning-like firelight. They had no time to cast spells, and could only use their bodies to block the blazing strike. However, the finely condensed firelight easily pierced through their bodies and then plunged into the tumor. Moments later, the dark brown surface of the tumor suddenly lit up with waves of red light, as if a high-wattage incandescent bulb had been ignited within. The body fluids roiling inside the tumor, the entangled veins, and the hard chitinous shell were all illuminated. The red light spread along the thick veins connected to the bottom of the tumor, causing the entire cave to light up. The originally dark and malevolent cave now possessed a touch of dreamlike beauty. The creatures parasitizing the cave howled in piercing agony as the red light grew brighter. Their wails converged into a torrent peaking as the moment of judgment arrived. Bang! The tumor exploded, first bursting forth a dazzling array of sparks like fireworks. Subsequently, the root-like veins followed suit, erupting one after another. Yang Xiaoya felt as if she were in the midst of a grand fireworks display. Amidst the brilliant flames, Wang Wenqing turned to leave, saying, "Xiaoya, remember, the underlying logic of this world is distorted and dark, yet we cannot gently walk into that good night. When daylight ends, we ought to burn and rage. Even if we are to perish, we must erupt with fire and lightning from our chests." Yang Xiaoya listened somewhat dazed, but still nodded vigorously. At Tea Tree Village at her grandfather's house, Lu Lin had been unable to find Yang Xiaoya, so he returned home to rest in the evening. He had been quite busy lately. Not only did he have to write scripts and discuss program details with the director's team, but he also needed to study knowledge related to the apothecary route at night, which he would then put into practice. Now under his bed lay piles of various bottles and jars, all concocted based on the knowledge of the apothecary route. The effects of these medicines varied. Some could temporarily enhance nerve excitability, while others could numb the central nervous system, and some might cause the heart to pump blood, leading to a sudden increase in blood pressure. Of course, there were also those that helped absorb spiritual essence and brew elements. Lu Lin had tried them. The effects were quite good. Over this period, he found the apothecary route to be quite practical, entirely usable in daily life. So even though he had just finished the initial phase of the apothecary route, he had almost digested it all. In his small room, Lu Lin was secretly studying, and by 2 in the morning, he lit a sleep aid incense he had concocted and drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Lin woke up early. He took a strong whiff of the smelling salt he had prepared, and a wave of extreme coolness and stimulation shot straight from his nasal cavity into the back of his head. Wow, very good, very invigorating. Lu Lin thought that if he were to promote this product, there would definitely be a market for it. At least those capitalists who claimed that 996 and 007 were blessings would love it. But then he thought it would be too unethical. So Lu Lin decided not to promote this safe-smelling salt. After washing up and getting dressed, he hurried towards his grandfather's house. Passing by Wang Wenqing's courtyard, he saw Yang Xiaoya following Wang Wenqing practicing slow punches. Lu Lin watched in amazement. "Have you entered the rhythm of wellness in advance?" Yang Xiaoya said nothing, glaring at him. Although this girl had darkened a bit and her skin was a bit rough, her features were exquisite and beautiful, with large spirited eyes, giving her the aura of a lively little leopard. So even when glaring, there was a playful cuteness about her. Wang Wenqing, while practicing, spoke for her. "She just started training and hasn't mastered her breathing yet, so she can't talk." Goodness, are they actually teaching real martial arts? He knew that Wang Wenqing and the others were not ordinary. Wang Huai was the one he had called. But he never expected that just a few days later Yang Xiaoya would be so close to them. Lu Lin didn't probe further and shouted to Yang Xiaoya, "When you finish practicing, come find me. I have something to discuss with you." Yang Xiaoya glared again. Got it. Upon arriving at her grandfather's house, Lu Lin scanned the room and saw that both teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yinzheng were present discussing the script. Han Li and Ruan Wen were not in the courtyard. Lu Lin asked around, "Teacher Fu, where is Mimi?" Teacher Fu Dalong replied, "Inside, she said she was feeling a bit unwell." Lu Lin went to the side room and asked what's wrong. He found He Yuan lying on the bed in the side room, her lips pale and her complexion dark. Upon seeing Lu Lin enter, she grimaced, "My relative came to visit." As she spoke, she lifted the quilt, revealing her beautifully shaped belly. "I need a massage." "Oh." Lu Lin turned around and left, saying, "Just lie down." He Yuan, "No, come back. The last time your second cousin came to visit, you weren't like this." He Yuan sprang up. "Stop right there. Stop, do you hear me?" Lu Lin ran away even faster. He Yuan. She angrily got up and left the room, coming to Lu Lin's side, glaring at him. Lu Lin pretended not to see. He Yuan continued glaring. Lu Lin was seriously discussing the details of the script with teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yinzheng. The main story of the previous episode actually depicted the life scenes of teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yinzheng upon their arrival in the mountain village. As for the next variety show, Lu Lin was primarily promoting Yang Xiaoya's coffee, the difficulties of mountain village life, and their program team's strategies for local transformation and wealth generation. Indeed, they had not merely come to film a variety show and leave. While providing entertainment for the urban youth, they were also tasked with finding ways for the locals to become prosperous. Teacher Fu Dalong expressed his full support for this, as such a grounded style of variety show felt much more practical, which gave him a profound sense of reassurance. Once they had nearly finished discussing, Lu Lin asked, "Teacher Fu, when will Teacher Chen arrive?" Teacher Fu replied, "Soon. I will send the script to Teacher Chen to take a look right now." Lu Lin, all right. After they finished discussing, Yang Xiaoya also came over after finishing her training. After Lu Lin briefly mentioned the award for the coffee beans and the next variety show, she exclaimed, "Yay," and jumped up on the spot. Then, as if realizing something, she immediately composed herself. Calm down, calm down. Yang Xiaoya, you are already a prospective extraordinary being. You must not let your emotions show. You must act like a big shot. You are different from these ordinary people who have yet to touch the real world. Thinking this, she put her hands behind her back and raised her head, adopting an attitude of, I am so high up, I am almost in outer space. Lu Lin. What the heck, what's wrong with this girl? Forget it, it doesn't concern me. Everything on their end was ready. They were just waiting for teacher Chen Daoming to take his place so they could start filming. However, by the afternoon, they did not wait for teacher Chen Daoming, but rather a different group of people. This group was impeccably dressed in suits, and the leader exuded an air of elite professionalism. He found the door to Lu Lin's grandfather's house, knocked, and asked, "Hello, is Ruan Wen here?" The first 3 days of this week are especially important, so I wanted to report to everyone, dear readers. The book Roommate currently has 8300 collections, a recommendation ranking of over 560, and a fan value of 130, while we only have 100 words. This performance cannot compare to several top authors during the same period. I can understand, as I was quite resistant at first. But thinking about it, how could I criticize a roommate that has transformed so beautifully? I understand you without needing to say it, being able to engage together without too much fuss. It's like the jokes we used to see. How great is it for two men to get married? 2 cars, 2 houses, playing games together, and when a need arises, finding some little sisters to bring warmth. Isn't that delightful? Now it's great roommates have directly made the leap. Ahem, I haven't changed, am still very straightforward. Regardless of whether everyone likes or finds roommate transformation awkward, I completely understand. I was prepared for this psychologically. But recently, everyone has directly pushed the recommendation ranking from over 900 to over 500. Although the monthly ticket data is slow, it is also on the rise. This gives me hope. The most painful thing is probably this. Clearly, I have already given up, but suddenly many people jump in to pull me back, saying to hold on a little longer, brother, we can do it. It's like we're playing a game of honor. We've pushed through all 3 lanes. And there's just the crystal left, guys. We are just over 60 reads away from the classification and only over 600 reads from Sanjiang. So this Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are especially crucial. Because editors usually start arranging recommendations on Thursday, if we can push up, we can get a strong recommendation in the classification. This means that in the latter part of this week, we conservatively still have a strong recommendation in classification and 2 recommendations on the homepage. These 2 recommendations are also 2 hurdles. 2 hurdles that are quite difficult, especially the frequency, as it is the last gatekeeper to Sanjiang. But within 2 weeks with 2 recommendations, we are just short of over 600 reads. As long as an average of 300 new subscribers join in each week, it will be settled. So whether Roommate can push through depends on everyone. Still, that old saying, the writing part is left to me and the rest is up to everyone. Everyone, let's push for Roommate. Upon hearing Lu Lin's question, He Yuan hurriedly leaned in, saying, let me see, let me see. Then she leaned against Lu Lin's back. Feeling 2 soft lumps pressed against her back, although she was mentally resistant, that sensation was undeniably delightful. You ask, how could a vigorous young man like Lu Lin tolerate it? So Lu Lin firmly said, get away from me. As he spoke, his back jolted, sending He Yuan flying away. He Yuan, in pain, felt an unusual sensation hidden beneath the hurt, causing her face to flush. She gazed at Lu Lin, raising her hand to slap his back, saying, be gentle, Ruan Wen. Hanli. The 2 shot He Yuan disapproving looks, thinking to themselves, what on earth are you doing at this serious moment? Lu Lin pulled out his phone and said, I searched it up. The Yamaguchi family is a major financial conglomerate in Haida. Is Sand-E Heavy Industries part of this family? Ruan Wen nodded. They are from the Yamaguchi branch. He Yuan was taken aback. Wow, Lao, see, your family is so wealthy. But then she thought for a moment and asked, are you happy about it? Hanli said solemnly, don't compromise yourself. Although He Yuan felt pained about the money, brothers were important, so she added, right, no matter how rich we are, we can't go there. That place has serious radiation. What if you grow a 3rd arm? Everyone. Although the words were crude, couldn't you refrain from being silly at a time like this? Ruan Wen felt warm inside, seeing her roommates care for her. She replied, don't worry, I refused. He Yuan sighed in relief, then her slowly fading mind discovered another problem. Does your family agree? At this moment, Lu Lin tilted his head and said, what if they don't agree? Hanli added, exactly. Are they going to snatch you away? At this point, the grandfather cooking in the shed grumbled, marriage is free, oh, women can stand on their own. No one can force you to marry if you don't want to. There are still laws in this world. Ruan Wen took a deep breath, feeling warmth in her eyes. Yeah. The grandfather added firewood to the stove. Everyone sit down, a dinner will be ready soon. As evening approached, the mountain gradually cooled down. In the small courtyard, warm lights illuminated a group of people gathered together to eat and drink. Although there weren't many dishes, the portions were large, making it incredibly satisfying. The dignified teacher Fu Dalong savored the food and drank beer, feeling more content than he had in a long time. The The tranquility of the mountain village and the harmony among those around him filled him with genuine peace. This was what life was meant to be. Teacher Fu Dalong said while cracking open a beer, "How I think this segment would look great if filmed right now. So relaxing." At that moment he struggled to find words to describe it. Lu Lin cheerfully chimed in, "Comfortable and enjoyable." Teacher Fu Dalong slapped the table saying, "Yes. Huh. Sometimes dialect really expresses emotions better." As he spoke he raised his beer saying, "Let's toast. Cheers." Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. Here there were no differences in seniority or status, only genuine friendship. As the drinks flowed, Teacher Fu Dalong's face grew redder. He confidently faced Ruan Wen and said, "Little girl, don't worry. Though I'm not wealthy and have little skill, I can always speak against injustice. And also tomorrow Teacher Chen will arrive. He's also very righteous, so we have nothing to worry about." He was clearly tipsy. Teacher Yinzhong was similarly affected, flailing his hands. Yes, what Teacher Dalong said is right. The dinner was lively with everyone trying to comfort Ruan Wen. Ruan Wen rarely wore a smile, though it seemed as if the events that had transpired were truly behind her. But He Yuan leaned closer to Lu Lin and said, "Big donkey, I feel something is off with Lao Si." Lu Lin nodded in agreement, "Yeah." She smiled too much. It felt like she was collecting the last bits of joy, planning to sneak away quietly when everyone was full and asleep, like a dream fading away, not taking a single cloud with her. So the happier she smiled, the more anxious Lu Lin and the others became. Lu Lin suddenly thought of his strict high school teacher, a little old man who always wore a stern face. Even if you scored well on a mock exam, he wouldn't smile when handing out papers. Strangely, during bad events, he would smile warmly, a warmth that made your heart tremble. Lu Lin whispered to He Yuan, "Let's stay up a bit longer tonight." He Yuan's heart raced at his words. "Are you coming to find me, or should I come to find you?" Lu Lin. "What the heck?" He grabbed her thigh root saying, "Are you drunk too?" He Yuan winced in pain, nearly in tears, but once Lu Lin released his grip, the pinched area felt swollen and warm, and somewhat numb. Good heavens. This girl was just unbelievable. That strange sensation spread, making her gaze flirtatious and her breath heavy. They say hitting is affection and scolding is love. The more forceful the donkey was, did it mean he weighed more in her heart? Yes. The more forceful, the more intense. It all made sense. Lu Lin had no idea what He Yuan was thinking. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, he stood up and asked He Yuan and Han Li to help the grandfather clean up. Since the script details were pretty much finalized, everyone had little to do now. Teacher Yinzhong suggested playing drinking games. Normally Ruan Wen would never participate, but this time she eagerly responded, let's go, I'll get the drinks." Lu Lin and the others exchanged glances, realizing Lao Si was acting strangely. After playing for quite a while, Teacher Fu Dalong, Teacher Yinzhong, and even the old man returned to sleep after getting drunk. In the end, only Lu Lin and the others remained staring blankly. Although they had also drunk quite a bit, there were matters weighing on their minds that prevented them from getting drunk. Ruan Wen was speechless. She tilted her head to look at her roommate who had been with her for 3 years and smiled. "Have we all improved our drinking capacity?" Lao Si's voice had finally returned to its usual coolness. She hadn't drunk much at all. In fact, she felt no tipsiness whatsoever. He Yuan was indeed a little tipsy. She crossed her long legs and questioned, "Tell me, are you planning to get us all drunk so you can slip away?" "That's not fair. I know you're Lao Si, but you can't be so unprincipled, can you?" Ruan Wen placed her hands on the cool mat, looking up at the night sky. The stars here were so high and clear. So beautiful. After gazing for a while, Ruan Wen said, "Thank you all. Over the years, I've been very happy." Lu Lin asked, "Are you really leaving?" Ruan Wen replied, "I don't want to burden you all." As she spoke, she looked towards the courtyard gate. "Although I have refused, some matters can't be resolved just by words." Heavy footsteps echoed in the night. At that time, Lu Lin and the others were enjoying afternoon tea. While returning to the village felt quite stylish. Teacher Fu Dalong wasn't fond of coffee, but he praised the pure tea that the old man had kept hidden for many years. They were drinking heartily, so when someone suddenly asked if Ruan Wen was here, everyone was taken aback. Was it Ruan Wen's family? Oh no. Did Ruan Wen's family settle things? Lu Lin stood up abruptly. "Is it your family, fourth? How could something bring them to this remote mountain village?" For a moment, Lu Lin, He Yuan, and Han Si all turned to look at Ruan Wen. But Ruan Wen remained calm and composed, her delicate face showing no signs of disturbance, as if it were a mere mask. Ruan Wen stood up. "Yes, they are looking for me. As for whether they were family, aren't my family all here?" She opened the door and saw 3 people standing outside. The young man at the forefront was dressed in an expensive suit, his hair slicked back, and he looked quite wealthy. Behind him were 2 burly men, their custom suits straining at the seams. Moreover, it was a hot day, yet they all wore gloves. Upon seeing Ruan Wen, the young man raised an eyebrow slightly. "Wow, you've become more beautiful." Lu Lin. Han Si. He Yuan. This guy is implying something. Did Wang Hui not settle things with Ruan Wen's family back then? What is going on now? Ruan Wen remained calm. She didn't even glance at the young man, her gaze appearing vacant. She asked, "Is there something you need?" The young man smiled, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Let's talk for a bit. From the entrance of the old man's house, 3 Toyota Land Cruisers could be seen parked by the roadside at the village entrance. Ruan Wen, all right. Feeling the atmosphere was off, He-Yuan, the dorm leader, jumped up and shouted forth, are you all right? Hansi, not one for many words, was better at action, so she stood up and joined He-Yuan. Lu Lin didn't stand up, but turned around on his stool to stare at the opposite side. The young man chuckled. Your friend is quite loyal. Ruan Wen, who usually maintained a blank expression, rarely showed a hint of a smile, of course. The young man responded with a meaningful, oh. Ruan Wen turned back to He-Yuan and the others. It's fine, I'll be back soon. They won't do anything to me. Lu Lin reassured He-Yuan and the others. If there's trouble, just let us know, we're not afraid of anything. A wave of warmth surged through Ruan Wen's heart. She smiled and nodded, okay. Then she left the old man's yard with the 3 unexpected visitors. As they walked away, He-Yuan sat firmly back on the small bench. Do you think Forth will be all right? The people from her family looked quite sinister. Hansi added, their outfits are very expensive. Is Forth's family quite wealthy? He-Yuan rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue. The more wealthy a family, the more troubles they have. Lu Lin slapped He-Yuan's head. Just shut up already. What they would find out when she returned would be clear. Due to the sudden visit of those few people, what was originally a delightful afternoon tea turned into a heavy atmosphere. Seeing their worried faces, teacher Fu Dalong said, if there's something, just let me know. Although I'm poor, I know a few people. He normally wouldn't say such things. But after spending time with these young people, he realized they were not only thoughtful and capable, but also had good character. Although there was a generational gap between them, teacher Fu Dalong gradually regarded them as friends. This is what one might call the friendship of gentlemen, free of unnecessary complications. Simply because he admired your character, he was willing to be your friend. If one day it became clear that your actions contradicted your principles, he wouldn't hesitate to advise you. And if persuasion failed, he would cut ties. It is that simple. Lu Lin and the others did not refuse teacher Fu Dalong's goodwill. Although they had recently been thriving through a series of operations in terms of social experience and real-world connections, they were still no match for teacher Fu Dalong. They suppressed their anxiety and patiently waited. Almost an hour later, Ruan Wen returned. He-Yuan was the first to rush up and ask, what did they say? Did your family give you a hard time? Let me tell you, we are not afraid now that we have money. Everything is supported by your dad. Lu Lin declared solemnly. Yes, I will support you. He-Yuan. Everyone. Ruan Wen smiled. It's fine. By the way, Grandpa, tonight, I want to eat steamed rice with cured meat, ham stir-fried with chili, and braised chicken with mushrooms. Grandpa had been particularly happy lately with the household bustling, and he felt that his granddaughter was doing something amazing. She's even on TV. The feeling of those lively days is simply wonderful. So Grandpa readily agreed. All right, I'll make it. Seeing everyone still staring at her, she rolled her eyes. Really, it's nothing. Lu Lin, if it's nothing, at least tell us about it. Ruan Wen couldn't refuse them, so she had to say they came to say that they arranged a marriage for me. Lu Lin. Everyone. He-Yuan was confused. Is the other party male or female? Ruan Wen. She was somewhat amused by the question. Of course it's a male. Teacher Fu Dalong also looked baffled. Could it be a female? He-Yuan. She didn't know how to explain. She couldn't tell teacher Fu Dalong that actually the 3 of them were girls who had transformed from boys. That would surely frighten him. But they knew what was going on in their dormitory, so they quickly understood. Ruan Wen's family knew about her transformation and directly arranged a marriage for her, while they didn't care at all about how she became a girl. He-Yuan found it incredible just to think about it. How bold. She knitted her brows. Who is the other party? Do you know them? Ruan Wen replied nonchalantly. I don't know, I only know it's from the Iwasaki family. The Iwasaki family. He-Yuan became excited and exclaimed, is it that family who lives quite well? This is nonsense. Lu Lin quickly grabbed his phone and started searching. When he found out what the Iwasaki family was all about, he was stunned. He looked up at Ruan Wen. Forth, tell me, what does your family do to arrange a marriage with such a big background? With Lu Lin's question, He-Yuan hurriedly leaned over saying, let me see, let me see. Then she lay on Lu Lin's back, feeling 2 soft mounds pressed against her back. Although she felt quite resistant deep down, the sensation was undeniably delightful. You think a vigorous young man like Lu Lin could endure this? So Lu Lin firmly said, get off me. As he said this, he shook his back and bounced He-Yuan off. He-Yuan, feeling pain from being pushed away, noticed that beneath the pain lay a strange feeling, causing her face to flush instantly. She stared at Lu Lin, raised her hand, and slapped his back, saying, be gentle. Ruan Wen and Han Li exchanged glances, thinking, what are you trying to do now? Lu Lin pulled out his phone, saying, I searched. The Yansaki family is a major conglomerate in the nuclear island. Is Sani heavy industry part of this family? Ruan Wen nodded. They are from the Yin family branch. He-Yuan was astonished. Wow, your family is so wealthy. But then she thought for a moment and asked, are you okay with that? Han Li replied sternly, don't force yourself. Although He-Yuan was concerned about money, she valued their friendship more so. She added, right, even if we're rich, we shouldn't go. That place has serious radiation. What if you grow extra limbs? Everyone else was silent. Although her words were crude, could she not be so playful at this moment? Ruan Wen felt warm inside seeing her roommate care for her. She replied, "Don't worry, I refused it." He Yuen sighed in relief, but then her gradually fading mind discovered another issue. Does your family agree? At this moment Lu Lin tilted his head and asked what if they don't agree. Han Li responded exactly. Do you dare to take someone away? At this time the grandfather cooking in the shed muttered marriage is free, women can stand on equal footing as men. If a girl doesn't want to marry no one can force her. There are still laws in this world. Ruan Wen took a deep breath feeling warmth in her eyes. The grandfather continued to add firewood to the stove, saying everyone sit down and dinner will be ready soon. As evening approached the air in the mountains gradually cooled. A warm light illuminated the small courtyard where a large group of people gathered to eat and drink. Although there weren't many dishes the portions were generous, making the meal extremely satisfying. Teacher Fu Dalong looking dignified enjoyed his food, and Beer feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. The tranquility of the mountain village and the harmony of the people around him brought him genuine peace. This was what life should be like. Teacher Fu Dalong exclaimed while drinking beer, I think this moment would look great on camera. It's so pleasant. He struggled to find the right words to describe it. Lu Lin laughed and added comfortable and enjoyable. Teacher Fu Dalong slapped the table exactly. Sometimes I feel that dialect expresses emotions better. As he spoke he raised his beer. Let's toast. Cheers. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. Here there were no hierarchies or distinctions, only honest friendship. After a few rounds of drinking Teacher Fu Dalong's face grew redder as he sat confidently at the table and addressed Ruan Wen. Don't worry, although I old Fu have no money and little ability, I can always speak out against injustice. And also Teacher Chen will arrive tomorrow. He is also a person who stands up for justice, so we have nothing to worry about. He was clearly a bit tipsy. Teacher Yin Zheng was also in a similar state, waving his hands. Right, what Teacher Dalong said is true. The dinner was lively with everyone trying to comfort Ruan Wen. Ruan Wen rarely wore a smile, and it seemed that the events of the past were truly behind her. However, He Yuen leaned closer to Lu Lin and said, Big donkey, I feel something is off with the fourth. Lu Lin nodded in agreement to ma'am. She smiled too much. It felt like she was collecting the last bits of happiness, waiting for everyone to be full and asleep before quietly getting up and leaving like a dream, without taking a single cloud away. The happier she smiled, the more anxious Lu Lin and the others became. Lu Lin suddenly recalled his high school homeroom teacher, a strict old man who always wore a stern face. No matter how well you performed in mock exams, he wouldn't smile when handing out papers. But during some unfortunate events, he would smile warmly, a warmth that made you feel uneasy. Lu Lin whispered in He Yuen's ear, let's stay up a bit later tonight. He Yuen was thrilled at his words. Are you coming to find me, or should I come to find you? Lu Lin was taken aback. What the hell? He squeezed her thigh, asking, have you had too much to drink? He Yuen winced in pain, almost on the verge of tears, but as soon as Lu Lin released her, the spot he squeezed began to feel swollen, warm, and slightly numb. Goodness, this big girl. That strange sensation spread, causing her to glance back at him with enchanting eyes, breathing heavily. They say hitting is affection and scolding is love. The harder Big Donkey squeezed, did it mean she held more weight in his heart? Yes. The harder he squeezed, the more intense it became. This reasoning was sound. Lu Lin had no idea what He Yuen was thinking in her heart. After everyone had their fill, he got up to help his grandfather clean up with He Yuen and Han Li. Since the details of the script were nearly finalized, everyone found themselves with little to do. Teacher Yin Zheng suggested playing a drinking game. Normally Ruan Wen wouldn't participate, but this time, she eagerly responded, come on, I'll go get the drinks. Lu Lin and the others exchanged glances, realizing the fourth was acting strangely. After playing for a long time, Fu Dalong, Teacher Yin Zheng, and even the old man had returned to sleep after drinking too much. In the end, only Lu Lin and the others remained still wide awake. Though they had also drunk quite a bit, there were matters weighing on their minds, so they dared not get drunk. Ruan Wen was speechless, tilting her head to look at her roommate of 3 years, smiling, as she said, has our drinking capacity improved? The fourth's voice had finally returned to its usual cool tone, as she hadn't even drunk much. He Yuen was truly a bit tipsy, sitting with her long legs crossed, questioning, tell me, are you planning to get us all drunk, so you can sneak away? That's not fair, I know you're the fourth dog, but you can't be so sneaky, can you? Ruan Wen placed her hands on the mat, looking up at the night sky. The stars here seemed so vast and pure, so beautiful. After gazing for a while, Ruan Wen said, over the years, thank you all. I've been very happy. Lu Lin asked, are you really leaving? Ruan Wen replied, I don't want to burden you. As she spoke, she gazed towards the courtyard gate. Although I declined, some things can't be resolved just by words. Heavy footsteps echoed in the night. The sound of footsteps resonated clearly in the quiet night, overshadowing even the chirping of insects. Before long, the young man who had appeared during the day reappeared at the door. He even greeted Lu Lin and the others in the yard warmly, saying good evening. Then he turned to Ruan, when time's up, it's time for you to come back with me. Ruan Wen remained silent as she stood up. But He Yuen suddenly jumped up and blocked Ruan Wen's path, saying, our fourth doesn't want to leave, and no one can take her away. The young man looked helplessly at Ruan Wen. His gaze seemed to say, can you handle this yourself? Ruan Wen grasped He-Yuan's arm. Her eyes softened, no longer cold. Big brother. Don't make a scene here. You will disturb Grandpa. He-Yuan stiffened. How many years has it been? No one in dorm 404 had ever called her big brother. She had always claimed that title herself. In this moment, hearing big brother come from the fourth made her heart nearly shatter. He-Yuan turned her head and smiled. Now that you've called me big brother, it is only right for the big brother to protect the little ones. We are not afraid. Be good. Ruan Wen said. Just as both sides were at a standstill, Lu Lin stood up. All right, everyone, stop making noise in the yard. He got up and took a blanket from the room to cover teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yin Zheng, then clapped his hands. Let's go talk outside. The young man didn't mind and turned to leave first. Lu Lin followed, and as they passed by Ruan Wen, he patted her shoulder and smiled at her. From Grandpa's house, they walked towards the village entrance where 3 Toyota Land Cruisers were parked quietly. The young man, dressed in a well-fitted suit, waited calmly, exuding an air of control. When Lu Lin and the others arrived, he spoke sincerely. Ruan Wen truly cares about you all, and I do too. I hope you don't misjudge the situation. Lu Lin asked, are you forcing our fourth to get engaged? The young man replied, isn't he already a part of the family? Isn't that how it should be? He-Yuan tilted her head, saying, I've never heard our fourth mention you, and for the past few years we haven't even seen you. The young man smiled. Things like this are hard for you to understand. But Ruan Wen. He fixed his gaze on her and said, I've already given you enough face. As he finished speaking, the 3 big men behind him silently stepped forward. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended, as if a wall pressed against her face. Ruan Wen lowered her head. Old Han, big donkey, you should go back quickly. I'm fine. He-Yuan refused to back down, stepping forward. What do you want to hit a woman? As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and aimed it at the opposing side. Do you not know I'm a popular influencer with millions of followers? Come on, try to make a move. But after a moment, He-Yuan discovered that her newly bought phone had gone black. What the heck was happening? She tapped the phone in her hand, but there was no sign of it turning on. The young man across watched everything with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. You think you can? Are you here to make us laugh? The 3 big men slowly approached, removing their gloves, revealing not flesh and blood, but shiny, precise mechanical prosthetics. He-Yuan's pupils constricted. Dio, no wonder they were so arrogant. What kind of background does the fourth family have? In an instant, He-Yuan understood many things. No wonder the fourth was so obsessed with the occult. No wonder she always looked so burdened. No wonder forced marriages were at the level of the Mitsubishi financial conglomerate. It turned out that their family was also a part of the extraordinary realm. Initially, she wanted the second to step in, but the second's combat power was enough among ordinary people, yet fell short in comparison to these individuals. He-Yuan suddenly laughed. Luckily, she was clever enough, even though she didn't become an extraordinary being for the sake of fighting. But in any case, she was not an ordinary person. He-Yuan suddenly felt relaxed. She put away her phone and said casually, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was disdain and disregard. All right, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. She spread her arms wide and crystal-clear threads spread from her fingertips into the air. Before long, fine threads formed barriers in front of the old locust tree. He-Yuan tilted her head, her smile wild and triumphant. I am an extraordinary being. Are you afraid? Are you handsome? Dio or not? She turned to look at Lu Lin and the others. Sorry for hiding my extraordinary status from you, but as the big brother, I have to bear more. No need to thank me. And it seems like becoming extraordinary isn't that hard. Lu Lin and the others looked at He-Yuan's arrogant and flamboyant demeanor with complex expressions. He-Yuan became even more smug. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that. Now that I have a father protecting you, aren't you feeling incredibly secure? Huh, I've been looking forward to this day for so long. Come on, worship me. Lu Lin and the others remained silent. Suddenly Han Li trembled his hands, and a terrifying chill instantly swept out, freezing the water vapor and forming sharp blades. He-Yuan, Lu Lin, Ruan Wen. Then Ruan Wen's palms silently ignited with dark flames. He-Yuan, she was already numb. Dio, liars. All of you are liars. You all said you would be ordinary, yet you all chose extraordinary behind my back. Can there still be trust between people? He-Yuan's mindset shattered. Thinking back to her previous overly dramatic middle schooler-like self, she wanted to bang her head against the old locust tree. This was simply the greatest stain of her life, a black mark. At that moment, she particularly wanted to ask Wang Huai if there was a time travel route, as she wished to return to a minute ago and kill herself. By the way, what about Big Donkey? He-Yuan looked at Lu Lin with hopeful eyes, and seeing nothing strange about Big Donkey, it seemed he was quite honest. Sure enough, my Big Donkey is the true light of the right path. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Lin, with a complex expression, took out several vials of oral liquid from his pocket and distributed them to He-Yuan and the others. I didn't expect your chosen path to be so cool. I may not have any abilities, but I can make some medicine. If you can't fight later, you can take the medicine. Everyone, numb, completely numb. So it turns out that everything said back at the social bureau was nonsense. You all were just fooling around. After Lu Lin distributed the medicine, the group from dorm 404 fell silent. This feeling of mutual betrayal was actually quite thrilling. In the end, Han Li pointed at the opposite side. Let's take care of them first. The young man replied. Looking at the young man's face that resembled constipation, Lu Lin smiled. Why do some people like violence? Because violence is really effective. Why do others hate violence? Because violence is really effective. And this time they were very violent. He Yuan floated her restless demeanor akin to that of a frenzied husky. She extended her finger and executed the provocation technique of the one yang finger combined with the lion's roar. Come here. The young man. The crowd. What does it mean to have a petty person gain power? Just look at He Yuan and you will understand. The vividness of it was striking. The young man's expression was complex. It was not because he was unprepared for the extraordinary presence of his opponent. On the contrary, the depth of the Ruan family exceeded the imaginations of Lu Lin and the others, and with Ruan Wen's sudden gender transformation, the young man had anticipated some turbulence from this visit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the mechanical warriors from his family. His complex expression stemmed from the opponent's shallowness. The young man chuckled, a group of ordinary people suddenly touching the extraordinary realm, thinking that a bit of ability makes them special, feeling proud of themselves. You really are adorably naive. He also removed his gloves, revealing a pair of mechanical prosthetics, so intricate they could rival fine craftsmanship. The bodyguard's prosthetics were unpainted, retaining the color of the alloy. Though precise, they were evidently mass-produced. In contrast, the young man's mechanical prosthetics were sleek and glossy, adorned with intricate golden patterns. Just by appearance alone, they looked quite high-end. He moved his metallic fingers, seemingly feeling his own strength. You must be extraordinary practitioners leaning towards elemental advancement, although your kind is tricky and difficult to deal with, your stage is still quite low. As for us who walk the path of mechanical ascension, we are known for our violence. The young man clenched his fist. Get ready, I'm coming. He Yuan. She was stunned. So there was such a thing as mechanical ascension outside of elemental advancement. Damn, is the extraordinary realm really this deep? It's simply unfathomable, even more so than He Yuan felt a bit panicked, but seeing her roommates behind her reassured her. We have numbers. The young man. He clapped his hands, and the Toyota Land Cruiser behind him opened with a loud bang, revealing 7 burly men. He Yuan. Lu Lin leaned over, saying, So you previously claimed you could withstand thousands of troops. Is this one a problem? He Yuan suddenly had a thought. Do you think they will also modify their prosthetics? If they do, I might not be able to handle it. Lu Lin. How fast such a fast car? Lu Lin touched his face, feeling as if it had been crushed. Ruan Wen rubbed her brow, thinking, can you two be a bit more stable at this time? She spoke irritably. Hey, why don't you over there strip down for her to see? The crowd. He Yuan punched Ruan Wen on the head. You idiot. Trying to shake my status this way. The young man frowned and waved his hand, saying, bring the target back. The burly men behind him sprang into action. He Yuan instinctively wanted to run with her dorm mates, but then thought, where could they run to? Han Li always acted faster than she thought. As the opponents moved, she stepped in front of Lu Lin and the others. She had always done this back in school, always standing in front during fights, and this time was no different. Even if the opponent was formidable, Lu Lin pulled out several small vials from his pocket. Although the opponent had undergone mechanical modifications, their respiratory system should still be functioning right. He could fill the area with toxic gas. The battle between both sides was about to break out. At that moment, a warm and clear voice came from behind Lu Lin. Bullying newcomers is unacceptable. As soon as the voice sounded, the area near the locust tree at the village entrance fell silent. The insect chirping ceased, and the wind also stopped. A powerful aura radiated from behind Lu Lin, suppressing the activities in this area. They immediately turned around and saw Wang Wenqing and Yang Xiaoya slowly walking towards them. Yang Xiaoya walked in front, her slightly dark but attractive face filled with arrogance. See, I brought the teacher. As she passed by He Yuan, she raised an eyebrow smugly. This counts as you owing me. He Yuan. Wang Wenqing stood calmly in front of Lu Lin and the others, showing no regard for the dozen people across from him. The young man looked at Wang Wenqing with apprehension. Although he did not know this handsome and refined middle-aged man, the powerful aura emanating from him weighed heavily on his heart, as if facing thousands of troops. He couldn't handle it. The young man gasped. Just then the door of the last Land Cruiser opened, revealing a man dressed in a new-style kimono. The kind with a kimono top and suit pants bottom. He wore round glasses on his nose, his hair meticulously styled in gray. He stepped in front of the young man and saluted Wang Wenqing, saying, So it's your excellency, the wrath of heaven. I am Iwasaki Sanji, honored to meet you. Wang Wenqing smiled and said, Is this the spirit of craftsmanship and humanity? It's quite well done. Iwasaki Sanji was not angry and straightened up, responding, Are these people your disciples? Wang Wenqing, they are not. Iwasaki Sanji, that's good. Wang Wenqing, they are good friends of my student. Iwasaki Sanji. Understood, we will leave now. He turned around decisively. The young man frowned, deeply unsure why someone as powerful as Iwasaki Sanji would back down so quickly. But he did not dare to speak out, only feeling frustrated as he followed behind. At that moment he heard Ruan Wen call out from behind. Ruan Hui, go back and tell the others that I will participate in this year's Steel Heart contest. Ruan Hui paused, but did not respond. A man of honor can be both soft and hard. There was no need to compete with words. Once they got into the car and left the village entrance, Ruan Hui couldn't wait to ask Mr. Sanji who was that person. Iwasaki Sanji remained straight, even in the car. Wang Wenqing, known as Phoenix in the extraordinary realm of Europe, called Wrath of Heaven in Japan, and referred to as Crimson Emperor here. Hearing the name, it was indeed quite frightening. Ruan Hui's lips felt a bit dry. How strong is he? Iwasaki Sanji responded helplessly. Let's put it this way, as long as he wants to, if he just looks at us we will die. Ruan Hui. He was in a panic. With such a powerful backing for Ruan Wen, wouldn't participating in the family Steel Heart contest give her a tremendous advantage? It took their families 20 years to gradually undermine Ruan Wen's family's power. If Ruan Wen really gains power, their good days would be over. Ruan Hui quickly took out his phone. No, I need to notify the family. But beside him, Iwasaki Sanji pressed down on Ruan Hui's phone. Don't rush, let her participate in the contest. Ruan Hui, a traitor among us. I knew this little Japanese was unreliable. Iwasaki Sanji quickly explained. From her, I sensed the primordial aura. Ruan Hui blinked. What? Iwasaki Sanji smiled and said, if we capture them and offer them to the mechanical god sect, we will gain tremendous benefits. The information involved here touches upon real history. That is not something someone like Ruan Hui can know. Iwasaki Sanji slightly lowered his head, his old cloudy eyes now shining with a regular and intense light. In Chashu village beneath the old locust tree, Yuan's gaze shifted among a group of people, and after a while she sighed. How is it that there isn't a single normal person around me? Surprised, she exclaimed, the big shot is actually beside me. Lu Lin raised his hand and shot back. I am very normal. Yuan covered her head and said, aren't I the boss of 404? Can you show me some respect? Lu Lin ignored her and turned to Ruan Wen saying, Fourth, what's this Steel Heart competition you mentioned about? Yuan continued to rub her head and said, yes, tell us more about it. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. She replied, it's a trial from the Ruan family. By winning the Steel Heart competition, one can gain a portion of the rights to the Ruan family steel factory. The successful Steel Heart from the Steel Heart competition is considered the most powerful individual beneath the head of the Ruan family. At this point, Ruan Wen's gaze fell. I hold 1/7 of the factory's rights, but in the Steel Heart competition 10 years ago my faction was heavily suppressed, and in the end I only retained 1/7 of the rights. That's why they are targeting me. Heavily suppressed. Everyone was baffled. Did they really resort to such extreme measures to fight over assets? Is the Fourth's family so evil? Yuan couldn't comprehend. The previously silent Wang Wenqing added, compared to the secular world, the extraordinary realm is indeed more ruthless in competition. But conversely, there is immense power to be gained. After saying this, old Wang turned to leave. If you're interested, why not come to my courtyard for a little chat? Yuan exclaimed, let's go. Wang Wenqing is obviously a significant asset. I must hold on tight. Ruan Wen sighed. It seems that the allure of the neighbor Wang is significant, right, big donkey? Yuan exclaimed. Oh no, the Fourth is indeed full of schemes. No wonder he comes from a big family. His palace intrigue skills are truly seasoned. But what good is your scheming? Yuan turned around and pulled Lu Lin's hand saying, let's go together. Getting to know more can help the Fourth too. See, you insult me, but I'm still thinking of helping you. Isn't this how a true main consort should behave? Ha! This palace is indeed unfathomable. Ruan Wen. Lu Lin was led by Yuan's small hand. The sensation was soft and warm, surprisingly pleasant. But he still shook her off and said, I'll walk on my own. When they arrived at Wang Wenqing's small courtyard, the previously dilapidated and abandoned courtyard was now neatly organized. In the center of the yard was a new wooden couch adorned with a delicate purple clay tea set and all the necessary tools for brewing tea. The former brine jar had been cleaned and filled with fresh water where a water lily was thriving. The entire courtyard was tidied up with great elegance. Upon entering, Lu Lin felt as if he had stepped into another world. He praised, old Wang is quite good at tidying up. Wang Wenqing pointed to the kneeling woman brewing tea on the couch Wen Yu and said, it's all thanks to little Wen's efforts. Lu Lin looked at Wen Yu, who he had first seen wearing a baggy jacket, making it hard to discern her figure. But now she had changed into a flowing, form-fitting long dress, and the soft fabric accentuated Wen Yu's slender and curvy waist. Truly, this woman's waist was like a blade. It could kill. She was kneeling sideways on the wooden couch, the delicate waist contrasting sharply with her ample hips, making one deeply understand what it means to have hips surpassing the shoulders, rivaling the immortals. With her silently graceful demeanor, absolutely mesmerizing. This is what a true water-like woman is. Under the hazy moonlight in this old yet elegant courtyard, there was such a woman adorning the place. Lu Lin felt a surge of envy in his heart. Old Wang, you are so fortunate. Wang Wenqing chuckled. How about letting her accompany you? He had long been unable to tolerate Wen Yu. Lu Lin was ecstatic. Is there such a good thing? Wang Wenqing replied. Well, the premise is that you have to be able to handle her. Lu Lin said, I want to give it a try. At this moment, the oily and flamboyant Wang Yixiao came out from the house leaning against the doorframe with a sneer. Give it a try, and you'll perish understand. When you focused on brewing tea and leisurely said, I believe Mr. Lu is stronger than you waste. Wang Yixiao. Lu Lin. He asked, didn't he use you already? Miss Wen propped her chin and gazed gently at Lu Lin. Oh, he is not very capable, quickly became useless, and I don't even care to mention it. Wang Yixiao was so furious he laughed. That was because I wasn't prepared. Besides, this kid is still in the initial stage. If you use too much strength, he'll die right away. When you tilted her head and thought for a moment, that's fine, I can wait. I have a feeling that Mr. Lu will definitely be very impressive in the future. Lu Lin felt so flattered that he was almost embarrassed. Oh, that's easy to say. He Yuan exclaimed. What are you two doing? She boldly stood in front of Lu Lin with her chest puffed out saying, enough. Big donkey, you are interested in this kind of person too. Lu Lin frowned. Do you know about the second-hand advertisements of Aston Martin? He Yuan, huh? Lu Lin replied, such a beautiful car, you know it's second-hand, but do you care? Look at this chassis. Look at these headlights. Look at this beauty. He Yuan. Isn't this what those infatuated people say? How long will the female sea kings indulge before the honest ones can't wait any longer? He Yuan was filled with righteous indignation. I didn't expect you to be such a big donkey. When you from behind said sweetly, this sister is quite fierce, huh? He Yuan puffed up her chest and said, of course. Our second is even fiercer. Give it up, you wild hoof, you have no competitiveness in front of 404. Then when you pinched her waist with her hand and slowly pushed up, the flowing smooth fabric created gentle ripples, and the exquisitely refined curves left not just Lu Lin, but even Han Er and Ruan Wen mesmerized. This woman is truly bold. When pushed to the bottom, the ample and beautiful curves pressed against Wen Yu's hands. She looked down and said, I'm not bad either. He Yuan exclaimed. She quickly looked up, feeling heat in her nostrils. This woman is too daring. This is no longer tea. This is an outright provocation. Even someone of her caliber, the former Sea King, couldn't handle it, let alone a big donkey like this. So she dragged Lu Lin and headed for the exit. What kind of people are you? You're quite harmful. Lu Lin shouted. Let go, do you hear me? I'm not leaving. No one can pull me away. Wang Wenqing helplessly tapped his forehead. All right, everyone stop causing a ruckus, especially you when you behave yourself. As soon as he said this, the previously unruly Wen Yu immediately settled down. Quietly brewing tea, she resembled a gentle lady. Wang Wenqing sat on the couch and invited everyone, please sit down. Once Lu Lin also gathered around the small tea table, Wang Wenqing continued, is your elemental progression route an alchemist? Lu Lin flicked his wrist and replied yes. Wang Wenqing raised an eyebrow. Do you know what the next stage of the alchemist route is called? Lu Lin replied honestly, I don't know. Wang Huai mentioned that the various paths of elemental advancement not only have their compositions kept secret, but even the names of the stages are strictly locked away. This is indeed to prevent more people from accessing the extraordinary realm. But it is not for monopolization. It is for protection. The threshold for using elemental advancement is low and the effects are quick to manifest. However, its downside is significant side effects. Ordinary people can easily lose control. The widespread implementation of elemental advancement would be a disaster. Wang Wenqing said the next stage for the alchemist path is called veterinarian. Lu Lin and the others were left speechless. He Yuan blurted out, does that mean we can't treat humans? Ruan Wen pondered, humans are also a type of beast. Is that what it means? Wang Wenqing waved his hand, stop guessing aimlessly. Veterinarian is a shortened term, the full name is beast transformation doctor. Long ago it was also called blood sacrifice elder. At this stage the extraordinary beings of this path can autonomously beastify, thus acquiring powerful combat skills. Beast transformation. He Yuan's mind flashed with images of Lu Lin howling at the moon, then bursting forth into a werewolf form. Dio, what a thrill. He Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Lu Lin also imagined himself transforming into some kind of beast carrying a medicine box. He couldn't help but shiver, this is too much of a scam. His expression was a bit distorted. Am I going to turn into a beast? He Yuan, however, was quite excited. Yes, big donkey, you are going to turn into a beast. Thinking about it was quite thrilling. The second and fourth members exchanged glances, their expressions questioning what was wrong with He Yuan. Wang Wenqing, however, waved his hand and said, beastification is a relative concept. It does not only refer to the wild beasts of the mundane natural world, but also includes fantastical species that people are familiar with. Werewolves, eaglemen, lizards, and even dragons, gods. With this explanation, Lu Lin's mindset shifted back. It turns out that the path I chose isn't merely a supporting role. Wang Wenqing continued. The mainstream alchemist stage 2 elements are all synthetic, primarily made from the serum extracted from the pale ones composited with the characteristics of other beasts. It is relatively safe, but the effects are quite conventional. I mention this to remind you. The stage 2 elements provided by the Human Resources Bureau are definitely the common goods. But if you want stronger elements, you can also collect serums from other beasts. Lu Lin and the others exchanged glances. Based on the extraordinary realm's characteristic of effectiveness and negative aspects increasing proportionally, does this mean that the better the serum the more difficult it is to control? Lu Lin and the others raised their questions. Wang Wenqing affirmed, that's right. He Yuan decisively stated, let's directly use the one from the Human Resources Bureau. She was indeed quite looking forward to Big Donkey transforming into a beast. After all, compared to humans, beasts are often larger, stronger, and more enduring. Otherwise, why would women insult men by saying they are worse than beasts? Or simply that they are worse than dogs? How many women have become obsessed with raising dogs? Suddenly she felt that this idiom was a bit hard to face. But she certainly didn't want Lu Lin to lose control and turn into a completely irrational beast. Thinking of that scene, He Yuan involuntarily shivered. Would they end up being ruined? Lu Lin felt it was better to be cautious. After all, his initial goal was merely self-preservation. But Wang Wenqing said, the reason I am telling you this is that the connections between each stage of the alchemist path are quite significant. Its stage 3 is called trial drug expert, and its ancient name is frenzied hunter. It requires continuous hunting of extraordinary species, extracting elements from their bodies for concoction, constantly amplifying oneself. Thus, extraordinary beings of the alchemist path are also referred to as vampires. If the starting point is too low, your subsequent promotions will also be affected. He Yuan blinked, thinking that sometimes being too powerful is not good, being just enough is more comfortable. Moreover, vampires or something. He Yuan's mind drifted to movies like Interview with the Vampire Twilight. Oh my, just thinking about it made her mouth water. Lu Lin shook his wrist. Then, we can't get the serums you mentioned. Wang Wenqing replied, I can help you. I happen to know the whereabouts of several divine bloods. Saying this, he asked you to take out paper and pen to list a list. When they finished writing, Lu Lin and the others took a look. Blood of the despairing black dragon, Naiad Odin's blood, Zeus blood of the azure dragon. Lu Lin and the others were left dumbfounded. Is this list serious? Old Wang is going to slay gods. Moreover, how many copies is this? Even the calm Lu Lin felt his face go numb. Wait, is this really that exaggerated? Wang Wenqing waved his hand. It's just for show. All the items on this list are already fallen divine existences, but they left behind some traces, and these blood traces contain their original characteristics, so using them to synthesize stage 2 elements is completely fine. Of course, if you want something of a lower grade, that's fine too. He Yuan suddenly became wary. Why are you so nice to Big Donkey? Offering gifts right off the bat, now also offering divine blood. What is it? Could it be that Big Donkey is his own son? He Yuan carefully looked between them. They didn't look alike at all. Wang Wenqing smiled. Of course it's not free. This counts as you owing me a favor, and the costs of acquiring the blood serum need to be borne by you yourself. Lu Lin asked, how much is it? Wang Wenqing replied, about 30 to 40 million. Lu Lin nodded, that's not too much. 30 million can get the blood serum of characters from myths and legends. What a wonderful sense of participation and superiority. How many rich people spend hundreds of millions for a world-famous painting? Compared to that 30 to 40 million. It is a bit expensive, but it is not unacceptable. Wang Wenqing added, that's in US dollars. Lu Lin was stunned. DIO. $30 to $40 million. That's 200 to 300 million soft currency. While this price isn't exaggerated compared to the item itself. But where would he get 200 to 300 million soft currency? Even if he were to earn over 100 days, he wouldn't be able to make that much. Lu Lin's face darkened immediately. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Time to leave. Wang Wenqing chuckled, don't think it's expensive. This is a friendship price plus a discount. You have to understand, just the information about the locations of those divine bloods can fetch $30 to $40 million in the extraordinary realm. Not to mention the resources required to extract the divine blood. Lu Lin shook his wrist, gasping, it's not that I think it's expensive, I just feel poor. Wang Wenqing pondered for 2 seconds and replied, it can be paid in installments. Everyone. For a brief moment, Lu Lin saw a glimpse of the capitalist's face in Wang Wenqing. But could someone like Wang Wenqing, who could easily suppress those people earlier, really be aiming the sickle at his little leak? He's not Boss Wang from Pinduoduo. Lu Lin thought for a moment and asked, what is the effect of this divine blood? Wang Wenqing replied, you can understand some from various mythological texts. The black dragon possesses the traits of extraction and corrosion, but is inherently violent and dark. Zeus wields the power of thunder, yet is known for his flirtatious and suspicious nature. Odin is knowledgeable, symbolizing wisdom, magic, war, and death, but he is also warlike and reckless, intrinsically tied to the causes of death. The azure dragon has a powerful life force soaring through the clouds and controlling winds and thunder, but there is a significant chance Lu Lin would develop a bestiality fetish. After much thought, Lu Lin felt the black dragon was unsuitable for him, and Odin's connection to death was a bit frightening. He actually quite liked the azure dragon, but as for the bestiality thing, he certainly didn't want to become a grassroots hero. Thus, the negative effects of Zeus' traits were the only ones he could accept. Lu Lin pointed to the list and said, then he'll take the blood of Zeus. Wang Wenqing responded, good. Once we get it, you can give me the first payment. Lu Lin. He never expected this. Lu Lin had launched a popular internet celebrity like He Yuan before graduating, and after a series of operations had created a variety show. His life was flourishing, and he was on the verge of financial freedom. But with a snap he fell into old Wang's hands. Suddenly he was burdened with debts amounting to 30 to 40 million in US dollars. The moment the deal was struck, Lu Lin felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. It was as if he saw his beautiful life swiftly slipping away. Lu Lin grimaced in pain and said, "In that case we should head back for now." Wang Wenqing replied, "Take care." He Yuan bounced behind Lu Lin and asked, "Hey, why do you look so gloomy?" Without waiting for Lu Lin to respond, she leaned in closer. "Don't worry, the influence of Zeus blood is negligible. I've got your back." He Yuan was overjoyed when Lu Lin chose Zeus blood. "I have a chance now. If Zeus blood influences him. Goodness, according to the myths, wouldn't he just be unable to resist if I beckoned to him?" As for whether Lu Lin would mess around behind her back, men are men. What's wrong with having more women? It's not like they can't afford to take care of them. Lu Lin expressed his disdain. "What use are you?" He Yuan replied earnestly, "Am very useful. No investigation, no right to speak, you understand." Lu Lin rolled his eyes, as if you've investigated anything. He Yuan was puzzled. "Why do you think I haven't investigated?" Lu Lin. At that moment Ruan Wen quietly said, "I remember her telling me that being a woman is quite enjoyable. I wonder who she investigated with." He Yuan. "This damn old four. Truly relentless in their ambition, despite me supporting you so much before." He Yuan gritted her teeth and said, "Investigation must be done personally for accuracy. How about I investigate you instead?" As she spoke, she suddenly spread her fingers, the translucent strands of elite silk refracting the cold moonlight between her fingers. Ruan Wen jumped back in fright. "That thread, is it serious?" Lu Lin called out to stop them. "Enough, don't wake up Grandpa." Wang Wenqing's yard is right next to Grandpa's house, and the elderly man sleeps lightly. Once they settled down, Lu Lin prepared to head back to sleep. So much had happened that day, and tomorrow would bring even more. Teacher Chen Daoming was coming. They were filming a variety show, and he had to figure out how to earn more money. Logically, this route should be very profitable, but the Labor Bureau prohibits extraordinary individuals from circulating extraordinary items in the mundane world. Once caught, they would face severe penalties. This is also why Lu Lin wanted to delve deeply into the entertainment industry. After all, when it comes to making money easily, the entertainment industry is arguably the easiest field. He Yuan gazed longingly at Lu Lin. "Big donkey, are you lonely at night, feeling cold and desolate?" "Ambuho." Old Han and Old Four quickly pulled her back and covered her mouth. "They are sensible." Lu Lin internally praised them, thinking these two have already taken on his shape in this aspect. The next day, Teacher Chen Daoming finally arrived. This prominent figure was quite low-key, wearing a cap and a black vest, waving to Lu Lin and the others from a distance. Teacher Fu Dalong was the first to step forward and shake hands with Teacher Chen, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Chen." Teacher Chen smiled brightly and replied, "Not at all, the scenery along the way was great." Then it was Lu Lin's turn. "Hello, Teacher Chen. I grew up watching you on TV." Teacher Chen Daoming shook Lu Lin's hand firmly. "Little Lu, you are quite impressive for your age." "I certainly didn't have such capability at your age." Lu Lin beamed. "It's all just luck." After Teacher Chen Daoming greeted everyone, he took the script sent by Teacher Fu Dalong from his assistant and said, "Little Lu, your concept is excellent. This genuinely links cultural entertainment with local development. I would even suggest that we do it this way for every season of our program from now on. It will definitely be great." Indeed, everyone felt a sense of understanding in their hearts. Teacher Chen Daoming wouldn't personally intervene in just any variety show. He had higher-level objectives. Lu Lin followed up, "I think so too. Our China is vast with diverse local cultures. Letting local culture reach the nation and even the world can better drive economic development." "Good. Wonderful." Teacher Chen Daoming's hearty praise invigorated everyone. He looked at Lu Lin with admiration in his eyes. "This environment is too restless, with everyone just wanting to get rich quick. Little Lu, it's truly rare to have such a mindset." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Lin's hand. "Let's walk and talk." In the crowd, Teacher Fu Dalong, indifferent to fame and fortune, did not mind Teacher Chen Daoming's actions. He Yuan and Ruan Wen were too familiar with Lu Lin. They had a sense of what's his is mine and what's mine is his. Thus, seeing Teacher Chen Daoming favoring Lu Lin, they were all full of joy. The ones most shocked in their hearts were Yin Zheng and Huo Wensi. Yin Zheng, the current popular eating broadcast host who looked delicate but had already gained weight, suddenly felt a jolt of electricity surge through his head. Lu Lin was about to make it big. Life in the distance was going to become a fast track that countless stars would fight to get on. "Oh my, I must hold on to this big leg of Lu Lin tightly." And Huo Wensi. She stared intently at Lu Lin, her eyes filled with envy and fervor in her view. Lu Lin was not just a person, he was a golden immortal root. "I am so freaking tempted." Huo Wensi's breathing became heavy and labored. A strong intuition was fiercely impacting her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Her heart was fluttering uncontrollably. She knew this time she had completely hit the jackpot with Lu Lin. Just then He Yuan approached with an unfriendly expression. Why are you staring at our big donkey breathing heavily? Wensi was startled by He-Yuan suddenly approaching her, but she quickly grasped He-Yuan's hand and softly whispered, "Are you really so petty?" He-Yuan, what do you mean I'm petty? Look at my figure, sister. Wensi leaned closer and whispered, "Men tend to prefer girls with a grand demeanor. You know the red flag at home does not fall while the colorful flags outside flutter. It's in a man's nature. If you suppress that nature, he will be displeased. How could he choose you if he was displeased? Especially a capable man like LV Lin." Wensi continued, "Right now we are still filming this variety show and haven't stepped into the outside world yet. Just think about how many people will go to great lengths to throw themselves into that man's bed when we go back." He-Yuan. She found her reasoning quite sound. In fact, she had come to terms with it yesterday. Men, what's wrong with having more women? Seeing that He-Yuan was starting to waver, Wensi said, "We could even form an alliance. Even if men have a nature for flirtation, their energy is ultimately limited, right? Can we not handle him alone?" He-Yuan's expression suddenly turned complex. "Perhaps you truly can't handle him. After all, this big guy is a man capable of becoming quite the beast. Who knows how fierce he could become?" Thinking of this, He-Yuan felt disinterested. She waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about it later." Wensi was puzzled. Why had this girl's attitude changed so quickly? Did she disdain working with her? No, it didn't seem so. It felt more like she thought the difficulty was quite high and was somewhat disheartened. Wensi, having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, had sharp instincts. But what was so difficult about winning over LV Lin? He couldn't possibly like men, right? He could even handle someone non-human. She had encountered similar preferences in influential people before. Just give it a shot. Although she was a bit older and not as youthful, she had advantages that others did not. She had a daughter. The saying goes, father and son fight together, mother and daughter conquer together. With her well-maintained beauty and her daughter, how many men could resist the immense allure and the thrill of taboo? Wensi was filled with confidence. She looked back at LV Lin in front and thought that this young man was already in the palm of her hand. LV Lin, walking ahead, had no idea that the women behind him were already thinking about how to completely devour him. He was engaged in a warm conversation with teacher Chen Daoming. Teacher Chen Daoming gave a very high evaluation of the variety show that LV Lin was creating. After chatting for a while, teacher Chen realized that this young man not only had great ideas, but also a solid sense of principle and an upright manner. For example, when it came to road construction, he actually took out half of the signing fee to fix the road in the village. Although it was just a simple concrete road and not very long, considering the materials, labor, and the complex terrain, it would cost at least several million. Yet this young man took it out without hesitation. Good. Well done. This kind of decisiveness was something even he found quite remarkable. Teacher Chen Daoming sighed. Before I came here, I thought to myself that I had never taken on a disciple. I reviewed your resume during this time and was somewhat tempted. But after our conversation, I realized that your broad-mindedness makes it a waste for you to be my disciple. LV Lin raised an eyebrow and said, "You are being too polite. I can do it. But a person like teacher Chen would not easily change his mind once made up." He replied calmly, "No, let's just consider ourselves friends across generations. If you ever need anything, just let me know." LV Lin did not press the issue. All right. After returning to the village, everyone had a simple lunch. Then they began to work. Teacher Chen Daoming had already read the script on the way here and had made some modifications to the details in the script on the way back to the village. Since this is a lifestyle-oriented variety show, there weren't too many aspects that required dramatization. The main content of the script focused on promoting local life and coffee. Since teacher Chen had not been involved before, the descriptions of him in the script were somewhat superficial. Therefore, teacher Chen mainly supplemented this part. Then there were some added mini-games and small tasks to enhance the program's effect. With teacher Chen Daoming and teacher Fu Dalong teaming up, the recording of the second episode of Life in the Distance was particularly smooth. The recording was completed in just 2 days. Once the final edit was ready and teacher Chen Daoming reviewed it, they prepared to send it to Mango TV. The contracts that Wensi brought back ultimately confirmed that LV Lin would collaborate with Mango TV. Although he wasn't particularly fond of this satellite TV, Mango TV had originally started with variety shows and had accumulated a large number of fans over the years, creating a significant reliance among the audience. Now, when people think of variety shows in China, they often first think of Mango TV's Happy Family. However, in recent years, with the rise of major internet companies, variety shows like The Odd Show, The Ace Family, and The Extreme Men's Team have captured a significant portion of the market. Originally regarded as a national variety show, Happy Family has gradually faded and is no longer as impactful. After all, making variety shows doesn't require much technical skill and the money comes in quickly. Other capital has long set its sights on it. Thus, this time, in order to seize the market, Mango TV offered a very high price. It could be considered a win-win situation. Mango TV acquired an excellent program, while LV Lin and his team gained a large number of quality variety show fans. After the filming concluded, teacher Chen Daoming had to leave. At his position, it's not an exaggeration to say he had a busy schedule. Before leaving, teacher Chen Daoming shook LV Lin's hand and said, "I feel a familiar bond with you, Xiao LV. When I return, I will give you a gift. LV Lin laughed and said, oh no, that would be too much trouble. Teacher Chen Daoming smiled mysteriously. You must accept this gift. After bidding farewell to everyone, Teacher Chen Daoming began his journey back. Meanwhile, the others started looking forward to the broadcast of the second episode. Even though the first episode performed well, one must never become complacent when it comes to content. The difference between being earnest and not can be easily seen. They feared that their lack of quality would disappoint the audience, especially with Mango TV inviting many popular stars from their variety shows to jointly promote it. Recently, whenever LV Lin and his team opened an app, they would see splash screen promotions. The hometown Moonlight Girl, the most talented actor, and that man with background music all collaborating in a brand new variety show. With such a grand momentum, the pressure on LV Lin and his team was considerable. Finally, on Friday, the new episode of Life in the Distance officially aired on the Mango Video app. LV Lin and his team had already prepared their small stools ready to follow the data at any moment. The broadcast of the second episode had more viewers thanks to the early promotions by Mango TV. As soon as it started, the back-end streaming data surged toward 10 million. This is quite a substantial audience. As time progressed, by the time it reached 7 to 8 in the evening, the view count for Life from Afar hit its peak. It was racing directly toward 100 million views. The shares and bullet comments saw explosive growth compared to the first episode. Lu Lin and the others were busy collating the bullet comments in the comment section. Just like before, most of the comments were praises. This episode mainly featured Teacher Chen Daoming participating in the coffee bean harvesting, where he discovered the coffee beans roasted by Yang Xiaoya while exchanging them for supplies. The aroma was delightful. The acidity was just right, and the flavor was rich and layered. Teacher Chen Daoming expressed his heartfelt admiration and fondness for the coffee roasted by Yang Xiaoya. Thus, this episode provided ample exposure for Yang Xiaoya, and many viewers in the bullet comments expressed their fondness for her. This girl looks so good when she smiles. There's a refreshing scent of distant woods. While the one upstairs is so cultured, unlike me, who only knows wow walk the world. Oh, I have a wife again. Please make way, we are here to feed the wife faction. Mei Mei is the best in the world. To be fair, Mei Mei is really good at cooking. Of course, just look at whose wife it is. Lu Lin, it's me, thank you. Wang Kuku, Lu Lin is mine. The one upstairs, die for daddy. Various bullet comments kept refreshing in the back end, making it difficult to watch the program normally without turning on the bullet comment blocker. Looking at these bullet comments, Teacher Fu Dalong sighed. I really can't understand the interaction of young people nowadays. What else can one watch seriously like this? It seems that more people are focusing their energy on chatting and bullet comments. What about their performances? What are they? Teacher Fu Dalong felt a bit melancholic for a moment, as if he sensed the glory of an era was being stripped away from him. Lu Lin, seeing this, smiled and said, this is just a way for young people to communicate. Good works will still be watched attentively by everyone. It's just that they can communicate while watching, enhancing their sense of participation. Why not? It's not like going to a cinema where it's over once it's finished. Things on the internet can be watched repeatedly, as long as you have internet access. Teacher Fu Dalong pondered and realized it was true. Entertainment is meant for the broad masses. Focusing solely on artistry can lead to isolation from the people. After a bit of self-reflection, Teacher Fu Dalong thanked Lu Lin, saying, well said, you can be my one-word teacher. Lu Lin laughed heartily wherever. Hiaoan, watching from the side, was also very happy as so many bullet comments led back to her. She became a bit proud. Looks like my popularity is pretty good now. Lu Lin laughed. You got it wrong. Your popularity has always been great. Hiaoan. She looked at Lu Lin with a mournful gaze. Big donkey, you've changed. You used to be gentle like water, now you're just like ice. Cold. Hard. Lu Lin casually replied. Wait until it boils, then you'll cry. Hiaoan. Can this dog really speak human language? After watching the second episode with tens of millions of viewers, Lu Lin and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very good, the market response was very successful. Huo Wenxi chimed in. After this broadcast, there will probably be many endorsements, soft ads, and other collaborations coming in. She clapped her hands. Get ready to collect money. Hiaoan was the most excited. Yay. Making money feels the best. I won't accept any rebuttals. After the hard work of these days, Lu Lin immediately stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone has worked hard. Let's go home early to rest today, and we'll have a good meal tomorrow. Hiaoan leaned over playfully and asked, how hard is it? Lu Lin. He raised his fist. This hard. Hiaoan feigned surprise. That's indeed quite big. So hard. Lu Lin. Die for daddy. This day ended perfectly. Though Lu Lin hit her, Hiaoan was still very happy. Otherwise, why wouldn't he hit anyone else? He only hits me. This is probably what it means to be favored, and thus fearless. The next day, Lu Lin woke up early. In the morning mist, Lu Lin stood in the village with his hands behind his back, watching the big white goose strolling elegantly through the village. Teacher Fu Dalong, who was also out for morning exercise, saw Lu Lin enjoying the morning breeze and admiring the big goose and smiled. Do you also like white geese? After becoming familiar with Teacher Fu Dalong, he also became more talkative. He stood next to Lu Lin with high spirits, saying, In ancient times, Wang Shiji paid a lot for a goose. I heard there's a Taoist nearby who raises particularly good white geese, and Wang Shiji even went specifically to seek one. At first the Taoist refused to give it, and Wang Shiji used a piece of calligraphy to exchange for it. There was also Luo Bin Wang. His poem about geese is still in elementary school textbooks. Saying this, teacher Fu Dalong surveyed the mountain village and took a deep breath. Ah, so comfortable. The mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, the people are good, and the scenery is good. Even the air is so fresh. He really liked this place. Even those few big geese had their feathers neatly groomed, contrasting beautifully with the green mountains and waters. Lu Lin turned to teacher Fu Dalong and said, I feel so bad eating these big geese you mentioned. Teacher Fu Dalong, eat? He looked at Lu Lin with wide eyes, momentarily unable to comprehend. Such elegant geese, and you actually want to eat them? This is simply burning the chin and boiling the goose. Teacher Fu Dalong couldn't help but swallow hard. He was angry, not greedy. Lu Lin continued, I've been craving for iron pot braised big goose for a long time. I'm going to discuss it with Grandpa right now. Teacher Fu Dalong grabbed Lu Lin, saying, how about we forget it? I think it's quite nice for them to wander around in the village. Lu Lin tilted his head, but it's iron pot braised big goose. Teacher Fu Dalong, chicken stew with mushrooms is also fine. Yun Dian is most abundant in mushrooms. While Lu Lin and teacher Fu Dalong were discussing whether to have iron pot braised big goose or chicken stew with mushrooms, He Yaoan, dressed in a white t-shirt, suddenly rushed over. While rushing, she shouted, not good, not good. Lu Lin looked at the frantic He Yaoan and wondered, what happened to make you so anxious? He Yaoan rushed in front of Lu Lin, used her traditional skills, and shoved her phone in his face. Hoo-hoo. We are being criticized online. Lu Lin had long grown accustomed to being attacked. In the human world, there are many diseases, and the red-eye disease is one of them, a terminal illness that even wealth cannot cure. Very few can truly cultivate self-restraint and inner peace. Most abandon their greatest innate advantage and choose blind obedience. Previously, He Yuan was criticized for her questionable character, resorting to any means necessary to gain power. Lu Lin chose to resolve this with the poverty and familial bonds of his upbringing. He was uncertain what the situation was this time. He pulled his phone away from his face and began to browse. But as he looked on, his brows involuntarily knitted together. It wasn't just an attack on He Yuan. The title of the article He Yuan showed him was Master Chen Daming's reputation crumbles at the end of his life. A lifetime of integrity suddenly turned to ruin in the hands of newcomers. To be fair, the tone was quite strong. The article described Master Chen Daming's life in a style rich with the flavor of public accounts, listing his works and affirming his character. Then the tone shifted, beginning to criticize the production team of Life in the Distance. Using the name of hometown sentiments to engage in commercial schemes. Anyone with a bit of coffee knowledge knows how subpar Yundian coffee beans are. It's a pity that Master Chen still had to act as if he was enjoying it on the show. What a shame for Master Chen Daoming, whose lifelong reputation was ruined by the younger generation in his later years, becoming a tool for others in live commerce. How is this different from those internet celebrities or washed-up stars? Especially the last statement made Lu Lin's eyelids twitch. Shrimp and pork heart, simply shrimp and pork heart. If it weren't for Master Chen Daoming himself calling to express his desire to appear, but rather if they had hired him at great expense. Lu Lin even doubted whether Master Chen would feel enraged after reading this article. After reading, Lu Lin began to grasp the situation. The article seemed to harshly criticize Life in the Distance, yet the real target was not them. It was coffee. Lu Lin chuckled. Initially, he thought someone in the entertainment industry wanted to attack them, especially since their rise to fame was rapid, and they were now venturing into the variety show arena. Naturally, this would invite envy. After all, everyone has limited leisure time for entertainment. Games, novels, movies, television, variety shows. Each one competes for user time against others. Although one can indeed watch a variety show while playing a game and then watch a movie on the computer, such individuals are still few. Moreover, honestly, these users hold little value. Only users fully immersed in one form of entertainment allow operators to extract profits from them. In this regard, the Goose Factory has truly mastered the art. So when He Yuan rushed over saying they were being attacked, the shadow of the entertainment industry and internet giants flashed through Lu Lin's mind. But now, upon closer inspection, it was nothing like that. Yet his experience was still too shallow. He didn't understand where this enemy was coming from. Without grasping the enemy, one cannot discern the true purpose behind the attacks, and without knowing the enemy's real motives, rashly retaliating will lead to being beaten down. Thus, Lu Lin handed his phone to teacher Fu Dalong and asked old Fu, take a look. Teacher Fu Dalong also furrowed his brow, puzzled. After reading several articles, are we being targeted because of the coffee we promote? Is Xingqiu Coffee the one pushing this from behind? In the coffee beverage industry, Xingqiu Coffee is almost a monopoly in the country. Over the years, foreign trends have surged into the domestic market, and people have begun to appreciate coffee as a beverage. A decade ago, coffee was seen as a luxury for the bourgeoisie, something only the wealthy consumed. In recent years, as the domestic economy has continued to grow, more and more people can afford coffee, leading to a steady increase in the market value related to coffee. Riding on this wind, Xinxue has soared, becoming a giant in the field. They not only expanded in the instant coffee sector, but also have mid-range and high-end coffee beverage shops offline. Through a series of marketing efforts, Xinxue has almost become synonymous with coffee in the minds of the Chinese people. If it's the other side taking action, it seems plausible. But Lu Lin always felt that things were not so simple. He furrowed his brows in thought, while teacher Fu Dalong was searching for more articles, trying to uncover the true masterminds behind the vast sea of internet links. But He Yuan was anxious. More anxious than when she was personally attacked. Promoting coffee cultivation to break the monopoly procurement of Yundian coffee beans by other channels and allowing locals to earn money was the wealth strategy they had discussed together recently. Initially, they just wanted to use this program to promote the term Yundian coffee, gradually enriching its concept. To make more people realize, coffee is not solely a foreign specialty. We also have excellent coffee domestically. But now they hadn't even taken the first step, or just lifting their foot, they were suddenly struck down by someone. How would the village prosper afterward? So she anxiously said, "Big Donkey, what do you think we should do? Should I post a video to retort, or should we directly send coffee beans to professional coffee tasters for evaluation?" Lu Lin waved his hand. For those who wish to attack you, your actions are merely providing a target. If you post a video to counter them, they would gleefully point at you and say, "Look, she's panicking." If it weren't for being poked at a sensitive spot, how could she be so anxious? As for the professional coffee tasters' evaluations, they would say you hired Water Army, and then it would be another round of doxing, digging up black materials to prove to the public that this person was definitely paid to speak. If even someone like Master Chen Daoming can be attacked, others have even less to worry about regarding black materials. Even if they brought out the silver award for the coffee beans they imported from abroad, they would still tell you about the production area, sunlight exposure, variety cultivation techniques, and so on, asserting that expanding production would definitely be unreliable. Can concept cars and production cars be the same thing? Boss Jia has built a bunch of award-winning cars in America. This is a world of comparison, so for those who wish to tarnish your reputation, how you speak is not important. What I say is what matters. For example, BBC. He Yuan became even more anxious after hearing this. So what should we do? Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Lu Lin flicked his wrist and said, letting bullets fly is because I know the bullets will hit, but this time we don't even know where the target is. Thinking of this, Lu Lin's gaze sharpened. Got it. He may not know, but someone might. He Yuan at this moment had no time for jokes and quickly asked, "What did you get?" Lu Lin ignored He Yuan and took out his phone to call teacher Chen Daoming. The call connected quickly and teacher Chen Daoming's clear and steady voice came through. "Xiao Lu, I didn't expect you to call first." Lu Lin asked, "Did you see the article online?" Teacher Chen Daoming replied, "Yes, you weren't affected, were you?" Lu Lin felt a bit embarrassed. "It's clearly our program that has had a negative impact on you." Teacher Chen Daoming laughed heartily. "It seems to be targeting you, but their goals are likely larger. However, I haven't yet figured out who is behind it. As soon as I do, I'll let you know." Lu Lin was astonished. Is it possible that such a WeChat article hides such a big trap? He voiced his confusion. Teacher Chen Daoming patiently explained, "On the surface, this article criticizes the coffee from Yunnan, but it's actually a form of preheating. Just wait, since they've made a move, they definitely won't just let it go quietly." Lu Lin understood. Indeed, these big shots are very composed. He Yuan, listening to their phone call, was anxious. Why were both of them so calm? She thought to herself, get aggressive. Go confront them. Don't hesitate, just act. Lu Lin smiled when he saw her anxiously scratching her head. It's probably just a matter of a few days. Let's observe a bit longer, no rush. He Yuan stomped her foot. I'm so annoyed. Why is the world like this? All we want is to make a modest fortune, yet it's filled with so many obstacles. This world is just too difficult. She angrily turned around and went back, not because she was mad at Lu Lin, but because she was frustrated with herself. You're so useless. He Yuan. If only I could follow the internet cable and eliminate those opportunists one by one, that would be satisfying. He Yuan walked back, each step filled with a murderous intent. Teacher Fu Dalong shook his head and laughed at He Yuan's retreating figure. This young girl has quite the temper. Lu Lin laughed along. Indeed. Now she's not as impulsive as before. In the past, he might have exploded. Lu Lin withdrew his gaze regrettably, saying, "We won't stew the goose today." Teacher Fu Dalong hurriedly pulled Lu Lin away. No stewing, no stewing. Although he was an actor, he was also somewhat of a scholar. It would be a shame to stew a goose that was raised so well. Once back at Grandpa's house, Lu Lin enlisted Huo Wenxi to investigate the forces behind this incident. However, Huo Wenxi had limited resources in the mainland and didn't uncover anything by evening. Meanwhile, the criticism of the variety show Life from Afar was intensifying online. Forums like Weibo, Bianhu, Hupu, Dubon, and Haijiao started to see waves of critical posts. This significant momentum caught Mango TV's attention, and the operations manager responsible for coordinating with the show called Huo Wenxi, "Sister Hui, this online momentum seems off to me." Huo Wenxi was in the yard comparing search trends across various websites when she heard this and felt overwhelmed. Someone must be envious. But isn't that a good thing? Being criticized is also a form of attention. The other side sighed. I initially thought so as well, which is why we didn't act sooner. I figured it was free publicity for us. But now that Weibo's heat has surged into the top 5, if this continues, future promotional endorsements won't be easy to secure. As Lu Lin once said, attention comes in many forms. If negative attention like this isn't promptly countered, it leaves a lasting stereotype with the audience. Then, life from afar will likely be done after one season. Of course, Ruan Wen, as an experienced agent, understood this principle. But Lu Lin kept insisting on not letting her use PR tactics. Ruan Wen thought for a moment and said, "Wait, I'll think of a solution." The other side replied, "Please hurry, if it doesn't work we can step in too." As operators, they could still afford to hire online commenters. Ruan Wen quickly agreed, "All right." After hanging up, she gazed at Lu Lin with great resentment. At that moment, Lu Lin was busy cleaning up dinner with Grandpa, looking so down to earth. Ruan Wen was immediately captivated. He looks so good, so talented, and so easygoing. It's frustrating that I was born over 20 years too early. Otherwise, I could have seized this young man's weaknesses. Ruan Wen snapped out of her daydream and shouted at Lu Lin, "Aren't you even a little anxious? Not even issuing a statement." Lu Lin brought the dishes out from the kitchen. "I feel like this isn't a game that belongs to us, so stepping in now would just make us cannon fodder." Teacher Chen also said to wait, so let's be patient. Let's eat first. The dinner was still warm and light home-cooked food, but everyone ate without savoring the taste. After dinner around 6 o'clock, many urban youths who had finished work or were slacking off at their jobs finally had time to go online. During the day, they had seen many notifications about life from afar. However, they were busy working, and even if some fans thought those articles were biased, they had no time to refute them. So many fans of the show had been holding back their anger all day. Finally, when they had time in the evening, they picked up their phones and keyboards shouting, "Let's go." Thus, countless sons and daughters of Huaxiao rose ready to defend. Some were well-known bloggers with a decent following, while others were just random individuals. But for the sake of this refreshing and genuinely meaningful variety show, they united at this moment to counter the numerous slanderous posts online. A popular vlogger spent half a day creating a video titled, "Who Did Life from Afar Offend?" This long video was released by a female vlogger named Chao Xiaoling. She compared and contrasted various aspects like concept, camera work style, and content with other domestic superficial variety shows. In the end, she didn't provide a conclusion, but said this, "From my comparisons just now, I believe anyone with a sense of aesthetics and pursuit should know which variety show has more integrity. Please type in the comments what you consider a show of integrity. Thank you." Through this incident, it becomes apparent that capital players not only want to control your wallet, but even your preferences. Simply because the content promoted by a variety show overshadowed theirs and affected their vested interests, they began to slander it extensively, treating people like fools. Well, I really don't know who the fool is in this situation. In this video, Chao Xiaoling, through a conspiracy theory lens, included giants like the coffee industry and entertainment variety industries, such as Xingqiue and E-Factory. She placed life from afar in the position of the victim. The well-structured and rhythmically paced video quickly surged onto the trending list of the site. In just 1 hour, it garnered around 60 to 70,000 shares and over 500,000 views. The likes and coins also kept climbing. Similar things were happening on Weibo and Bianhu. In just 2 or 3 hours, thanks to the volunteers' efforts, the online reputation quickly turned around. So will they win? Lu Lin frowned tightly. No, it's not that easy. Since the other party has initiated a public opinion battle, the tactics they employ will undoubtedly be far from simple. Tactics like controlling reviews, deleting posts, and restricting trending topics are already conventional operations. Although it is old, the effect is indeed remarkable. Even the former leader of the beautiful nation suffered a severe backlash. What else is impossible in this world? Moreover, the memory capacity of internet users is limited, and there are so many events happening both domestically and internationally every day. Everyone is eager to seize public promotional resources. Therefore, as long as the control over reviews and post deletions continues for a few days, the heat surrounding this issue will naturally diminish. In the end, it will only leave people with a stereotype that faraway life is bad and Yundian coffee is unworthy. While Lu Lin was worried, he was delighted to see the shift in momentum with He Yuan. She laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Haha. Damn, it turns out our fans have such strong combat power. I'm telling you not to worry, this is solid. With such top-notch fans, we will definitely win. Everyone. Ruan Wen transformed back into her previous cold and sharp-tongued self, mocking. He Yuan's proud demeanor has the water in your chest flooded into your brain. He Yuan. She felt a little dazed, unsure whether Lao Si was mocking her or complimenting her. Was it jealousy? Or both? She scratched her head and asked, "What do you mean?" Ruan Wen's eyes were deep. 1 fan beats 10 haters. He Yuan. She was a bit flustered, thinking it shouldn't be that serious. But by late night, a large number of posts defending faraway life began to appear on Weibo and other platforms. These posts appeared like a virus under various trending posts. Moreover, the tone was surprisingly consistent. The content was as follows. Do you know how tragic Mimi's background is? Do you know how hard our Mimi has worked? She did such extraordinary things to debut, and all she wanted was to return home to help her hometown, yet you speak of her like this. What's wrong with Chinese coffee? Does Chinese coffee have to be worse than foreign coffee? You criticize Chinese coffee, but aren't you Chinese? I hope those reading this comment will share it so more people can see it. Go Mimi. Go Yundian coffee. At first glance, this comment seemed innocuous, just a normal show of support. However, clicking on these accounts revealed that most of them were zombie accounts. Additionally, this statement employed many terms from Inyang studies. For example, do you know how much something is? Or if you don't share, you aren't Chinese. If these suggestive phrases appeared in small quantities, they would be considered merely the affection of fervent fans. However, if it spread widely, it would only lead the public to speculate in conspiracy theories. Could this be the Water Army, bought by Lu Lin and his team? Moreover, such seemingly supportive posts can easily provoke a backlash among netizens. Once flooded with this information, incidents of fans turning to haters could occur. So when Lu Lin saw the overwhelming support posts, he gasped, "What a damaging strategy. This is truly a death trap. They are being roasted on the fire." Hiyuan didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, but after Ruan Wen's earlier hint, she understood that the current state was very bad. So she immediately asked, "What should we do? Should I issue a statement on the platform account?" Ruan Wen sneered, "Then the opponent will say we're thieves caught in the act." Lu Lin waved his wrist, "We can't just sit and wait." After thinking for a moment, he had a sudden inspiration. "Let's go fishing." Hiyuan, annoyed, exclaimed, "What fish are we going to catch? Are we of fishing age now? That's just something middle-aged men do after their testosterone declines." Lu Lin slapped her on the head. "I mean fishing on Weibo." Hiyuan hugged her head. "Dio. This guy hit me again. I'll endure it. I'll write it in my diary later." Just thinking about it made Hiyuan feel melancholic. Back in the day, his diary was a true daily record. I never expected it to become a record of being beaten daily. She asked pitifully, "What do you want to do?" Lu Lin quickly got up. "Come follow me." Ruan Wen tilted her head, puzzled. "Why do you two need to go to the side to operate? Is your fishing serious fishing?" So she also got up. "I'll help you both." Hiyuan, "What do you have to do with this? Can you leave, please?" But before she could say anything, Lu Lin said, "All right, let's do it together." Following Lu Lin's instructions, Hiyuan and the others quickly prepared the content and posted it on various social media platforms like Xiaopo, Douyin, and Weibo. In the video, Hiyuan spoke confidently to the camera from within a rundown old house. "Today, numerous criticisms of my role in faraway life suddenly appeared online, from unilateral denunciations on public accounts at noon to mutual confrontations at night, and now to viral support posts. I'm really confused. After all, I just became famous and I have no experience." Then I posted a message under my Weibo. "Today, Mimi also wants to hide far away." You guess what happened? In the video, Hiyuan spread her hands, showing a screenshot. Her Weibo post had only been up for less than 5 minutes when that viral support comment appeared below. This comment was even pinned by Hiyuan. Hiyuan's face took on the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "So who bought me marketing? Such a large scale must have cost a lot of money. Could you please just transfer the money directly to me? Please, we can't mess around like this." At this point, the video ended. With this video, Hiyuan, who was already in the eye of the storm, was suddenly pushed to the center of the whirlpool. Supporters of Hiyuan burst into laughter. They flooded the comments. "Goodness. Oh my, just goodness. Humans have once again defeated artificial stupidity. Weibo has long become a cesspit with various tumors battling each other. Leftists, banana people, and female boxing masters enjoying themselves immensely. Ugh, just talking about it makes me want to vomit. What's there to still call Weibo? It's clearly Weibo." Upstairs 1. Who would visit Weibo if they were a decent person? Just the name sounds indecent. "Mimi, we support you. Daddy loves you. Hey, you upstairs, show some respect for my wife. If you call me dad, I'll acknowledge you as my son." The vast number of genius netizens fully showcased their humor and wit, using a teasing tone to reverse the narrative once again. 1 hour after the video was released, it skyrocketed to the trending topics on Weibo and Douyin. This attracted countless onlookers to mock and ridicule. However, some criticized this wave of thieves shouting to catch thieves deserves a 666 score. Absolutely impressive. Truly, they will stop at nothing for attention, but domestic coffee is trash, so what's there to debate? I am a professional barista, and to be honest, domestic coffee still has a long way to go. What you are doing is completely counterproductive. After a whole day of fermentation, the online space was already buzzing. By the evening, when Hiyuan's video was released, the online atmosphere exploded. People of all kinds were fervently expressing their opinions and emotions in the virtual space, as if it were a grand feast. Lu Lin and the others' voices only stirred the waters further, not completely reversing the situation. But at least they managed to carve out some space for themselves. The next day, Lu Lin continued to write the next script, as usual, researching knowledge related to extraordinary fields, while keeping an eye on the online public opinion trends. Currently, the online discourse mainly revolved around disputes, with the focus shifting from public accounts to numerous professionals in the coffee industry, and the battleground of public opinion became a debate over the merits of foreign versus domestic coffee. Everyone cited references and debated the quality, taste, and added value of coffee from various angles. Life from afar gradually faded from the center of public discourse. At this point, Lu Lin finally understood who was really at the center of this matter. Sure enough, by the afternoon, a bombshell news report hit the internet. A week ago, Ali Hang and Xingchua Coffee held a meeting in Yunnan, Kunming regarding the development of the coffee industry with attendees, including the Xingchua Agricultural Services Department and several coffee enterprises from Yunnan. During this meeting, the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association did not attend, yet Ali Hang still drafted an initiative to standardize and improve the quality of coffee produced in Yunnan on behalf of the association. After the meeting, they sent a letter to the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association requesting the association to stamp and respond. Furthermore, Ali Hang demanded that the Yunnan Provincial Coffee Industry Association distribute the stamped initiative to all member units. This news was leaked by the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association. As the saying goes, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. The originally contentious debate between imported and domestic coffee was silenced by this news. The enthusiasts who insisted on importing good coffee were caught off guard, feeling like they had been used as pawns. The online trolls were even more baffled. How did this news break before us? Shouldn't it be the big names who initiate proposals when public sentiment reaches a boiling point? For example, look, the standards in the domestic coffee industry are so chaotic, we should unify the standards and initiate a standard industry association, and so on. How did the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association leak this first? How dare they? What grounds do they have? Do they still expect to do business in the domestic market? Those coffee enthusiasts who supported domestic products were instantly elated. Awesome. Damn it. After all this talk about craftsmanship, excellence, and standards, bah. It's all just business. The online public sentiment began to tilt overwhelmingly. Seeing the tide turning, Ali Hang and Xingchua quickly issued a statement an hour after the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association's leak. Dear customers, Xingchua Group expresses deep concern regarding reports from civil society organizations and media, including allegations about the quality of coffee products in the Yunnan region. Xingchua Group will collaborate with exemplary domestic industry groups in China to redefine procurement standards. Until the region meets the jointly established standards, we will cease procurement of raw materials from this area. Additionally, Xingchua Group has always adhered to the principle of transparency in managing our global supply chain, ensuring that suppliers worldwide comply with our sustainable development and high safety and hygiene standards, such as the OECD guidelines for responsible business conduct. Therefore, this action does not represent any stance, merely ensuring customer experience and safety. Then Ali Hang also issued a statement: we will focus on supervising coffee that does not meet the jointly established standards. This series of news reports exploded like bombs directly at the center of this storm. The initial onlookers were already numb from the blast. What started as a situation where they could interject and influence policy had escalated to one where giants were clashing. The arrogance displayed by Ali Hang and Xingchua was astonishing. Yet there was nothing they could do. After all, the group belongs to them, and they set standards higher than the markets. Anyway, they simply won't procure your raw materials. What can you do? It's a free market after all. One cannot force transactions. The joint pressure from these two companies on Yunnan province was undeniable. Even the Yunnan provincial government could not intervene personally, because Ali Hang is like a favored child of Zhejiang and Hangzhou, and a significant portion of the GDP in Zhejiang and Hangzhou is driven by Ali Hang. It can be said that Zhejiang and Hangzhou have only risen to the ranks of developed provinces and first-tier cities thanks to this favored child. Ali Hang could collapse, but Zhejiang and Hangzhou cannot allow it, because they are already deeply bound to Ali Hang. Their career prospects are tied together. Thus, even if Yunnan reports to the authorities, there's nothing they can do. After all, the procurement standards are set by them. This move is brilliant. The online public was quite displeased with the arrogance of Ali Hang and Xingchua, leaving messages saying Yunnan will not back down. We can just stop buying from Taobao and Tmall. Let's buy directly through WeChat. Jindong, let's get Pinduoduo going. This is a great time for you to overtake them. The online sentiment was fierce, but as for the netizens, well, everyone understands. The vocal minority who advocate for free riding is the main force, and if even 1/5 of those who speak up take real action, it would be quite remarkable. Although there seemed to be many groups, when divided among each coffee merchant and coffee grower, it became quite scarce. If there are any unscrupulous merchants profiting from this and damaging the reputation of domestic coffee, that would truly spell doom for domestic coffee. Thus, unlike the fervor of the onlookers, those involved in Yunnan coffee were all deeply worried. It's over. Today, let alone making a profit, even not losing money would be a blessing. Similarly, He Yuan and Yang Xiaoya, who had a stake in the Yunnan coffee industry, were also bewildered. Damn it, how are we supposed to do business moving forward? They initially planned to pursue e-commerce, but now they had inexplicably walked into the line of fire of the big shots. What were they supposed to do now? He Yuan and Yang Xiaoya simply lay down in the courtyard of the grandfather's house, each holding a beer at the entrance, drowning their sorrows. The two clinked their glasses in silence, the sound echoing like shattered dreams. Lu Lin joined them, squatting beside them, and jokingly asked, "What are you two doing?" He Yuan's eyes were glazed over what else to do. From now on the standards set by others will be even higher, but the prices remain the same, or even cheaper. How are we supposed to compete? We can't play anymore. Under the same price, people will definitely prefer those with higher standards. Moreover, with the imported brand halo behind them, just like free riding showing off is human nature. Their dream of lifting their hometown's e-commerce out of poverty had barely begun, and now it had crashed down spectacularly. Lu Lin, however, chuckled, "Is that so? Why do I feel like this is just the beginning?" Two car convoys blocked the entrance of the village, and as they got out of their vehicles they appeared somewhat bewildered. This village is a hidden gem. The Audi in front was clearly an official vehicle. Just look at that little red flag waving prominently. The two-car convoys that arrived later were sizing each other up, seemingly trying to discern each other's identities from their appearances. Thus the atmosphere inexplicably grew tense. When Lu Lin and the others came out, a middle-aged man leading one of the convoys quickly maneuvered through the gaps between vehicles, and before getting too close he shouted, "Mr. Lu Lin, I am Yang Dongqin, Vice President of the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association. I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of the coffee merchants and manufacturers from Yunnan." This middle-aged man had dark, shiny skin, clearly someone who had been working tirelessly on the front lines. As he approached, he slowed down, looking somewhat uncertain at the middle-aged individuals beside Lu Lin, all dressed in cadre suits that made them appear rather old-fashioned. He smiled and asked, "May I inquire your surname, esteemed sir?" Lu Lin replied cheerfully, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yang Dongqin, huh? What did I guess right?" Lu Lin replied, "This is Director Gao Guodong from the Yunnan branch of the Rural Revitalization Bureau. Yang Dongqin. So his surname is really Gao?" He was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyebrows lifted in excitement. Goodness, he turned out to be such a high-ranking official. Although he held the title of vice president of a 3A-level industry association and collaborated closely with many coffee manufacturers in Yunnan, the industry association was merely a non-profit social group formed voluntarily by individuals and units in the coffee industry. There was no comparison to a high-ranking official like Director Gao. This organization was directly overseen by the higher-ups. Their main task was to delve into the grassroots, one of the few blades in the hands of the higher-ups. Thus Yang Dongqin immediately became respectful. "A pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect to encounter you here." Director Gao smiled and said, "You're too kind, Vice President Yang. What kind of cooperation are you looking to discuss this time?" Yang Dongqin responded, "I have brought several procurement contracts and endorsement contracts, all with very favorable conditions." Director Gao burst into hearty laughter. "Little Lu, that's why I say you're impressive. Our project hasn't even started yet, and you've already found the sales channels yourself." At that moment, a workplace beauty who was slightly behind Yang Dongqin hurriedly called out from behind Director Gao, "Mr. Lu, I am the planning manager from Zincake Marketing Management Department. I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of our Chief Operating Officer for the Greater China region." Zincake. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. This was a coffee giant that had rapidly risen in the domestic market over the past 5 years. Of course, it couldn't be compared to a global food giant like Xinchua. Instant coffee was merely their most famous and marketable product. And yet this single product had claimed the top spot in the industry, far outpacing companies like Zincake. This was also the reason Xinchua dared to join forces with Lao Ma to pressure Yunnan. After all, without the Huaxiao market, there were still many markets worldwide. Moreover, even if they pressured you, would the locals stop buying my products? That's just how bold they were. It was precisely because of the arrogance of the other party that Zincake saw an opportunity. The development of Huaxia in recent years was evident, having become the second largest economy in the world, making the higher-ups restless. But capital doesn't care who is first or second, whoever has the milk is the mother. Thus the chief operating officer of the Huaxia region saw an opportunity amidst this turmoil and planned to seize it to gain followers. This elegantly dressed workplace beauty with shoulder-length bobbed hair and a simple yet refined appearance handed over the prepared folder. "Here is our cooperation plan." Seizing the opportunity while Lu Lin and the others took the folder, the workplace beauty simultaneously introduced the main cooperation content, includes the quota for coffee beans purchased by Zincake from Yunnan every year along with pricing. Additionally, we are designating June 10th to 25th each year as the exclusive season for Yunnan coffee beans. Besides, if you have high-quality coffee beans after being tasted by our baristas, if they are suitable, they can also be directly shelved in our premium stores. As for the specific details, they are all included in the document. This workplace beauty spoke methodically and clearly, providing Lu Lin and the others with a general understanding of Zincake's intention to cooperate. As for the remaining, it was merely issues of price and obligations. Lu Lin roughly flipped through the 2 project proposals and put them away, saying, "Everyone, let's not stand here. Let's go sit at home. By the way, I still don't know how to address you." The workplace beauty smiled and said, "Zheng Yali." Lu Lin replied, "Hello, sisterly. Let's discuss this in our courtyard." The small courtyard was quite simple, with only small benches and stools for seating. There weren't even enough. Some secretaries and assistants had to stand. Seeing this, Yi felt embarrassed. He had never been so neglectful of guests in his life. He put on a coat and mumbled, "I'm sorry, everyone'll go borrow some benches." Director Gao hurriedly stopped him. "Please don't trouble yourself," shouting, "go borrow some benches and chairs from the villagers." He Yuan pulled Han Li and Ruan Wen to set up a square table, placing tea and snacks on it. This could be considered a proper place for a serious discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Lin and teacher Fu Dalong were studying the contracts. The contracts were quite dry, but fortunately both Lu Lin and teacher Fu Dalong could endure such monotony. As for entertaining Yang Dongqin and Zheng Yali, the task fell to teacher Yin Zheng. Though a bit round and greasy, he was sweet-tongued. A string of witty remarks had everyone laughing heartily. After Lu Lin had nearly finished reading the cooperation agreement, he had a much clearer understanding of the cooperation intentions from both sides. First, from the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association, they wanted to adopt a model similar to influencer marketing and regional procurement. The profit distribution included not only endorsement fees, but also a share of sales where they could take 20%. It wasn't low, but the model was rather outdated. The cooperation content with Zincake was much more aligned with current trends. First, advertisement placements in variety shows with a quoted price of $3 million per episode. Currently, Life in the Distance has aired 3 episodes with approximately 9 episodes remaining. That adds up to $27 million in advertisement placement fees. While not excessive, the subsequent plans laid out by Zincake made it very hard for Lu Lin and the others to refuse the cooperation. Zincake promised to purchase 3 million kilograms of raw coffee beans from Yunnan each year, and at a price 15% higher than the market rate. They would also provide relevant technical standards and cultivation techniques. Coffee beans they launched that met the standards could also be shelved in Zincake's premium stores for sale, with profits of 20% going to them. These were quite generous terms. It's worth noting that the total coffee production in Yunnan was less than 80,000 tons a year, while Zincake alone required 3,000 tons. That's nearly 4%. After a quiet discussion among Lu Lin and the others, he smiled and said, "Miss Zheng, the terms you brought are excellent. We have no issues. As for you, Mr. Yang." Yang Dongqin's face immediately showed a look of disappointment. As expected, they couldn't compare to a giant like Zincake at all. Lu Lin shifted his tone and smiled, "I actually have other ideas." Yang Dongqin perked up again. "Please tell me." Lu Lin appeared to be quite confident, but He Yuan had no idea where Lu Lin's confidence came from. To put it bluntly, this matter was not aimed at the production team of Life in the Distance, nor at the coffee industry in Yunnan. This was a test by Alibaba Hangzhou in cooperation with Xingqiue regarding domestic trends. Over the years, domestic economic development has undergone numerous special measures. For example, the initial online payment services such as Yuebao. Since there were no precedents, none of the 3 major regulatory bodies dared to issue financial institution operating licenses to the then Alibaba Hangzhou. Later, Alibaba Hangzhou found a loophole and managed to initiate this business before being granted the financial institution operating license. In the following decade, Alibaba Hangzhou grew rapidly. It became a pillar industry in Zhejiang and Hangzhou, even being dubbed a national enterprise. The central government once referred to Ma as a patriotic entrepreneur. But now this people's entrepreneur wants to extract every last drop from the people, even intending to chew through their bones. Thus, it is evident that the title given by the central government was meant to help Ma find his positioning. However, at present, with such a massive asset, Ma is determined to become a capital oligarch, resolutely turning away from the masses. This time, they just happened to target Yunnan coffee, and their variety show fortuitously collided with someone's guns. Hence, they are merely insignificant ants in this storm. The mutual probing between the two giants is enough to render them vaporized. Though He Yuan wasn't particularly thoughtful, she was a full-time university graduate. With a bit of consideration, she could understand the twists and turns involved. That's why she felt so desperate. But Lu Lin patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This society still doesn't belong to capital." He Yuan rolled her eyes, saying, "What do you mean, don't worry?" Saying this, she attempted to burrow into Lu Lin's embrace. "I'm too sad. Ooh, I need a hug." Lu Lin turned and elbowed her die. A muffled sound of bang followed. He Yuan clutched her chest and fell towards Yang Xiaoya. Ouch, that hurt. It hurt so much. But the sharp sting from just now left her with no strength. Leaning against Yang Xiaoya, she tried hard to make a fierce expression, but her watery eyes resembled the thawing river in spring. There was no intimidation whatsoever. He Yuan asked, "Do you have to use so much strength?" Yang Xiaoya quickly pushed He Yuan away. "What are you doing leaning on me? Get off." He Yuan's face twitched as she turned her head inch by inch to glare at Yang Xiaoya. "I can't handle a big donkey, but I can't handle you." Saying this, she lifted her hand to tickle Yang Xiaoya's armpit. Yang Xiaoya was ticklish and immediately burst into a fit of laughter echoing like a set of bells. Lu Lin smiled and let the two play around before heading back inside to continue with his work. Writing scripts, researching recipes, digesting elements, and discussing with teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yin Zheng. Days later, the new episode of Life in the Distance would be released. The third episode of Life in the Distance did not invite other guests, with the main characters being He Yuan, Fu Dalong, and teacher Yin Zheng, interspersed with appearances from I and Yang Xiaoya. The main content revolved around Hiyuan cooking and doing some woodworking with a small Shiba Inu delivered by teacher Chen Daoming in between. The simple and beautiful color palette combined with Hiyuan's lovely appearance and the newly added Shiba Inu became the highlight of this episode. Although the production quality of the third episode was fine, it was still affected by current public opinion. Although viewership on demand and shares showed some growth, the comment section had noticeably turned chaotic. Many confused newcomers were misled by comments on the barrage, like establishing a persona and false advertising, believing this was just a newly launched merchandise variety show. Hiyuan was upset, but Lu Lin strictly prohibited her from going online to voice her opinions. After the third episode aired for 3 days, which was 10 days since the incident, Alibaba Hangzhou took new actions. It seemed that their previous suppression of Yunnan had not faced backlash, leading Ma to believe the higher-ups would still make concessions for economic development. So he attended the financial summit at the Bund in Shanghai that day. When it was his turn to speak, Ma recounted the experiences of Alibaba Hangzhou being choked by the 3 major regulatory bodies during its founding, then stated that the current domestic financial environment was controlled by a group of outdated individuals who were merely occupying their positions. They were like a stagnant pool of water, creating unimaginable shackles on economic development. Therefore, at the Bund Financial Summit, he expressed a hope for the higher-ups to reorganize the regulations and give the green light for financial development. He also stated that this would be extremely beneficial for the country and the people. Among the audience listening to his speech were big shots from institutions like the 3 major regulatory bodies, and Ma's pointed remarks were directed straight at these individuals. Upon his words, the online space erupted in another storm. A large number of capital tycoons in the country echoed him, as if saying that without removing the regulations, the country would never be able to catch up with foreign financial development and would eternally lag behind in economic growth. Under the influence of the strong cultural sentiment, a wave of supporters began to call for the reorganization of regulatory agencies. Numerous internet trolls began to illustrate how inadequate domestic terminal payments were before the mobile payment era and how inconvenient online banking was. Only after Alibaba Hangzhou took action was the domestic financial industry reorganized, leading to today's incredibly convenient lifestyle. In those people's propaganda, Ma had become the savior of the domestic financial world to the point where they wished to elevate him to the top position in the Banking Regulatory Commission. People from all walks of life united in voice, creating a clamor. Yet amidst this rising tide of denouncement, the few institutions and related big shots who were criticized at the Bund Financial Summit remained silent, as if they were powerless to withstand such a wave. Just as the general populace thought the higher-ups would reprimand the matter, the 3 parties struck. They summoned Ant Financial. They summoned Ma. Subsequently, it was revealed that Ant Financial had repeatedly borrowed 900 billion, with 30 billion in capital, leveraging 300 times. This news sent shockwaves across the nation. With 30 billion in capital, taking out a 60 billion loan from the bank, and then using that 60 billion to take out 120 billion, repeating this cycle several times to directly borrow 900 billion, leveraging 300 times. 900 billion. What does that even mean? Even for a celebrity, this amount of money would take. A netizen calculated that it would take 1,264 years to earn. In other words, based on a payment of over 2 million, that celebrity would have to start earning from the Song dynasty to amass such wealth. If this money suddenly encountered issues, the resulting systemic crisis would be enormous. The 2008 financial crisis in the United States is a prime example. By this point, Ma's intentions were clear. Countless individuals who initially supported Ma suddenly recognized his true nature. What do you mean you don't love money? How can you leverage 300 times to produce 900 billion? The online situation flipped in an instant, and after Ma was summoned, he who had once been active in the online sphere suddenly went silent. Not a sound could be heard. There were even rumors that the university he founded, Lakeview University, was facing the prospect of being shut down. In this vast ocean of turmoil, Lu Lin received a phone call. On the phone, teacher Chen Daoming's voice was as calm as ever. "Xiao Lu, have you seen the news?" Lu Lin laughed. "So this is the gift you mentioned?" Teacher Chen Daoming laughed heartily. "No, the gift I gave is still yet to come." Lu Lin. "Dio. Isn't this already a gift? The Banking Regulatory Commission, the Securities Regulatory Commission, and the Insurance Regulatory Commission taking action to turn the tide isn't considered a gift from you. What exactly is your gift?" Lu Lin did not join them in their playful banter. After sending off a crowd of Caixin, he returned alone to his small courtyard. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and silently began to smoke. Many events from this period churned in his mind. After finishing a cigarette, he returned to his room to write a song. The next day, Lu Lin got up as usual. After washing up and exercising, the mountains were tranquil, and every morning he felt as if he were recharged. He took out his phone to browse the news, and then he was caught by a shocking piece of information online. A certain media outlet had actually reported that old Yuan had passed away. He was startled, quickly seeking verification. It was then confirmed to be false news. Lu Lin let out a deep sigh of relief, thankfully. However, old Yuan was indeed critically ill and undergoing emergency treatment. Lulin thought for a moment with current medical technology there should be no problems. Then he went to find He Yuan and the others. Before he reached the courtyard he heard He Yuan's loud voice. Who is Lu Wanli's mother? How did this thing pop out from the womb? Nearby Ruan Wen remarked slyly. Perhaps even his mother didn't expect it. Han Er was furious. The enemy is at Ben Neng Temple. This kind of wretched thing refuses to eat good rice and wants to drink human blood. Even the usually cautious teacher Fu Dalong added, only a doctor can declare someone dead, not the news. These people really have no bottom line for the sake of clicks. Old He sat on a small stool, gloomily smoking. How poor we used to be. If not for him, we wouldn't even be able to hold our rice bowls. It was thanks to old Yuan's technology that we weren't crushed by foreign forces in the Grain War. Lulin walked into the courtyard. Everyone, don't worry too much. Modern medical technology is quite reliable. Old Yuan will pull through. Everyone nodded, starting their day's work. But deep down there was a lingering heaviness. This was after all a figure closely related to the rice in millions of people's bowls. After a busy morning, while resting after lunch, He Yuan suddenly looked up. Old Yuan has passed away. The crowd was suddenly taken aback, finding it hard to believe a complex sorrow spread from their hearts. What kind of feeling was that? People like old Yuan were actually no different from the sun, moon, and stars that accompanied us. Usually, you wouldn't often think of them, and you always felt that such people would be eternal. However, they are not the sun, moon, or stars. When they set, they do not rise again, and when they cross the sky, they do not return. The more so when they leave the clearer, one feels a part of this era being stripped away. Yes, that sadness is the sorrow of sensing a part of the era collapsing. Han Li suddenly said gloomily, is old Yuan afraid we wouldn't have peace during lunch? Specifically avoiding the 520 date in our lunch. His voice gradually lowered and the courtyard fell silent. Everyone silently browsed their phones, seemingly wanting to find some solace from the nationwide mourners. But different kinds of people are nourished by the same rice. Among the many who mourn nationwide, there were always some fools seeking to show their presence, as if this was the only way to display their lowliness. A trashy figure with the WeChat name The Winner Takes All openly slandered the heroic martyrs in their friend's circle, using vicious and harsh words that shocked everyone's values. This was a recipient of the Republic Medal. Lu Lin and the others almost simultaneously came across this news, and everyone present was filled with righteous indignation. He Yuan was so angry she jumped up and cursed this bastard. Bastard. Damn. She simply couldn't find words to curse this kind of person. Even Ruan Wen, who usually had a sharp tongue, was so furious she couldn't speak. After a long while, Ruan Wen solemnly said, report him, call to report. Hearing this, everyone quickly made calls. But it seemed that was still not enough. Seeing countless people online spontaneously bidding farewell to old Yuan, everyone's mood grew heavier. What was even more sorrowful was that the heroes who passed away today were not just old Yuan. There was also old Wu, the father of hepatobiliary surgery, as well as old Wang and old Shun. These were the pillars that once supported the country. Lu Lin stood up. I'm going to revise the song. Saying this, he left. Lu Lin focused on revising the song, and when he came out of the small room, he saw a very satisfying piece of news. The trash who slandered the martyrs had been dealt with. The person Li from the Jinghai district of Jin City, 38 years old, has been subjected to criminal coercive measures by the relevant departments. Upon seeing this news, netizens felt as if they had just drunk a big bowl of cool water on a scorching summer day. Netizens in Jin City began to curse. What a disgrace. The shame of Jin City. This thing should be chopped and thrown into the dog pile. It can eat bones and meat, but even a dog won't eat its heart. Why? Is it too dirty? Friends, does anyone know which prison that guy will be put in? I would like to meet this guy if I ever go in for something small. No need, he won't have a good time in there. The wave of condemnation from netizens drowned that guy like a tide. Unfortunately, the relevant departments did not disclose that guy's name or address, otherwise he could be directly expelled from society. After reading the news, Lu Lin handed the newly written song to He Yuan. Practice hard, we'll release it tonight. He Yuan took the score and gradually became engrossed after looking at it for a while. Finally, she solemnly said, I understand. After 4 or 5 hours of rehearsal, He Yuan was ready with a full heart. All the necessary equipment was ready. The production team of Life from Afar was directly brought in to record the song. An hour later, the new song was completed and released on both Cloud Village and Douyin. Today is Saturday, and after being bombarded by painful news all day, netizens went online to surf only to suddenly be pushed He Yuan's video. In the video, He Yuan sat in an old farmhouse courtyard holding a guitar, gently singing into the microphone. The melodious tune flowed out, her low and slightly sorrowful voice narrated along with the melody. In a daze, people seemed to see that figure return. But this song felt wrong. People listened carefully, hearing the lyrics sung by He Yuan. I heard Snow White is dancing joyfully, the little rabbit worries about the big bad wolf. I heard the Mad Hatter loves the White Queen, and the ugly duckling will turn into a white swan. I heard Peter Pan never grows up, and Jack has a harp and magic. I heard there's a candy house in the forest, and the flies have their beloved red apples. Only the wise river knows that Snow White ran out of the castle due to greed, and the little rabbit has a red cloak that restrains itself from becoming a wolf. There's always a colorful core winding through fairy tale town tainted with the whimsical breath of magic, yet twisted in the mundane world, continuously flowing and stirring up noise, pulling a group of white rabbits into the water. Let all these many people walk into the cage of happy endings. When I was a child, my family was poor, and I really couldn't afford rice. So I accept that this chapter has been sealed. Lu Lin appeared to be very confident, but He Yuan was unsure of where Lu Lin's confidence stemmed from. To put it bluntly, this matter was not directed at the production team of Life in the Distance or the coffee industry in Yunnan and Tibet. This was a trial by Alibaba Hangzhou in cooperation with Xinjiang to gauge the domestic climate. Over the years, domestic economic development has gone through several special measures. For instance, the initial Alipay and other online payment services. Due to the lack of precedent, none of the three major regulatory bodies dared to issue a financial institution operating license to Alibaba Hangzhou back then. Later, Alibaba Hangzhou found a loophole to kickstart this business, and only then was the financial institution operating license granted. In the subsequent decade, Alibaba Hangzhou grew rapidly. It became a pillar industry in Zhejiang and Hangzhou, even temporarily being labeled as a national enterprise. The central bank had once referred to Jack Ma as a patriotic entrepreneur. But now this people's entrepreneur wants to come and devour the people whole, even wanting to chew their bones. This shows that the title given by the central bank was actually meant to help Jack Ma find his positioning. However, now that Jack Ma possesses such vast assets, he is entirely focused on becoming a capital oligarch, wholeheartedly determined to turn his back on the masses. This time they happen to take aim at the Yunnan and Tibet coffee sector, and their variety show unfortunately cross paths with it. Thus, they are merely insignificant ants in this storm. The mutual probing between the two giants is enough to obliterate them. Although He Yuan doesn't particularly enjoy thinking, she is still a full-time university graduate. After pondering the twists and turns involved, she understood. That is why she felt so desperate. But Lu Lin patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This society still doesn't favor capital." He Yuan pouted, "What do you mean, don't worry?" As she spoke, she attempted to burrow into Lu Lin's embrace, saying, "I'm too upset, I need a hug." Lu Lin pivoted and elbowed her die. A dull thud echoed as He Yuan fell towards Yang Xiaoya. "Ouch, that hurt. That hurts." He Yuan exclaimed, "Do you have to be so rough?" Yang Xiaoya quickly pushed He Yuan away, saying, "What's wrong with you leaning on me? Get off." He Yuan's face twitched as she turned her head inch by inch to glare at Yang Xiaoya. "If I can't handle that big donkey, how can I not handle you?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to tickle Yang Xiaoya's armpits. Yang Xiaoya was ticklish and immediately burst into a fit of laughter reminiscent of a barbell's clanging sound. Lu Lin smiled, allowing the two to play around before returning to his room to continue with his own tasks. He wrote scripts, researched prescriptions, digested elements, and discussed with teacher Fu Dalong and teacher Yin Zheng. Days later, the new episode of Life in the Distance would be online. The third episode of Life in the Distance did not invite any other guests. The main characters remained He Yuan, Fu Dalong, and teacher Yin Zheng, with appearances from I and Yang Xiaoya. The main content featured He Yuan cooking and doing some carpentry work. In the middle, teacher Chen Daoming also sent a little Shiba Inu. The simple and beautiful color palette combined with He Yuan's lovely appearance and the newly added Shiba Inu became the highlight of this episode. While the production of the third episode was flawless, it was still affected by the current public opinion. Despite ratings, views, and shares seeing some growth, the comments section had become significantly chaotic. Many confused newcomers were misled by comments on the bullet screen, such as establishing a persona and false advertising, thinking it was just a newly launched merchandise variety show. He Yuan was infuriated, but Lu Lin strictly forbade her from going online to voice her opinion. 3 days after the third episode aired, which was 10 days since the incident, Alibaba Hangzhou had new movements. It seemed that the previous suppression against Yunnan and Tibet had not faced backlash, leading Jack Ma to believe that the higher-ups would still make concessions for economic development. Thus, he attended the financial summit at the Bund in Shanghai that day. When it was his turn to speak, Jack Ma recounted the struggles Alibaba Hangzhou faced when it first started and was stymied by the three major regulatory bodies, and then pointed out that the current domestic financial environment was controlled by a group of antiquated and even incompetent individuals. They were like a stagnant pool of water, imposing unimaginable shackles on economic development. Therefore, he expressed at the financial summit at the Bund a desire for the higher-ups to reorganize the regulators and give a green light to financial development. He also stated that this change would be extremely beneficial for the country and the people. At that moment, many big shots from the three major regulatory bodies were present, and Jack Ma's remarks were directly aimed at these people. As soon as these words were spoken, a storm erupted in the online space. A large number of capital moguls within the country echoed his sentiments, as if they believed that without removing regulation, the country would never catch up with foreign financial development nor with foreign economic development. Under the influence of a competitive culture, a large group of newcomers also began to call for the reorganization of regulatory agencies. Numerous internet trolls started to cite how poor domestic terminal payments were before the mobile payment revolution and how inconvenient online banking was. Only after Alibaba Hangzhou took action to reorganize the domestic financial sector was life made so quick and convenient today. In the press releases from those individuals, Jack Ma had practically become the savior of the domestic financial sector, and they were eager to elevate him to the head of the Banking Regulatory Commission. People from all walks of life united in voice, creating a tremendous clamor. Yet amid this escalating tide of condemnation, the several institutions and related big shots that had been reprimanded at the financial summit at the Bund remained silent, as if they were powerless to counter such waves. Just when the masses believed that the higher-ups would once again condemn the matter, the three regulatory bodies struck back. They summoned Ant Financial. They summoned Jack Ma. Immediately following, news broke that Ant Financial was engaged in a cycle of borrowing $900 billion with $30 billion in capital, leveraging a 300-fold leverage. This news created a nationwide uproar. With $30 billion in capital, borrowing $60 billion from the bank, then using that $60 billion to borrow $120 billion, repeating this cycle several times directly led to a borrowing of $900 billion, leveraging a 300-fold. $900 billion, what does that concept even mean? Even for a popular celebrity, this amount of money would still require. Well, some netizens calculated that it would take 1264 years to earn. In other words, based on a payment of over $2 million, a celebrity would need to start earning from the Song dynasty to gather such wealth. If something were to go wrong with this sum, the resulting systemic crisis would be immense. The 2008 crisis in the United States is a prime example. At this point, Jack Ma's intentions were glaringly evident. Countless individuals who had initially supported Jack Ma suddenly recognized his true nature. What do you mean you don't love money? You leveraged 300-fold to create $900 billion. The online atmosphere shifted dramatically, and following Jack Ma's summons, he who had always been active in the online space suddenly vanished. Not even a whisper remained. Amidst this turmoil, rumors even circulated that the university he founded, Lakeview University, was facing closure. In the midst of this vast ocean, Lu Lin received a phone call. On the phone, teacher Chen Daming's voice was as steady as ever. Little Lu, have you seen the news? Lu Lin laughed. So this is the gift you mentioned. Teacher Chen Daoming also laughed, saying, this isn't it. The gift I'm giving is still to come. Lu Lin asked, Dio, this doesn't count as a gift. The three major regulatory bodies take action and directly turn the tide. That isn't a gift from you. Then what exactly is your gift? Lu Lin was somewhat taken aback, feeling awkward as he asked, aren't these news items considered gifts? Teacher Chen Daoming was momentarily stunned, then replied, I don't have that much influence, you know. It's just that at this moment in your field you can reap a little bit of the benefits. This is similar to the principles behind real estate development and stock market surges. The investors who jumped in during that time didn't have the ability to sway the trends. They simply did the right thing at the right time. Lu Lin was even more curious now. So what exactly is the gift you mentioned? Teacher Chen Daoming glanced at the time, saying, it should be arriving soon. After a brief chat, he ended the call. Lu Lin thought, this old man is quite interesting, making you feel like there's a cat scratching at your heart. But what could he do? He could only wait. They waited until almost 2 p.m., and finally there was movement at the village entrance. A group of people dressed in cadre uniforms arrived in several autos, and after getting out, a secretary in a suit rushed over to ask where Lu Lin's home was. Then the group marched grandly towards Old He's house. Tea Tree Village was small enough that even standing at the back of the village they could hear the sounds of arguments at the front, so Lu Lin and the others came out to check. The group saw Lu Lin and quickly approached them. Upon reaching him, a leader leaned in and asked, you are Lu Lin, right? Lu Lin, bewildered, replied, I am. The other party enthusiastically grasped Lu Lin's hand and said, I'm Gao Guodong from the Yundian Rural Revitalization Bureau. We must thank you for your contributions to the people of Yundian. Well, the people from the Revitalization Bureau have come. The Revitalization Bureau was officially established last year and is primarily responsible for rural revitalization and poverty alleviation. Although it is a new agency, its power is not to be underestimated. It was established under the direct guidance of the higher-ups. Since its establishment, it has accomplished quite a bit. Moreover, these were figures from the provincial capital of Yundian. Though not top officials, they were only a few ranks away from the core decision-making level. They can be considered quite powerful. So this is the gift from teacher Chen Daoming, directly sending political resources to his doorstep. Lu Lin was momentarily stunned and quickly welcomed Director Gao into the courtyard. At this moment, Director Gao was quite personable, sitting on a small stool and chatting casually with everyone. He looked around the courtyard and remarked, I saw in the news that you are all university students from the developed southeastern regions, modern young people living in cities. It's truly admirable that you have abandoned the conveniences and fashionable lifestyles of big cities to help your hometown in the southwestern mountains. Little Lu, have you considered serving the people? Lu Lin responded. Well, are you trying to elevate yourself into the system directly? Moreover, he's connected to the Big Boss faction. With teacher Chen Daoming as a member of the CPPCC and a representative in the National People's Congress backing him, his path in the next decade is basically paved. In the domestic bureaucratic environment, the gift from teacher Chen Daoming is indeed substantial. But Lu Lin had no intention of entering the political arena. So he politely declined, saying, "Right now I have too many things on my plate to take on, and at least I need to finish what I'm busy with before deciding whether to go or not." Director Gao smiled and said, "All right, it's good to finish what you start. The main reason we came this time is to discuss helping local development and achieving prosperity for the people. Before I arrived, I inquired, and I heard you were even funding road construction yourselves." He Yuan replied happily, "Yes, yes. We all contributed." Director Gao had long noticed He Yuan, but she was just too beautiful. Even though he had seen and interacted with many beautiful women, she still stood out. Therefore, he hadn't dared to speak to her. Otherwise, it could easily lead to complaints and disciplinary issues. Now that she initiated the conversation, it was fine for him to respond. So Director Gao turned to He Yuan and said, "Well, I heard that road construction, which is purely for the public good, cannot be neglected by our local managers, so I made arrangements beforehand. For road construction, the local government will bear half the cost. I've also heard that you intend to expand coffee cultivation, right? The Revitalization Bureau will also provide you with assistance." As he spoke, Director Gao took a folder from his accompanying secretary and handed it to Lu Lin, saying, "This is our cooperation agreement with China Merchants Bank, allowing you to take out loans at ultra-low interest rates from them." Lu Lin took a glance at the contract. The loan agreements clearly stated that the first year would be interest-free and thereafter would be calculated at an annual interest rate of 1.8. What does this mean? It's practically the same as giving away money. Moreover, there's no limit on the loan amount. Lu Lin and the others exchanged glances, shocked. Is this really such a generous offer? With this contract in hand, they wouldn't need to engage in angel financing or messy IPOs. Unless they wanted to fleece investors. This directly relieved them of their worries. It completely allowed them to unleash their ambitions. Lu Lin and the others gasped, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. They hadn't even started this venture, yet the funds were already in place. The remaining resources could be creatively utilized. They weren't like young Master Wang, who could waste 3 billion without a care. Lu Lin clenched the contract in his hand, sincerely saying, "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Director Gao waved his hand, saying, "It's all for the service of the people." Initially, Lu Lin thought that even if he made tens of millions from variety shows now, it was nothing compared to what he aimed to achieve. Now it's great we have money. Just as Lu Lin thought this was the gift from Teacher Chen, a series of intense barking suddenly erupted at the village entrance. Lu Lin and the others were taken aback. Who else could it be? Director Gao looked at Lu Lin and laughed. "Today Tea Tree Village is quite lively. Come on, let's go take a look together." As they stepped out of the courtyard, they saw a grand procession of over a dozen luxury cars pulling into the village entrance. Rows of Mercedes, Bentleys, and Jaguars lined up at the entrance, showcasing wealth. The villagers of Tea Tree, as if during a festival, brought their families to witness this spectacle. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful car. What a stunning vehicle. Are they here to find Old He's kid? Wow. Old He must be incredible. The villagers who had spent their entire lives in the mountains gazed at Lu Lin and his companions on the high slope at the back of the village as if they were looking at deities. Among this crowd, He Yuan was the happiest. This is the place where she was born and raised. Being so cherished by her family felt absolutely exhilarating. Lu Lin, however, was focused on the two incoming convoys, uncertain about who these two groups were. Two caravans blocked the village entrance, and as they got out of their vehicles, they seemed a bit bewildered. This village is truly a hidden gem. The Audi in front was clearly an official vehicle, evident from the little red flag inside. As for the two caravans that arrived one after the other behind, they were sizing each other up, seemingly trying to deduce each other's identities from their attire. Thus the atmosphere inexplicably grew tense. When Lu Lin and the others came out, the middle-aged man leading one of the caravans quickly squeezed through the gap in the vehicles, and before getting close, he shouted loudly, "Mr. Lu Lin, I am Yang Dongqin, the vice president of the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association. I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of Yunnan coffee merchants and manufacturers." This middle-aged man had a dark, shiny complexion, clearly a pragmatic person who had been working on the front lines for many years. As he arrived in front of them, his pace slowed down. He looked uncertainly at the middle-aged men beside Lu Lin, who were dressed in outdated official attire. He smiled and asked, "May I ask, what is the surname of this esteemed person?" Lu Lin cheerfully replied, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yang Dongqin." "What did I guess correctly?" "Lu Lin. This is Director Gao Guodong from the Rural Revitalization Bureau of Yunnan." "Yang Dongqin. So it really is Gao." He was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyebrows perked up. Goodness, he actually turned out to be such a high-ranking official. Although he also held the title of Level 3A Vice President of the Industry Association and had close cooperation with many coffee manufacturers and merchants in Yunnan, still industry associations are merely non-profit social organizations formed voluntarily by coffee industry units and individuals. There was simply no comparison with a high-ranking official like Director Gao. This is an institution handled specifically by the higher-ups. Their main job is to delve into the grassroots, being one of the key tools in the hands of the higher-ups. So Yang Dongqin immediately became respectful. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect to run into you here." Director Gao chuckled. You're too kind. What cooperation does Vice President Yang wish to discuss today? Yang Dongqin replied. I have brought several procurement contracts and endorsement contracts, all offering very favorable terms. Director Gao immediately burst into laughter. Aloof, how could I not say you're impressive? Our project hasn't even started yet, and you've already found your own market. At that moment, a workplace beauty who was a step behind Yang Dongqin quickly shouted from behind, Director Gao, Mr. Lu, I am the planning manager of Xingcake Marketing Management Department. I am here to discuss cooperation on behalf of our Chief Operating Officer of the China region. Xingcake. At this, everyone present fell silent. This was a coffee giant that had rapidly risen in the domestic market over the past 5 years. Of course, there was no comparison to Xingqiu, the world's largest food manufacturer. Instant coffee was merely their most famous and marketable product. And just this single product had reached the top of the industry, outpacing companies like Xingcake by several streets. This was also the confidence Xingqiu had to collaborate with Lao Ma to pressure Yunnan. After all, without the Chinese market, there are still so many markets worldwide. Moreover, even if they pressured you, what would it matter? Would the Chinese people stop buying my products? That's audacious. It was precisely because of the other party's arrogance that Xingcake saw an opportunity. The development of China over the years has been evident. It has already become the second largest economy in the world, causing great concern for the higher-ups. However, capital does not care about who is the boss or who is second. Whoever has the milk is the mother. Thus, the chief operating officer of the China region saw an opportunity in this wave of events and decided to seize the moment to operate and gain traction. This workplace beauty, dressed simply and elegantly with shoulder-length hair, took out a prepared folder and handed it over. Here is our cooperation plan. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Lin and the others received the folder. This workplace beauty concurrently introduced. The main cooperation content includes the quota of coffee beans that Xingcake will purchase from Yunnan each year, along with the pricing. Additionally, we plan to designate June 10th to June 25th each year as the exclusive season for Yunnan coffee beans. Furthermore, if you have excellent coffee beans and they are deemed suitable after tasting by our baristas, they can be directly placed on the shelves of our premium stores. As for the specific details, they are all included in the document. This workplace beauty calmly and clearly outlined the general content, giving Lu Lin and the others a basic understanding of Xingcake's intention for cooperation. As for the rest, it was merely a matter of pricing and obligations. Lu Lin flipped through the 2 proposals and put them away, saying, Everyone, let's not stand here. Let's go back and sit down. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. The workplace beauty smiled. Zhengyali. Lu Lin, hello sisterly, let's talk in our courtyard. The small courtyard was quite simple, with seating made up of small stools and benches. There weren't even enough for everyone. Some secretaries and assistants had to stand. Seeing this, Yi felt embarrassed. He had never been so neglectful of guests in his life. He put on his coat and muttered, I'm sorry everyone, I'll go borrow some benches. Director Gao quickly stopped him. Please don't worry about that. Xiao Ding, go borrow some benches and chairs from the villagers. He Yuan helped Han Li and Ruan Wen set up the square table, preparing tea and snacks. This could count as a proper place for a serious discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Lin and teacher Fu Dalong were studying the contracts. The contracts were quite dry, but fortunately both Lu Lin and teacher Fu Dalong could endure such monotony. As for entertaining Yang Dongqin and Zheng Yali, the task fell to teacher Yin Zheng, who had a way with words. Although he was a bit plump and oily, his charm was undeniable. A string of witty remarks kept everyone laughing loudly. After reviewing the cooperation agreement, Lu Lin gained a significant understanding of both parties' intentions. Firstly, regarding the Yunnan Coffee Industry Association, they wanted to adopt a model similar to influencer marketing and regional procurement. The profit distribution included endorsement fees and sales shares, allowing them to take 20. It was not low, but the model was rather conventional. The cooperation content with Xingcake was even more in line with current trends. Firstly, placing advertisements in variety shows with a quoted price of 3 million per episode. Currently, Life in the Distance has aired 3 episodes, leaving about 9 more. That means a total advertising placement fee of 27 million. It wasn't a high price, but the follow-up plans listed by Xingcake made it difficult for Lu Lin and the others to refuse this cooperation. Xingcake promised to purchase 3 million kilograms of coffee beans from Yunnan each year at a price 15% above the market rate, and they would also provide corresponding technical standards and cultivation techniques. The coffee beans produced by Lu Lin and others that meet the standards could also be sold in Xingcake's premium stores, with them receiving 20% of the profits. These terms were quite favorable. It's worth noting that the entire Yunnan province produces less than 80,000 tons of coffee annually, and Xingcake itself wanted 3,000 tons. That accounted for nearly 4%. Lu Lin and the others quietly discussed and laughed, saying, Ms. Zheng, the terms you brought are excellent. We have no issues. As for you, Mr. Yang. Yang Dongqin's face immediately showed disappointment. As expected, they could not compare with a giant like Xingcake. Lu Lin shifted the conversation and smiled. I actually have other ideas. Yang Dongqin perked up again. Please go ahead. Yang Dongqin had thought that the collaboration was hopeless. After all, Zincake was a world-class coffee and dining enterprise, and the Yundian Coffee Industry Association was simply incomparable. However, to his surprise, Lu Lin had been thinking of him all along. Lu Lin pondered for a moment and said, I have this idea. Coffee is originally an imported product, and its authentic origins do not lie here with us. So we actually do not need to rush to expand the market. We should develop a test site near Chashu village, standardizing the entire high-standard process of planting, fermentation, and roasting. Then we can promote it. Since we cannot compete with established coffee brands in terms of brand effect, we might as well catch up in terms of strength. Due to the planting environment, technology, and the operational standards in the fermentation process, the aromatic substances in coffee can reach nearly 1,000. Learning how to cultivate coffee with a unique flavor that can be produced in bulk has always been a profound subject. Because the coffee market is vast, where there is a market, there will be research, and naturally knowledge will form. Lu Lin added, this endeavor isn't really profitable. Yang Dongqin waved his hand saying, but this is a merit for the ages. He was intrigued. However, Yang Dongqin questioned, what about the talent? Coffee, being one of the 3 major beverages in the world, had its beans thoroughly explored. Not only that, people had created many mixed beverages, such as mocha latte and frappuccino. Zincake itself released many different flavors of drinks every year. It was like a battle-hardened beauty, of what scenes had she not witnessed. Therefore, trying to innovate in coffee flavors posed a significant challenge. Thus, professionals were essential. This was also a pain point for Yundian coffee. Although the geographical climate here was very suitable for planting coffee, the related facilities and technology were relatively backward. What Lu Lin needed to do now was upgrade the facilities and technology. This endeavor would certainly not be profitable and would cost a lot. But they actually didn't lack money, or what they truly lacked was relevant technology. After explaining the stakes, Yang Dongqin asked, do you know a reliable research and development team? Lu Lin promptly had He Yuan bring out the coffee beans made by Yang Xiaoya along with the award certificates. The equipment for brewing coffee was all ready, with Yang Xiaoya personally preparing it. Even before the coffee was brewed, the aroma generated from grinding the coffee beans made everyone present unable to restrain their excitement. Yang Dongqin's eyes widened in amazement. Wonderful. Although he was not a coffee master, after so long of being in the field, his senses had been honed. This coffee bean was extraordinary. Zun Yali from Zincake also felt the same. Being an emerging chic professional woman, she had a fondness for coffee culture and had specifically studied it for a while. The aroma wafting from these coffee beans alone had caught her attention. They were completely up to the standards of a premium selection shop. Thus, she subconsciously elevated the priority level of this collaboration in her mind. Once the coffee was brewed and tasted, Yang Dongqin stood up excitedly. Mr. Lu and everyone, rest assured, I believe the entire coffee industry in Yundian would be eager to participate in this project. Zeng Lia also chimed in, what is this coffee called? I can directly have it enter the premium selection shop. Yang Xiaoya was overjoyed, her small fists tightly clenched in happiness. But this question stumped Lu Lin. Up until now, they had not even named this coffee. They had no concrete plans for the coffee brand they wanted to create. So Lu Lin simply threw the question out. Everyone, let's think of a name for our coffee brand. Yang Xiaoya cheerfully raised her hand. Let's call it Chashu Coffee. Ruan Wen, who had remained silent, shook her head. The concept conflicts. He Yuan suggested, this coffee has a rich and refreshing taste with a hint of the fragrance of distant plants. How about calling it distant coffee? Han Li murmured, it's still not as good as Chashu Coffee. Lao Si, being the top student of 404, pondered for a moment before saying, let's call it Yunxiang Coffee. This not only highlights the domestic nature of the coffee, but also identifies its place of origin. Moreover, it sounds elegant. Yunxiang. Just hearing the name evokes a pastoral image, fresh and graceful. Smack. He Yuan slapped Lao Si on the shoulder. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder you are you. This book was not read in vain. So cultured. Unlike her, who could only say wow and amazing. Ruan Wen felt a bit dizzy from the slap, turning her head to see a swollen handprint quietly appearing. Lao Si thought for a moment, then grabbed He Yuan's long hair. I'll take you down. You're just jealous of me. You can't stand me showing off. He Yuan felt a painful tug on her scalp, her heart racing. She actually saw through me. Never mind, let's just fight. She then reached out to grab Ruan Wen's hair. Let go. Let go, do you hear me? Ruan Wen replied, I won't. The two tangled together, neither willing to relent. This sudden turn of events caught Director Gao Zhenglia and others off guard, leaving them stunned. Director Gao reacted quickly, chuckling. Youth is truly wonderful, full of energy. Hey, don't say it. Two beautiful young ladies fighting each other was quite a sight for sore eyes. Director Gao felt his mindset younger too. I really want to join in. Lu Lin pinched his brow weakly. Stop messing around. We're discussing serious matters. With Lu Lin interjecting, they both obediently settled down. At this point, the discussions had mostly concluded, and the remaining time was for casual chatting. After everyone enjoyed a meal of local cuisine at Grandpa's house, Lu Lin and the others bid farewell to this group of fortune gods. At the village entrance, He Yuan waved her arms excitedly to bid farewell to the fortune gods. Once the vehicles disappeared around the corner, she suddenly let out a strange scream. Oh, 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 oh. We're rich. Ha ha, we're rich. Nothing feels better than making money. Just Starbucks alone brings nearly 100 million in income to Chashu Village every year. Correspondingly, how many jobs would these projects create? Chashu Village is going to flourish. Hiyuan was so happy, she almost wanted to crash headfirst into the old locust tree at the village entrance. Lu Lin saw her happiness and felt happy too, experiencing a kind of paternal satisfaction. Once Hiyuan quieted down a bit, Lu Lin walked back with his hands behind his back. Haven't we released a song in a while? Hiyuan immediately straightened up, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at Lu Lin. Do you have inspiration? Lu Lin replied, I might have some ideas. Hiyuan then leaned against Lu Lin. How about tonight I help you relax and continue finding inspiration? Lu Lin pulled her off him, who knew what she meant by relax. Ruan Wen said lightly from the side, I'll go with you. Hiyuan replied, what's it to you? Lu Lin did not join in their frolic, and after sending off a multitude of fortune gods, he returned alone to his modest courtyard. Many events from this period swirled in his mind, churning restlessly. After finishing a cigarette, he returned to his room to write songs. The next day, Lu Lin woke up as usual. After washing up and exercising, the mountains were tranquil, and every morning upon waking he felt as if he had been recharged. He took out his phone to browse the news and was captivated by a piece of information online. A media outlet had actually reported the death of Elder Yuan. He was startled and quickly sought verification. It was confirmed to be false news. Lu Lin let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was untrue. However, Elder Yuan was indeed critically ill and undergoing emergency treatment. Lu Lin thought for a moment, with today's medical technology, everything should be fine. He then went to find Hiyuan and the others. Before he reached the courtyard, he heard Hiyuan's loud voice. Who is Lu Wanli's mother? How did this thing spring from the womb? Nearby, Ruan Wen commented, perhaps even his mother didn't expect this. Han Er angrily said, the enemy is at Hanoji. This bastard doesn't eat good rice, but wants to drink human blood. Even the usually cautious teacher Fu Dalong chimed in, only a doctor can declare death, not the news. These people truly have no bottom line for the sake of traffic. Elder, he sat on a small stool, quietly smoking. How poor we were before, if not for him our rice bowls would be unstable. Thanks to Elder Yuan's technology providing strategic support, we wouldn't be crushed by foreign powers in a food war. Lu Lin walked into the courtyard. Everyone stop worrying, modern medical technology is quite capable. Elder Yuan will pull through. Everyone nodded and began their day's work. Yet deep down there was an undeniable heaviness. This person was after all closely related to the rice in thousands of households. After a busy morning during lunch break, while scrolling through her phone, Hiyuan suddenly looked up. Elder Yuan has passed. The crowd froze, unable to believe it, a complex sadness spreading from their hearts. What kind of feeling is that? Someone like Elder Yuan is no different from the celestial bodies that accompany us. Usually you hardly think of them, always feeling that such a person will be eternal. But they are not celestial bodies who, once they set in the west, they will not rise again, and once they streak across the sky, they will not return. The more this is the case, when they leave, the clearer you can feel a part of this era peeling away. Yes, that sadness is the feeling of a part of the era collapsing within one's perception. Han Li suddenly muttered, is Elder Yuan worried that we won't be able to eat our lunch in peace? Deliberately timing it away from May 20th and lunch. His voice gradually faded, and the courtyard fell silent. Everyone quietly browsed their phones, seemingly trying to find a bit of solace among the nationwide mourners. But different people need different kinds of rice. Amidst the countless individuals mourning nationwide, there are always some fools trying to show off their existence, as if not doing so would fail to demonstrate their lowly nature. A trashy individual with a WeChat name, the winner takes all, openly slandered heroic martyrs in the moments, using words so vicious and ugly that it completely shattered everyone's worldview. This was a recipient of the Republic Medal. Lu Lin and the others almost simultaneously saw this news, and everyone present was filled with righteous indignation. Hiyuan was so angry she jumped up to curse, what a bastard. Bastard. Damn. She could hardly find words to curse such a person. Even Ruan Wen, who usually had a sharp tongue, was so angry that she couldn't speak. After a while, Ruan Wen finally said darkly, report, call to report. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly made calls. Yet it seemed this alone was still not enough. Seeing countless people online voluntarily bidding farewell to Elder Yuan, everyone's emotions grew even heavier. What made it even sadder was that the heroic figures who passed away today weren't just Elder Yuan. There was also Elder Wu, the father of hepatobiliary surgery in the country, along with Elder Wang and Elder Shun. These were the pillars that once supported the nation. Lu Lin stood up. I'm going to revise the song. Saying this, he left. Lu Lin immersed himself in revising the song, and when he emerged from the small room, he saw a piece of gratifying news. The trashy individual who slandered martyrs had been dealt with. The person named Li, a resident of Jinghai district in Tianjin, 38 years old, has been subjected to criminal coercive measures by the relevant authorities. Upon seeing this information, netizens felt as if they had drunk a big bowl of cold water in midsummer, feeling exhilarated. Netizens in Tianjin all cursed loudly. What a disgrace. The shame of Tianjin. This bastard should be chopped up and thrown in a dog pile. There's nothing left to eat but a heart which even a dog wouldn't eat. Why? Is it too dirty? Does anyone know which prison that guy will be sent to? I want to meet this brother if I get into trouble too. No need, he won't have it good in there. The netizens' waves of condemnation submerged that trashy individual. Unfortunately, the relevant authorities did not disclose his name or address otherwise. He could have been directly expelled from society. After Lu Lin finished reading the news, he handed the newly written song to Hiyuan. Practice hard, we'll release it tonight. Hiyuan took the score and gradually became engrossed after a moment. Finally, her expression became solemn as she said, I understand. After 4 or 5 hours of practice, Hiyuan was emotionally prepared. All the equipment was ready and the production team of Life in the Distance was brought in to record the song. An hour later, the new song was completed and released directly on both Yun Village and Douyin platforms. Today was Saturday, and after being bombarded by tragic news all day, netizens went online to surf suddenly being pushed Hiyuan's video. In the video, Hiyuan sat in an old rural courtyard holding a guitar, gently strumming and singing into the microphone. The melodious tune flowed out, and her low, slightly sorrowful voice unfolded along with the melody. In a daze, people seemed to see that figure returning once again. But this song fell off. People listened closely as Hiyuan sang the lyrics. I heard that Snow White is dancing joyfully, and the little rabbit is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter likes the White Queen, and the ugly duckling will become a swan. I heard that Peter Pan never grows up, and Jack has a harp and magic. I heard there's a candy house in the forest, and the flies now have beloved red apples. Only the wise river knows that Snow White ran out of the castle because of greed. The little rabbit has something to suppress itself, turning into a wolf with a red cloak. There's always a winding core in the fairy tale town infused with a magical aura, yet it is also twisted in the mundane world, flowing endlessly and stirring up a commotion, drawing in a group of white rabbits into the water. Let all those many people step into the cage of a happy ending. When I was young, my family was poor, truly unable to afford rice. So I also accept that this chapter has been sealed. Hiyuan's new song set nearly 1 million plays on Yun Village just 1 hour after its release. This play count is quite terrifying. Even popular stars can't achieve such a frightening number without promotion. As for those popular flowery young stars, what songs can they sing? They are just there to exploit their fans. The reason for such a terrifying play count is partly due to Hiyuan's large fan base, which ensured that the song video was directly promoted to users upon release. On the other hand, the uniqueness of this song is evident. Unlike the popular love songs of the moment, this is a satirical song. The targets of the satire are those who have previously been loud advocates for foreign influence. Every word, every note feels like a knife, piercing through some individuals, causing their anger to rise. Originally, the netizens were quite despondent, but because of this song by Hiyuan, their spirit suddenly soared. Think about it, those who upheld the glory of the Republic mostly passed away at around 90. They nearly lived through an entire century, witnessing 100 years of dramatic change. To be honest, after a century of trials and tribulations, netizens feel a sense of hardship for those national pillars. It is time to take on their burdens. Thus, on this day, countless young pinks rose in anger, picked up their keyboards, and shouted, "Let's fight." They shared Hiyuan's song titled Lighthouse in a fairy tale across various forums, reposting it under the accounts of major public figures, launching a full-scale war. As for those who slandered martyrs and heroes back in the day, they were reported directly. With real name verification on the internet now, are they still hard to find? Even those who were not originally young pinks and had no interest in national affairs found a common cause against the morally low adversaries, becoming part of the campaign for public opinion. Moreover, some netizens posted line-by-line explanations of Hiyuan's lyrics. Brothers, pay attention. This is a song scolding the banana people. Everyone understands who Snow White is, right? I don't need to explain the rabbits. What about Peter Pan? It refers to those overgrown infants in our country with Jack's harp and magic designed to deceive, and the candy house in the forest. The forest brothers, the law of the jungle, placing sweet fruits in the jungle, yet attracting the white rabbits, and I don't need to explain what the candy house is, right? Wow, the whole piece is a metaphor. The lyricist is amazing. Lu Lin is forever the best. Got it, Master Lu Lin of Yin and Yang. It seems like that's not wrong. Lu God for life. Faced with the public opinion war initiated by the young pinks in cyberspace, the water army controlled by capital, the self-sufficient banana people, and the public intellectuals on the payroll all rushed to the battlefield. Of course, they dared not attack Elder Yuan and others. They are all real name verified. They could actually be arrested. Lee's case is a cautionary tale. Even for profit, they can't risk their own safety, right? So they continued to attack Yundian Coffee, listing the shortcomings of domestic coffee one by one, asserting that it wasn't because they didn't love domestic products. Mainly, it's because of the domestic trash. How can you expect me to love trash? It's like cars. Even if the Volkswagen car body is soft, it can't withstand the hard-headedness of Volkswagen owners. Moreover, can't you wear a helmet while in the car? Even when netizens presented Yang Xiaoya's award certificate, they still ignored it. They claim that those were made without regard for cost if you have the ability to mass-produce them. If they do manage to mass-produce, they'll use sales figures against them. They even came up with a novel argument that Elder Yuan's intention in letting you eat well was not to make you arrogant. This statement is heart-wrenching. It made countless netizens grind their teeth in anger. Amidst this turbulent tide, the official Weibo of Xing Cafe released a cooperation statement. Dear customers, recently we have noticed media reports regarding Xing Cafe coffee and Yundian coffee, and the company takes this very seriously, wishing to communicate with everyone. Upholding Xing Cafe's consistent values, we are always committed to achieving a balance between profit and social conscience. Xing Cafe focuses on providing customers with a comprehensive experience and delivering exceptional value. Xing Cafe continuously invests in product research and innovation while enhancing store design, making each Xing Cafe store unique as a third space. We have also noted the development of domestic coffee in Huaxia. In order to meet the changing demands of customers and local communities, we will introduce Yundian coffee into the Xing Cafe family. This statement caused an uproar online. Countless banana people and those who have betrayed their country cursed in their hearts, "Damn it. You have betrayed the bourgeoisie." As a result, a significant portion of those who regularly drink Xing Cafe commented below that Weibo post Xing Cafe is no longer the Xing Cafe it used to be. Goodbye. I will never drink Xing Cafe again. Bah. The chief operations officer for the Huaxia region must have lost their mind. We demand the removal of the chief operations officer. Faced with these users' curses, Xing Cafe remained indifferent. Because compared to these insults, there was more encouragement, recognition, and praise. Those who hold the most sincere and primitive love for their country praised Xing Cafe's actions and fervently confronted the trash-talking complainers in the comments section. What's the use of you not agreeing? Got it, I'll place an order at Starbucks now. I counted there are a total of 1,367 comments saying they will never buy Xing Cafe again. But there were also 5,415 comments praising Starbucks. To the dog lovers, please, you are really weak. What can compare to the pain caused by betrayal from those you admire? Xing Cafe's statement served as a divine assist, allowing countless young pinks to crush the dog lovers into the ground. Countless dog lovers and banana people directly broke down, and Xing Cafe gained a large number of new supporters. This directly reflected in Xing Cafe's stock. Since the release of this statement, Xing Cafe's stock rose by 5 points. Just based on a single Weibo post, they added tens of billions in market value out of thin air. This marketing strategy is almost comparable to that of the American mogul. In the courtyard of He Laoye's small house in Chashu village, Lu Lin remarked, while browsing the online situation, "Not bad, this wave counts as a triple win." Are you saying that we not only enhanced national identity and pride, but also struck a blow against the dog lovers and banana people while making our partner gain a lot of popularity? Lu Lin shook his head and said, "It's that we have put our local coffee brand on the map, increased your popularity, and demonstrated our brand marketing strength. In the future, advertising and sponsorship fees will definitely increase." Everyone, so are you saying that your so-called triple win means you personally won 3 times? You must be winning it fast, right? Dio. The online space was buzzing, tumultuous waves crashing everywhere. Due to He Yuan's song, countless public relations firms and marketing media sprang into action, preparing for a fierce competition. The smoke of various social media was thick, with numerous phishing and counter-phishing posts flying everywhere. Many newcomers seized the opportunity to stand out, while seasoned veterans stumbled. The lively scene was reminiscent of a grand battle. Yet the one who sparked this storm, Lu Lin, was leisurely enjoying his small life in a small mountain village in the southwest. Writing scripts, composing songs, supervising programs. Every day was fulfilling. The passing of pillar figures of the nation was lamentable, but the predecessors would not want to see us dwell on their memories. They would certainly wish for us to move forward. From now on, this land can only be entrusted to the future generations. Hence Lu Lin wrote that song. He had even more plans in his heart. As days passed, the 4th episode of Life in the Distance premiered, explosively breaking records for viewership, shares, and comments. After witnessing the popularity of this variety show, many brands approached Mango TV and Ruan Wen eager to collaborate. However, Lu Lin had standards for the brands he would work with. It was not a case of any brand being acceptable. As for Xing Cafe, there was no need to elaborate. Everyone could see the care and standards they maintained for their brand. I've heard that when Xing Cafe employees start their first month, they even clean under the tables. Even if the store is already clean, daily sanitation must be upheld. After all, one of their core services is cleanliness, so there's no need to worry about random issues with Xing Cafe. As for other brands, quality control is hard to guarantee. For instance, the milk from a certain cow brand recently sparked controversy for lowering dairy product quality standards in both countries. Although later it was said that short sellers were stirring things up. But if there wasn't something wrong, why wouldn't short sellers target Guangming Qingwang and other dairy industries? Flawed eggs are clearly more appealing to flies than flawless ones. If a show like Life in the Distance, which is rooted in rural areas and aims to lead poverty alleviation, were to accept inappropriate endorsements and advertisements, it would severely damage its reputation. Therefore, the task of vetting potential collaboration brands was handed over to Ruan Wen. Upon receiving this task, her face immediately fell. Am I destined to be overworked? The key was that she had only shared profits with Lu Lin once. Just 2 to 3 million. It made her furious. Yet she still went with enthusiasm. There was no way around it. Who made Lu Lin's potential so great? Moreover, she planned to bring her daughter along this time. Although she was quite clever and had heard that her daughter was now working as a brand marketing manager at a cosmetics company and doing well. In the face of the larger trend, individual efforts seemed trivial. For instance, 10 years ago, if people had started hoarding houses in the capital back, then they would have multiplied their assets several times over in a decade without doing anything. So what can you expect from ready-made gold? Huo Wenxi had to work hard to support Yi Yuner. As Huo Wenxi got busy, the road construction team, led by director Gao, was also arranged to come over. With no middlemen taking a cut and local officials giving the green light, the cost of what originally required tens of millions for concrete roads was significantly reduced. Later, everyone agreed that since it was like this, they might as well pave an asphalt road. Concrete roads can easily encounter problems in the mountainous and complex terrain, while asphalt is flexible, soft on the surface, and provides a more comfortable driving experience. The downside is that it has poor water resistance and is prone to aging. But maintenance is relatively easy. Concrete roads, while strong and stable, are much harder to repair. This is a mountainous area. Landslides and falling rocks are normal after heavy rains. So everyone decided to pave an asphalt road. However, the construction costs suddenly went up again. The road repair project would take several months, during which the villagers could only take a longer mountain route to get out. But no one complained. Once that main road was completed, getting from the village to the town would be much faster. As the old village chief of Chashu village, an old party member and veteran, he naturally understood the importance of road construction. One of the mottos proclaimed by the state back in the 90s was, if you want to get rich, build the roads first. It's just that fixing a road in their remote mountain area is quite a challenge. Now that the road was finally being built, it was funded by their own children. Chashu village has produced a person of success who can make smoke rise from the ancestral grave. So as the road started to be built, the old man took villagers daily to deliver water to the workers and told everyone, my granddaughter funded the road construction. Then the workers would praise, you have a wonderful granddaughter. And the old man would laugh heartily, of course. Every day would be like this, it was just fun. He Yuan was initially quite happy, but later felt embarrassed. Who brags about their own family like this? But the old man didn't care. This was his greatest joy in life now. As the road was being built, discussions with the Yunnan Diansong Coffee Industry Association also officially commenced. The Yunnan Diansong Coffee Flavor Research Center is located near Chashu village. In the future, they would cultivate 20,000 acres of coffee plantations near Chashu village and gradually improve the roads, aiming not only to make Chashu village prosperous, but also to turn nearby villages, even Linxiang County and the entire Yunnan Diansong province, into a domestic coffee paradise. Once this grand blueprint was drawn, not only the Yunnan Diansong Coffee Industry Association, but also other coffee manufacturers were excited. What business is the most profitable these days? Monopoly. But coffee cannot be monopolized. The only option left is to rely on branding. As long as the brand is renowned, they will all profit. Thus, the entire Yunnan Diansong Coffee Industry's manufacturers sprang into action, converging like sharks sensing blood. They arrived with money and gifts, and since it was hard to enter the mountains due to road repairs, they took tricycles. After all, they wanted to catch Lu Lin's rocket before the winds of opportunity blew up. In half a month, nearly 3 groups of people visited Lu Lin every day, bypassing the Yunnan Diansong Coffee Industry Association, hoping to join in the construction and research of the research center. Their goal was to grasp the latest resources at the first opportunity. Therefore, bank cards, gold bars, jade, and other rare items were thrown at them like rain. The little money-loving He Yuan was initially thrilled every day, but a few days later he became unhappy. Lu Lin didn't accept a single offer. He sent everyone away. He Yuan panicked, jumping up and down, shouting, "Big donkey, are you out of your mind? That's gold. Gold, shining gold. You just say you don't want it. Are we going to live like this?" Facing He Yuan's questioning, LV Lin couldn't be bothered to respond, casting a sidelong glance at him and letting out a disdainful huff. "What the hell? You do you then." Meanwhile, Ruan Wen was peeling lychees that had been chilled in well water, enjoying the fresh taste of the ripe southern lychees in summer. She tossed one into a bowl in front of LV Lin and urged, "Eat up." He Yuan was left dumbfounded, wondering when these two had become so close. "Good job, Fourth. You've got something going, huh? I can't believe you rushed ahead to this level without me noticing." She then turned to Ruan Wen, playfully pushing, "Come on, Fourth, as a top student, how can you do this?" Let me do it," she said, grabbing a small stool and sitting next to LV Lin to feed him. He Yuan held a peeled lychee and said, "Come on, open your mouth." LV Lin just stared at her in silence, his gaze complex, thinking how she had completely transformed into a girl inside and out, still retaining her original girl-like shape. LV Lin took the lychee and said, "I can do it myself." He Yuan giggled, "Oh, come on, why be polite with me?" At that moment, Han Li returned from her workout, sweaty and radiating heat that everyone could feel as she leaned over. Han Lauer approached, saying, "How about you feed me one too?" He Yuan turned and shouted, "Get lost." Han Lao was left speechless, wiping her sweat with a towel. Old He Yuan, quite the show-off. With that, she locked her arms around He Yuan's neck. He Yuan gasped, "Ugh." She frantically beat on Han Lao's arms. Let go, let go. It's too tight, I can't take it." Han Lao dragged He Yuan away and sat in front of the bowl of lychees, peeling them for herself and munching while splashing cold water on her body. Her sun-kissed skin was firm and delicate, her muscles slightly flushed from exercise. The thin t-shirt clung to her body, revealing the strong and sensual lines beneath. There was a wild and vibrant beauty to her. LV Lin struggled to look away, saying, "Old Han, you should really watch your image. Is she really not considering me as an outsider?" Han Li shrugged. "Haven't you seen everything you should? And I haven't shown anything you shouldn't see." LV Lin remained silent, thinking that's a good point. "As long as you're happy." He Yuan felt bitter inside, squatting beside LV Lin, saying, "Big donkey is bullying me." LV Lin tossed a lychee into his mouth and replied, "But that's your aunt. Oh, what's wrong with her bullying you?" He Yuan was left speechless, as was Han Li. Both were at a loss for words, unable to find a retort. At this moment, Ruan Wen changed the subject, saying, "It's reasonable that Big Donkey doesn't allow ordinary manufacturers to participate in the research center." When everyone's attention shifted to him, Ruan Wen continued, "The Coffee Flavor Research Center aims to establish its own set of standards domestically. Once this set of standards is established, it's a matter of sitting back and collecting money. For example, the Swiss BCI, which stands for the Better Cotton Initiative in Switzerland. Initially, they self-financed the assessment of various manufacturers' cotton, providing evaluation standards. Once market recognition increased, they began to profit from the manufacturers. Many manufacturers need to pay hundreds of thousands, even millions annually as a protection fee just to obtain a green label from the Swiss organization. If they don't, well, the BBC's tactics come into play." After hearing this, He Yuan was stunned. "While Big Donkey is playing it that dirty now?" LV Lin glanced at He Yuan and said, "Don't worry, we won't learn from those unscrupulous foreign capitalists." "What kind of behavior is that really?" LV Lin continued, "Our main goal is to enhance market awareness. This way, the Yunjian Coffee Industry Association can gain greater recognition and charge higher membership fees. We can also launch our own coffee brand. By mastering industry standards, we can gain prestige and consumers will receive better and more reassuring products. This is a win-win situation." He Yuan tilted her head, saying, "But this time we didn't win 3 times. LV Lin knocked her on the head. "Winning 3 times would lead to problems. People should be content." After finishing the lychees and chatting, LV Lin washed his hands and went back to work. In the old courtyard, dappled sunlight filtered through the trees, bird calls echoed. Friends were chatting and laughing nearby, while the wind rustled through the leaves. A profound tranquility enveloped LV Lin. He thought this is how life should be. Inspired, he picked up a pen and began to write on paper. Since leaving the city, he seemed to have lost interest in electronic devices. He enjoyed the sound of the pen scratching against the paper. He relished the peacefulness of life in the mountains where the deep woods felt so far away. As evening fell, the old man delivering water returned, humming a tune as he began preparing dinner, a simple yet delicious local dish that never seemed to be enough. After dinner, everyone brought out chairs and lay in a row in the courtyard, gazing at the twinkling stars in the clear night sky, chatting about recent events. At this moment, they opened a chilled sand melon that had been resting all day. "Hey, this is amazing. This is the life people should aspire to, right? Although many can't live like this, they present another possibility of life through variety shows. It's not just the neon lights and skyscrapers that define life. Where the heart finds peace is home." This is what LV Lin wanted to convey to the audience through the program. Lighting lamps and chatting, time flows gently. In such an environment, people gradually become pure. As the night deepened, LV Lin stood up to return and rest. Everyone gradually dispersed. By the time the lights in every home in Tea Tree Village were extinguished, only the sound of insects outside played the rural lullaby. In this silence, He Yuan quietly got out of bed, tiptoeing outside. Great. Neither Lao nor Lao Si noticed. "Huh." He Yuan ran out joyfully. "Tonight, Big Donkey is mine." The path she chose contained knowledge that could make a man fall hopelessly in love. Love potion. She finally managed to concoct the potion today. As long as Big Donkey drinks it, the future will be in her grasp. Just as she tiptoed to the door, a voice drifted from the courtyard. "What do you think you're doing?" He Yuan froze instantly. She slowly turned around, seeing Ruan Wen standing in the courtyard in her nightgown, looking like a ghost. He Yuan gritted her teeth and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Ruan Wen ignored her cute little nose twitching, then revealing a hint of a mocking smile. "Love potion." He Yuan immediately hid it behind her, raising her chin defiantly. "So what?" Ruan Wen chuckled. "Are you stupid?" He Yuan was puzzled. Ruan Wen continued, "Have you forgotten what path Big Donkey chose?" He Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. "Dio, that dog is a pharmacist." In a sense, the path chosen by Lu Lin could be considered the nemesis of He Yuan's chosen route. He Yuan's path possesses unparalleled advantages in manipulating desire. Even Wang Huai himself once said, "This is not the strongest route among all, but it is undoubtedly the most troublesome one. Whether it is the enhancement of physical fitness or the allure of spiritual, well, even the manipulation of conceptual rules, Hiyuan's chosen path encompasses it all, and she plays it with exceptional mastery. But none of this matters. Hiyuan simply hopes to gain the superpower to enchant all beings. She got her wish. Now if she desires, no man can escape her clutches. Except for Lu Lin. As for the other pharmacist, that is none of my business. But ironically, Lu Lin is precisely a pharmacist. Whether it is drugging or spiritual allure, it is all in vain. Hiyuan felt as if struck by lightning, a bit stunned. She didn't know what to do. Ruan Wen looked at Hiyuan's foolish expression and smiled. All right, go wash up and sleep. Hiyuan cried out, I've already washed up. Ruan Wen. This rascal. But with Ruan Wen's reminder, Hiyuan ultimately extinguished the thought of causing further trouble. The next day, when Lu Lin returned to the small courtyard of Old Master, he found Hiyuan staring at him with an expression as if she had done something wrong. Lu Lin felt puzzled. He approached Ruan Wen and asked what trouble has Old he gotten into this time. Ruan Wen smiled sweetly, I don't know. When Hiyuan saw Ruan Wen smile, she immediately understood. Dio. She had been schemed against again. Indeed, these scholars are full of tricks. Hiyuan was furious. Shouldn't she be the rightful main wife? Even if you have feelings for the big donkey, there should be principles of hierarchy, right? I am the leader of 404. But as Hiyuan's mind raced, she quickly thought of a plan. While she couldn't outsmart the fourth, three cobblers could surpass Zhuge Liang, right? We could team up with the second to deal with that guy. So Hiyuan waved her hand and sought out Hanli. Second, don't you think the fourth has been getting too close to the big donkey lately? Hanli replied in confusion, huh, what's wrong? Hiyuan exclaimed, what's wrong? That's our golden thigh. Aren't you afraid the big donkey will end up favoring the fourth alone? We are both older than her, why should she be above us? Hiyuan said fiercely, we need to find a way to turn the situation around. Hanli. She replied blankly, you seem to have a serious problem. Is it abnormal for the big donkey to get close to his buddies? In the past, the big donkey and the fourth were quite close, unlike you who only knows how to hang around women. After giving her a glance, the second began to warm up and exercise. He's truly passionate about fitness. But why can't this muscle grow after the gender change? It's still that tight and tender look. What good is a big chest muscle? I want a body full of muscles. It must be that I haven't worked hard enough, so come on, Hanli. Watching Hanli jog away, Hiyuan felt a bit stunned. Indeed, the second's brain had been turned into muscle. Such a person could crush opponents when charging into battle. But if you want to plan something with him, you'd be worried sick. But that's all right. I will always have my cleverness. Please call me he Bruce Uvanen. So she squatted to the side and secretly sent a WeChat message to Huo Wenxi's sister, when are you coming back? Let's find a chance to deal with the big donkey early. Huo Wenxi. She received the message but didn't dare to reply. A smart woman like her would never leave herself with a handle to be grasped. Who knows what Hiyuan meant by that? Huo Wenxi changed the topic, is something happening at home? Hiyuan. Who are you calling home? But now that I need her, I might as well take advantage of the situation. So Hiyuan spoke with a heavy tone, yes, I was careless, and the fourth actually got involved with the big donkey first. That ghostly look. At a glance, the two were up to no good. How could her fourth be the first to act? Moreover, she still can't figure out when the fourth got that close to the big donkey. Clearly, they had all been together during this time. After listening to Hiyuan, Huo Wenxi sighed deeply. Hiyuan appeared clever, but in reality her mind was quite dull, and her methods against men were frankly mediocre. As for Ruan Wen, although she usually appeared cold and aloof, a single glance revealed she had many tricks up her sleeve. So, big girl, you lost not unjustly. Huo Wenxi sighed again, it's alright, I'll be back in a few days. By the way, the next episode hasn't been recorded yet, right? And the guest hasn't been chosen yet, right? Hiyuan, yes. Huo Wenxi, let's have Chun Whiting join the program, and it'll remind him to do a good job. Whatever business that entails, that is something left unsaid. Anyway, my sister who will never leave you with any handles. Hiyuan's eyes lit up at that moment. In that instant she realized. Is it time to use the beauty trap? Let Chun Whiting flirt with Ruan Wen, and the plan will be set. As for how to flirt, they are all players, just being a bit ambiguous is enough, no need to clarify anything, and it will work. Aren't men always suspicious about such matters? When the time comes, no matter how much you try to clarify, the fourth won't be able to explain it clearly, ha. Hiyuan felt she had grasped the essence of the matter. Then while admiring Huo Wenxi, she also carried a degree of caution. This woman has some very strong methods. But after all, she is older, and there is an inherent gap between her and a youthful beauty like herself. So Hiyuan's heart, which had just been raised, relaxed again. She messaged Huo Wenxi, I'll wait for you to come back. Huo Wenxi, okay. After dealing with Hiyuan, Huo Wenxi smiled, not expecting it to be so easy to insert her artist into the program. Hiyuan is really cute. Putting away her thoughts, Huo Wenxi's gaze returned to the girl across from her. The little bit of pride in her heart quickly vanished, and her eyes turned cold and hard. Hiyuan, how long are you going to be willful? The pure and innocent-looking Hiyuaner was completely unfazed by Huo Wenxi's tactics. She smiled lightly. I've already established myself in Hu City and no longer need living expenses from you. I can be completely independent now. Ms. Or I just want to live my own life. Is there a problem with that? Ms. Hua. The usually capable and powerful Huo Wenxi's eyes dimmed slightly. The biggest pain of her life was abandoning this child for her career. But as the saying goes, individual efforts are important, but one must also consider the historical process. Yi Yun'er's pupils constricted and her entire face turned cold and somber. This woman, she could definitely do it. Back then she abandoned her own daughter for the sake of development. Now using a bit of manipulation to make herself feel the harshness of society is nothing too difficult. After noticing the change in Yi Yun'er's expression, Huo Wenxi chuckled. Is this what you call standing firm? Even someone like me who doesn't count as a capitalist can easily handle you, let alone others. Yi Yun'er. Huo Wenxi. In this world, one of two types of people exists, either truly useless living a life of ease or exceptionally gifted soaring high. The most pitiful ones are people like you and me. Not enough to compare with the upper class, yet having more than those below. With a bit of talent, one refuses to mingle with the rubble, but because they are not true jewels, they struggle to ascend to the true realm of elegance. Thus, leveraging one's position is crucial. Huo Wenxi stood up. You figure it out yourself. Looking at the woman walking away, Yi Yun'er was left in a daze, speechless. Why can't one live happily and according to their own desires? Yi Yun'er thought for a moment, then recalled Huo Wenxi's words. What you perceive as a tranquil life is merely because someone is bearing the burden for you. But what if? What if one day I'm no longer here? This was something Huo Wenxi had told her long ago, so long ago that she had forgotten when it was said. But today this phrase suddenly resurfaced. She let out a deep sigh. That woman, her biological mother, did not love her. She simply loved in a way that Yi Yun'er couldn't understand. After all, she was a woman who had walked through the dark times of that era. Even a little of the darkness she had witnessed could completely engulf her, leaving no trace behind. It is precisely because she has seen the dirtiest and most despicable side of this world that she is so fearful. She has already experienced and endured the most sordid things in her life. Thus, she did not wish for those things to repeat in her daughter's life. However, her position no longer allows Yi Yun'er to escape. Without effort, the repetition of history is almost inevitable. That is why she is actively working in the mainland, attempting to establish her own foothold. She hadn't found a good opportunity before, but now she has. Lu Lin is their opportunity. Leaving the restaurant, Huo Wenxi returned to her car and lit a cigarette. The thick smoke curled upwards, resembling her current mood. Complex, twisted, and pale. She knew that imposing her own thoughts on Yi Yun wasn't quite right, yet this current discomfort is far better than her being forced to compromise in front of stronger powers in the future, especially with her being so beautiful. After finishing her cigarette, Huo Wenxi threw the butt into her coffee cup, then tiredly pinched the bridge of her nose. At that moment, there was a knock on the car window. Huo Wenxi turned her head and saw Yi Yun'er standing by the passenger side. She was momentarily stunned, only rolling down the window at Yi Yun'er's gesture. Yi Yun'er stood outside the car and said, I will go with you. Huo Wenxi's eyes lit up, and with a smile she shook her head. Get in the car. In Chashu village, Lu Lin was inspecting the project progress, accompanied by Vice President Yang Dongqing. The newly constructed coffee research center is under construction, and the coffee plantation is also being cultivated. To ensure that there are enough coffee farmers for the future cultivated land, Mr. He took the lead, and the villagers from nearby communities were mobilized to learn planting knowledge. At first, everyone was not very enthusiastic. Coffee is something you can't rely on to fill your stomach. Its yield is small, and the purchasing price is low. It's not as good as planting rice or wheat, where the harvest is higher. Although these basic food crops also have a low price, at least the country provides a safety net limiting the minimum purchase price. Coffee, however, is not the same. The purchase price is entirely up to the buyers. Furthermore, with the young and strong laborers working outside in the mountains, only the elderly and children remain in the villages. Thus, there is a lack of labor in each village. This is also the situation in most small counties in the country. Young people are flocking to big cities, and there's hardly anyone left even in the counties. To address the labor shortage, some small counties have started encouraging people to return home for employment. But afterwards, big cities also began the battle for talent. Especially for high-quality talents, the competition is even fiercer. In fact, the talent wars in various counties and towns have some issues. What good is merely shouting slogans? It's like the initial promise of one family, one good, with the state providing for the elderly. Later, it became one family, one good, with the state helping to provide. Eventually, it turned into the elderly cannot rely on the state, but must rely on themselves. In the end, what can you rely on for your old age? What can you lay down on for comfort? Everyone must get to work. Delayed retirement, declaring that lying flat is shameful and that labor is glorious. These statements are not wrong, but it's essential to clarify for whom you are laboring. For the country, we bear no grudges. For ourselves, it is also quite justified. But what if it's for a few parasites and capitalists? WQNM LGBT. The masses indeed lack long-term vision and strategic depth. They are very simple enough to be content with filling their stomachs and staying warm with their own hands. If they could save a bit each year to buy something for their families, that would be even better. However, some people use slogans to suck your blood, eat your flesh, and even want to crush your bones to suck your marrow. Thus, Lu Lin simply proposed, let's mobilize the villagers and hire professional farmers. Pay them monthly salaries and reward them based on their labor with year-end bonuses. Let each family call back the children working in the city. There are limited spots, first come, first served. With the county and township endorsement, soon a group of people returned. With one there would be two. Chashu village took the lead, and seeing that they could earn money back home, other nearby villages began to gather as well. This initiative seemed costly at first, but with more people various consumption would arise. When they saw the primary school being built in Chashu village, they thought about sending their children to study there. Once desolate and seemingly on the verge of demise, Chashu village came back to life with the arrival of Lu Lin and others. This sense of thriving is truly heartwarming. That day, while Lu Lin was recording a program, Yang Xiaoya suddenly approached him with a serious expression. "Old Lu, I've discovered something troubling." "Lu Lin, what is it?" "Yang Xiaoya, did we not establish a coffee planting technology training class at the school? When I went to class, I discovered someone was preaching over there." Lu Lin, he was puzzled. Christianity. Green religion. He was aware that Christianity had started infiltrating rural areas. Some elderly people particularly enjoy spreading this, as if they find solace within it. If it's that kind, then it seems there's nothing wrong. But from Yang Xiaoya's expression, he knew this matter was definitely not simple. "Indeed," Yang Xiaoya replied. "No, it's a church called the Only Creator. The teacher said this might be related to the bloodlust sect, so I came to find you." "What does it matter to me that it's related to the blood cult? Shouldn't I be discussing this with my 3 roommates?" However, dealing with such matters is something Lu Lin is experienced, and he directly called Wang Huai. "Call the police." Sure enough, Wang Huai, upon receiving the call, immediately said, "I'll be there shortly." In less than half an hour, Wang Huai arrived with 2 comrades from the Social Security Bureau, both wearing black trench coats. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "What about that so-called One True Creator Church? Hurry, take me there." Lu Lin stared at her. "How did you get here so fast?" Wang Huai replied, "None of your business." Lu Lin thought, is she on something? Why is she so aggressive today? Wang Huai was indeed in a bad mood. She had previously tracked Wang Winching into the southwestern mountains, keeping an eye on them while they were clearing contamination points. It can be confirmed that the iron-blooded Chuch's Levada minions have already entered the country. They are hiding in the mountains, capturing local residents for transformation, turning them into tools to collect blood for them. Although the purpose of their actions is unknown, such harm to the populace is not permitted by the Social Security Bureau. Why is it called the Social Security Bureau? Isn't it to protect social stability and the safety of the people? Now Levada's minions have actually started killing. As a result, the Social Security Bureau was shaken. They quickly contacted comrades overseas to launch a counterattack against the iron-blooded church. With a series of actions, the Bureau learned of Levada's intentions. Their goal is to ascend to the status of a Stage 7 saint. Why they chose to stir trouble in southwestern China is still unclear. Some speculate that it is because there are remnants of the primordial bloodline of the goddess Nuwa here, which is why they are capturing the local population for bloodline purification. Others believe there may be an important divine artifact in the southwest that is key to Levada's ascension. Regardless, it is essential to eliminate Levada's operations in the southwest. Therefore, in recent days, Wang Huai and comrades from the Southwest Social Security Bureau have delved into the mountains for a thorough search. But searching through the vast southwestern mountain range is no easy task. After more than half a month, they had only searched less than 1/5 of the mountainous area. Moreover, they also had to guard against Levada's minions conducting guerrilla tactics, returning to areas they had already searched. This is also a challenging situation for the Social Security Bureau. Although the Bureau has the largest number of registered extraordinary individuals among global organizations, it is also one of the most resource-constrained large organizations in the world. The vast territory of China and its immense population make it exceedingly difficult. The key is that they must ensure the stability and safety of the vast majority of the populace. This raises the difficulty to a hellish level. Unlike the Americans or the neighboring country where the White Tower and bunkers operate separately, mainly in major cities. Other regions are only investigated after incidents occur, while the neighboring country is even more outrageous. They don't consider the lowly as human. If they die, they die. This naturally reduces the pressure on defense. Thus, Wang Huai's explosive temper is entirely due to exhaustion. They haven't even dealt with the issues in the southwestern mountains, and now another One True Creator Church has emerged. This church is quite secretive, having been active internationally for 30 years, yet their purpose and core organization remain a mystery. Unexpectedly, it has also appeared here. Wang Huai cast a deep glance at the courtyard. A considerable number of extraordinary individuals have already gathered here. According to the law of attraction among extraordinary beings, this place is likely to explode with astonishing revelations. Thus, Wang Huai is not only tired but also anxious. Lu Lin noticed this too, so he did not delay and directly had Yang Xiaoya lead the way to the vicinity of the elementary school. The newly built elementary school is still under construction and has been expedited. Every day, village elders come to help supervise the work. As it is a project that benefits both the community and the individuals, the expansion of the school is progressing quite quickly. It is expected to be officially in use in 2 months. Currently, the students are still attending classes in the original tile-roofed houses. Yang Xiaoya's training for vocational farmers takes place after the children leave school. Usually some elderly villagers who arrive early will sit in the shade near the classroom and chat. It was at that time that Yang Xiaoya overheard some elders preaching inside. When Yang Xiaoya brought Wang Huai to the elementary school and pointed out those elders, Wang Huai took a deep breath, then took off her black trench coat, and her originally tense and serious little black face quickly blossomed into a sincere and sunny smile. A powerful sense of affinity radiated from Wang Huai, making it feel incredibly welcoming at first glance. Lu Lin's eyelids twitched at this transformation. He hadn't expected Wang Huai to exhibit such a change. This is a capability of the mass line, to go among the masses. Although Wang Huai is an extraordinary individual of the farmer's path, she often participates in party classes to learn advanced spirit, and the peculiarities of the mass line also allow extraordinary individuals from other paths to acquire some capabilities of the mass line. This is also the core foundation for all other paths to transition seamlessly into the mass line, especially the farmers, who are naturally aligned with the mass line. Wang Huai cheerfully joined the conversation with the elders. The elders and the young men who had returned from outside showed no apprehension towards Wang Huai, naturally and harmoniously accepting her. It seems that the preaching phase has already passed, and no one is discussing the previous topics anymore. So once the masses fully accepted Wang Huai, she brought up the topic herself. I heard there's a rather mysterious church recently, isn't that right? A chubby dark-skinned aunt suddenly replied with joy. Little girl, are you also interested in joining the church? Wang Huai smiled and said, I just heard about it. It seems like these things are mostly scams. She played a game of hard to get. The chubby aunt immediately puffed up her cheeks. Hey, you can't say that. We understand those who deceive for money, but this church doesn't ask for your money. She said, since they're not asking for money, what's the harm in believing a little? For the local populace, money is the most crucial thing. It is incredibly hard for them to earn. They become instantly alert and cautious about anything related to money. But if it's something else they want, then it doesn't matter. Wang Huai feigned great interest though. Then what do they want? The chubby aunt replied, nothing at all. They don't require you to chant scriptures or gather like in a church or to worship Buddha or anything. You can believe if you want, and if not, that's fine. But if you need help, they will assist you. They won't even ask for money. Wang Huai asked. The chubby aunt said no. Just donate some blood. Wang Huai's smile began to falter. In the extraordinary realm, this is worth far more than money. Upon learning about the missionary activities, Lu Lin quickly contacted Wang Huai. Wang Huai engaged in a friendly conversation with the missionary and learned that the church did not seek money, but could help the people heal their ailments. The price is their blood. The populace does not care, but in extraordinary realms, blood is far more deadly than money. Wang Huai could no longer maintain his smile. Ordinary people consider their blood a trivial matter, as the human body can regenerate after being drawn. It is usually of no use, and the authorities strictly prohibit blood selling. Even if you donate blood when the time comes that you truly need it, it may still be insufficient, necessitating more donations. Now, directly using blood to exchange for healing opportunities, how could that not be a profitable deal? A plump aunt, seemingly worried that Wang Huai would not believe her specifically, said, let me tell you, I once fell and hurt my back, but after the priest examined me, oh, guess what? Now my back doesn't hurt, my legs are nimble, and everything I eat is delicious. Isn't that great? Wang Huai, being an extraordinary individual, certainly understood this was not a paid advertisement. Rather, the plump aunt was sincerely promoting it. However, the more genuine it seemed, the more serious the situation became. Wang Huai felt heavy-hearted, but feigned surprise. Really? Will you take me to see it? The plump aunt chuckled. Oh, there's a gathering today, but they say there are classes here. Although that's nice, making money is more practical. Wang Huai tilted his head. I see. The plump aunt continued, actually the gathering is in Chahi village. You can see it when you go to the village. Though the plump aunt thinks money is more practical, some people consider that more important. After hearing this, Wang Huai said, then I will go have a look. After chatting a bit more, he left the group. Returning to Lu Lin and the others, Wang Huai wiped his somewhat stiff smile. I found out it's Chahi village. There was no intention on their part to hide anything. Was it confidence or arrogance? Wang Huai declared, now it's up to us. Lu Lin pondered, do you want us to go with you? Wang Huai stamped his foot, feeling antsy. No, you guys would just be a hindrance. Protecting the safety of the people and maintaining social stability is their duty. Although Lu Lin is also extraordinary, he wouldn't mobilize them unless necessary. Lu Lin said, then be careful. Wang Huai replied, huh? Don't worry, I'm quite strong. Saying this, Wang Huai waved goodbye and left with two colleagues from the Social Security Bureau. Yang Xiaoya was quite confused. She watched Wang Huai and the others leave, and then looked at the people lounging under the shade, feeling puzzled. Is that it? Lu Lin laughed. What did you expect? Yang Xiaoya wondered what's going on. There's no sense of involvement at all. Lu Lin replied, isn't this good? When the time comes that they need the rookies to get involved, the situation would be worrisome. Thus Lu Lin told Yang Xiaoya, all right, you should go to class. Yang Xiaoya put her hands on her hips. You should call me Teacher Yang. Lu Lin responded, okay, Teacher Yang. Hurry to class. Yang Xiaoya was delighted, bouncing joyfully towards the group. Meanwhile, after leaving Tea Tree Village, Wang Huai began to assemble his team. Due to issues discovered in the Southwest, all the comrades from the Social Security Bureau in the Southwest were mobilized. Thus, she easily gathered a temporary special action team. They swiftly infiltrated Chahi village, observing from the periphery. Position 1 reports village activities are normal, no signs of contamination detected. Position 2 reports village activities are normal, no signs of contamination detected. Position 3 reports from my position, I can see the gathering place, which is in a household's yard, but there aren't many people there, just an old man sitting on a bench soaking up the sun. Wang Hui asked, how do you know that's the gathering place? The third position replied, there's a banner hanging at the entrance. Wang Hui was taken aback, they are too arrogant. They clearly don't regard our Social Security Bureau. He decisively said, no need to hide, they are waiting for us. Unleash psychological invisibility and directly surround them. Received. Thus, the temporary special action team split into 4 directions surrounding the yard. The power of the mind surged around them. Even as they walked past the villagers of Chahi, it seemed as if those people did not see them. This is psychological invisibility, actor route stage for the scammer's technique, altering others' mental awareness to make them overlook obvious presences. Its principle is somewhat similar to having a phone in your hand, but being unable to find it. However, scammers can turn this occasional state into a norm. The temporary special action team quickly surrounded the yard. Wang Hui, as a master of the farmer route stage 6, took the lead and arrived at the yard. The old man was very aged with many age spots on his face, even on his bald scalp. Upon seeing Wang Hui enter, he displayed a calm smile. You've arrived, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Hui carefully observed the man. His powerful insight into living beings from the farmer route revealed something unusual. You are not here. Part of me is here, the old man replied. Wang Hui asked, do you know the consequences of illegally using extraordinary abilities on ordinary people, especially a parasitic type? The old man answered, this old man has cancer and is in great pain. I proposed a deal to take control of his body for a while, and in return I would eliminate his cancer. Isn't that good? Wang Hui replied. This is evil. These wicked ways always create such dilemmas that make one uncomfortable. Wang Hui, frustrated, scratched his hair. It's fine, but I still have to capture you. I've already memorized your scent. Never underestimate a master alchemist's ability to discern the characteristics of life, because this includes the characteristics of the soul. The old man chuckled, I am not here to be your enemy. On the contrary, I am here to help you. As he spoke, the old man slowly raised his hand, indicating he meant no harm. Then he slowly reached into his pocket and at an extremely slow pace withdrew a specially sealed test tube. Inside the test tube was a full tube of blood. The blood was crystal clear, as if the highest quality ruby was sealed within. Bathed in the setting sun, the blood tube refracted brilliant and enchanting fire colors, as if it possessed immense vitality, exuding an irresistible charm. Even Wang Hui couldn't help but lick his lips, as if he wanted to drink that tube of blood. The old man grinned. Mr. Wang, you should know who this is for, right? Silence fell upon Wang Hui as the elder spoke. The elder smiled faintly. Levada seeks ascension to sainthood. We cannot allow her success. Ein is a traitor to our Lord. Every enhancement he and his kin attain constitutes a blasphemy against him. Wang Hui carefully accepted the vial of blood. No residual spiritual tether, no hidden contingencies. At least nothing amiss registered within her perception. Her stage 6 mastery as an alchemical artisan remained untroubled. Having secured the blood, Wang Hui asked, so you intend to cultivate a rival who follows a parallel path? The elder merely smiled, offering no reply. Instead, he spoke slowly. My time lingering within this vessel grows short. Deliver this gift to him. Otherwise, the greatest loss will be yours. With those words, the elder gently bowed his head, as if slipping into slumber. Wang Hui's gaze sharpened, and she immediately extended her divine sense. Within that spiritual awareness, the extraordinary Ani-like energy, once omnipresent within the elder's body like a pervasive virus, began to wither along with countless microorganism-like entities resembling pathogens. Thus the consciousness parasitizing his form likewise faded. Was this the sole extraordinary ability of the one creator church? Truly sinister, yet the force inflicted no harm upon the elder himself. His physical condition remained robust. As a highly accomplished ascendant in the domain of life, he could indeed perceive the cancer within his own body and confirm it had been entirely eradicated. In the realm of the extraordinary, few things come without cost. Yet ascendants of his caliber possess rare curative resonance, capable of resolving afflictions such as cancer with uncanny efficacy. That is why many eminent figures neither contract cancer nor succumb to it. Even when afflicted, they are swiftly healed, because they command the care of such ascendants. Yet beyond such maladies, conditions like organ failure remain profoundly resistant to their intervention. Even when possible, healing demands steep recompense. The burden falls either upon the patient or upon the healer, and the price is seldom trivial. Often it warps reality itself, birthing grotesque consequences. Wang Hui sighed deeply, then lifted the elder and laid him gently upon the bed inside the room. He slept soundly. His dwelling, however, was aged and crumbling. Cracks spiderwebbed across its walls, and silent mold crept like a slow tide over the time-worn wood. Had fate unfolded unchanged, the elder would have discovered his cancer, but possessed neither means nor recourse to treat it. He would have watched helpless as malignant cells devoured his vitality, wasting away until only skin and bone remained. Yet the arrival of the One Creator Church has spared him that desolate twilight. At this moment, Wang Hui found herself unable to definitively judge whether the One Creator Church wrought evil or mercy. Even if their ultimate design were malevolent for ordinary souls like him, the church shone forth as the sole light piercing despair. Wang Hui stepped out of the cottage's shadow, and sunlight radiant and golden bathed her once more. The fleeting uncertainty clouding her Tao heart dissolved completely. They are an unstable, unlawful organization, fundamentally hostile to humanity's existing civilization. Her hesitation arose not from ambiguity in their nature, but from failures within our own ranks. One cannot declare poison virtuous simply because it is coated in sugar. And should one linger too long savoring the sweetness, the venom inevitably seeps inward. The One Creator Church is far more perilous than sugar-coated poison, for its poison is the sweetness itself. Wang Hui departed the cottage and returned with her provisional special operations team. Their work was far from over. They must now investigate Levada's machinations across southwest China, and simultaneously accelerate the extension of advanced medical infrastructure into rural communities, ensuring the luminous grace of civilization reaches all. The eradication of ignorance is never achieved by condemning the ignorant, but by illuminating them with the light of civilization. The next day, Wang Hui finally returned to Lu Lin after completing her mission. She found Lu Lin eating watermelon with Wang Wenqing. Upon seeing her, he offered a slice. Have some. It's incredibly sweet. Indeed, the essence of summer is watermelon. Grilled skewers and chilled beer. That is heresy. Wang Hui, preoccupied, withdrew a prepared essence injection from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is for you. A Stage 2 alchemist essence injection. Lu Lin finished his slice in 3 bites. Really? But I've already reserved the core materials for Stage 2 from old Wang. Wang Hui blinked. Huh. Then realization struck. Am I not also old Wang? She suddenly raised her head and fixed Wang Wenqing with a fierce, unyielding glare. What did I tell you? To stay out of trouble. Did you not hear me? Her tone brooked no deference. He Yuan, holding her own slice, froze midair. Are they going to fight? Wang Wenqing chuckled. I won't fight her. She'd lose. Wang Hui stared at him a beat longer, then exhaled sharply. Take it, and stop complaining. Wang Wenqing examined the vial. This wasn't refined from the Pale One serum, was it? Even sealed within its tube, an ancient primordial aura pulsed with concentrated intensity. Wang Hui glanced around the courtyard. No witnesses worth concealing from, and replied plainly, it's primordial blood. Wang Wenqing. He Yuan. Lu Lin. Primordial blood. Preposterous. The Queen's cult once mentioned the term to Lu Lin's group. We await you at the primordial sanctum. The collective wariness toward the Queen's cult alone attests to their formidable threat. That they revere a place as the sanctum and further sanctify it with the epithet primordial confirms its transcendent power. And yet, such a being yielded its blood to Wang Hui. Seeing their stunned silence, Wang Hui spoke quietly. The One Creator Church entrusted us with the primordial blood, and we refined it into the Stage 2 alchemist essence. Oh. Wang Wenqing nodded, comprehension dawning. If anyone in this world can procure primordial blood, it would likely be the Bloodlust sect. But Lu Lin remained bewildered. These obscure factions left him utterly lost. Someone explain what this actually is. Otherwise, he refused to inject it. Was he supposed to jab an unattenuated viral vaccine straight into his arm, like some reckless Indian researcher? He was not that brave. Wang Wenqing pondered for a moment before saying, the primordial blood, as the name suggests, originates from the chaos of the primordial. The primary concern is to prevent ordinary people from knowing. Information holds power. In the secular world, those who grasp the flow of information quicker than others can acquire immense wealth. In the extraordinary realm, information can directly become a weapon to attack opponents. Especially in the acting domain at advanced stages, even the mere utterance of a name from an ascendant of that path can draw attention. This is also why many extraordinary beings in the acting path enter the entertainment industry to absorb the meme points of countless individuals. However, He Yuan, quick-witted, shouted, wait. I'll call our second and fourth to come eat. I mean attend the lecture. This counts as confidential information. Normally, it would not be publicly announced. But if Wang Wenqing decides to speak, Wang Hui cannot stop him. Moreover, it is indeed necessary for people like Lu Lin to know. Soon under old he's called Han Li and Ruan Wen were summoned. Once everyone was seated, Wang Wenqing began. The primordial chaos relates to the most fundamental information of this world. It is the origin of all life on Earth. Everyone was taken aback. This concept felt rather cliché to them who had been immersed in various films and dramas. Wang Wenqing continued, the primordial chaos is a life form of a higher dimensional concept that feeds on the universe itself, devouring stars, nebulae, and even space and time. Wherever it passes, destruction follows. Stars that once nurtured immense life perish, yet the primordial chaos excretes another form of life. Lu Lin and old he were stunned. Humans. Wang Wenqing replied, not just humans. All similar life forms are byproducts of the primordial chaos consuming the universe. Lu Lin. He Yuan, as if struck by lightning, exclaimed, "So we are all excrement." Ruan Wen added, "Or perhaps dead skin." Wang Wenqing. Wang Huai. What is wrong with these kids? Wang Wenqing tapped the table. Do not attempt to understand higher dimensional existence with common reasoning. Once everyone calmed down, he continued, because we all originate from the primordial, we can to some extent consider ourselves one with the primordial. The primordial exists within all things. However, the primordial essence contained within individuals is extremely thin, akin to the gap between an electron and the entire universe. Though all are products of the universe's core explosion, they are essentially no longer the same. Extraordinary beings gather the characteristics of elements, continuously accumulating traits scattered in the higher dimensional existence to elevate their own status. Lu Lin frowned. So all extraordinary paths extend from the primordial chaos. This time it was Wang Huai who explained, shaking her head. How is that possible? Higher dimensional beings are not limited to one. We still do not know how many higher dimensional existences there are, but the known primordial chaos has a nemesis. Wang Wenqing looked at Ruan Wen. Indeed, it is referred to as the principle of all mechanisms. Compared to the chaos and disorder of the primordial chaos, it represents the utmost order. The collision of chaos and disorder, one could easily imagine it as an epic scene resembling a thunderous clash. He Yuan felt as if she was listening to a story. What happened next? She took a big bite of watermelon. Wang Wenqing said, later the primordial chaos was sealed beneath the abyss by the principle of all mechanisms with a silver net, and thus the principle of all mechanisms shattered and scattered. The struggle between the two continued over the byproducts of the primordial chaos. The clash of flesh and metal, the confrontation of reason and madness. Countless beings were born and perished. The ideologies of the two higher dimensional existences penetrated nearly every corner of the human world. Ruan Wen pondered. So those who returned last time are extraordinary paths extending from the principle of all mechanisms. Wang Wenqing nodded. Yes, so to some extent. You are already enemies with your family. This entanglement is deeper than blood feuds. It is a conflict of ideologies, more brutal than life and death. Ruan Wen remained indifferent, just right. Lu Lin redirected the topic, asking, then how about using primordial blood as the elemental injection? Wang Wenqing replied, it should be very potent. Lu Lin exclaimed, what do you mean by should? Wang Wenqing replied, because I have not heard of anyone using this before. Perhaps at the moment of injecting the elemental serum, you might be crushed by the overwhelming thoughts of the primordial, losing your will, and becoming a grotesque flesh of the primordial. Lu Lin. Wang Wenqing. So I do not recommend you use this syringe. The blood of Zeus should arrive in a few days. At this moment Wang Huai suddenly spoke. I know it's a bit excessive to ask you this, but this is the only thing the Creator will specifically give you. They said that if you do not use it, a terrible disaster may occur in the southwest. Wang Wenqing frowned while He Yuan slammed the table. What's going on? We are like little chicks right now. What can we do if something happens? We want use this thing, okay? She pulled Lu Lin. Listen to your sister's advice. From what old Wang just said, you can tell how deep the water is. You cannot handle this. Lu Lin stared at the vial on the table. The clear and transparent elemental serum resembled a cylindrical gem carved from a ruby. So beautiful. A surge of excitement welled up in Lu Lin's heart. Every cell in his body felt like a hungry chick eager to swallow the liquid in the double helix test tube. But deep within his consciousness, a dismissive scoff seemed to echo. The scoff, like thunder, casually dissipated the tumultuous desire within him. Suddenly, Lu Lin snapped back to reality. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of fine cold sweat had formed on his forehead. He Yuan asked with concern, what's wrong, big donkey? Lu Lin smiled, patting He Yuan's hand. I'm fine. After speaking, he turned to Wang Huai. I will use this syringe. Wang Huai's small face was filled with seriousness. Don't worry, we will protect you. Just for this matter, I can credit you with a merit. When you want to exchange for materials or weapons in the future, I can help you. Lu Lin smiled, picked up the syringe, and plunged it into his arm. The serum automatically injected into Lu Lin's body. At first, it felt like a slight pain from a mosquito bite. But in less than a second, boom. Lu Lin felt as if a mushroom bomb had exploded in his mind. In an instant, he felt as if he had ascended to heaven. Lu Lin was puzzled, looking at He Yuan, who wore a sorrowful expression, and asked, what just happened? Ruan Wen handed over his phone, saying, you can see for yourself. Lu Lin smiled as he took the phone, saying, thank you. Ruan Wen also smiled, but remained silent. He Yuan tilted her head, sensing that the atmosphere was off. Why wasn't everyone laughing at her side if it was clearly her moment? Lu Lin didn't understand what was going on in He Yuan's mind, and began watching the video on the phone. Ruan Wen seemed to have anticipated this as he started recording the moment Lu Lin injected the elemental serum. In the video, after Lu Lin injected the serum, he fell backward and began to convulse violently. His veins bulged as if a flood was surging within. As time passed, the bulging veins on Lu Lin's body began to glow. It appeared as though what coursed through his veins was not blood, but iron sludge. His flesh and blood began to distort with countless inhuman biological features manifesting and fading, feathers, scales, horns. In just a few seconds, both known and unknown biological traits from Earth and beyond played out on Lu Lin. Then Wang Wenqing and Wang Huai quickly jumped to Lu Lin's side. They spoke not a word, starting to rescue him. Wang Wenqing unleashed an invisible transparent heat wave from his hands, pressing it against Lu Lin's distorted forehead. Wang Huai attempted to use his knowledge in the field of life to reduce the distortions on Lu Lin, but it was futile. The chaotic transformations on Lu Lin actually began to spread to Wang Huai and Wang Wenqing. Various inhuman traits appeared on their hands. Feathers and scales intertwined. Yet they did not give up. Just as the contamination was spreading, the anomalies on Lu Lin suddenly began to recede. Soon he returned to normal. After watching the video, Lu Lin fell silent. He looked at Wang Huai and Wang Wenqing sincerely and said, "Thank you." Wang Huai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Humph, I just didn't want the villagers to suffer." Wang Wenqing graciously accepted the gratitude and asked, "So how is it?" Lu Lin frowned and recalled, "It's not a big issue." The information contained in the primordial blood indeed exceeded his capacity to receive and understand, but there seemed to be something terrifying lurking deep within his consciousness. Even the vast power originating from the primordial source had not caused any trouble for him. Lu Lin let out a long breath, putting his worries aside. "So this is it." Wang Huai scanned Lu Lin up and down. He was unaware of the changes in Lu Lin's soul during the elemental infusion, but the rapid receding of the elemental erosion was clearly not simple. It seems this fellow truly fits the description. No wonder the soul creator, along with his teacher and Wang Wenqing, began to place their bets on this young man. Wang Huai ended his daydreaming and asked, "Different primary materials have different effects on elemental serums, especially those in the alchemist path. What is your specialized ability?" Lu Lin began to organize the information in his mind. He replied, "I have gained knowledge about different materials and how to pair them. These serums work not only on humans, but also on other creatures. Additionally, I have accumulated a wealth of information about other species. These are all basic." The second stage veterinary ability represents a qualitative leap compared to the first stage alchemist. In the first stage, an alchemist's enhanced sense of smell and knowledge of materials reflects their success rate in potion crafting. Aside from that, there was nothing more. But now, my sense of smell has become even more acute. Beyond that, I've acquired supersensory vision, my physical attributes have been enhanced across the board, and I've gained a transformation skill. Everyone present was intrigued by Lu Lin's transformation skill and began to ask if he could transform. Lu Lin sensed his own state. It should be fine. So he started to gather energy. This was his first time, so he felt a bit anxious and nervous. Wang Huai, standing beside him, pulled out a thermos and wore a smile reminiscent of an old uncle, saying, "Don't worry, everyone feels this way the first time. After a few tries, you'll get used to it." He Yuan was full of anticipation, saying, "What do you think the big donkey will turn into? What did the primordial look like? Will it be bigger and stronger?" In the midst of the conversation, Lu Lin, who was focusing and gathering energy, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned into a strange golden red color. Cracks spread across his golden red pupils, as if something was about to burst forth from his eyes. "Who?" Lu Lin exhaled the hot air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to shimmer. "Wait, shimmer." Just as this thought crossed his mind, everyone felt a strange chill emanating from Lu Lin. Thump, thump, thump. The drumming heartbeat sounded like thunder in everyone's ears as brilliant golden red patterns crawled out from Lu Lin's heart. The hot patterns crawled out from Lu Lin's body, decorating him with a design reminiscent of molten lava. Lu Lin turned his head, and the patterns that crawled up from his neck to his cheeks ultimately burrowed into his eyes. Thus, when he looked at everyone, his gaze became immensely oppressive. It radiated a shocking and eerie aura. He Yuan's legs went weak. Clutching Han Sis' arm, she exclaimed in a nearly broken voice, "God, I love this gaze. It's simply breathtaking." Lu Lin opened his mouth, a large cloud of mist billowing forth, making it seem as if he was exhaling clouds. "This is probably it. Strength, speed, defense. All enhanced, probably by tenfold." He lightly punched forward. Whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly surged forth, causing the old wall to feel as if it would be blown down. Wang Wenqing was quick to react. He raised his hand, and a wave of heat appeared out of nowhere, dissipating the strong wind. Lu Lin frowned, feeling the flow of spiritual essence at that moment. He then added, "Oh, I've also gained extraordinarily powerful perception." As his words fell, the patterns that seemed to flow with molten lava on Lu Lin's body began to fade continuously. When the patterns disappeared, Lu Lin suddenly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Now I can only maintain this state for 20 seconds. Wang Huai chuckled. "It's like this the first time. As you do it more, the duration will increase. But young man, you still need to exercise restraint. Overdoing it will harm you and could incapacitate you." Everyone was silent. Wang Huai wanted Lu Lin to rest, but Lu Lin said, "No, what I just showed was merely an extension of my core abilities. My true core ability is not transformation." Wang Huai asked, "What?" Wang Wenqing added, what? They exchanged glances and inquired, then what is it? In response to the inquiry, Lu Lin did not keep them guessing. After a moment of careful contemplation, he said, it is the stomach. Lu Lin, my stomach has completely transformed. He licked his lips, looking rather hungry. My stomach seems to be able to digest and absorb anything now. The crowd fell silent. Ruan Wen pondered, how about trying some nails and glass? Lu Lin asked, what? His face darkened. I haven't offended you recently, have I? Fourth. He Yuan keenly sensed an opportunity and immediately fanned the flames. As for the big donkey, I think Fourth has been displeased with you for a while. Ruan Wen stated matter-of-factly, if you don't understand the characteristics of your own abilities, it could be quite fatal in combat against enemies. Lu Lin. I don't believe you. Wang Huai pondered for a moment and replied, I believe this should be an infinitely weakened primal instinct. He continued as everyone looked over. The primal chaos is known as the endless of subversion, the star realm devourer. Its most terrifying ability is consumption. Material energy and even concepts can be devoured by it, and then undergo a series of complex transformations into flesh and blood. Lu Lin understood, so I can eat anything. Moreover, it might not just be eating, I should also be able to absorb, digest, and utilize. Wang Wenqing, so you can also absorb the blood of Zeus. Wang Huai cautioned, let's be cautious. While it is theoretically possible, the human body as a base is still too weak. After absorbing primal blood, if you then absorb Zeus blood, you might risk losing control due to the excess elements. Wang Wenqing nodded in agreement. We'll see when the time comes. Lu Lin swallowed hard, all right. But I am really hungry. This hunger is deepening to the point where the scents emanating from those around me are so enticing. Wang Wenqing noticed Lu Lin's unusual behavior and said, you just received the elemental injection. The undigested elements should be affecting you. Lu Lin, I am so hungry. Especially hungry. He Yuan leaned closer. Then let me feed you. Lu Lin leaned back, stay away from me. The scent from you makes me hungrier. He Yuan's eyes brightened. Why are you being polite with me? Ruan Wen slapped her on the head, behave yourself. The big donkey seems a bit out of control now. Wang Wenqing explained, this hunger should be the elemental properties yearning for spiritual essence. And flesh and blood, especially that of extraordinary beings, contain a large amount of spiritual essence, which is why you find it so appealing. I will teach you a set of skills that can serve both as combat techniques and a method for absorbing spiritual essence. Lu Lin suppressed his hunger. What is it? Wang Wenqing glanced at the others. Wang Huai cursed as he stood up. Who cares? The others followed Wang Huai out of the small courtyard. Once everyone had left, Wang Wenqing began in a teacher-like manner. Do you know the 3 major schools circulating in the extraordinary realm today? Lu Lin had perused related materials. Apart from the most widely circulated elemental advancement, there are also 2 major extraordinary categories: mechanical ascension and trial to ascend God. Mechanical ascension is easy to understand. They believe technology can solve all problems. If it doesn't work, it simply means the technology isn't advanced enough. This category is filled with elites and prodigies. It can be said that most of the living environment of humanity today has been created by extraordinary beings from this category. Then there is trial to ascend God. This is a category that can be considered heretical. This category also absorbs elements into the body to strengthen itself. However, unlike elemental advancement, trial to ascend God places more emphasis on the individual's willpower refinement, advocating that humanity is fundamental and willpower becomes divine. They assimilate elements into their will and physical control. Therefore, they often choose a single field for specialized enhancement. This process is extremely bloody and brutal. The mortality rate for extraordinary beings practicing this category is exceedingly high, so high that various countries have imposed restrictions on trial to ascend God. For example, the fire inheritance mastered by Wang Wenqing. Seeing that Lu Lin had some understanding of this information, he nodded and said, precisely because of specialization, although there are few extraordinary beings on this path, they are all quite strong. What I will teach you is called blood inheritance. Blood inheritance originates from a Chinese individual named Feng Jigua. He was born during World War II, a time when China was in turmoil. To support his family, Feng Jigua and his family smuggled themselves to the beautiful country across the ocean. He thought life would be better there. But North America at that time was actually extremely chaotic. Many extraordinary beings from the continent were active in North America. They dug for gold and engaged in slaughter. The strongest of North America, the Underworld Emperor, became a powerful 8th-tier being during that period. That was a bloody history that all extraordinary beings dared not mention. Thus Wang Wenqing quickly returned to the topic. Mr. Feng was sold as a laborer in North America, earning a meager salary while doing heavy labor. But Mr. Feng was quite content at that time. Although it was tiring here, at least he could live with a bit of peace. Unlike back home, they could die at any moment due to the whims of some beasts. This is what the common folk are like. As long as they can live, that's enough. Yet unfortunately, some things disguised as humans don't even allow them this little bit of livelihood. One night a group of vampires came to the camp where Mr. Feng was killing everyone. The reason was merely that these extraordinary beings wanted to taste the blood of the Chinese. At that time, Mr. Feng had already been bitten in the neck, blood flowing everywhere. He heard the pale-skinned, elegantly dressed vampires discussing the taste of Chinese blood as if savoring fine wine. Then they concluded, these lowly creatures' blood is truly terrible, but it is very nutritious. Out of extreme anger at the brink of death, Mr. Feng managed to unlock his genetic lock. He seemed like a warrior unwilling to die, springing up from the pool of blood, and more like a vampire than the vampires themselves began to frantically slaughter and bite at those noble vampires. After that night, the world lost a diligent and honest laborer. The extraordinary world gained a terrifying ghoul. Wang Wenqing counted a cigarette. The story was over and the smoke had burned out. He tapped the cigarette and pale ash fell from it. Lu Lin asked what happened next. Wang Wenqing replied, well, the Blood Clan Council of North America, the predecessor of the White Tower and the Giant's secret vault, issued a wanted order for Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng fought to sustain himself, and in just 2 years, he actually became a powerful, extraordinary being that broke through the 7th-tier genetic lock. Lu Lin's eyes sparkled. That's amazing. Wang Wenqing smiled. When he broke through the 7th-tier genetic lock, Mr. Feng lost control due to consuming a large amount of elemental properties in a short time. Lu Lin. This outcome, I wonder if Mr. Feng won or lost. But regardless, it was quite thrilling. The story concluded. Wang Wenqing tossed away his cigarette, but the blood inheritance is the essence of the teachings that Mr. Feng compiled over 2 years. Wasn't he just a laborer before? And a rather uneducated one at that. Wang Wenqing chuckled. Mr. Feng's awakened gene lock is somewhat similar to your stomach. He can absorb blood and flesh to gain the knowledge accumulated throughout a person's life. After killing the first batch of vampires, Mr. Feng acquired a substantial amount of information. This knowledge allowed him to quickly become learned and wise in a short period. Of course, due to absorbing too much information in such a short time, Mr. Feng spent half of those 2 years in a semi-mad state. The blood inheritance was what he managed to compile and document during his rare moments of clarity. Wang Wenqing stated, thus there are actually many versions of Mr. Feng's teachings in circulation. And the version I have in my hands is Mr. Feng's final manuscript. Lu Lin pondered, so the blood inheritance only goes up to the 7th tier. Indeed, the inheritance methods for trial ascension are all like this. Generations of sages have relied on their own wisdom, will, and perseverance to continually carve out the limits of human potential, from the very first tier gene lock to the currently strongest 8th tier gene lock. In between there is a mountain of effort, and even lives sacrificed. Lu Lin remarked. This category is indeed filled with epic tragedy. Wang Wenqing waved his hand. Enough of this. The blood inheritance is divided into 5 schools: Beast God, Wind God, Fire God, Thunder God, and Ice God. The reason for such a mix is that Mr. Feng has absorbed too much knowledge accumulated by extraordinary beings. In fact, each of these branches could independently establish a school. Lu Lin said nothing, feeling at a loss, and could only express impressive. Under Wang Wenqing's guidance, Lu Lin learned that the advancement and combat techniques of the Beast God School came from werewolves, eaglemen, and other beast-like extraordinary beings. The Wind God focused on speed, the Fire God on erosion and distortion, the Thunder God on concentrated bursts, and the Ice God on confinement and entanglement. With Wang Wenqing's guidance, Lu Lin quickly absorbed knowledge. He discovered that with each stage advancement, his brain domain was also being developed. Wang Wenqing provided a wealth of information, and by learning and practicing simultaneously, Lu Lin rapidly memorized all relevant details. Once he finished speaking, Wang Wenqing sat back down. That's all there is to the key points of trial ascension. It is a school that emphasizes knowledge and action. The most important aspect is not just the knowledge itself, but the courage to put that knowledge into practice. Lu Lin nodded. Wang Wenqing continued, the core of the blood inheritance lies in its essence. Everything else is merely an extension. Lu Lin reflected on the knowledge imparted by Wang Wenqing, which included teachings on how to absorb and categorize information from consuming the blood and flesh of others. Wang Wenqing observed Lu Lin deep in thought and continued, the technique emphasizes meticulousness. Absorption and consumption must be carefully classified and organized. Mr. Feng had suffered losses in this regard back in the day. Careful organization is crucial to avoid being overwhelmed by the information. Information is a form of power, especially at higher levels. One discovers that information is the core of all matter, energy, and even concepts. The Zen saying of a leaf represents a bodhi, a flower represents a world aligns with this theory. Mr. Feng's blood inheritance serves as the foundation for organizing information. However, Lu Lin always felt something was off. The memory palace originates from the teachings of Matteo Ricci, who possessed the ability of photographic memory. Later, the method passed down by Matteo Ricci became a practice for European scholars to enhance their thinking and memory. Through practice, cultivators continually strengthen their thinking and memory, ultimately allowing their memory to transform into a massive library. There are even rumors that with 8 memory fragments, extraordinary beings can find the island of omniscience hidden deep within the subconscious ocean of living beings. There lies countless knowledge. Just reaching it is akin to possessing nearly infinite knowledge and secrets. It is the key to ascending to divinity. As for its authenticity, there is no way to ascertain. The memory palace technique is also something Mr. Feng acquired from the beings he had devoured. Nonetheless, Lu Lin felt something was not quite right. He sensed a sense of dissonance. What kind of feeling was that? It was like a burly man with coarse hair wearing a JK uniform and posing awkwardly. Just a glance made him want to gouge out his eyes and cleanse them with disinfectant. However, he kept his doubts to himself, continually pondering, because he was uncertain if his intuition was correct. In the following period, Lu Lin's life became entirely regular. By day, he coordinated with Fu Dalong, Inzheng, and Ho Wenxi on variety shows and business collaborations. At night, he constantly delved into knowledge in the extraordinary field. With the blood inheritance, Lu Lin, through relentless training, absorbed external spiritual essence to fill his stomach, significantly alleviating his hunger. But how to put it? This alleviation felt somewhat superficial. It was like a bodybuilder cutting weight before a competition. Bodybuilders can supplement various proteins, fluids, dietary fibers, and trace elements, and while consuming these things allows them to survive, the human gene's craving for carbohydrates and fats relentlessly impacts the bodybuilder's nerves. Just the thought of the aroma of rice would make his mouth water. The scent of grease could even make him kneel on the spot. Lu Lin's current state was quite similar to a bodybuilder cutting weight. He indeed had eaten, and his body wasn't lacking in energy, but he was just craving. This made him quite anxious. Sometimes just watching the leisurely big dog in the village made him want to rush over and give it a scare. Not to mention that Yuan the idiot kept getting close to him. Lu Lin was almost driven mad. Can you imagine the feeling of a traveler about to die of thirst in the desert, yet unable to drink water from the nearby canteen? He had long been taken aback by this craving, and he felt his temper was getting a bit irritable. He sought out Wang Wenqing. Wang Wenqing replied, "When you feel restless and can't control it, it indicates that the time for true cultivation has arrived. Lu Lin. So just tough it out. Then ill endure." While suppressing his inner impulses, Lu Lin also kept researching how to eliminate the dissonance between the memory palace and the gourmand technique. He dedicated himself to studying and pondering. Finally, one evening a week later, Lu Lin had an epiphany. At that moment, the sunset was blood red and Grandpa was stewing a large pot of meat in the firewood room. Sounds of chopping meat, crackling firewood, and bubbling stew echoed harmoniously. Amidst these everyday peaceful sounds, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Lin's mind. He realized how to modify the gourmand technique. Why bother with a memory palace? Just create a kitchen. In an instant of enlightenment, the images of the bloodline inheritance's culinary visions rapidly evolved in Lu Lin's mind. The memory palace, once filled with countless ancient texts, collapsed violently, and a haze enveloped Lu Lin's consciousness, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The memory palace was destroyed, and the kitchen of the glutton was constructed. The kitchen started to take shape using elements from the memory palace, and it was completed in no time. This newly reconstructed memory space was different from the original memory palace. The knowledge related to the beast god sect transformed into ingredients within the kitchen. The fire god became the stove, the wind god became the cabinets, the thunder god represented electricity, and the ice god took the form of the pantry. And Lu Lin's own consciousness. He was both the chef and the diner. Thus, the internal logic of the culinary art was entirely self-consistent. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept up, and Lu Lin felt a surge of energy, his spirit becoming clear and transparent. Refreshing. Lu Lin regained his senses and began to reevaluate this world. He felt that the restless impulses that had been lurking in his heart had diminished somewhat. Impulse, too, is a form of information. Once the kitchen of the glutton was established and began to operate coherently, even impulses could be materialized by the kitchen and then transformed into culinary ingredients. The kitchen of the glutton operated autonomously in Lu Lin's mind, clearing the negative emotions buried deep within him. Next door, sensing the changes in Lu Lin's mental state, Wang Wenqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kid has something special. He actually discerned the flaws in Mr. Feng's inheritance and made improvements in such a short time. The flaws of the bloodline inheritance were not a new discovery. Mr. Feng rose to prominence quickly, but his fall was just as rapid. Although he had begun to intentionally organize what he had learned, the vast amount of information was overwhelming, making it impossible to reorganize and compile it in time, resulting in the need to categorize the assimilated knowledge into 5 sects. In fact, according to Wang Wenqing's understanding of his own studies, these 5 sects could at least be simplified and merged into 3. Wang Wenqing considered himself not as strong as Mr. Feng, yet he had immersed himself in the path to divinity for decades, and his understanding of elemental properties and the fundamental logic of this world was much deeper than that of Mr. Feng. Many extraordinary individuals who obtained this inheritance felt a sense of incongruity and would also improve the memory palace according to their own circumstances. But someone like Lu Lin, who comprehended it so quickly, Wang Wenqing had never heard of it. Impressive. Wang Wenqing pondered, then gently sipped his tea. Putting down the teacup, Wang Wenqing suddenly said to the tea brewing, "When you from now on you can practice with Lu Lin more often." When you with her enchanting charm and fragrant demeanor tilted her head and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might break him?" Wang Wenqing laughed heartily. "He's an extraordinary being who absorbed primordial blood. This is my first time encountering someone like him." Days passed, and after Lu Lin became an upgraded being of Phase 2, he also comprehended the kitchen of the glutton, significantly alleviating the torment of hunger. As a result, he felt utterly refreshed. He even sought to show off to Wang Wenqing. But Wang Wenqing merely replied the bloodline inheritance was inherently incomplete, and many inheritors have modified the relevant teachings to better suit themselves. Even a complete inheritance requires constant fine-tuning. The extraordinary realm is not a static one. Extraordinary scholars have always kept pace with the times. Lu Lin. It seems quite scientific. But isn't the current technological tree a product of numerous extraordinary beings? So they were among the first practitioners of the scientific development concept. With Wang Wenqing's comments, Lu Lin's previous buoyant spirit suddenly deflated. Their lives returned to normal. After resolving the initial criticisms against domestic coffee online, and with Xincafe's support for Yunjian coffee alongside the launch of the first batch of Yang Xiaoya's Yunzhuan coffee at Xincafe's select store in mid-June, the online reputation of Yunjian coffee began to slowly improve. The coffee beans personally cultivated by Yang Xiaoya had exceptional quality and flavor. Although the production was somewhat limited with the establishment of the Coffee Flavor Research Center near Chashu Village and the modern coffee production line, they were bound to become a profitable industry sooner or later. The improving reputation gave the Yunjian coffee producers significant confidence. Many Yunjian coffee producers were eager to make a substantial effort. As a result, the area around Chashu Village flourished immensely. He Yuan watched the increasingly prosperous village with satisfaction, feeling as if he could die at this moment without regrets. Oh no, wait, I haven't conquered Big Donkey yet. But it's no big deal. Huo Wensi has returned and she brought her daughter with her. With this woman's help, capturing Big Donkey, who is quite straightforward, shouldn't be too difficult, right? As for Huo Wensi's daughter, she clearly showed some resistance towards Lu Lin and was reluctant to interact. So she wasn't really a competitor at all. Currently, the only person whom He Yuan regarded as his lifelong rival was Ruan Laosi. This guy is quite cunning and has slept with Big Donkey for 3 to 4 years. They know each other very well. How can he not be vigilant against such an intimate opponent? No, the plan to topple Big Donkey is imperative. Thus, He Yuan hurriedly found Huo Wensi, saying, "Sister Huo, we need to coordinate our efforts. I can't feel at ease until Big Donkey makes a move on me. He has done so much for me. Oh, what's wrong with me asking him to do a little more? Isn't that only natural?" Huo Wensi understood He Yuan's expressed anxiety very well. Many female artists with inadequate skills can only work hard elsewhere to improve their abilities to land roles. For example, seeking directors or big names late at night to discuss scripts and such. This is also a concern for many prominent directors, especially for the older generation of directors. At their age, having to explain scripts in detail is quite exhausting. But if you don't, people might wonder if you have other alternatives. They feel insecure at heart. However, Huo Wensi didn't understand. Given He Yuan's relationship with Lu Lin, was it necessary to go to such lengths? Didn't they have a good relationship from the start? Huo Wensi expressed her confusion. He Yuan replied, "Seriously, even siblings need to settle accounts clearly. How much more so when Big Donkey isn't even my real brother?" Huo Wensi raised her eyebrows, surprised that this usually uninhibited girl could have such a nuanced side. Indeed, those who can maintain a close relationship must be quite discerning. While Huo Wensi was reflecting, she suddenly heard He Yuan sternly say, "What do you mean, brother? Who is his brother? He has helped me so much, he is like my own father." Huo Wensi. Impressive. This girl is clearly no ordinary person. He Yuan's astonishing remarks nearly choked Huo Wensi to death. But after so many years, what kind of surprising statements has Huo Wensi not seen? She quickly got used to it. After He Yuan finished speaking, she became even more anxious. Shouldn't someone like Lu Lin be quickly dealt with? So she asked, "Quick, help me think of a way." Huo Wensi laughed. "It's simple. They say that when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a veil. What do you have to fear, He Yuan? You might not fully understand the specific situation of our group. I am pursuing a Big Donkey. The difficulty is equivalent to crossing an entire galaxy." Huo Wensi didn't understand and chuckled. "In a couple of days, our show should be wrapping up, right?" He Yuan, yes. In fact, variety shows are quite easy to shoot. The reason the initial production cycle was relatively long is that they weren't very sure about the appeal of the show, especially after the uproar caused by the second episode online, which made Mango TV and many advertisers hesitant to continue investing. So Lu Lin and the others were also cautious about producing too much content. What if public opinion turned against them? It wasn't until the public opinion began to shift under the influence of certain individuals, even prompting official statements, that the previously rampant discussions gradually quieted down, and life in the distance began to demonstrate its power. Every episode upon airing could achieve nearly 10 million views, showing potential to become a beloved national variety show. From now on, whenever people eat, they will think of this variety show. It has the trend of rivaling A Bite of China. As a result, Mango TV was completely reassured, allowing the production team to boldly create follow-up content, and they actively helped the production team secure advertisements. Once the production of the variety show became streamlined, the speed was quite fast. In just 20 days, the remaining 7 episodes were completed. Then what remained was the content related to special effects and editing. Those, in fact, had little to do with Lu Lin and the others. During the production of the show, Lu Lin and the others secured a total of 5 embedded ads and 2 hard ads, earning over 70 million in revenue. Among these 7 ads, 4 were brought in by Ruan Wen and 3 were secured by Mango TV. According to the profit-sharing agreement, Lu Lin and the others received over 37 million in advertising fees. This income can be considered quite substantial. After all, the entire production process took less than 3 months. This means they earned over 10 million every month, averaging about 400,000 a day. Although it pales in comparison to Shuangzi as Lu Lin's first variety show, they were already quite satisfied. Moreover, this was only the visible income. Through the variety show, they gained significant public exposure, acquiring a considerable number of casual fans and increasing their notoriety. Just this point is an immensely valuable and tangible asset. One could say that the main cast of this show would undoubtedly be flooded with film offers afterward. This phenomenon would reflect back on the entire film and entertainment industry, making major talent agencies realize that this show is a star-making machine. Some investors who want to promote fresh faces will definitely push them into this show. Given the show's popularity, many major film productions will surely come for promotion before their releases. This is not just about money, it's also about connections. One could say that with just this variety show, Lu Lin has already become a capital player in the film and entertainment industry. It is precisely because she understands this that Ruan Wen eagerly wants to bring Yi Yuner onto this bandwagon. Yi Yuner agreed to come with her to Chashu village this time, but she still had some matters to clarify, so she delayed for a while. Just as the show was wrapping up, she could arrange for Yi Yun to appear at the wrap party. And at the wrap party, everyone would eat and drink happily, and by playing some games, wouldn't it all come together naturally? After Ruan Wen finished speaking, Yi Yun was bewildered. Is this it? This is it. It's better if I just drug the big donkey directly. Seeing that Yi Yun was not very enthusiastic, Ruan Wen spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it. You might think Lu Lin is a thick-skinned, straightforward guy, but what man doesn't love attention? Once the alcohol flows, even the most reserved man cannot hold back. You just don't understand, man. Yi Yun. You don't understand 404. Although Yi Yun had long accepted her identity and the distinction between genders no longer mattered to her, Lu Lin. He knew his own past. The most genuine past of having once been a man cannot be erased. This is also the biggest obstacle preventing their relationship from developing on a deeper level. But how could Ruan Wen understand such matters? She was actively preparing for the wrap party with her unique understanding of men. When the last episode was completed, Ruan Wen was the first to jump up and clap to attract everyone's attention. Everyone has worked hard. Life in the Distance has officially wrapped up. From here on, it will be the hard work of the post-production team. We need to celebrate a successful wrap. I have set up a banquet at the small square in the village, and I believe everyone has already seen it, right? Everyone burst into laughter. 2 days prior, cold chain logistics and chefs had already started arriving in the village. Later, it became clear that Ruan Wen had brought in top-notch ingredients and high-end chefs from outside. Ruan Wen, then I won't say much more. Hey, everyone, tidy up your work and enjoy the feast later. This woman was capable and had quite the commanding presence. Her boldness inexplicably lifted the atmosphere. Suddenly, the rushed progress made the production team quite tired during this period, but with Ruan Wen's shout, they felt a bit invigorated. Hey, it turns out that morale boosting is a skill that ordinary people can use too. Amazing. After Ruan Wen finished shouting, she looked at Lu Lin. You won't mind if I step in, right? Lu Lin, come on, I would thank you for taking over. Ruan Wen, less talking, let's see the real deal at the dining table later. At this moment, the boldness of this woman rivaled that of men. Yi Yun's face twitched as she thought to herself, you could bleed from drinking too much and still wouldn't be able to get the big donkey drunk. He is no longer a normal person. Once everything was tidied up, Lu Lin and the others arrived at the small square in the center of the village. Back when they first returned, Grandpa organized a welcoming feast, but at that time there weren't many people in the village and the food was all self-prepared by the villagers. It was colorful but somewhat rustic. But this time was different. In the open space in the middle of the village, a long table was set up covered with a white tablecloth adorned with flowers and candlesticks, while the surroundings were arranged with lights and sheer fabrics, creating a setting reminiscent of an enchanted banquet. Lu Lin was surprised. Wow, just this setup is quite impressive. Ruan Wen felt a bit shy. Actually, it's a bit extravagant, but everyone has worked so hard for so long, and if it isn't extravagant, how can I reward everyone? Lu Lin nodded. That makes sense. Looking at the setup, it was clear what menu Ruan Wen had prepared. Lu Lin wasn't particularly interested in Western cuisine. That stuff can't compare to the big white goose in the village. Lu Lin got a bit distracted. And then Huo Wensi leaned close to him and smiled. This is a perfect opportunity for you to meet everyone formally. Lu Lin tilted his head, huh? Huo Wensi smiled and said, Yiyan, have you forgotten? Huo Wensi's daughter, a rather proud girl. Due to her profession, the outside world is unaware of the true relationship between Yiyun and Huo Wensi, so when asked about it, Huo Wensi desperately signaled to Lu Lin. The bystanders immediately understood. This was a recommendation for Miss Yiyun to Director Lu. They could only observe this good fortune and perhaps spread a few rumors in some groups to satisfy their desire to show off. As for whether Sister Huo would arrange for them to meet any girls, this isn't a big city, so it would definitely be difficult to arrange for a princess. So they could only watch with envy. Although the people around were lost in imagination, Lu Lin actually did not look forward to meeting the young lady Yiyun. They are all successors of society, why would they act so proudly? However, the other party is Huo Wensi's daughter, who has been tirelessly assisting the production team lately, even though Lu Lin has shared a portion of the profits with her. But this amount is insufficient compared to Huo Wensi's contributions. This involves both an investment in Lu Lin as a person and some friendship. The profits Lu Lin distributed could only cover the returns on investment. But friendship cannot be quantified. Otherwise, Huo Wensi could have made this much money with just a couple of phone calls in 2 months. Why would she run around for Lu Lin, even using her own network of connections? So Lu Lin only smiled and asked, where is she? Huo Wensi replied, right here. She then took out her phone to message Yiyun, where are you? The reply came in here. Huo Wensi looked towards the entrance of the small square. Soon a graceful figure swayed down the village steps. The figure was tall and elegant, dressed in a white floral spaghetti strap, long dress, fresh and bright, like a small white orchid in the deep mountains, evoking a sense of tranquility. Wow. Lu Lin's eyes brightened a bit. Not just Lu Lin, but also the members of the production team, even Wang, Wenqing Wang, Yixiao, and Old Master, he couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Indeed, men's appreciation of beauty often transcends age. Lu Lin was surprised and leaned closer to Huo Wensi, whispering, your daughter is quite beautiful. Moreover, unlike Huo Wensi's sharp and imposing features, Yiyun had a lovely oval face with exquisite and delicate eyes. Her figure appeared slender, yet she was well-proportioned. Huo Wensi seemed to reminisce and spoke with a wistful tone. It's still her father's good genes, otherwise how could I have given birth to her back then? This is indeed. It is said that Huo Wensi was just a salesgirl in her early years, and her income was not high. In such circumstances, she naturally wouldn't encounter high-caliber men. In a situation without money to make a proud woman like Huo Wensi fall for someone and willingly have his child, that person must have something particularly outstanding. Huo Wensi snapped out of her memories. All right, let me introduce you. She pulled Lu Lin over to Yiyun, saying, Yuner, this is Mr. Lu Lin, and this is Yuner. Lu Lin didn't extend his hand, he merely nodded slightly and said, now that you're here, find a place to sit quickly. It will be time to eat soon. Yiyun smiled. Okay, Mr. Lu. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Lin turned and walked away. Watching Lu Lin's departing figure, Yiyun's eyes involuntarily flickered. This man was quite handsome. He wasn't as greasy as she imagined, nor was he as enthusiastic, and there was even a hint of helplessness. Was he uninterested in her? Or was it a strategy of feigned indifference? It should be the latter. She had never encountered a man who showed no interest in her. Even gay men would want to befriend her. There was nothing she could do. This was charm. Even those who had no ulterior motives would feel fondness for her because of her outstanding qualities. So he must be pretending. Heh. Yiyun curled her lips, looking as if she had seen through him. However, Huo Wensi's thoughts were completely opposite to hers. Indeed, Lu Lin didn't seem that interested in her daughter. Huff, that's understandable. With those 3 stunning beauties around him all the time, what kind of woman could possibly catch his eye? Yiyun was indeed very beautiful. But compared to those 3 by Lu Lin's side, she still fell short. So Huo Wensi solemnly said, Yuner, you must perform well and make Mr. Lu recognize your value and that you are very useful. No matter in what aspect. Yiyun, what kind of talk is this? Why does it seem like he looks down on me? Yiyun raised her proud little chin and said, Ms. What do you think too little of me? Huo Wensi sighed wearily. It's not that I look down on you, but your competitors are just too excellent. As soon as she finished speaking, a few people entered from the entrance. Just from the noise, one could tell that Hiyuan and her group had arrived. Since Hiyuan was the lead after the production team finished recording, Lu Lin and the others came over first. Hiyuan and her group needed to rest for a while, which is why they came over with Fu Dalong and teacher Yinzheng. Huo Wensi heard the commotion and said, you can see for yourself. Yiyan looked towards the entrance, and soon 3 tall figures slowly ascended the steps. It was a group of people. Leading the way was a girl dressed simply with ear-length short hair. She was very tall, almost reaching 1.8 meters, and she was also very beautiful. Her beauty was of a highly versatile style, pure, charming, domineering, soft, and so on, all mixed together, making her seem like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water, impossible to decipher. 2 other girls followed this beautiful figure. One was slightly shorter, just over 1.7 meters, with fair skin and glasses, presenting a cool and aloof demeanor. The other had a sun-kissed complexion with a strong and toned physique exuding a wild aura. These three girls were simply stunning, extremely beautiful, incredibly cool, and very alluring. They satisfied every fantasy a man could imagine. And she, when compared to these three girls, she was indeed lacking. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful, but compared to these three, her beauty was somewhat ordinary. Oh my! Yi-Yun felt a bit dizzy. From childhood to adulthood, it was the first time she had used the term ordinary to describe herself. In that instant, Yi-Yun seemed to feel something in her heart shatter. That was her pride. Upon seeing Yi-Yun and her companions, Yi-Yun finally understood the feeling of being an ugly duckling among a flock of ducks. The overwhelming sense of being crushed from all sides was simply exhilarating. The most crucial point was, she wasn't an ugly duckling, she was a little yellow duck that had fallen into a group of phoenixes. How could there be such stunningly beautiful yet despair-inducing girls around? No wonder her mother told her to work harder. How could she even try when the innate gap was so enormous that it made Yi-Yun want to give up? As Yi-Yun and her group approached, Yi-Yun felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, an insecurity that made her instinctively shrink back. Yi-Yun and her friends came over to where Huo Wensi was, and they looked at Yi-Yun beside Huo Wensi, asking, "Who is this newcomer?" Huo Wensi smiled and replied, "She is the assistant I arranged for LV Lin." Yi-Yun glanced up and down at Yi-Yun, saying, "Oh, she looks quite well behaved." As for the threat this little girl posed to her, Yi-Yun didn't take it to heart at all. This young girl was someone she could easily handle with just a flick of her toes. Although she had a charming and lovely face in terms of aura, the difference was too vast. Yi-Yun even felt that the threat posed by Huo Wensi was greater. Women like Huo Wensi were much tougher. So Yi-Yun lifted her chin and went off to find LV Lin. It was only when she moved away that she suddenly remembered. Wait, that girl just now had a vague resemblance to Huo Wensi. Oh right, she mentioned wanting to bring her daughter back earlier, and even asked LV Lin to bring her back to Chashu village. But the other party proudly declined. TSK. What a pity. If she had followed back, then she would probably be a part of the foundation of Chashu village now. Sometimes opportunities are fleeting. Yi-Yun felt a sudden insight and reminded herself. Yi-Yun, you must seize the opportunity with LV Lin. So she dashed toward LV Lin, shouting, "Big donkey, I'm over here." LV Lin responded and hurriedly dodged, saying, "Get away from me." He raised his hand to swat this little creature away. What was the difference between raising a husky at home? If you didn't discipline her, she would wreck the place. Behind Yi-Yun watched, as Yi-Yun suddenly transformed from an elegant lady into a lapdog, nearly dropping her jaw in shock. Goodness, what happened to that alluring and elusive aura just now? Did you change faces too quickly? But watching the playful interaction between LV Lin and them, Yi-Yun suddenly felt a tinge of envy. She gazed over their yearning and said, "Are they really that close?" Huo Wensi replied, "Yes, sometimes I feel like they are not just friends of the opposite sex, but more like brothers. They have a very solid bond. I wonder how LV Lin treats these three girls as brothers. Most people would have fallen for them at the first meeting." Yi-Yun suddenly felt powerless and said, "And you still want me to perform well?" Right now, all she wanted was to give up. Huo Wensi, however, smiled and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Although they are stunning, even the most breathtaking beauty becomes ordinary after a while. For instance, right now, Huo Wensi felt that LV Lin had already developed an immunity to those three girls. And this was Yi-Yun's opportunity. Huo Wensi added, "What you need to do is become his occasional diversion, giving him enough freshness. You can flirt, but don't cling to him." Yi-Yun, being a clever girl, immediately caught the underlying meaning in Huo Wensi's words. She incredulously asked, "Are you asking me to be a mistress?" Huo Wensi smiled like an ant and shook her head, saying, "You're overthinking it." Phew. Yi-Yun instantly felt relieved. Thank goodness. After all, she was still her biological mother. Although this woman could be harsh at times, she wouldn't push her daughter into such a predicament. Just as Yi-Yun sighed in relief, Huo Wensi sighed softly, "You have to be Xiao Wu." "No, you have to be Xiao Lu." She nearly forgot about it herself. Oh dear, perhaps this is what maternal love feels like. Yi-Yun was dazed. Her eyes were vacant. Not even Xiao Wu, but I need to be Xiao Lu. Am I so insignificant? She was on the verge of tears. What kind of place have I ended up in? Is this really my biological mother? Huo Wensi seemed to see through Yi-Yun's thoughts and laughed. There's nothing shameful about this. The rules of this world are just like that. If you cannot change the rules, then you can only strive to do your best within those rules. Moreover, Huo Wensi looked towards LV Lin. Everything they said was just wishful thinking. They had good intentions, but it seemed that LV Lin had no such thoughts at all. That's tough. After chatting casually before the meal, as the sky darkened and mealtime approached, Huo Wensi took it upon herself to act as the host, ushering everyone to take their seats. This meal was filled with Western flair. Even in a remote mountain village, it felt like a noble gathering. Though the food was just okay, the presentation had its charm. Once everyone was seated, Old Master, he who had never seen such an arrangement in his life, appeared quite uncomfortable, as if sitting on a fire pit. "Old Master," he said, "should I just go back then?" He preferred squatting at the door of his woodshed. But Yi-Yun firmly pressed him down, saying, "You should sit down. After working hard all your life, you deserve to enjoy yourself." Old master, he remained uneasy, but the smile on his face was unmistakably happy. LV Lin raised his glass and said, "Thank you all for your hard work over the past month. Let's drink this cup to the fullest. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses. At first, everyone at the wrap party was a bit reserved, but after a few rounds of drinks they loosened up. Teacher Yin Zheng, with tears flowing, pulled LV Lin and teacher Fu Dalong to speak heartfelt words expressing how hard it had been over the years in the entertainment industry and how LV Lin and teacher Fu had been a blessing to him. The director and screenwriters of the production team also came over to toast LV Lin. This individual had already risen to become a new darling of the entertainment circle. He needed to socialize more in the future. Huo Wenxi even took advantage of the occasion to encourage Yi Yuner to toast LV Lin and impart some flirting tips. LV Lin, however, was quite calm, drinking whatever was offered to him, showing no signs of getting drunk. This made Fu Dalong and teacher Yin Zheng marvel, praising LV Lin as a wine fairy. As the moon reached its zenith, the banquet finally came to a close. The remaining matters were handled by dedicated personnel, so they didn't need to worry. The wrap party ended smoothly, and everyone was very happy. Perhaps the only downside was LV Lin never got drunk from start to finish. A few words. It's been a long time since I've rambled. I just wanted to say a few things. Let's talk about the performance of Roommate. With 13,000 collections and an initial subscription of 1800, it broke 1,000. The subscription rate seems decent, but the base is too low. Even with daily free income of 10 to 20 bucks, it's hardly worth anything. Alright, not making money is my forte. There's nothing I can do about it. I initially thought I'd keep writing even if I had to scrape by from the capitalists. But in the past few days, the back-end subscription suddenly dropped. Then I saw in the reader group it turned out the higher-ups initiated a 20-day free reading event. Good heavens. Using the author's hard-earned money to be generous. My mentality exploded. I just don't understand anymore. I don't understand many things anymore. Perhaps I have already been eliminated from the current online literature market. In any case, I've developed the idea of not wanting to work hard anymore and just lying flat. I'm not young anymore, and my previous ambitions have already been satisfied. I feel there's no need to continue struggling in this market. After all, this doesn't seem to be the place I once longed for. This was once my dream, and I don't want to be cut again. I want to do something else now. My roommate became a beautiful girl. A few words is currently being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content updates, please refresh the page to get the latest updates.